Chapter 1. The Mysterious System. In the Duki Continent, Northwestern Region. Jama Empire, Wutan City. Shao Clan, before the Magic Stone Monument. Doli, Level 3, Low Rank. As the emotionless voice echoed, a wave of commotion erupted in the bustling square. Cheng Xing shook his head vigorously, attempting to stay alert. What nonsense is this? Did I hear wrong? Doli? Ding. System activation progress. 70%. A prompt sounded in his mind, causing Cheng Xing to experience a sharp pain in his head. Didn't I just get hit by a car? Am I dead now? It turned out that Cheng Xing was a civil engineering graduate. Due to a certain incident that struck the industry, leading to a downturn, he found himself unemployed and reluctantly began delivering takeout. Pinching his cheek, the fiery sensation helped stabilize his thoughts somewhat. Ding. System activation progress. 80%. A strange sound echoed in his mind once more. Looking around, he noticed that the electric bikes and pedestrians that were once beside him had vanished. Instead of his trusty electric bike, he was now sitting on a sturdy tree trunk, and the crowd nearby began to stir again. In his memory, he had been waiting at a traffic light, only to hear a loud crash and feel a powerful shove from behind. This sudden change left Cheng Xing momentarily disoriented. Shao Suner, Duki, Level 9. Listening to the commotion not far away and observing the agitated crowd, Cheng Xing's memories began to connect. Wait, this is Duki Continent? Holy cow, so it really is possible to traverse worlds. As this thought flashed through his mind, his memories grew increasingly vivid. Cheng Xing, as a cousin of Xiao Huahua, was the child of Xiao Yan's mother's brother, referring to Xiao Zhan as uncle. Since they were born on the same day, they simply called each other cousins, without the distinction of brothers. Perhaps because he was called Cheng Xing on Blue Planet, he fortuitously crossed over to the world of Do Patsangxiong. Upon quickly absorbing the memories, Cheng Xing did not dwell too much on it, for Do Patsangxiong was his favorite novel and the first web novel he had ever read, thus planting the seeds of fantasy literature in his heart. Ding! The system has been activated, and the all-inclusive system has been initiated for you. A beginner's gift package has been automatically issued. Acquired a low-level backpack storage space of 10 cubic meters. Acquired an all-purpose duplication card. Acquired a one-time use low-level Do technique card. At this moment, a series of mechanical and monotonous prompts resonated in Cheng Xing's mind, while a system panel appeared before his eyes. Gazing at the meager rewards displayed on the panel, Cheng Xing felt a twinge of frustration. Why do others receive so many great rewards upon crossing over, while I only get this little? I can only use 2 cards, and one of them is a one-time use. Before this, Cheng Xing had read numerous system novels, many of which started with gifts of goddesses like Shao Suner and various high-level Do techniques. Is this a joke? If someone from next door saw this, they'd think I can't afford to play. Just as Cheng Xing lamented the system's stinginess, a solitary figure emerged from the crowd. Upon closer inspection, the newcomer was none other than Xiao Yan, who would later become the Flame Emperor. Ding. Detected a copyable item. Would you like to copy it? Since he's the protagonist, if I copy him, can I become the protagonist as well? Ha! With this thought, Cheng Xing decisively used the all-purpose duplication card. Ding. Host level too low for direct duplication. Please select another object to copy. The system's prompt extinguished the enthusiasm that Cheng Xing had just ignited. Hey, are you kidding me? This broken system won't let me copy the protagonist? What use do you even have? Detected that the object's fortune is too high. Forced duplication will lead to host demise. Recalling the plot of Do Pa, where the story begins with the once-in-a-century genius, followed by the top-tier teacher Yao Chun, and then various opportunities for exceptional flames, it was clear he was the chosen one. Cheng Xing sighed as he watched Xiao Yan draw closer, his gaze continually assessing this legendary figure, until he caught sight of the black, ancient ring on the Yu's right hand. If I can't copy your fortune, then I can at least copy Yao Chun, right? With a focused thought, the system responded after a moment. Copying. Congratulations, host, you have successfully copied. Acquired part of Yao Chen's possessions. Reaching the peak of 9 turns Do Zun an 8-rank apothecary, along with all experiences. The experience card has been saved for you and can be used to inquire the system for answers to your doubts. Part of? Cheng Xing looked at the system interface, puzzled. Wait a minute, I used the all-purpose duplication card, and you're only giving me a part? What's the meaning of this system? Due to insufficient storage space, some possessions were not successfully acquired. Hearing the system's explanation, Cheng Xing felt a black line forming on his forehead. Considering his experience in civil engineering, he realized that 10 cubic meters was indeed not much. Yao Chen carried many treasures, and even a top-tier black magic cauldron would take up significant space. All right, fine, it's better than nothing. He forced himself to find some solace in that. Cheng Xing had no interest in meticulously examining the items he had acquired. After all, a system, no matter how inferior, was better than having none. Just as he was about to climb down from the tree trunk, Xiaoyan spoke up. Cousin, why aren't you testing your abilities? Instead, you're up here watching the show. Seeing Xiao Yin below struggling to maintain a smile, Cheng Xing understood that this time, the Traverser's heart was filled with bitterness. The protagonist is indeed a protagonist. His way of treating others far surpasses that of certain three strong individuals. Thinking this, Cheng Xing chose a suitable angle and swiftly descended to the ground. Wiping the dust off his clothes, he extended his hand toward Xiao Yin. The two, resembling each other in stature, embraced at that moment. Cousin, I believe you will recover, Cheng Xing said sincerely. According to the script, in just a few days, the people from Yunlan's sect would arrive, followed closely by external assistants. For now, he could not copy Xiao Yan's fortune, and, given Xiao Yan's character as depicted in the original work, he certainly could not afford to offend him at such a moment. The care from a peer was precisely what was needed now. Cheng Xing's parents had come to Wutan City many years ago, along with Cheng Xing's aunt, who would later become Xiao Yan's mother. After Xiao Yan's mother married into the Xiao clan, at her strong insistence, Cheng Xing's family also moved into the Xiao household. However, good times did not last long. An accident caused Cheng Xing to lose his parents, and Xiao Yan lost his mother as well. Thus, their bond remained strong. This embrace allowed Xiao Yin to momentarily suppress his sorrow. Thank you, cousin. I'll head back now. Xiao Yan's expression softened slightly before expressing his gratitude and departing alone. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the Xiao Yin beginner check-in. As the two parted ways, the system sent a prompt. Damn it. Does the system not have any tasks to notify me about? Cheng Xing complained while hastily making his way to the back mountain. Chapter 2. Fusion of the Burning Technique. Xiao Clan, Back Mountain. Cheng Xing eagerly summoned the system panel. A semi-transparent panel, roughly 16 inches in size, floated before his eyes. Seeing the backpack brimming with items, Cheng Xing couldn't help but beam with delight. Earth rank low-level Do Technique card. Flame Splitting Wave Cutter. Mystic rank high-level Do Technique card. 8 Extremes Collapse. Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid Recipe. Although he hadn't copied everything, these items were frequently used by Xiao Yin in the future and possessed immense power. Yet, Cheng Xing did not dwell on these items for long. His primary concern was the system. It was crucial to understand that having a system upon traversing worlds greatly influenced whether he could live comfortably in this new life. System, what other functions do you possess? This system is the all-inclusive system due to its vastness. Only partial functions are currently accessible to the host. Then what functions are available? The system panel transformed, revealing several sections. Copying, divided into 4 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and all-purpose. Apart from the all-purpose duplication card, other cards can only copy non-living entities. Scanning. The scanning function provides various information for the host and can detect copyable objects. This function is linked to the host's soul power. Fusion. The fusion function allows the host to merge unnecessary items, thereby creating entirely new items. Refinement. The refinement function enables the host to automatically learn and absorb various skills. Please ensure your physical condition and backpack status before using the refinement function, as there are certain risks involved. Use it cautiously. After receiving a general overview of the system, Cheng Xing lay back on the grass. Letting out a long sigh, he remarked, "This system seems decent, but the initial benefits are far too meager." It should be noted that as Xiao Zhan's nephew, Cheng Xing received very little pocket money each month, and his parents had left behind little wealth. It was evident that constantly indulging in Foundation establishment spirit liquid like those with cheats was impossible, as it required a considerable amount of money. All right, what did you mean by check-in earlier? Cheng Xing recalled that the system had prompted him about completing a check-in when he embraced Xiaoyan. Ding. The check-in function is designed to record the host's interactions and encounters with mainline characters in the Duki continent, and rewards will be issued based on different check-in situations. Then where's my reward? Why haven't you issued it? Host, your current backpack is full. The system has automatically saved it for 7 days. Cheng Xing took a deep breath, his mind swirling with thoughts. Helpless, he could only rummage through his backpack to see if there was anything he could digest within. Although the system could retain items for 7 days, it was implausible for him to remain cooped up indoors during that time. Perhaps he could take a trip around the Xiao family and check in at the necessary spots if rewards accumulated during that time went unclaimed. It would surely be a regrettable loss. Refine the combat skill card. 8 Extremities Burst. Ding. The host has successfully learned the profound advanced combat skill, 8 Extremities Burst. A surge of information flooded his mind, and Cheng Xing had now mastered a significant early game killing move of Xiaoyan. Seeing that the refinement was successful, Cheng Xing promptly issued another command. Refine the combat skill card, Flame Division Wave Eater. Ding. The combat skill level is too high. Refinement is temporarily unavailable. Listening to the notification, Cheng Xing clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. He tapped on the filter to sort out items of profound advanced quality and below. It seems the highest level I can refine at present is indeed profound advanced, but that's for the best. Refining too many at once would only lead to forgetting how to use them, which would be a pity. With the items arranged from lowest to highest grade, Cheng Xing realized that there were indeed very few items below the profound advanced level in his backpack. Given the abundance of advanced items, the lower grade ones would merely take up space. System. Fuse all items of profound intermediate quality and below. Fusion function activated. This fusion will automatically employ a Tentun mechanism. Please wait. The Tentun mechanism means fusing 10 items to produce a single new item. Watching as items vanished from his backpack, the system thoughtfully displayed the names and brief descriptions of these items. Igrevel Yellow Technique, Blazing Flammar, Potential D. Low-level profound grade combat skill, Fusion Flame Palm, Potential C. Low-level yellow grade technique, Burning Art, Potential S. Fusion commencing. As the last item disappeared, Cheng Xing's expression darkened instantly. System, stop it, he bellowed urgently. The Burning Art was considered a T0 level technique within the world of Do Pu, capable of evolving its power level through the absorption of flames. Even after Xiaoyan ascended to higher realms, he still utilized this Burning Art, underscoring its terrifying prowess. Seeing that the system did not halt as commanded, Cheng Xing felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Oh no, I've fused away the Burning Art. Realizing he could no longer absorb or manipulate the Fire Lotus, his regret multiplied exponentially. Ding. Fusion complete. Please collect the new item, host. The system's notification chimed again, and Cheng Xing had no choice but to open the system panel to claim the item resulting from the fusion of the Burning Art. I hope I can replicate the Burning Art later with the all-purpose replication card, he lamented, reluctantly clicking to claim his reward. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an SSR-level potential item, 3 Qi Mixed Origin Technique. Just a moment ago, Cheng Xing was lamenting his accidental fusion of the Burning Art. Now, he found himself grinning foolishly, his lips twitching in disbelief. He eagerly clicked on the panel to examine this SSR-level potential item. 3 Qi Mixed Origin Technique, a high-level yellow-grade technique, capable of altering the user's attributes by absorbing elements from the world that represent different properties, allowing for continuous upgrades of the technique, and enabling the user's fighting energy to be transformed between absorbed attributes without loss. The brief description left Cheng Xing's mouth agape, wide enough to fit a peach. Wow, a technique that can evolve like the Burning Art, and it can also change attributes. Imagine encountering an opponent wielding Yaoa, who could also switch attributes at will, rendering all elemental weaknesses moot. Such a foe would hardly be inclined to engage in battle. Cheng Xing gazed at the technique with great interest, pondering. The Burning Art began as a low-level yellow-grade technique. Yet this one starts at high level, 2 tiers above the Burning Art. How could it not be formidable? Right? There's still a reward I haven't claimed. System, claim the check-in reward. Ding. Check-in reward distributed. 1 low-level storage ring, 5 low-level replication cards. Seriously? This check-in reward is so meager? Detecting that the low-level storage ring could enhance backpack capacity, would you like to upgrade it? Yes, please. While others received valuable rewards, he was left with just a few cards. How disappointing. Before long, the backpack's capacity increased from 10 cubic units to 30. Surveying the newfound space in his backpack, Cheng Xing sighed. At last, the issue of insufficient storage has been resolved. Chapter 3. The Energy of Combat. The fourth stage, the concepts of fusion, replication, and refinement had all been previously utilized. Yet, there remained a scanning function. Cheng Xing pondered this and promptly addressed the system. System, activate the scanning function for me. Ding, greetings, host. The scanning function is enabled by default. You merely need to utilize your thoughts. The system's frigid notification reverberated within his mind. Simply use my thoughts, Cheng Xing mused, stroking his chin as he gazed thoughtfully at the grassy terrain before him. Ordinary grass, no special functions. Suddenly, a string of characters floated past his vision. Oh, that's what it means. I just need to think about it. Ha 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 ha, Cheng Xing exclaimed, a look of enlightenment dawning upon him. This scanning function was akin to a walking manual for items, consuming 1 point of soul power. As he observed the system's enhancements, Cheng Xing recalled from the earlier functional introduction that this scanning capability seemed to be linked with his soul power. System, do I have an attribute panel? Ding. Retrieving attribute panel for the host. Name, Cheng Xing. Age, 15. Strength, combat energy, 4th stage physique, 3 soul, 9 agility. 3. Thanks to Cheng Xing's transmigration, his soul was considerably stronger than his other attributes. After all, he had been 24 in Blue Star, and a period of training had significantly enhanced his soul power in this realm of combat energy. Yet upon examining the attribute panel presented by the system, he was astonished to discover that his combat energy was only at the 4th stage. My heavens, is it true? It took this individual 15 years merely to reach the 4th stage of combat energy. Cheng Xing couldn't help but scoff at the prowess of the original owner of this body. To put things in perspective, Xiaoyan had reached the level of a fighter by the age of 12. Even after 3 years under the tutelage of Yao Laow by the time Xiaoyan was 15. He was already at the 3rd stage of combat energy, whereas Cheng Xing's current strength was only marginally superior. Cheng Xing shook his head, sighing, contemplating the futility of this template. System, how can I enhance my attributes? The host's attributes will receive allocatable points as their strength increases. Additionally, refining certain specific items can provide the host with extra attribute points. Various combat techniques and cultivation methods will require different attribute thresholds. It is advisable for the host to carefully consider the allocation of attribute points. Currently available attribute points. One out upon realizing he had an unallocated attribute point, Cheng Xing deliberated for a moment before deciding to invest it in physique. Physique. For with the system's assistance, he resolved to procure some medicinal herbs in the near future, yearning to experience the nurturing effects of foundational elixirs. Once my strength increases and I gain more attribute points, I'll reassess my options, he thought, rising to depart for his residence. That on the way, Cheng Xing overheard numerous discussions regarding today's assessment. Some early settings from the beginning of Do Patsong Qiong flickered in his mind. In the Xiao family, a coming-of-age ceremony was held at the age of 16, that if one had not reached the 7th stage of combat energy by then, they would be assigned to the family's industries to earn their keep. For even in this realm of combat energy, ordinary people had to toil to survive. Those with potential for cultivation could enter the combat energy pavilion in search of combat techniques. As he contemplated the implications of the assessment scheduled for today, Cheng Xing's thoughts turned to the fact that Xiaoyan was at the 3rd stage of combat energy at the age of 15. A smile crept across Cheng Xing's face as he murmured to himself, tomorrow will surely be an interesting spectacle. According to the timeline, tomorrow would feature the classic narrative of do not underestimate the young and poor. Just as Cheng Xing ambled along with a foolish grin, someone suddenly called out to him, Xiao Xing, where are you rushing off to so quickly? Recognizing a familiar voice, Cheng Xing halted and turned to face a middle-aged man dressed in a splendid gray robe, exuding an air of authority with his broad brows. That I have seen the clan leader, Cheng Xing said respectfully, recalling from memory. The man before him was none other than Xiao Zhan, the patriarch of the Xiao family. Although he was also Cheng Xing's uncle by marriage, Family members typically addressed him as the clan leader rather than by familial terms. Xiao Xing, you are 15 this year, Xiao Zhan remarked with a hint of regret. Cheng Xing's mind raced, uncertain of why Xiao Zhan sought him out, especially since he had intended to discuss matters regarding the Yunlan sect with Xiao Yan later that night. Yes, clan leader, Cheng Xing replied. My dear nephew, I have a humble request to make of you, Xiao Zhan said, appearing somewhat troubled as he paused before continuing. Please, clan leader, speak freely that I will certainly do whatever I can, Cheng Xing assured him. In Cheng Xing's memory, numerous images of labor surfaced, and his heart tightened as he thought, could it be that he is asking me to manage the family business earlier than expected? Seeing Cheng Xing's respectful demeanor, Xiao Zhan's furrowed brow deepened as he explained, I would like you to acclimate yourself to the workings of the textile market, although your parents wished for you to be treated with kindness. The Xiao family is not solely the responsibility of your uncle. That my request comes from necessity, as next year your cousin may also join you. Xiao Zhan's heartfelt words revealed the burdens he bore. Cheng Xing smiled gently and replied, Understood. Uncle, I comprehend your concerns. His demeanor was light and carefree, leaving Xiao Zhan slightly embarrassed. During this time, you may seek out Pei Yin. He will assist you, Xiao Zhan sighed. Patting Cheng Xing's shoulder before departing, the Xiao family. Ordinary clan members were typically assigned to smaller industries outside of Wutan City or joined merchant caravans. The fact that Xiao Zhan could arrange for Cheng Xing to work within the textile market signified considerable care on his part. The textile market itself varied in size, and the Xiao family's control over several medium-sized markets was sufficient to sustain the family's daily operations, indicating the wealth contained within. I recall that the textile market sells low-grade magic crystals and medicinal herbs. Cheng Xing mused. Finding the materials necessary for refining foundational elixirs there should not pose a problem. This way, I can quickly ascend to the level of a fighter and cultivate techniques even more powerful than the burning technique. At that time, ha 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 ha. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Cheng Xing's smile broadened. Having arrived in this realm of combat energy, he resolved to make a mark rather than squander the opportunity. Upon returning to his residence from the back mountain, Cheng Xing remained secluded, immersed in contemplation. The Xiao family's abode was vast, and his modest dwelling was nestled beneath a grove of trees, conveniently closer to the back mountain than most. On his first day in the realm of combat energy, Cheng Xing gazed into the water, observing the reflection of his youthful visage. His short, neat hair lent him an air of vitality, while his dark eyes concealed a spark of intelligence. This appearance bore a striking resemblance to his former self in Blue Star. Chapter 4. You break off the engagement. I clock in as night fell without incident. The following day found Cheng Xing seated cross-legged upon his bed, his hands forming a peculiar seal before him. With each breath, a gentle rhythm emerged, creating a perfect cycle. As he cycled through this rhythm, a faint stream of white energy flowed into his body, traversing his meridians and being absorbed by his bones and muscles. Just as he was savoring the comfort brought by the combat energy, a cacophony of noise suddenly intruded upon his tranquility. He heard the sounds of people bustling outside, punctuated by snippets of conversation. Hurry, hurry. If we delay, we'll miss them. I heard the people from the Yunlan sect have arrived. Cheng Xing was aware that today marked the arrival of the Yunlan sect, but had not anticipated the woman arriving so early. It seems it truly is today, he thought, hastily concluding his training. After a brief tidy-up, he followed the commotion toward the Xiao family's reception hall. The hall was spacious, with the majority of the Xiao family's youth gathered within. At the head of the assembly sat Xiao Zhan alongside 3 elders, while several unfamiliar elders occupied the left side of the room. Cheng Xing, being one of the younger members, found a place on the long bench near the side door. As more individuals entered the hall, Cheng Xing took the opportunity to survey his surroundings. His attention was drawn to a corner where a girl in a purple dress was engrossed in perusing ancient texts. Her presence reminiscent of a pristine lotus, untouched by the mundane world. With a flicker of thought, the system promptly displayed a string of information. Scanning successful, 1 soul point consumed. Xiao Suner, daughter of Gu Yuan. Possesses divine bloodline potential, approximately a 2-star fighter, and is associated with the Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flames split body. Cheng Xing felt no inclination to compete for Suner. He was not drawn to that type. Ding, congratulations, host. Successfully checked in with Xiao Suner beginner. Rewards. 1 used card for Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flames split body, 1 strengthening manual, and 1 ancient clan bloodline fragment. As the system notification concluded, Chengxing noticed 3 new items in his backpack. Wow! Checking in with Suna yields such rewards? This is far more generous than the reward for checking in with Xiaoyan. Chengxing marveled internally, only to realize a moment later that the usage card was one time only. However, if he could replicate the Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame split body, it would grant him unparalleled strength in the early stages. Acting on impulse is better than hesitation. Chengxing resolved, promptly commanding the system. Duplicate the Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flames split body. Ding, duplication failed. Consumed 1 low-grade replication card. Upon hearing this, Chengxing felt a wave of frustration. How could it fail to replicate even a split body system? What is going on? A split body can't be replicated? Chengxing grumbled. Greetings, host. The low-grade replication card can only replicate items of Tier 1 to 3. Please choose your replication targets carefully. Wow, why didn't you mention it earlier? Chengxing now finds himself at a loss for words and filled with helplessness. It would have been fine if he hadn't managed to copy it, but now he has wasted a copy card as well. Initially possessing only 5 copy cards, he is now left with just 4. In the brief moment that has passed, the hall is already filled with people. After a brief knock on the door, a young man enters. Chengxing watches as Xiaoyan bows in the reception hall, and suddenly remembers that since he can check in with someone who has a deep relationship with the protagonist, then this Nailin Yanran should be eligible too. Ding. Thank you, host. Check in with Nailin Yanran, Divorce Edition, successful. It seems to be true. Upon hearing the system's notification sound once more, a smile involuntarily graces Chengxing's lips. Those who should break off their engagements should do so, and those who should write divorce papers should write them. I shall simply hide here and check in. Noticing that the atmosphere in the hall has yet to reach a freezing point, Chengxing understands that the main event has not yet begun, and quietly thinks, no hurry. Let me see what rewards I receive before watching the show. That he acquires a low-level Xian rank technique, the Qingmu Sword Art X1, and a low-level sword technique, the Wind Spirit Fragmented Sword X1. Tisk tisk, truly worthy of the Yunlan sect. Even at such a young age, one can wield these Xian rank techniques. Gazing at the Xian rank techniques in his backpack, Chengxing exclaims, no wonder Nailin Yanran is so proud and arrogant. Having enjoyed the attention and flattery of others for so long, she remains completely oblivious to the consequences her capriciousness imposes on others. Just as Chengxing is lamenting, the sound of a teacup shattering echoes through the hall. This is far more thrilling than a television drama, and it's in real time. Chengxing remains composed on the side, his expression blank, though internally he is brimming with excitement that he watches as a small box is opened. And the 3 elders gasp in astonishment. The gathering chi powder, as a pill that allows a person with 9 segments of fighting energy to fully condense their fighting energy vortex, it is sought after by countless individuals. For those who have yet to condense their fighting energy vortex, this pill is even more enticing than a high-level fighting technique. Chengxing gazes at the verdant ancient jade box containing the pill. Pondering, this gathering chi powder is a 4th-grade pill. It is impossible for a low-level copy card to replicate it successfully. It seems that if I want to obtain a piece of gathering chi powder, I must strategize. However, encountering a finished gathering chi powder is no simple feat. Just as Chengxing is feeling regretful, a single phrase from a person raises the atmosphere once more. R.G.E. You should take the pill back. We may not agree to today's events. This statement causes Chengxing to lower his head involuntarily, trying to conceal his emotions with his hand. What follows is the most thrilling part of this engagement annulment drama. Miss Nailin, may I inquire, today my grandfather did not agree, but this is mine, that I can still allow you to enter the Yunlan sect for training. The atmosphere in the entire hall grows heavy, causing Chengxing's eyes to narrow slightly. His gaze turning fierce. Marriage is not something to be forced. In Blue Star, marriage requires ongoing discussions, and divorce even has a cooling-off period. That if this woman lived in Blue Star, her brashness, solely considering her own feelings while disregarding the lives of others, could be summed up in 3 words for Nailin Yanran, thus saving some INK that I in the hall. The voices of the 3 rise and fall, and everyone feels an overwhelming sense of oppression. That I advise you with a few words. 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. The icy words caused Chengxing to tremble slightly in his seat, his mind recalling the various struggles he faced in Blue Star. The phrase "do not underestimate the youth and poverty" epitomizes the stubborn resilience of their generation, who felt unappreciated. Who hasn't he experienced glory? Yet everyone faces times of hardship. Without experiencing the lows, the joy of returning to the pinnacle would not be as sweet. Accompanied by the emergence of the blood-stained divorce document and the hurried escape of Guyi and the others from the hall. The wild and willful engagement annulment drama instigated by Nalin Yinran slowly draws to a close. After witnessing the captivating spectacle, everyone returns to their respective homes. Chengxing watches as the young man heads alone toward the back mountain. Knowing that a legend is about to rise that a S for himself, it is time to embark on an exciting journey in the continent of fighting energy. The grand show has commenced. Chapter 5. Making money in the market. The young man on the bed slowly absorbs the fighting energy surrounding him. The faint white energy flowing into his body like delicate threads, strengthening his power. As the sunlight pierces through the papered window, he exhales a breath of impurities and sighs. This method of cultivation is truly too slow. If I do not use the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid, how many years will it take to reach the fighter level? Although he has undergone a night of cultivation, Chengxing can feel that the absorbed fighting energy is exceedingly thin. This indicates that the potential of this body is quite limited. After getting up from the bed to stretch his limbs, Chengxing focuses his gaze on the previously copied Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid formula: 3 complete purple leaf orchid grasses, 2 bone-cleansing flowers, and 1 first-tier wood-type magic core. Even with the formula in hand, obtaining the medicinal materials is another daunting challenge. It is known that even a single decent purple leaf orchid grass can fetch over 200 gold coins. Acquiring the entire set would cost at least 1,000 gold coins. Chengxing looks at the 4 low-level copy cards in his backpack. Using a copy card to procure the materials would not suffice to cover the expenses. If he were to directly replicate the finished Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid, not to mention whether he could approach Xiao Yin, the uncertainty of when he might possess the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid remains a question. Young Master Cheng, are you awake? Just as Chengxing is at his wit's end, an aged voice calls from outside the door. As the door swings open, a kind-looking elderly man in a green robe appears. Young Master Cheng, the clan leader has instructed that starting today, you should slowly familiarize yourself with the operations of the market. Since he was to head to the market anyway, Chengxing smiles and replies, "Thank you. Steward Mo, I shall set off for the market immediately." Although the Xiao family controls a medium-sized market in Wutan City and profits considerably each year, the manpower and resources required to maintain order and security in the market are substantial. Thus, every year, the Xiao family continuously sends personnel to settle in the market. After bidding farewell to the elderly man, Chengxing sets off, knowing that he currently cannot even gather 200 gold coins. Purchasing medicinal materials on his own is utterly impossible. His only hope is to see if he can manage to make some money in the market, though it may not be the most honorable approach. Desperate times call for desperate measures, especially if it means quickly obtaining the materials for the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid. Stepping out of his family home, he swiftly navigates through the bustling streets, turning through several wide avenues until he arrives at a market located in the southern part of the city. At the entrance of the market stand the Xiao family's guards, dressed in uniform. Upon seeing Chengxing, the guards momentarily pause, then nod in acknowledgement. Although Chengxing is merely an outsider, he is still the clan leader's nephew, and thus deserves this level of courtesy. After exchanging a few words with the guards, Chengxing learns of Pei Yun's whereabouts and enters the market, immersing himself in the throng of people. Despite the large crowd, the market remains orderly, and within a short distance he can spot the Xiao family's guards. Young Master Cheng, what brings you here today? Just as Chengxing is marveling at the market, a powerful and respectful voice comes from behind him. Turning around, he sees several robust men in the Xiao family's uniform standing behind him, among whom is Pei Yin, a burly man in his 30s, proudly displaying a badge adorned with 6 golden stars on his chest. "Uncle Pei Yin, I was just looking for you," Chengxing replies with a smile. The tall man beams with joy, scratching his head as he respectfully responds. "The clan leader instructed me earlier that you might come by in the next few days, that I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. Some matters are still unprepared." Chengxing waves his hand dismissively, knowing that Pei Yin, being from Xiao Zhan's faction, would have received the news promptly. With years of experience, it is unlikely he would be unprepared. He is merely saying this as an excuse that, haha, The clan leader asked me to come by when I have time to learn from you, that I shall certainly visit the market often and learn from you. Uncle Pei In, Chengxing says, clasping his fists. Given his current low strength, since Xiao Zhan has arranged for him to be in the market, he should make an effort to show his face as much as possible before reaching the fighter level to avoid unnecessary troubles. Witnessing Chengxing's approachable demeanor, Pei In appears somewhat embarrassed and even more sincere, quickly adding, although the clan leader has made such arrangements, the daily trivial matters should still be handled by the brothers. However, the major affairs still require the young master's oversight. Pei In does not alter his attitude due to Chengxing's modesty. The fact that this young man can so quickly set aside his pride to come to the market for learning, coupled with his articulate responses, indicates that he will undoubtedly hold a significant voice in the market in the future. Chengxing inquires, wouldn't that be inappropriate? Hearing this, Pei In leans closer to Chengxing and whispers, it's nothing. Young Master Cheng only needs to make an appearance for the major matters. The rest you can gradually familiarize yourself with in the future. Having said that, he steps back 2 paces and states, it is currently the time for rank collection in the market. Please, young Master Cheng, wait in the reception room. The market brings substantial economic benefits, relying solely on the merchants and mercenaries who pay their commissions. This commission, in simple terms, consists of rent and service fees. Long-term rental shops typically pay their dues monthly, while short-term rentals and mercenaries are collected daily by the Xiao family's guards each morning. Thus, Chengxing has no choice but to go along with it and responds, very well. I shall head to the reception room. Now, in order to better manage the weaving market, each family would send representatives to maintain a long-term presence. The reception room mentioned by Payne is located in a relatively secluded area of the weaving market, where several shops are situated, one of which is designated as the reception room, while the others serve the patrol teams for their daily activities. As Chengxing strolled along, he passed several herbal medicine shops. And curious, he ventured inside. Although the herbs were indeed of superior quality, their exorbitant prices made him feel uneasy. The foundational spirit liquid was certainly beyond the means of the impoverished, he lamented to himself as he drew closer to the reception room. From the outside, it appeared to be merely a small shop, yet upon entering, it revealed a vast expanse. Young Master Cheng, you have arrived, nodded a guard from the Xiao family. The clan leader had instructed that you should first study here upon your arrival. Following the guard's lead, Chengxing passed through several small doors and entered a small courtyard. However, his mind was elsewhere. He barely registered the guard's words as his eyes scanned the surroundings. It appeared that this was the accounting office of the weaving market. Chengxing mused as he followed the guard to the innermost room, which was impeccably clean, with a large square table covered in scrolls and writing instruments, while the shelves behind were overflowing with various items. Relying solely on brute force to manage the weaving market was insufficient for substantial profits. Reasonable operations were the foundation of the Xiao family's long-term stability in the market. Young Master Cheng, Captain Payne will return shortly, and under your supervision, we will begin the accounting, the guard whispered. Upon hearing this, Chengxing perked up. Accounting? He inquired eagerly. Yes, every commission earned will be recorded here and subsequently sent back to the Xiao family for centralized management. The guard's explanation ignited a bold idea in Chengxing's mind. System, can the duplication card replicate gold coins? He hastily inquired in his mind. The duplication card can replicate both gold coins and gold coin cards. The maximum limit for replicating gold coins with a low-level duplication card is 10,000. The system's response brought a subtle smile to Chengxing's face. This would resolve the issue of sourcing materials for the foundational spirit liquid. Before long, Payne returned with a group of guards, each carrying heavy money bags, and the ledgers were filled with meticulously recorded commission sources. Chengxing observed the coins. 2,829 gold coins, 3,031 gold coins, 4,041 gold coins, and a low-level gold coin storage card containing 15,000 gold coins. Young Master Cheng, this is the revenue from the weaving market during this period. Payne said, having recorded the assets and presented them for Chengxing's review. As he gazed at the various gold coin statuses displayed on the system panel, Chengxing maintained a stoic expression, casually handling several gold coin cards. Use the low-level duplication card. With a thought, Chengxing returned the assets without a change in demeanor. Usage successful. Obtained 15,000 gold coins. Usage successful. Obtained 20,000 gold coins. The cost of refining a single foundational spirit liquid was approximately 2,000 gold coins. so acquiring nearly 40,000 was a considerable solution to his financial dilemma. Next, under Payne's guidance, Cheng Xing met the personnel from the Xiao family who managed the daily operations of the weaving market. Although he preferred not to engage too deeply with these individuals, he still greeted each with a smile. Once everyone became occupied with their tasks, Cheng Xing nonchalantly made his way onto the street, blending into the crowd as he searched for the herbal medicine shops he had previously seen. Though the prices in the weaving market were somewhat inflated, the quality of the herbs justified the expense, saving him the trouble of searching elsewhere as for the magic cores. That would be more complicated, Cheng Xing mused. After leaving the shop with 3 types of herbs, he realized that this particular herbal shop did not sell magic cores. Finding 3 first-tier wood-type magic cores in the weaving market would require some time. Along the streets, numerous mercenaries were selling various items, but magic crystals were not commonplace, especially since Cheng Xing specifically needed 3 wood-type magic cores. Gold iron beast-catching net, medium quality. Fire bear leather armor, low quality. The names of items flashed across the system interface. Cheng Xing's mind began to feel hazy, despite the advantage of the system's scanning function, which allowed him to easily identify various items. After an hour of searching, he had yet to find a single wood-type magic core. It seemed he needed to change locations. Feeling a bit frustrated, Cheng Xing approached the last few stalls and halted, his eyes lighting up as he spotted 3 dark green crystals closely situated together. He let out a sigh of relief, with a thought. A line of information appeared before him. 3 first-tier magic crystals, high quality. Goodness, after searching for so long without finding a single one, now I stumble upon 3 at once, he thought joyfully. Though he was determined to acquire the 3 magic crystals, he feigned interest as a mere passerby, casually inspecting the stall. Finally, he gently picked up one of the dark green magic crystals and inquired of a burly man behind the stall. How much for this magic crystal? 600 each, the mercenary replied. That's exorbitant. Usually, first-tier magic crystals are priced around 400. Why is yours so steep? Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes, clicking his tongue. Look around. Where else are you going to find wood-type magic crystals? Besides, this is a magic crystal from a fire wolf that is about to advance to 2nd tier. Killing those 3 beasts was no easy task. Noticing Cheng Xing's ordinary attire and familiarity with magic crystal prices, the burly man grew impatient. Cheng Xing caught sight of 7 gold stars emblazoned on the man's chest, a 7-star warrior. Given the high quality of the crystals, he found the man's claims credible. All 3 for 1,500. Will you sell? Cheng Xing smiled. Upon hearing the price, the mercenary paused, a look of surprise crossing his face. That if you could produce that much, I'll sell. That if not, then you can just wander off. With that, he brandished a short knife, thrusting it towards Cheng Xing. Cheng Xing grinned at the imposing figure, pulling out 3 bags of gold coins and tossing them toward the burly man. Count them. Is it enough? With 3 dull thuds, the mercenary quickly grabbed the bags to inspect them. His expression lit up with golden glimmers, the earlier fierceness vanishing as a stiff smile replaced it. 1,000 gold coins was no sum that an ordinary person could casually present, without a powerful backing. It would be impossible. That's plenty. Young master, do you need anything else? The burly man asked, his tone now obsequious. Cheng Xing seized the 3 dark green crystals, tossing them lightly in front of the man. Make sure to acquire more of these. The demand for wood-type magic crystals is high. Of course, the mercenary replied eagerly. Amid the mercenary's ingratiating remarks, Cheng Xing strode away without looking back, with the materials in hand. He hurriedly made his way back to his small abode, locking the doors and windows securely. He divided the materials into 3 portions and laid them on the table, gazing at them with a smile. Licking his lips, system, refine the foundational spirit liquid. Refining foundational spirit liquid requires 3 complete purple leaf orchids, 2 bone-washing flowers, and 1 first-tier magic crystal, consuming 6 spirit points. Refining in progress. The system continuously relayed prompts. Cheng Xing's joy intensified. Once the foundational spirit liquid was produced, he would be able to train rapidly, and once he reached the fighter level, he could seek out further opportunities. The materials on the table vanished. An overwhelming drowsiness surged over him, swiftly engulfing his consciousness. Ding! Refining successful. Uncertain how much time had passed, Cheng Xing opened his eyes to find a small transparent vessel about the size of a fingernail before him, containing a drop of deep green liquid that radiated a rich aura of combat energy. Gazing at the spirit liquid within the vessel, Chengxing couldn't help but feel exhilarated. He quickly fetched a large basin of clean water and placed it in the room. Carefully opening the vessel to avoid spillage, he gently tossed the vessel into the basin. Instantly, the entire basin transformed into a vibrant green, even dark green liquid. "Wow, this is incredible," Chengxing exclaimed, observing the water's rapid color change. Stripping off his clothing, he cautiously entered the large basin, careful not to splash the liquid outside. Adjusting to the chill of the water, Chengxing formed seals and entered a meditative state. The youth, bare-skinned, felt the cold water raise goosebumps across his body as time passed. The dark green liquid in the basin emitted faint green streams, swirling around Chengxing's torso, drawing into his body with each breath. Every inhalation of the light green stream diminished the weariness etched on the youth's face. This the essence of combat energy. Chengxing, with closed eyes, reveled in the sensation of combat energy entering his body. It felt more rejuvenating than a long, deep slumber, and the previously cold skin now radiated warmth, enveloping him in an extraordinary state. Time slipped away in this immersive training experience, oblivious to the shifting light outside the window. As the last wisps of energy were absorbed, he gently opened his tightly shut eyes, revealing dark irises that sparkled with newfound brilliance. Slowly exhaling the stagnant air from his lungs, the youth emerged from the basin, stretching his limbs freely as he savored the abundant combat energy coursing through him. A confident smile gracing his lips, his astonishment. He had reached the 5th stage of combat energy within just over half a month. The foundational spirit liquid was indeed formidable. Chengxing gazed at the pale blue liquid in the basin, speaking in a trance. "Since I began using the Foundation Establishment Elixir until now, over half a month has passed. Aside from maintaining my vital signs and occasionally making an appearance at the weaving market, I have been immersed in the elixir for continuous cultivation." After donning his attire and observing the now nearly depleted energy within the liquid, he mused that to achieve such rapid progress again, he would likely need to change the potion. Fortunately, he had prepared the necessary herbs beforehand, so Chengxing remained unperturbed as he laid them out on the table to concoct more Foundation Establishment Elixir. With a thought, the herbs on the table diminished by one portion. This process required time. Chengxing did not waste a moment and promptly headed towards the weaving market, residing in a relatively secluded area of his family estate. Chengxing seldom interacted with many people. However, his frequent appearances at the weaving market over the past half-month had significantly improved his social connections. Now, as he walked along the path, he greeted every elder he encountered. Navigating through the family estate, he passed a noisy room, with a plaque on the door displayed the words Combat Arts Hall in blood-red characters, accompanied by intermittent cheers from within. That he pondered about the might of the combat techniques practiced there. No matter, he thought, it would be wise to learn more combat skills to prepare for the upcoming coming-of-age ceremony. Indeed, acquiring additional techniques would ensure that even in defeat, he would do so with dignity. At the entrance of the hall, he overheard a conversation between two individuals, seemingly of similar strength to his own, around 5 segments of fighting spirit. Eager to learn more combat techniques to shine during the coming-of-age ceremony less than a year away. He found the low-level techniques offered at the Shao family's Combat Arts Hall inadequate, as the advanced techniques were beyond his reach. Witnessing the dismal fates of others, Chengxing's fists involuntarily clenched. It seemed imperative that he carve out time to study combat techniques. Chengxing deliberated internally, and then, no longer lingering, he swiftly made his way outside the family estate. That on the bustling streets, he took his time. Although the novelty had worn off considerably, he still marveled at some of the exotic races he encountered, including the snake people he had seen before, which left him astounded. Despite the crowd, his keen soul perception allowed him to navigate effortlessly through the throng. As he approached the entrance of the weaving market, however, he found himself impeded by the mass of people. Why is it so congested today? Chengxing mused, struggling to maneuver through the crowd like an eel slipping through water. He caught sight of a strikingly handsome young man, his gaze hungrily fixed on a young woman, who could only cower behind a burly man, her face a portrait of terror. The once rosy complexion of her face now resembled that of a withered pear blossom. Yet she remained undeniably beautiful. The burly man appeared somewhat familiar, and upon closer inspection, Chengxing recalled him as the one who had sold him 3 magic crystals previously. Chengxing felt a pang of sympathy. Surely this young woman, barely 20, was his daughter. With such a man fixated upon her, her prospects were grim, particularly with the throngs of guards surrounding the young man, enclosing the two in the center. The crowd continued to swell, even those perched on rooftops eager to witness the unfolding drama. "How fortunate I am to have caught your eye. I shall make you my servant," the young man declared, folding his arms and brandishing a fan, a strange smile playing upon his sickly pale face. As his words hung in the air, the young woman erupted into sobs. This Galio was truly shameless, taking advantage of his family's influence to prey upon innocent maidens. What a wretched state of affairs. Many in the crowd murmured about such behavior. Listening to the discussions, Galio's expression darkened, his pallid face flushing with anger. Chengxing had long heard of the numerous debauched scions of the Galio family, particularly the young Galio, known for his indulgent lifestyle. Unfortunately, as one of the three prominent families in Yutun City, the average citizen could do little but pray not to attract his attention. Observing the throngs emerging from the weaving market, Chengxing furrowed his brow, silently lamenting, "If this continues, today's earnings from the market will surely suffer. Enough of this waiting. You will enter whether you wish to or not. Attack." Galio waved his fan and stepped back, while his guards advanced, preparing to strike. Chengxing felt a surge of defiance. "Curse you, Galio! I shall make you regret this with all my might." The badge on the burly man's chest, marked with 7 golden stars, fell to the ground as his garments were torn apart in the struggle. Though a 7-star fighter was formidable, with Galio flanked by a dozen fighters, even the strongest fist could be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Today, it seemed, tragedy was inevitable to Oh, how unfortunate for that young woman, someone remarked. "Let the fight commence." As the guards' fists flew, the battle erupted amidst the crowd's chatter. Typically, street fights involve minor altercations, but a 7-star fighter facing off against Galio was bound to attract a significant audience. The rooftops were soon crowded with onlookers. "This burly man possesses impressive strength," Chengxing mused, admiring the fighter's ability to hold his ground against multiple attackers, executing his strikes with seasoned precision. Yet, numbers proved overwhelming. Even the strongest fighter would find it challenging to fend off relentless assaults for long, let alone escape unscathed. "You used to be so good at dodging. Let's see where you can hide now." Galio sneered, observing the burly fighter gradually succumbing to the overwhelming pressure while leering at the isolated young woman, his grin widening as he approached her leisurely. Seeing Galio advance, the young woman's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground in tears, eliciting sympathetic gasps from the crowd, yet none dared intervene. It wasn't that Galio was especially formidable. Rather, no one wished to provoke a powerful family on behalf of a stranger. "Ah, Galio, what grand aspirations you possess. Bringing so many along and creating such a commotion, one might mistake you for hosting a grand event. Alas, it appears you are merely attempting to abduct a maiden." Just as Galio reached for the girl, a loud, mocking voice interrupted him. "Who dares meddle in my affairs? Seeking death, are you?" Galio's face flushed crimson, his bravado wavering under the weight of public scrutiny. "I had no intention of getting involved. But here you are, causing a scene at the Shao family's weaving market, attempting to abduct someone from one of our stallholders. Surely, that is inappropriate," Chengxing stated with calm composure, pushing through the crowd to stand before Galio. "I thought a hero had arrived. It appears to be the infamous waste of the Shao family," Galio sneered, his initial bravado fading as he recognized Chengxing. "Besides, you bear the surname Cheng, not Shao. By strict definition, you are not truly a part of the Shao family. Moreover, you have yet to even set foot inside the market. How can you presume to interfere with my affairs?" Chengxing smiled slightly, looking the young man in the eye. "You truly possess no shame. Who in Yutun City is unaware of your sordid exploits? In your early 20s, and yet you do not contribute anything worthwhile to your family. No, it seems your mind is filled only with base desires." Mistaking them for noble pursuits, Galio's self-satisfied grin vanished, replaced by a dark scowl, his face turning an ominous shade of gray. "You little brat. You seek death," he spat through clenched teeth, tossing aside his fan and launching a punch at Chengxing's face. The onlookers finally grasped the gravity of the situation, realizing that Galio was indeed lacking in common sense. As long as he refrained from attacking Chengxing, the Shao family had no authority to intervene since the incident was not occurring within their market. However, should Galio choose to strike a member of the Shao family, the situation would be vastly different. The guard stood momentarily dumbfounded, watching as Galio swung at Cheng Xing with the fist approaching. Cheng Xing remained composed, showing no inclination to evade. Galio's confidence surged as he smirked. "Step aside, vermin!" Just as the crowd braced for Cheng Xing to be sent sprawling, a resounding voice cut through the tension. "Who do you think you are? Do you dare to lay hands on the young Master Cheng?" Alongside the words came the thunderous sound of fists colliding. My apologies for the delay. "Young Master," Pain declared, stepping in front of Cheng Xing, his palm firmly gripping Galio's fist. Cheng Xing nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Surround them," Pain commanded. Immediately, over 20 guards clad in the Shao family's uniform pushed through the crowd, encircling Galio and his companions, their weapons glinting ominously in the light. The individuals who had previously been attacking the burly man quickly adjusted their formation, converging towards Galio. Struggling to free himself from Pain's grip, Galio glared at his throbbing hand and bellowed, "This is none of your Shao family's concern, Pain. Your actions will pit the Shao family against my Galio family." The Shao and Jali families have long been at odds, with numerous conflicts occurring frequently. In light of such threats, Cheng Xing scoffed disdainfully. "Jali Ao, today you dared to lay hands on our young Master Cheng. Is this not an affront to the Shao family?" Pain, emboldened, asserted that today's events were witnessed by many, attesting that it was Jali Ao who initiated the confrontation with Cheng Xing previously. He had arrived at the entrance of the textile market with personnel to maintain order. And since Cheng Xing's appearance, he had instructed his men to be ready to act at any moment. Aware of his own culpability, Jali Ao chose to change the subject. "Cheng Xing, you possess the audacity to instigate trouble. Yet you lack the courage to resolve it yourself, relying on others to stand in for you. How shameful." Despite the numerous guards at his back, Jali Ao remained arrogant. Cheng Xing ignored him, helping the woman to her feet and leading her to the imposing man. A mere gesture sufficed to express his gratitude, and he turned back, coldly retorting, "Are you suggesting a one-on-one duel? Then, what audacity you possess. You claim to have the capability, yet when it comes to seizing a woman, you send your subordinates to do your bidding. Why do you not act yourself? Are you fearful of being vanquished by a mere 7-star fighter?" Cheng Xing shrugged his shoulders, exuding disdain. The crowd, having overheard Cheng Xing's remarks, erupted in laughter. In Wutan City, who was unaware of Jali Ao's notorious behavior. Had it not been for the backing of the Jali family, he would have likely met his demise countless times. Yet here he was, uttering such shameless words. It was truly comical. "You scoundrel." Jali Ao's lips twitched, his body trembling with tension, fists clenched so tightly they creaked, his gaze fiercely fixed on the impassive Cheng Xing. Seeing their master in such a state of agitation, Jali Ao's subordinates brandished their weapons, confronting the vigilant Shao family guards. Gritting his teeth in anger, Jali Ao quickly fanned himself, watching as the girl assisted someone into the crowd. Realizing that securing this individual today was futile, taking a deep breath, he ominously declared, "You little brat, I will remember this incident. Let us go." With a wave of his hand, he attempted to lead his subordinates away. "Wait," Cheng Xing spoke softly. Initially believing the spectacle had concluded, the crowd's attention once again converged on Cheng Xing. Even Pain, standing nearby, began to perspire. Though Jali Ao was in the wrong, such minor skirmishes were tolerable for both families. However, if it escalated, it would be troublesome for them both. "What do you wish for now?" Jali Ao pressed, suppressing his fury. Today, he had lost face without achieving his goal, all due to the meddling of Cheng Xing. Cheng Xing glanced at Pain, squinting with a smile that held a hint of mockery, and explained, "Uncle Pain, what should be done about those who disrupt the normal operations of the textile market?" Pain quickly replied, bowing slightly, "They should receive 30 lashes or a fine of 3,000 gold coins." The crowd erupted in cheers, astonished that the Shao family had managed to outmaneuver this notorious young scoundrel, providing a sense of vindication. Although the punishment would likely not be enforced, witnessing Jali Ao's embarrassment brought joy to the onlookers, who clapped enthusiastically. With a darkened expression, Jali Ao glared at the 20-odd burly men surrounding him. Feeling immense inner turmoil, he had not anticipated that this boy would dare to confront him in such a manner. "Young Master Jali Ao, you surely do not wish to return home with your skin flayed." Cheng Xing's smile was warm, appearing amiable to the crowd, yet contrasting sharply with his calculated demeanor, which felt exceedingly sinister. "Step aside." Jaylee Ao averted his gaze from Cheng Xing, hastily tossing a bag of gold coins from his spatial ring. Upon receiving the coins, Payne glanced at Cheng Xing, who nodded slightly before signaling the crowd to allow the enraged young master to leave. "All right, everyone, the show has concluded. The Xiao Family Textile Market will continue to provide you with the best service and ensure your safety around the market. The Xiao family guards are fully capable of guaranteeing this. Please rest assured that as he watched Jaylee Ao and his entourage depart in displeasure, Cheng Xing declared loudly. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Xing took a moment to promote the textile market, subtly diminishing the impact of his own actions in response to such a mature closing statement. The crowd perceived a seasoned leader who had managed the market for many years, an incongruity between his mature demeanor and youthful appearance. Splendid work by the Xiao family. Indeed, even the Jaylee family, one of the three great clans, dares not act recklessly. Safety is undoubtedly ensured. Praise flowed abundantly, and the crowd quickly surged into the textile market, restoring order to the previously chaotic streets, with foot traffic even increasing. Having accomplished this, Cheng Xing sighed in relief, turning to face Payne, whose unwavering protection had ensured his safety, a warm smile gracing his face that bore no trace of his earlier maturity. "Uncle Payne, I'm grateful for your timely intervention. Otherwise, it could have turned troublesome." Cheng Xing scratched his head, cheerfully conversing with Payne, while gesturing to the guards behind him. The once composed and calculating youth had reverted to his usual harmless demeanor, leaving Payne both surprised and apprehensive. After more than half a month of interaction, he had come to understand that this boy's mindset was far from ordinary, and today's events only reinforced his judgment. Indeed, young Master Cheng displays remarkable courage. Otherwise, we could only maintain order among the crowd without being able to intervene with Jaylee Ao. Payne offered a wry smile, signaling for his men to depart first. With Jaylee Ao causing a scene at our textile market's entrance, today's revenue will surely be affected. As for the 3,000 gold coins, you can handle that, but at the very least, treat your men to a good meal. Cheng Xing instructed Payne as they walked toward the market. Payne nodded vigorously in response, since Cheng Xing had begun to assist with managing the market. The accounts had improved significantly, with most discrepancies resolved, and he even managed to secure some extra benefits for his men. Thus, both personally and professionally, Payne felt absolute loyalty to this young man who was slightly shorter than himself. As Cheng Xing entered the textile market and walked a short distance, he waved at Payne. "Uncle Payne, you may attend to your duties. I'll take a look around myself." After acknowledging, Payne discreetly withdrew. Wandering through the market, Cheng Xing found he needed little, merely some herbs for refining foundational spirit liquid, of which he had only one portion left from his previous purchase. He proceeded to buy several high-quality materials at the herb shop, but found the wood-type magic core to be particularly elusive. Given his current training pace, reaching the level of a fighter would likely take nearly a year. Should he be assigned elsewhere by then, lacking sufficient strength, even with the system's assistance, could prove quite troublesome. At present, he was still in the stage of fighting energy. Aside from focusing on the materials for the foundational spirit liquid, he could only practice combat techniques, accelerating the consumption of fighting energy to indirectly boost his progress. With these thoughts in mind, Cheng Xing hastily exited the textile market. Back at his modest abode, he observed the foundational spirit liquid in a small container on the table. He quickly replaced the water with fresh. Placing the new foundational spirit liquid into the basin, as dawn broke, with the first rays of sunlight piercing through the delicate white mist, Cheng Xing firmly planted his stance, feet embedded in the earth. Gritting his teeth as he struck at the tree trunk before him, a dull thud resonated from the collision between the tree and Cheng Xing's chest, each impact sending sparks of light toward him, causing his body to tremble slightly and emit muffled groans. Gradually, his torso flushed red, palm prints staining his skin, with a twitch of his lips and a sharp intake of breath through clenched teeth. Cheng Xing felt a wave of numbness wash over him, his head growing heavy. The searing pain made it difficult to remain conscious, and his body continually signaled that he was nearing his limit. Ding! Training session standards met. Enhancement successful. Your physique has been strengthened by one. That hearing the prompt echo in his mind, Cheng Xing muttered to himself, "This system's training feature is truly remarkable." After several days of continuous effort, It has only granted me one enhancement. Leaning against the tree, he gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, the piercing pain rendering him oblivious to wiping away the perspiration that if this bruising was not treated promptly, the morning's training would be for naught. System. Conclude the training session. As Chengxing's command was issued, the faint luminescence emanating from the tree trunk promptly dissipated. This training course serves as a means to obtain enhancement points. And for Chengxing, who is still at the stage of fighting energy, this particular course amounts to nothing more than self-infliction. Lacking any additional training methods by striking the tree trunk himself, the system transfers the force back to Chengxing's body, simultaneously honing his punching technique, enhancing his endurance, and consuming fighting energy, a trifecta of benefits. Immersed in a liquid as verdant as jade, a gentle, soothing power flowed through the pores that had opened from his earlier perspiration, erasing the crimson stains of blood. The energy from the liquid continuously surged into Chengxing's body, fortifying every corner of his physique. That on the system's back-end panel, Chengxing's physical attribute rose from the previous 4 points to a current 7 points. He progressed from the 4th tier to the 5th, earning 1 point from the training course and another from soaking in the foundational spiritual liquid. Presently, Chengxing's physical strength is on par with that of an average 8th tier fighter. The panel displayed various data about his body, revealing that his high soul attribute allowed him to absorb fighting energy at a rate surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Although the production of the foundational spiritual liquid is quite consuming, it regenerates 1 point daily, and with his current 10 points in soul attributes, he finds it more than sufficient. Once his fighting energy was restored, Chengxing, inspired by a sudden impulse, swung his palm down upon the table with force, executing the 8 extremes collapse. Accompanied by a thunderous crash, the room was instantly enveloped in dust, and the aged, somewhat decayed wooden table shattered into a heap of debris, splintering with chips and creating a cloud of dust all around. Wow, the 8 extremes collapse is indeed terrifying, Chengxing exclaimed, covering his mouth and nose, his voice barely a whisper, yet unable to mask the shock within. Merely at the 5th tier of fighting energy, he could effortlessly demolish a table. Were this technique to strike a person, it would surely result in at least a fracture. Gazing at the fragments scattered across the floor, Chengxing felt a sharp sting in his hand and warmth flowing from his lips. As the dust began to settle, he focused his gaze to discover that the palm he had just used to unleash the 8 extremes collapse was now swollen, blood seeping from the wounds mingled with wood splinters. Alas, it seems my physical strength is insufficient, inflicting harm upon myself while attempting to vanquish my foes, he mused. Regaining his composure, he hurriedly tended to his wounds and returned to the foundational spiritual liquid to further enhance his physique. After his earlier attempt, Chengxing recognized the significance of having a robust body. Without rigorous training, employing the 8 extremes collapse would likely lead to injuries far worse than mere bleeding. The path of cultivation is often comprised of such fundamental, yet crucial practices. Without a solid foundation, how could one aspire to reach the pinnacle of excellence in the future? Though monotonous and tedious, the accumulation of daily efforts afforded Chengxing a profound sense of stability. As his strength was visibly on the rise, bang! The sound resonated through the thicket, startling birds into flight, while leaves cascaded from the swaying treetops, carried away by the wind, since commencing the training course. Such rhythmic sounds have echoed from the rear mountain thicket daily. 131. 132. Chengxing, bare-chested, tirelessly swung his fists, silently keeping count of his strikes. After nearly 3 months of relentless training, he could now strike over 100 times in one breath, and even on the sturdy trunk of the training tree, distinct palm imprints were visible. His arms swung once more, delivering a powerful blow to the trunk, causing the leaves to rustle loudly. 150. Chengxing counted, yet his body could no longer endure, forcing him to lean against the tree trunk as he slowly sat down on the ground, panting heavily while also forming cultivation seals. Each time he practiced in such a state, the results were remarkably efficient, and naturally, he would not let this opportunity slip as his breathing gradually stabilized. Chengxing began to greedily absorb the external energies. Although the amount absorbed was less than 1/10 of that from the foundational spiritual liquid, it sufficed to alleviate the hollowness of his internal fighting energy. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed, and Chengxing had ascended to the 6th tier of fighting energy, experiencing significant improvements in his physical condition. His physical attributes now stood at 10 points. nearly equivalent to his soul attributes, a feat made possible by his unwavering dedication to daily training and the nurturing effects of the foundational spiritual liquid. Having reached the threshold of intermediate 9th tier fighting energy, Cheng Xing was now on the brink of attaining the 7th tier, inching closer to the advanced threshold. Following the peak of the 6th tier reached a fortnight ago, his training pace had noticeably slowed. Feeling no impetus to break through to the 7th tier, Cheng Xing decided to conclude his morning regimen. Returning to his dwelling, he observed the exceedingly faint hue of the water basin, the energy contained within now quite diluted, insufficient to sustain his nurturing needs. Looks like it's time to procure a few magic crystals again. The foundational spiritual liquid I have is depleted, and I need to refine a few more batches to sustain my progress as a fighter. Cheng Xing murmured to himself before closing the door and hastily making his way outside. 3 batches of foundational spiritual liquid had propelled Cheng Xing from the 4th tier directly to the 6th in less than half a year. Such swift progress, if disseminated, would undoubtedly mark him as a prodigious talent within the Shao family as long as he reached the 7th tier by the coming adult ceremony in 6 months. He would gain the family's recognition, although Cheng Xing remained indifferent to such matters, as his aspirations extended far beyond spending a lifetime within the Shao family of Wutan City. However, in the past half year, his frequent appearances at the textile market, coupled with the rumors of extorting Galio circulating throughout the city, had led many of his peers within the clan to gossip. The textile market was a vital vein for the Shao family. Should one's cultivation falter, securing a position within the market could ensure a stable and prosperous life in the latter half of their days. Especially for those of weaker strength, many had begun to scramble for last-minute efforts, hoping to surge to the 7th tier within the final year. Yet, Cheng Xing remained unfocused on his training, opting instead to engage in the management of the textile market, further solidifying their suspicions of preferential treatment from Xiaozhan. This prompted several youths previously detached from the influence of the elders to band together, led by Xiao Ning, the eldest elder's grandson, and Xiao Ku, the second elder's grandson. Their forebears had been scheming to unite against Xiaozhan's position as clan leader. Cheng Xing was acutely aware of all these undercurrents. Having navigated through the treacherous social landscape of Blue Star, he paid little heed to such petty tricks, for in this realm, strength alone dictated truth. Once more, he stepped out of the clan, oblivious to the peculiar gazes and discussions of his peers that in the corner. Xiao Ning smirked as he watched Cheng Xing depart, turning to converse with Xiao Ke. Chapter 7. Ambushed. Cheng Xing remained unaware of any anomalies as he walked alone onto the main street. Observing Cheng Xing's retreating figure, Xiao Ke chuckled ominously, playing with the spatial ring in his hand. His tone dark. You refuse to recognize your place. This is the Shao family's domain, and it is not for a worthless outsider like you to meddle. Subsequently, Xiao Ke swiftly darted down another alley, where several burly men were concealed, all appearing quite formidable and menacing. Among them was a familiar, scrawny figure, Galio, the very individual who had previously clashed with Cheng Xing. Make sure to be ruthless. It's best if this kid can't walk again. Xiao Ning sneered, his eyes narrowing with a sinister glint, revealing his true nature as a petty villain. Taking the spatial ring handed to him, Galio grinned wickedly. Rest assured, I'll personally ensure this guy becomes a complete wreck. The others took the items handed to them by Galio, donning them in a matter of moments. Xiao Ke chuckled, his demeanor smug. These are the latest garments from the Shao family, personally selected by me. Absolutely foolproof. Just make sure to dispose of them promptly after use. Otherwise, it could lead to significant trouble. Exchanging knowing glances with the bodyguards clad in Shao family attire, Galio signaled with his eyes before turning away. We know what to do. You can leave now that we're heading over right away, one of the guards replied, effectively dismissing Xiao Ke. The group, donned in fresh Shao family attire, hurried down the secluded streets, intending to intercept Cheng Xing before he could reach the Shao family's textile market. After a morning of rigorous training, Cheng Xing felt somewhat fatigued, especially after resolving his basic needs. With his blood sugar rising, fatigue inevitably crept into his mind that I hope this gets done quickly so I can return to my training. Once I become a fighter, I won't have to waste my days in this Wutan city. Cheng Xing contemplated as he still had half the distance to cover to the textile market. Not to mention the need to purchase wood-type magic cores that it seemed today as training would have to be postponed until the evening. Just as Cheng Xing exited the morning stall, the Shao clansmen in their family attire spotted him. This street was rather secluded, And it was precisely due to its remoteness that Cheng Xing favored this morning shop, visiting nearly every day. Sensing the sudden presence of several fighters with considerable energy behind him, Cheng Xing cautiously turned to assess the situation. "Stop, he seems to have noticed us," the leading man observed keenly, quickly shifting his face to deliberately avoid Cheng Xing's gaze. Upon recognizing the individuals clad in Xiao family attire, Cheng Xing couldn't help but sigh, a flicker of joy surfacing in his heart. "That I've told you countless times, there's no need to follow me that I in Wutan City. Very few would dare to lay a hand on the Xiao family." Cheng Xing turned around with a smile, walking towards the group while gesturing with his hands. The others, having just noticed his return, couldn't help but think that their plans might have been exposed. However, upon hearing Cheng Xing's words, which they assumed were meant to protect him, they all shared a knowing, cynical smile and approached him with exaggerated, insincere grins. Cheng Xing observed the unfamiliar faces before him, a flicker of doubt stirring within him. Who are these people? Although the Xiao family was neither too large nor too small, it was improbable that he would know everyone. Yet, these individuals appeared strikingly alien, exuding an ominous aura. Could it be that I have misremembered? Just as Cheng Xing pondered this, the group quickened their pace, hands tucked behind their backs, their movements accompanied by the dull thud of blunt weapons slicing through the air. No, these individuals are here to cause trouble. Cheng Xing's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily summoned his fighting spirit, bracing himself for an unexpected confrontation. However, after his recent training, the lack of foundational spiritual liquid left him with only a meager reserve of fighting spirit. Moreover, it was evident that the opponents before him harbored ill intentions, putting him in a precarious situation that in mere moments, the group positioned themselves in a semicircle, effectively trapping Cheng Xing 3-star fire attribute fighters. A significant threat. 3-star earth attribute fighters. A significant threat. 2-star fire attribute fighters. A significant threat. The information scanned before him caused Cheng Xing to gasp in shock. All these individuals were fighters, and engaging with any one of them would spell defeat, let alone facing them all at once. Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes slightly, calmly inquiring, "Before you make a move, could you kindly inform me who sent you?" The group, taken aback by Cheng Xing's keen perception, momentarily faltered, exchanging brief glances. "What are you hesitating for? Beat him to a pulp." A furious voice erupted from behind Cheng Xing. Turning to look, he saw Jie Liao with his folded fan pointed directly at him, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Cheng Xing, initially uncertain about how to respond, found a glimmer of hope with Jie Liao's arrival. Although his fighting spirit was low, he could still muster enough energy to unleash an 8 extremes burst. And if he could close in on Jie Liao first, perhaps he could escape. Jie Liao, observing Cheng Xing's stillness, assumed he had been rendered speechless by the surrounding tension, but he smirked mockingly, taunting, "What's wrong, kid? Realizing now that you've stirred up trouble? After you take this beating today, you'd best avoid me in the future, ha ha ha." His laughter mingled with the sound of the others swinging their iron rods, echoing in Cheng Xing's ears. The sight before him unfolded in a slow-motion farce as they advanced. "Ding! The combat system has been activated for you. An attack has been detected. Would you like to initiate evasive maneuvers?" 2 rapid notifications rang in his mind. Although the assailants moved slowly in Cheng Xing's perception, he could still feel the ferocity of their strikes. That if he were to be hit, he would likely suffer severe bruising or even fractures. "Engage!" Ding. 1 free dodge has been consumed, following the system as prompt. Cheng Xing moved with remarkable agility, deftly sidestepping the iron rods and smoothly slipping out of the attacker's range. "What?" Jie Liao's face was filled with astonishment, his earlier arrogance vanishing as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? You're merely a waste with 4 segments of fighting spirit. How can you possess such terrifying speed?" Evading the surprise assault of multiple fighters without a scratch was beyond what a typical fighting spirit user could achieve. Ignoring the incredulity around him, Cheng Xing discreetly accessed the system panel, noting that he still had 4 free dodges remaining. 0.4 chances left. "It seems I can retreat safely." Cheng Xing let out a breath of relief. "So, Jie Liao, are you really intent on making an enemy of the Xiao family? Have you considered the consequences?" he said coldly, crossing his arms in a pose of calculated composure. Jie Liao, recovering from Cheng Xing's shocking reflexes, clicked his tongue. "I only intended to give you a beating today, but since you put it that way, you might as well die here. That way no one will know it was me. they'll just think someone mysteriously vanished in Wutan City. People go missing every day. No one will suspect a thing. Jay Lee Ao spoke nonchalantly, a sinister smile gracing his lips. This Jay Lee Ao seems unlike his character in the original story. This is not the decisive bravado one would expect from a carefree dandy. Cheng Xing couldn't help but feel a sense of lamentation that I didn't want to resort to this. But if we are to completely sever ties, then I shall proceed without hesitation. Cheng Xing's spirit surged. Radiating an intense heat, that it was evident that Jay Lee Ao and his group had not yet perceived the flicker of menace that briefly danced in Cheng Xing's eyes. Kid, if you kneel and kowtow. Calling me Grandpa a few times, I might spare you a complete corpse. That would be a fair deal, Jay Lee Ao said, biting down on his fan, attempting to assuage the inexplicable heat enveloping him. Young master, we should take care of this. It suddenly feels so hot, remarked one of the guards standing before Jay Lee Ao, smacking his lips in discomfort. Cheng Xing smirked wickedly. Who knows who will end up killing whom? Damn it, still so stubborn at death's door. Finish him off. The sweltering air pushed Jay Lee Ao to the brink of impatience, as he fanned himself vigorously to cool off while commanding his men to attack, intent on eliminating Cheng Xing. The wave of heat radiated from Cheng Xing, engulfing an area of several dozen feet around him. The Golden Emperor's blazing flame, ranked fourth among the extraordinary fires, was a fire inherited from an ancient clan, notorious for its ability to incinerate even fighting spirit. Cheng Xing had merely replicated a diminutive portion of it, yet it was sufficient to alter the surrounding environment. Golden flames flickered at his fingertips, shimmering like gold under the sun. Burn! With a few light gestures, the flames drifted away, meandering toward the group. Boom! Cheng Xing commanded inwardly, and the Golden Emperor's blazing flame erupted before them, resembling a golden firework in full bloom. Before the group could react, the searing flames cascaded down upon them. Playing with fire like a child deserves a spanking. Jay Lee Ao laughed mockingly at the sight. Cheng Xing found himself unable to argue. At that moment, he lacked the strength to speak. This small flicker of extraordinary fire had drained his fighting spirit, barely producing this effect. Now, he could only watch as the flames danced upon the crowd like mischievous sprites. This little flame won't harm us fighters. As the extraordinary fire landed on them, clinging to their clothing, it began to burn slowly. Kid, watch closely. This little fire of yours can't harm us in the slightest. This is the strength of a fighter. Take heed in your next life. The group, feeling quite pleased with themselves, suddenly found Cheng Xing smiling enigmatically as he retorted, "Oh, is that so? I beg to differ. Stop wasting time with him. Take care of this quickly, that we still need to pick up our items at the auction. We can't afford to be delayed." Jay Lee Ao impatiently scolded his companions. The others complied, attempting to brush off the golden embers clinging to their garments. What is this? Why can't I get it off? It's so hot. Why is it burning? Quick, use fighting spirit. Use fighting spirit to get this off. The once minor embers of extraordinary fire that had merely clung to their clothes began to spread after contact with their hands. Unbeknownst to them, the activation of their protective fighting spirit only fueled the Golden Emperor's blazing flame's ferocious consumption. Utterly foolish. The Golden Emperor's blazing flame cannot be extinguished by mere fighting spirit. Cheng Xing watched as the group became increasingly engulfed in flames that in less than a few breaths, they were consumed by the Golden Emperor's blazing flame, leaving not even a trace behind, their anticipated cries of anguish never having the chance to escape their lips. With a few explosive sounds, the once self-satisfied group was swept away by the wind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of eliminating a fighter. The system will automatically grant you rewards. 10 cubic meters of storage space, 1 random message about a treasure from heaven and earth, and 1 gathering chi pill. Observing the terror in Jay Lee Ao's eyes, Cheng Xing couldn't help but smile wider as he listened to the series of system notifications. The system has automatically replenished your status. Please continue your efforts. I wonder, young master, have you been stunned into silence? What happened to all your bravado just moments ago? As his status restored, even surpassing his previous state, Cheng Xing gradually rose to his feet and addressed Jay Lee Ao. Still reeling from shock, Jay Lee Ao stammered, "Impossible. What on earth did you use? How could several fighters simply vanish into thin air in broad daylight?" although Jie Liao had no idea what Cheng Xing had utilized. He retained enough rationality to retreat cautiously, his only thought being to survive. Cheng Xing grinned. "Weren't you the one who wanted to teach me a lesson? If no one else is going to do it, can't you handle it yourself?" Despite being only a 6-segment fighter, he still possessed the 8 Extremes Burst, a high-level technique, as well as a low-level technique card that if he seized the opportunity to eliminate a demoralized fighter, the chances of success would be substantial. "Please, don't kill me." Galio's legs weakened, causing him to stumble backward on flat ground and fall to the ground, confronted by the relentless advance of Cheng Xing. Galio, despite being a fighter, typically relied on his status to intimidate others and rarely engaged in physical confrontations himself. Now, witnessing his subordinates inexplicably fall to Cheng Xing, all of whom were also fighters, he felt an utter lack of fighting spirit. For a pampered youth, self-preservation was paramount. "Please spare me. This was not my idea." That was all instigated by Xiao Ku and the elder of the Xiao family, Galio hastily exclaimed. Upon hearing that the assailants were affiliated with the Xiao family, the smile on Cheng Xing's face gradually faded. "Xiao Ku." Cheng Xing furrowed his brow. Noticing Cheng Xing pausing, Galio quickly tore off the new Xiao family uniform he was wearing and held it high above his head, declaring, "Indeed, how else could I have obtained your latest uniform? This was all arranged by your elder, who procured them from the textile workshop controlled by the Miter family. Xiao Ku stole a few pieces for us to wear, allowing us to approach you." Observing the uniform Galio held aloft, Cheng Xing recalled hearing Payne mention the recent procurement of the latest Xiao family uniforms at the textile market, a matter that was not publicly known within the clan. The Galio family could at most glean this information, and obtaining uniforms from the Miter family was nearly impossible. That seemed Galio spoke the truth. Cheng Xing mused internally, surprised that Xiao Ku and his associates would resort to such tactics. Though he thought this, Cheng Xing merely smiled calmly and replied, "Very well, then I must trouble you to accompany me back to the Xiao family." Upon hearing the words "back to the Xiao family," Galio's face twitched. Within Wutan City, the Xiao family and the Galio family had long been at odds, and it had only been a little over a decade since their last large-scale conflict. Entering the Xiao family would likely come with a steep price for survival. "Can I not go?" Galio forced a smile, his gaze fixed intently on Cheng Xing. Cheng Xing slowly approached, intent on inspecting the new uniform's authenticity. Suddenly, Galio seized the opportunity, hurling the uniform at Cheng Xing and springing to his feet, shouting, "Do you really think my prowess as a fighter is mere decoration?" Cheng Xing quickly retreated, the uniform dispersing in front of him, momentarily obstructing their eye contact. "Taste my fist." Galio's voice emerged from behind the garment. Yellow-level advanced fighting technique, mountain-shattering fist. The uniform was swept along by Galio's fist, hurtling toward Cheng Xing with great speed. Faced with such an attack, Cheng Xing dared not underestimate it. To counter a fighter's strength using his 6-stage fighting aura, he could only deploy a high-level mysterious technique to bridge the vast gap between them. He immediately mobilized his internal fighting aura, his right hand forming a palm as he met the oncoming strike. 8 extremities burst. He shouted inwardly, and their fists collided that a tremendous force reverberated through Cheng Xing's right hand, sending a shockwave through his entire body. Although the impact was significantly diminished, it still forced him to stagger back several steps before regaining his footing, causing dust to swirl around the street. Damn it, he got away. Utilizing his exceptional spiritual perception, Cheng Xing could not sense Galio's presence amidst the dust. He cursed but refrained from pursuing, for the earlier punch had left his right hand somewhat numb. With 6-stage fighting aura, Cheng Xing had managed to withstand a yellow-level advanced technique used by a 1-star fighter, showcasing a terrifying level of combat prowess that if he continued to cultivate for a while longer and entered the fighter ranks, he would likely face few challengers of the same level. As the dust settled, only a dust-covered Xiao family uniform lay quietly on the ground. If Galio's claims were accurate, there should be transaction records regarding the shipments at the Miter family. Cheng Xing picked up the garment, contemplating. If Xiao Ku and the elder indeed had such intentions, I will ensure that they do not fare well. In his memories, he had had no grievances with Xiao Ku. Yet today he found himself in such peril. Without the fearsome and ruthless otherworldly fire at his disposal, escape would have been exceedingly difficult. Cheng Xing gazed at the light, gray dust on the ground, remnants left by those who had been incinerated. Although he had witnessed numerous bloodied conflicts before, none had been as shocking as this stark contrast. This otherworldly fire was indeed terrifying, gradually calming his emotions. Cheng Xing placed the Shao family uniform into his backpack after dusting it off. The Mitre auction house. Yafei, Cheng Xing murmured that if he wished to gather evidence to validate Galio's assertions, a visit to the Mitre auction house was imperative. The Mitre auction house was the largest auction venue in all of Wutan City. Although the Shao family was one of the three major families within the city, operating several medium-sized textile markets. They were utterly incomparable to this auction house. He gazed toward the grand venue at the end of the street. Cheng Xing quickened his pace, stepping inside the hall under the vigilant eyes of several armed guards at the entrance. The interior of the hall was resplendent, adorned with golden decorations that exuded opulence. Searching the surroundings, Cheng Xing made his way to a small room marked as the reception area. Upon entering, he found several young women chattering animatedly at a desk, while a cabinet behind them was stuffed with various documents. Noticing Cheng Xing's entrance, the women continued their conversations without acknowledging him. Clearing his throat deliberately, Cheng Xing finally drew their attention. One of the women approached him nonchalantly, asking, "Sir, how may I assist you?" Tossing the previously dust-laden Shao family uniform onto the desk, Cheng Xing coldly replied, "Please check when our Shao family's batch of uniforms will be ready." The group of women recoiled, coughing as dust rose from the uniform, scattering in all directions. "Of course, sir. Please hold on a moment." The receptionist's tone softened, and she gestured for Cheng Xing to sit down, pouring him tea and smiling apologetically. "Please take your time." Though the Shao family did not match the scale of the Mitre family, their annual trade volume was considerable. If the management were to learn of such treatment towards a guest from the Shao family, reprimands would ensue. After all, the Mitre auction house thrived within the empire due to its adept handling of relationships. Cheng Xing had no interest in tea. He simply closed his eyes to rest on the sofa. Before long, he heard a sultry voice whispering in his ear, "Is the Shao family elder in a hurry? The approval for the goods has only just begun. It is still too early for shipments." Cheng Xing opened his eyes to see a woman in a light pink qipao, her delicate hand shielding her ample bosom, slightly bending forward with a professional smile directed at him. "This is the detailed procurement list and production progress," she continued, her cherry-red lips parting once more. "They have not neglected your hospitality, have they? I am Yafei, and if you have any questions, feel free to approach me directly." Gazing upon the woman's charming face, with her luminous, elongated eyes seemingly radiating warmth and allure, her graceful and fair neck accentuated by her attire, and her waist that begged to be embraced, Cheng Xing could not help but let his gaze linger for a moment before hastily returning to the documents before him. How could the Mitre auction house ever provide inadequate service? He chuckled awkwardly. Accepting the materials, he placed them on his knees, slightly curling his body as he attempted to conceal his growing interest. Confronted with such a mature beauty as a young man, it was impossible not to react, unless one were devoid of all sensation. After Yafei took her seat, she gestured for the others to leave. Upon examining the materials Yafei had provided, Cheng Xing quickly identified several discrepancies, noting that many materials had excessive waste, and the signatories had changed from the previous Xiaozhan to the elder and the second elder. 3 sets of samples produced. Cheng Xing pointed at the latest line in the documents, questioning Yafei, "Is that piece on the table one of those 3 sets?" Yafei met Cheng Xing's determined gaze and became serious, striding over to the desk in her high heels to closely examine the item. Moments later, her charming face clouded with concern as she murmured, "This isn't right. I know all the samples produced, but I have never seen this one." Yet this piece had indeed been created and delivered through the Mitre auction house as the new Shao family uniform. Before Yafei, Cheng Xing drew a knife and sliced open the inner collar of the garment, revealing a small mark that appeared before them. This mark was exclusive to the workshops controlled by the Mitre family and could be found in discrete locations on all silk products and various items used within the Mitre auction house. Cheng Xing maintained a stoic expression, observing Yafei's every action, confirming her ignorance of this matter. The previously proud Yafei had noticeably softened in demeanor. Yafei gently folded the garment, allowing the dust to settle upon her pristine fingers, then turned to Cheng Xing with a smile. "Young Master Cheng, is this matter entrusted to you by the Shao family elder?" Observing the playful smile on Yafei's face, Cheng Xing did not respond immediately. Instead, he savored his tea in silence. The Middle family has always been renowned for its integrity, with the order details of all clients known solely to both parties. There exists no other family auction house within the Gama Empire that boasts such a high level of confidentiality. If this matter were to leak, it would spell trouble. Not only could my journey of experience come to an abrupt end, but the entire family's reputation could also be at stake. As these thoughts crossed Yufei's mind, she found herself unable to remain still. She picked up her teacup, filled it for Cheng Xing, and then sat closely beside him. Young Master Cheng, I assure you that I will provide a response that will satisfy the nobility. It will merely require some time, she said, turning her body slightly. Her enchanting, moon-like eyes radiated allure, each smile and frown projecting the lethal charm of a mature woman. The fragrance emanating from her became more potent as she drew nearer. Inhaling the subtle yet pleasant scent, coupled with the proximity to such a stunningly beautiful woman, Cheng Xing felt his heart begin to race. Miss Yufei, this matter is of great significance that my uncle has instructed me to trust the actions of the Middle Auction House until the truth is uncovered. Cheng Xing replied with a smile. The worry in Yufei's brow dissipated significantly, her smile transforming into something even more captivating. Young Master Cheng, you may simply call me Yufei from now on. Such formalities make me seem overly delicate. Yufei, you wouldn't wish for this matter to become public knowledge, would you? Cheng Xing shifted the topic, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he squinted at Yufei. Yufei's expression shifted to one of shock. She had previously heard rumors within her clan about auctioneers encountering bizarre clients who would create difficulties or make excessive demands during their journeys. Although she had been warned, it was unexpected that such a situation would arise in her own life. Earlier, in the capital, she had dealt with an annoying member of the Mu family, and now, in this small town of Wutan, she found herself facing similar vexations. Upon reflecting on this, a hint of sorrow crossed Yufei's features. As a fragile woman, it was indeed difficult to avoid being swayed by the whims of fate. Cheng Xing wore a teasing expression, fully aware of Yufei's lofty aspirations. However, if she could not endure even this minor hardship, her years of training back in the capital would unlikely lead her to become strong. Yufei managed to smile, her momentary sadness fading away, and with a flirtatious tone, she asked, Young Master Cheng, are you implying that you wish to threaten me? Originally intending to jest, Cheng Xing continued, Ha, Yufei, as far as I know, your arrival in Wutan was for the purpose of training, and there are indeed relevant assessments during this process. Am I correct? Gazing at the youthful boy before her, calmly discussing his background and mission, Yufei found it hard to believe. Such information was known only to a select few within the Middle Auction House. It was impossible for others in Wutan to be aware of it. Indeed, that is why I applied to manage these trade affairs. Yufei replied, suppressing her astonishment and attempting to appear nonchalant, that if you wish to disclose this matter, it would not affect me much. It would merely result in a slight reduction in my assessment level. In such moments, those who falter would be easily manipulated, and Yufei's composed response was commendable. Just as Cheng Xing was about to reveal his true intentions, a notification sound echoed quietly in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the Yufei task and activating the reward task to assist Yufei in becoming the gold medal auctioneer of the Middle Auction House. The auctioneers at the Middle Auction House were categorized by levels based on the cumulative value of the items auctioned. The higher the level, the more resources they receive from the family, along with greater status and influence. Within the Middle Auction House, the auctioneer levels range from bronze, silver, to gold, each further divided into 3 tiers, totaling 9 levels. Yufei, with her striking presence and exceptional interpersonal skills, had only managed to achieve a mere silver tier 3 in the Wutan Auction House. Acquiring this silver tier 3 had taken significant effort, as she had only recently ascended from bronze tier 1. Although she was now the chief auctioneer of the Middle Auction House in Wutan, upon departing for other cities, she would still be regarded as a silver tier 3 auctioneer. Upon absorbing this information, Cheng Xing was somewhat taken aback. The auctioneer Yufei, who was fervently adored by countless individuals in Wutan, was merely a silver tier auctioneer at the Middle Auction House. Just how enticing must the gold tier auctioneer be? Haha, Yufei, you jest. Even if I had several more ounces of courage, I would not dare to threaten a member of the middle family. Cheng Xing chuckled, a grin spreading across his face. What do you mean by that? Yufei was confused by his words and sought clarification. Cheng Xing cleared his throat, raised his teacup, and drained it in one gulp. Then, he refilled Yufei's teacup and gently stated, I hadn't intended to reveal this so soon, but you should be able to uncover it if you investigate further. He gestured toward the neatly arranged Shao family uniform, continuing, this uniform is something I obtained from Galio this morning. How is that possible? Yufei exclaimed, disbelief etched across her face. Even if this batch of orders was released early, it should have been delivered to the Shao family members. How could it end up in the hands of the Gale family? Yufei's brows knitted together, and she inhaled deeply, her chest rising and falling dramatically as she processed the shock. I am also uncertain why this uniform appeared in Galio's possession, which is why I sought out the middle auction house for clues. Do you suspect that our middle auction house has leaked this information? Yufei retorted, her tone tinged with an accusatory edge. Chengxing quickly waved his hands, saying, as for the middle family's intelligence-gathering capabilities, no one in the Gamma Empire can rival it. Moreover, this batch of uniforms is associated with your textile factory, which is why I came today, first to clarify this matter and second, to discuss a collaboration with you. Miss Yufei. Upon hearing the young man's words, Yufei's frown softened slightly that I will personally investigate this matter. You need not worry, young Master Cheng, she said, forcing a smile to ease the tension that if this news reached the higher-ups of the auction house, her hard-earned silver tier would likely be downgraded back to bronze. As for the collaboration Chengxing mentioned, she could not fathom what connection the Shao family could have that would necessitate him discussing it with her. Even regarding the uniform order, it was Shao Zhan himself who had come to negotiate, making her all the more curious about the proposed collaboration. What exactly do you mean by collaboration? Yufei inquired. Lifting her teacup, her cherry-red lips parting as the emerald tea flowed like a gentle stream, gracing her soft pink tongue, that it's quite simple that I will assist you in becoming the gold medal auctioneer of the middle auction house in Wutan. All I require is for you to help me with a few tasks before you reach that gold tier, Chengxing replied nonchalantly. Huffed. This revelation caused Yufei, who was sipping her tea, to spit it out completely. Chengxing barely managed to dodge, and the warm, fragrant tea splashed onto him. My sincerest apologies. Realizing her blunder, Yufei hurriedly produced a handkerchief, attempting to wipe the tea off Chengxing's clothes, hastily patting down the splattered spots. In her eagerness to assist, Yufei nearly pressed herself against Chengxing. The sensation of her soft body caused Chengxing's heart to race, his face flushing crimson, after meticulously wiping away the stains. Yufei straightened up, her flushed cheeks looking particularly captivating. With an apologetic tone, she said, I truly apologize for my excitement. I was quite rude just now. Her silky hair brushed against Chengxing's nose, leaving a faint fragrance that captivated his senses. At that moment, the allure was almost irresistible, causing his breathing to quicken. Brother, are you certain you are not jesting with your sister? Yufei asked, her gaze now sincere and resolute, devoid of prior flirtation. Her piercing gaze seemed to penetrate Chengxing's very soul. Grounding him, taking a deep breath, Chengxing touched his flushed cheeks and replied, of course, I'm not joking. Therefore, this matter will remain our secret. It must not be leaked. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Yufei's lips, seemingly tinged with a hint of disdain, yet also carrying the affectionate tone of an older sister indulging her mischievous younger brother. She playfully tapped his forehead through the handkerchief, saying, then, sister will listen intently. Let us see what clever scheme you have. Regardless, this shall be our little secret, all right? Her soft words lingered in Chengxing's ears, weaving a gentle lullaby that made him comprehend why so many in Wutan had succumbed to Yufei's charms. With such a thing, Chengxing casually tossed a small jade bottle onto the coffee table, where it rolled towards Yufei. With her professional instincts, Yufei quickly stabilized the jade bottle. The bottle's warm, gentle hue felt inviting to the touch, radiating a subtle warmth, unlike the chill of something recently handled. Upon her first contact with the jade bottle, Yufei was taken aback. While auctioning items in the past, she had encountered many contained within similar bottles, most of which were quite valuable and had only been seen in the capital. She had yet to witness such jade material being utilized in Wutan. What is this? Suppressing her curiosity, Yufei inquired. What is it that you are suggesting? Chengxing, with his fingers interlocked and his thumb resting on his chin, languidly replied, surely, there can be no swifter path to advancement than the auctioning of elixirs. Yufei clutched the jade vial tightly in her hand, desperately attempting to mask the astonishment that surged within her. Who would dare to imagine that a mere 15-year-old youth, burdened with the title of the second most inept individual in Wutan City, would now be discussing the auctioning of elixirs with her? In mere moments, a multitude of possibilities flickered through Ye Fei's mind, yet she found herself at a loss for words. What is this, an elixir? A fourth-grade elixir, the Gathering Chi Pill. Upon hearing the name Gathering Chi Pill, Ye Fei's hand began to tremble ever so slightly. This was akin to a ragged beggar presenting a multi-billion gold commercial bill to you, claiming to discuss high-speed rail construction with the deputy minister of the municipal publicity department. The greater the disparity, the more profound the shock. Observing the disbelief etched across Ye Fei's face, Cheng Xing chuckled softly. You may take it to Master Gunny for appraisal. Stunned into silence, Ye Fei nodded, clearly still reeling from her earlier astonishment. But as she departed, Cheng Xing gazed up at the ceiling, his entire body relaxing into the chair. Currently, the most valuable elixir he possessed was indeed this Gathering Chi Pill, but he had initially intended to keep it for his own advancement to a fighter, with its guaranteed ability to condense a fighter's energy vortex, enticing countless individuals eager to become fighters themselves, all yearning for such a pill. However, one cannot catch wolves without first sparing the cubs. Lacking ready access to foundational spirit liquid, convincing Ye Fei of his capacity to concoct a highly sought-after elixir was merely a pipe dream. Thus, presenting this Gathering Chi Pill would lead Ye Fei to temporarily believe in his abilities, paving the way for him to eventually provide her with finished foundational spirit liquid. In truth, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that he currently lacked sufficient funds. Further duplicating gold cards in the market was simply unsustainable. This presented an opportunity for collaboration, and thus the stage was set for this dramatic partnership. System, please inquire how much total value in items is required for a silver-tier auctioneer to ascend to gold-tier status. Ding! The Mitre Auction House assesses the speed of auctioneer advancement based on the total value of auction items, along with the overall popularity of the auction house. To transition from silver tier to gold tier. The quickest route requires hosting 10 auctions, each attended by at least 3,000 people, with each auction's total item value exceeding 150,000, or collectively auctioning items valued at 15 million gold. Regardless of whether one is a first or third-tier silver auctioneer, as long as the aforementioned conditions are met within a single assessment period, namely within the span of 1 year from the commencement of hosting any auction as a silver-tier auctioneer, they may ascend to gold-tier status. This did not appear overly challenging. However, Wutan City was merely a mid-sized city within the Gamma Empire. The cost of living in the city was also not particularly high, making the task of achieving this within a year quite formidable. It seemed that the foundational spirit liquid would have to be produced in bulk. Cheng Xing sighed at the realization of the 15 million gold requirement within a year. Fortunately, he could exchange the Gathering Chi Pill for a considerable amount of materials needed to concoct the foundational spirit liquid. Given some time, he could utilize the system to manufacture a large quantity of it. Just as Cheng Xing pondered his strategy, Ye Fei entered through the door. After Master Gunny's appraisal, it was confirmed that this elixir was indeed a genuine Gathering Chi Pill. Although Master Gunny was unable to concoct elixirs of such a grade, he was certainly capable of verifying their authenticity. Upon seeing the calm demeanor of the young man before her, Ye Fei felt an unexpected surge of trust. How did it go, Sister Ye Fei? Did Master Gunny finish his appraisal? Cheng Xing rose, watching as Ye Fei approached with measured steps. Ye Fei did not conceal her thoughts, gently placing the small jade vial on the tea table. She spoke. Master Gunny confirmed the elixir's authenticity and noted its potent effects, which are beyond the capability of an ordinary high-tier alchemist to produce. Yet, Cheng young master, you do not seem to be an alchemist, do you? The expressions of conflict and struggle were evident on Ye Fei's face. Although she had not mentioned the owner of the elixir to Master Gunny, he had advised her to cultivate a good relationship with its proprietor, regardless of the elixir's origins, as the door should always be open to guests. Cheng Xing remained noncommittal, pacing within the room before eventually stating, "My master prefers to avoid the noisy and chaotic atmosphere of the auction house. Thus he entrusted me with this elixir." Your master? Ye Fei mused silently. Within the Gamma Empire, the number of alchemists capable of producing a Gathering Chi Pill could be counted on one's fingers, and those who took on apprentices were typically scions of prominent families. Cheng Xing continued, "My master instructed me not to disclose his identity to anyone aside from you." Ye Fei's curiosity deepened. Having always held a lowly status within her family, the most favorable connections she had were with the royal family and a few members of other families. Yet there was nothing to suggest that anyone would extend such favor towards her. Was the old gentleman planning to auction elixirs in bulk? Yafei took a deep breath, steadying her racing heart as she inquired with as much composure as she could muster. It was worth noting that a fourth-grade elixir like the Gathering Chi pill had never been sold in large quantities before. If successful, it could potentially perfect her practical examination. Cheng Xing's lips twitched at this. This was his sole Gathering Chi pill, and even if he desired another, he could not part with it. My master has recently developed a new elixir that greatly assists individuals like me who lack innate talent in their cultivation. Cheng Xing spoke with feigned interest, embellishing his words. This spirit medicine can expedite the cultivation of those below the fighter level without any adverse effects. Yafei, upon hearing this, felt her head spin. This youth she had only met for a few hours was constantly redefining her understanding of reality. First, he had so much information, then the Gathering Chi pill, and now he spoke of a spirit liquid that accelerated the cultivation of fighter energy without any drawbacks. Amidst her astonishment, her enthusiasm surged forth. A figure of such caliber could surely draw the Miter family's attention, especially given her current position. If that is the case, I shall arrange for publicity in advance to create a significant buzz. Consequently, the auction price will soar. Yafei spoke with fervor, her mature and alluring charm radiating as she effortlessly articulated her thoughts, naturally adept at the role of an auctioneer, easily guiding the atmosphere. As for the Gathering Chi pill, it would depend on the old gentleman's intentions. If it were the case, our Miter auction house would ensure a price that would satisfy him. Cheng Xing smirked slightly. What did it matter if the old gentleman was satisfied? As long as he himself was content. After all, this was a windfall. As long as he could obtain a batch of foundational spirit liquid, the initial capital would be secured. Let us auction it off as soon as possible. The sooner, the better, Cheng Xing stated. Yafei paused momentarily, then carefully cradled the small jade vial, her face beaming with delight as she replied, "Then allow me to take charge of the auction personally." As she departed the room, Cheng Xing swiftly retrieved paper and pen, jotting down the materials required for the foundational spirit liquid, ensuring that when Yafei returned, she could purchase them directly. When Yafei returned, she held a crystal card emblazoned with the Miter family's emblem, along with a fully purple card. Cheng Young Master, this crystal card is a VIP card for the Miter auction house, granting you VIP privileges at any of our venues, and the auction tax rate is reduced from 5% to 2%. This card contains 240,000 gold after deducting taxes and service fees from the 250,000 gold earned from the auction. From now on, please just call me Cheng Xing. He handed Yafei the list with a smile, adding, I would appreciate it if you could procure these herbs for me, with the expenses deducted from this card. Additionally, please assist me in acquiring a disguise. Cheng Xing supplemented. Certainly, I will take care of it right away. Although Cheng Xing's tone carried a hint of command, Yafei did not take offense, understanding the significance of Cheng Xing's current position. She hastily relayed the list to a maid at the door, offering her instructions. Cheng Young Master, may I inquire your master's name? Perhaps we share some connections with the Miter auction house. Yafei asked, her voice melodious and clear as a silver bell. The Miter family had dominated the Gamma Empire's commercial sector for so long that most alchemists within the empire had some dealings with the Miter auction house. Before I left, my master instructed me not to reveal his identity, so I hope you will forgive me, Sister Yafei. Cheng Xing smiled faintly before adding, from now on, please just call me Cheng Xing. Yafei covered her mouth with her hand, laughing lightly. Earlier, Uncle Xiao was lamenting the lack of close contacts among the new generation of the Xiao family, unaware that Cheng Xing had secretly become an apprentice to a renowned master. Given time, you will undoubtedly support the Xiao family in achieving great heights. Indeed, while the Xiao family appeared united, there were still internal factions vying for power. Yafei, barely affiliated with the Xiao Zhan faction, observed that without the genius youth Xiao Yin, Xiao Zhan had become even more burdened over the past 3 years. Cheng Xing concurred, Sister Yafei, please do not jest. I have only just reached the 6th stage of fighter energy, thanks to the foundational spirit liquid provided by my master. When will I ever catch up to the other talented members of my clan? Cheng Xing, dear brother, your humility is truly commendable. However, the role of an alchemist is not one that just anyone can assume. Otherwise, it would not be so fervently sought after by various powerful factions that I kindly ask Sister Yafei to keep this confidential. Should others learn of it, my days within the clan would soon become tumultuous, leaving me no time to meet with my teacher and causing delays in the auction of elixirs, which would be quite troublesome. Hastily, I presented this excuse that would be difficult for Yafei to refuse, hoping to swiftly conclude this topic. Yet, Yafei seized the opportunity to extract information, her laughter ringing like silver bells, before she said, "Naturally, we must not disturb your cultivation. However, without a concrete example to promote the Foundation establishment elixir, it may come across as rather insipid and fail to resonate with people." Chengxing gestured dismissively, stating, "My teacher has mentioned that no matter how compelling an example may be, it pales in comparison to the allure of the elixir right before you. Therefore, Sister Yafei, please proceed with the usual promotion. Once the first batch of elixirs is auctioned off, there will surely be others to advocate for us." Faced with the unwavering resolve of the young man, Yafei chose not to press her luck. Just then, as Chengxing finished speaking, a knock echoed through the air that a maid entered, carrying a silver tray upon which rested a simple black robe with a spatial ring lying serenely atop it. "Chengxing, the materials you requested have been placed into the storage ring," Yafei said, handing over the robe and ring. This type of ring, while modest in internal space and simpler in construction than those commonly traded, was often utilized for transactions. Chengxing gently picked up the gray ring from the maid's pristine jade hand, feeling assured that he now possessed ample materials for the Foundation establishment elixir, leaving no need to rush away. The matter of Galio's ambush would eventually demand its price. However, the Galio family was a formidable presence in Wutan City, and it would not be an easy feat to shake them with mere individual strength. "Sister Yafei, may the seller impose certain stipulations on the auction items?" Chengxing inquired with a tentative hope. "Certainly, the auction house is dedicated to providing the ideal experience for both buyers and sellers. As long as it does not interfere with the normal proceedings, we will do our utmost to accommodate the seller's requests," Yafei explained. Chengxing pondered for a moment before slowly articulating, "Could we stipulate that only specific individuals may bid on the items, with the condition that their bids exceed a certain amount?" Perhaps not fully grasping the implications of his words, Yafei frowned slightly. "In an auction, the highest bidder prevails. What do you mean by exceed a certain amount? Does it imply that the designated bidder must pay an additional sum, or else the item will remain unsold?" With Chengxing's clarification, Yafei began to comprehend. However, such a precedent had never occurred before, and while the auction house's regulations did not explicitly prohibit this practice, she found herself pondering the feasibility of it. If a bidder has questions, simply state that it is the seller's request. They may choose to bid or not, Chengxing suggested with a slight smile. "Since you intend to employ underhanded tactics, I shall ensure you do not have it easy." Yafei fell silent for a moment, ultimately nodding in agreement, for the auction house had not explicitly ruled against such operations. With this significant transaction, it was best to agree to any stipulations first and later negotiate with the rigid upper echelons. Resolving her thoughts, she inquired, "What exactly is this requirement, Chengxing?" Chengxing maintained a calm demeanor, revealing no hint of emotion as he replied, "When the Galio family members bid on the Foundation establishment elixir, an additional fee of 10,000 gold coins must be paid on top of the auction price. Otherwise, the item will be re-auctioned. Although an extra 10,000 gold coins may seem inconsequential, if the Galio family wished to acquire multiple elixirs, they would end up paying significantly more than other bidders." Upon hearing this stipulation, Yafei understood Chengxing's intent and gasped in astonishment that a chill crept up her spine. This requirement was clearly aimed at the Galio family, signaling that the power dynamics within Wutan City were about to shift. After a moment's reflection, Yafei made her decision. Although the auction house's rules forbade direct involvement in familial disputes, there was no prohibition against indirect participation. With a deep breath, her chest rising and falling, she bit down on her silver teeth and said, "Very well, we shall adhere to this requirement during the auction." Chengxing, having received her affirmative response, stood up and stretched leisurely, stating, "Then it is settled. In no less than 10 days and no more than half a month, the first batch of elixirs will be delivered to the auction house, and the auction will commence." Given his current sole attribute of 10 points, half a month was ample time to produce a batch of Foundation establishment elixirs for auction. In the meantime, Yafei resolved to prepare for the auction. ensuring that once the elixirs arrived, they would fetch a handsome price. As Cheng Xing stood to leave, Yafei followed suit, draping the black robe over her shoulders and tenderly adjusting it for him. The close proximity caused Cheng Xing's face to flush once more. Although the black veil concealed his expression, such a change did not escape Yafei's keen gaze. She noted the maturity that belied his youth, and a giggle escaped her lips. "Sister Yafei, what are you laughing at?" Cheng Xing lowered his head, striving to avoid meeting Yafei's eyes. Fortunately, the black robe provided some cover, sparing him from embarrassment in her presence. Yafei suppressed her usual radiant charm, her sincerity evident as she earnestly helped him adjust the robe, enveloping him completely within it. "That if you truly consider me your sister, then you ought to visit me more often." Yafei's calm tone concealed the pain of years spent facing neglect within the family. Yet today, Cheng Xing's sincere address of Sister Yafei warmed her once cold heart. Having witnessed the lecherous gazes of men, she now found the boy's innocence all the more precious. Cheng Xing, having shared similar experiences, understood the deeper meaning behind her words as he raised his gaze, peering through the dark veil into Yafei's sparkling eyes. "Of course, Sister Yafei." The two exchanged a knowing smile, perhaps sharing a bond forged by mutual suffering. Clad in the black robe, Cheng Xing exited the expansive Maitel auction house, weaving through alleys until he was absorbed into the bustling crowd. In a secluded alley, he cautiously discarded the black robe into a drainage ditch and deliberately meandered through several paths to ensure he was not being followed before finally heading homeward. Having learned from the earlier ambush by Galio, Cheng Xing had become increasingly cautious. His strength was still insufficient, and he could not afford to capsize in the modest Wutan city. "Come on, lend me a hand." "Here they come." At the family entrance, several horse-drawn carts laden with goods stood parked, while a number of burly men, shirtless, were busy unloading the cargo, none of whom wore the Shao family uniform. These men, with their cultivation levels below the 7th stage of fighting energy, had no other work available to them and could only resort to manual labor, much like construction workers on Earth, toiling tirelessly just to survive. Cheng Xing sighed inwardly, quickening his pace to avoid them as he made his way into the family compound. The voices of the workers gradually faded, and Cheng Xing soon found himself within the family estate, traversing several narrow corridors that separated the outside world from the tranquility of his clan. The high walls and deep courtyards mirrored the human heart. Wherever there were people, strife was inevitable. Cheng Xing's resolve to hasten his cultivation to the level of a fighter solidified. For he yearned to explore the vast and magnificent world of fighting energy. That as he walked, faint sounds of arguing drifted from a nearby hall. "No way. This batch of goods must enter the weaving market immediately. But it requires a signed confirmation. Otherwise, I cannot allow it to pass." "This is the message from the Grand Elder. You must heed it. I apologize, young Master Shao Ku, but without the authorization of the clan leader, I am unable to comply. How dare you defy even the Grand Elder's orders? I see you have no desire to continue working in the Shao family." Just as Cheng Xing entered the hall, he reached out and halted the irate Pang. "Young Master Cheng." "Yes, I heard the commotion. Please hold on a moment before departing," Cheng Xing replied softly. Upon seeing Cheng Xing, Shao Ku's expression twitched, the smugness he had displayed while tormenting pain vanished, replaced by panic and confusion. "You, Cheng Xing, you arrived just in time. This batch of goods must be expedited into the weaving market." Shao Ku's eyes darted nervously, avoiding Cheng Xing's scrutinizing gaze as he tossed a piece of correspondence toward him. Grasping the fluttering paper, Cheng Xing noted the signature matched that on the clothing order, and a flicker of murderous intent briefly shone in his eyes before being swiftly suppressed. The clan rules specify that the weaving market is directly managed by the clan leader or authorized personnel. Goods require prior approval for entry. You should know this, and surely the Grand Elder does as well. That he discarded the letter and turned to Pain, saying, "From now on, should anyone make such a request, simply refuse. Clan leader Xiao Zhan is perceptive and will not allow you to be wronged. You, Cheng Xing, just wait. I will see how long you can remain arrogant. When did the Shao family's weaving market become yours to oversee?" Shao Ku's face flushed, his blood boiling as he glared at Cheng Xing, struggling to articulate his words through gritted teeth. "What did you say?" As Payan was about to argue, he was restrained by Cheng Xing. "Young master?" Payan was perplexed as to why the youth before him maintained such a tranquil demeanor, exhibiting remarkable patience. Cheng Xing, with a smile gracing his lips, spoke slowly. Every clan has its rules. And I, Chung, am merely adhering to them. If I have inadvertently offended you, I humbly ask for your understanding. Should you feel that I have acted outside the bounds of propriety, you are welcome to report me to the clan leader. There is no need to get so worked up. Pei-en observed the emotionally composed youth before him, a sudden chill creeping down his spine. The young man understood when to advance and when to retreat, skillfully utilizing various elements to shield himself. Alas, his strength fell short. Xiao Ku, who had originally intended to create chaos, found himself stifled by Chung Xing's words, leaving him trembling with rage. After grinding his teeth and stamping his feet in frustration, he left in a huff. Once the conspicuous figure departed, Chung Xing exchanged a glance with Pei-en, and they both erupted in a laughter that by the way, Pei-en, for the time being, I shall be focusing on my training in solitude. Unless it is of utmost importance, please do not disturb me. I will visit the weaving market when I have the time, for this batch of goods. Let them proceed through the usual channels without concern for them. Understood, young master, Pei-en replied, his eyes betraying a hint of worry. After a moment of internal conflict, he finally inquired, with less than a year until the coming-of-age ceremony, Young master, what do you? Chung Xing understood Pei-en's unspoken concerns and patted his arm dismissively, saying, It matters not. Some things are predestined. Perhaps I shall experience a fortuitous breakthrough in strength soon. His laughter echoed, a self-consolation that bordered on resignation. Pei-en sighed helplessly, as long as you assist clan leader Xiao in managing the weaving market diligently. The future should not be bleak. After all, everyone is aware of your capabilities. Chung Xing smiled, refraining from further dialogue, merely waving his hand. Pei-en understood immediately, clasping his fists in respect before turning to depart. Once Pei-en was out of sight, Chung Xing gazed at the unclaimed letter on the floor, murmuring with significance, The Great Elder, perhaps, Xiaoning? Xiao Ku. It seems you cannot escape your entanglements. The factional strife within the Xiao family had long been led by the Great Elder and the Second Elder, opposing Xiao Lin's election as clan leader. After Xiao Lin suffered grave injuries and fell, with the assistance of old Master Nalen, the Xiao family relocated to Wutan City, where Xiao Zhan successfully ascended to the position of clan leader. Yet, years had passed, and the hopes of the two elders to ascend to the leadership were dashed, yet they remained unyielding in their ambition, now pinning their hopes on their grandchildren, Xiao Ning and Xiao Ku. In the main hall of the Gailey family, a furious voice boomed, How could a mere cultivator of the fourth tier possibly kill several of my fighters? Gailey Bai's enraged shout reverberated throughout the room as his palm slammed down onto the mahogany table, causing tea to spill. Gailey Ao's once fair complexion had turned ashen. This ambush had not only failed to meet expectations, but had also cost him dearly in manpower. With trepidation, he responded, I cannot lie. He did indeed kill them, though I am unsure what dark sorcery he employed that I barely escaped with my life, father. Enough. Gailey Bai's rebuke cut off Gailey Ao's continued explanation that he glanced at the elders seated nearby, contemplating for a moment before declaring, Send someone to contact Elder Liu. Gailey Ao, you will handle this matter, if it is not resolved satisfactorily. Hearing his father's stern words, Gailey Ao felt a surge of anxiety, cursing Chung Xing under his breath, and promptly replied, I guarantee the task will be completed. After Gailey Ao awkwardly retreated, the elders exchanged glances and began to deliberate. Clan leader, Elder Liu's fees are quite steep. Do we truly wish to summon him? Indeed, Gailey Bai lamented, these alchemists are exceedingly arrogant, demanding nearly 70% of the profits. What choice do we have? The Xiao family's weaving market surpasses ours in daily and monthly activity. If we do not take a gamble, we risk becoming a second-rate force in Wutan City. Listening to the clan leader's reasoning, the elders fell silent, fully aware that the Xiao family was once a prominent clan capable of interacting with the Nalen family. A chorus of sighs filled the hall, echoing their collective concerns. Chapter 10. Foundation establishment. Liquid dappled sunlight filtered through the canopy of trees, lazily illuminating the remnants of fallen leaves on the ground. The mountain breeze blew in from the rear mountain, swirling the leaves and casting them towards the rooftops. Creaking open the wooden door, Chung Xing began to prepare the necessary items for his upcoming period of training. Having recently advanced from the 4th to the 6th tier of fighting spirit within 4 months, he was now on the brink of reaching the 7th tier. The medicinal materials he had procured this time were no less potent than the previous ones, and a breakthrough to the 7th tier was imminent. With the door firmly shut, the youth within the room sat cross-legged, eyes closed, breathing steadily, oblivious to the setting sun and the returning wildlife outside. Only when the crescent moon hung low in the sky did he finally stir. Though he did not need to personally concoct the Foundation Establishment liquid, the system's alchemical process required the consumption of his soul power. After the day's exertions, his body had yet to fully recover. It was prudent to first restore his condition before proceeding. As moonlight gently graced the floor before him, Chengxing finally opened his eyes slightly. Exhaling a breath of impure air. "That should suffice," he murmured, retrieving the previously acquired dark gray ring and laying the medicinal materials on the table. Before long, the tabletop was filled with an array of herbs, requiring additional space for their arrangement. 49, 50, exactly 50 portions. Now work awaits. After dividing the herbs into 50 portions and confirming they matched the required quantities on the order list, he set most of them aside. System: begin the refinement of the Foundation Establishment liquid. Quantity: 5 portions. To refine 5 portions of the Foundation Establishment liquid, the following materials were required: 5 complete purple leaf orchid herbs, 10 bone cleansing flowers, 5 first-tier magic crystals, and a consumption of 10 spirit points. Upon issuing the command, the materials on the table vanished, and soon a wave of fatigue washed over him. Fortunately, Chengxing had already adjusted his condition, and his mental energy was sufficient to support the refinement of these 5 portions that he certainly did not wish to repeat the experience of dozing off during the process. Seizing the opportunity while the system worked, he took the time to recover some of his state. While he could not directly cultivate his soul power at present, he could still regain a portion of it while practicing fighting spirit. Within Chengxing's body, as his soul power was nearly depleted, the fighting spirit became tinged with a faint trace of soul power, slowly being separated and quietly replenishing his drained reserves. Ding. 1 portion of Foundation Establishment liquid successfully refined. The system's notification echoed in his ears as a flicker of light appeared, revealing an exquisite jade bottle on the table. Chengxing deftly took the jade bottle in hand and poured its contents into a large basin of clear water he had prepared earlier. As the emerald liquid dripped into the water, it instantly transformed the clear water into a vibrant green pool. The potency of this batch is comparable to the last. It should facilitate a successful advancement. Chengxing remarked with delight, shedding his garments and stepping into the slightly cool basin to meditate. The emerald liquid contained an exceptionally rich medicinal power that as Chengxing entered a state of deep focus. A thin mist began to rise from the water's surface, swirling around his body and centering on him in a continuous dance. Meanwhile, the fighting spirit he had expended earlier in the day was being replenished within the vortex of the liquid, and this energy was purer and more potent than before. Ding, Foundation Establishment liquid successfully refined. The system's prompt resonated several times, yet Chengxing remained undisturbed in his meditative state. The youth in the water basin kept his eyes tightly shut, and the once sparse mist thickened, enveloping him entirely and spreading throughout the room, creating an ethereal atmosphere akin to a celestial realm. Thus, Chengxing continued to meditate without food or drink for nearly 5 days. Finally, on the morning of the 6th day, as the mist surrounding his body began to dissipate and even reattached itself to the water's surface, the turbulent fighting spirit within him began to decelerate. Tick, tick, tick. That as the sound resonated within Chengxing, a wave of energy surged through every corner of his being that a hint of joy spread across his face, and he could not suppress the involuntary fluttering of his eyelids. His previously tense body now trembled slightly, as if each cell within him rejoiced in unison, a sensation of utter bliss washing over him. When the final wave subsided, Chengxing's eyes flew open, revealing a gleam of azure and white light within his dark pupils. With a slight parting of his lips, he expelled a breath of stagnant air as the impure air exited. Chengxing felt invigorated, his visage brightening. Sitting in the basin, he contemplated for a long while before finally twisting his stiff neck, producing a series of crisp, resonant cracking sounds that he clenched his fists and swung them in the air. The swift whoosh of wind conveying the might he now possessed. Sensing a significant enhancement in his strength, A smile crept onto Cheng Xing's lips. Did I ask this the seventh tier of fighting spirit? No wonder it is said that this is the first key before becoming a fighter. The fighting energy contained within the entire body feels even purer than when at the sixth stage, and its capacity has notably expanded. Cheng Xing retracted his fist, spread his hands, and scrutinized his physique, murmuring to himself, "Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through to the seventh stage of fighting energy. Earning 5 attribute points. Please allocate them. If not allocated, the system will automatically reserve the attributes for you to it truly 5 attribute points this time. Just what I urgently need, perfect for alleviating my immediate concerns." Calling up his attribute panel, he allocated all the newly acquired points into his soul. Ding, allocation successful. Soul. 15. Cheng Xing immediately sensed the difference, as if he could perceive the primary meridians throughout his body. With a shift in thought, the sound of falling leaves outside, swirling in the air, echoed in his mind, magnified infinitely. The faint crunch of footsteps on the leaves in the distance was also distinctly audible. This surreal experience lasted only a few moments before gradually dissipating. This the ability gained after the enhancement of soul power. Cheng Xing's pupils constricted. The range he could now perceive had significantly increased, and his sensitivity of the soul had indeed improved. Gazing at the several small jade vials laid out on the table before him, Cheng Xing focused his mind and began to dress. He took out a portion of the medicinal materials originally stored in his backpack. This time, he had refined 5 portions of foundational spirit liquid that he used 1 bottle for his own cultivation. While the emerald green liquid remaining in the basin could sustain his training for quite some time, that he planned to store the 4 remaining bottles in his backpack for future use. Since he wouldn't be using them himself, the slightly diminished medicinal potency should not be a problem. Cheng Xing pondered for a moment, then decided to take out the 4 bottles and replace them with some less exquisite jade vials. Even using some that were somewhat tarnished. Using the tarnished jade vial, he drew a small amount of liquid from the basin and placed it on the table, distributing the 4 bottles of premium medicinal foundational spirit liquid evenly among the 20 or so jade vials filled with the emerald liquid. Although a portion of the medicinal potency had already been absorbed by Cheng Xing during his cultivation, it was still crafted from exceptionally fine materials, so even when mixed in, the originally dark green liquid still resembled jade. Surely these 20 or so vials would not suffice for an auction, Cheng Xing thought, glancing at the jade vials covering the table, feeling a wave of concern. Indeed, to amass wealth through the foundational spirit liquid, these 20 vials were far from enough. Cheng Xing then opened the system panel's refining function and added a substantial amount of medicinal materials, this time as many as 10 portions. Even when medicinal dust refined foundational spirit liquid, it would take a good part of the day to produce 10 portions. However, he no longer needed to worry about time consumption, as he did not have to refine them himself. He merely needed to gather the materials and input them into the system. The remaining time could be spent in slumber without affecting the refining of his elixirs. Several prompt sounds echoed. Cheng Xing returned to the basin, sitting down to continue his cultivation. Within the city of Ali, a caravan was slowly making its way through the crowd. The Gali family crest on the carriage shimmered under the sun. "Stop. This should be the place," that a man called for the convoy to halt in front of a courtyard. This man was none other than Gali Ao. "You all wait here. I will go in to make the request. No one is to enter without my command." Gali Ao adjusted his attire, yet a hint of disdain flickered across his face as he turned to the carriage and called out, "You two, get down. We've arrived at Atiya's call." 2 young maidens were pulled down from the carriage by the guards. Both had lovely faces and graceful figures, hair like flowing silk, lips like cherry petals, yet at this moment, their youthful faces bore clear traces of tears, with their eyes visibly swollen. Upon seeing their pitiful state, Gali Ao mockingly said, "Stop crying. As long as you serve Master Lu well, you will secure a life of wealth and honor. No longer needing to live in poverty with your gambling-addicted father." As his words fell, the 2 young women could not help but begin to sob again. Gali Ao hurriedly added, "Cheer up, smile. Don't wear such a mournful expression, or I'll return you to your gambling father right now." Mentioning that cruel gambling father, the 2 girls managed to force their tears to cease, wiping their faces. Gali Ao shook his head before departing. His father had warned him that this top-tier alchemist, Lu Shi, was a licentious man who favored women, particularly those who were not overly adorned, that as long as he could please Lu Shi, he would heed your requests. Otherwise, All negotiations would be in vain, that on the way to Ali City, Galileo had been troubled about where to find such women. Coincidentally, just before entering the city, he encountered a gambler hastening towards the city with these two sisters. And under pressure and temptation, he spent over 5,000 gold coins to acquire the pair of twins. Galileo caressed the ring on his finger, retrieving two high-quality veils to adorn the maidens. Adding an air of mystery, he then gently knocked on the door, respectfully announcing, Galileo of the Gali family from Wutan City, seeking an audience with Master Liu in the presence of this alchemist who could elevate his family. Galileo had been repeatedly instructed to treat the master with utmost respect and to fulfill any request to the best of his ability. After all, this alchemist was a being that ordinary families could not afford to offend. Although Galileo usually acted recklessly, he understood this principle and patiently waited at the door for a response. However, after a long while, there was still no reply from the master. The sun grew increasingly fierce, causing Galileo to become increasingly restless, his irritation slowly eroding his composure. Damn it, it's just a top-tier alchemist. Who does he think he is to put on such airs? I came personally to invite you. And yet you won't even come to see me? Galileo cursed inwardly, having always been the one to look down on others, never having experienced such treatment himself, that I in the astonished eyes of his guards. Galileo kicked the courtyard door with a resounding crash, causing it to swing wide open. The commotion attracted many onlookers that in Ali City. Many were aware that this was the residence of the top-tier alchemist Lu Shi. And although many came to seek him, such a brazen intrusion had never been witnessed before. Facing the curious crowd, Galileo signaled to his guards, who promptly formed a large semicircle around the courtyard entrance, shielding the interior from the prying eyes of passers-by. I want to see what this alchemist is up to, Galileo declared, dragging the two maidens as he strode deeper into the courtyard. The courtyard featured a winding path. Beyond the entrance lay several small courtyards, adorned with greenery, flowers, flowing water, and rockeries, all of which left Galileo in awe. The winding paths led to a wooden structure nestled deep within the courtyard, its extravagant exterior contrasting starkly with the original classical elegance of the architecture. Damn it, shout! Why have you stopped? My lord, the spring-like dialogue, drifting through the surrounding bamboo groves, caught Galileo off guard, but he had not expected Lu Shi to be so debauched. A stark contradiction to the proud demeanor typically associated with alchemists. Galileo, somewhat shaken, now understood his father's meaning and forced himself to maintain composure, intending to wait before entering. However, the two maidens had never encountered such a scene. Frightened by the cat-like shrieks and moans, their legs turned to jelly, and they collapsed onto the ground. Who the hell is out there? The gasping and moaning within ceased abruptly, followed by Lu Shi's weak yet furious shout. An alchemist's greatest taboo was to be unexpectedly disturbed. Thus their residences typically required silence to minimize external distractions. Now, Galileo had barged in uninvited, and Lu Shi had taken notice, with no retreat possible. Galileo decided to press on, dragging the two girls into the house. That I am Galileo of the Gali family from Wutan City, here to pay my respects to the master. Upon reaching the hall, Galileo pushed the two maidens into the room. That moment, Lu Shi emerged, clad in disheveled trousers and an open shirt, his long hair cascading down as he stepped outside, his fair and handsome face displaying a hint of languor. His black eyes filled with lascivious glimmers. Hearing that it was a visit to pay respects, Lu Shi was about to erupt in anger, wondering what sort of gift could possibly justify the interruption of his leisure. But upon seeing the two young women collapsed in the hall, weeping and clinging to one another, his anger shifted to something far more primal. After scanning the maidens' alluring forms, he reluctantly cast a glance at the bowing Galileo. You are Galileo, are you not? Speak. What does your father wish to discuss with me? Lu Shi asked lazily, not even bothering to look directly at him. Both parties understood that when one seeks a favor, the offering must cater to the other's desires. Now, at a moment of pent-up lust, it was best to be straightforward. I truly do not wish to disturb the master's enjoyment. It would be better to discuss matters once the master is satisfied. Due to his earlier recklessness, Galileo now felt quite apprehensive. He spoke in a subdued tone, lowering his head, afraid to look up lest he encounter something he ought not to see. That if the master were to pursue the matter, it would surely incite anger. and upon returning home, his father might very well flay him alive or give him a thorough thrashing. "All right, I understand. You can wait outside," Lu Shi said, not bothering with further details. As he pulled the two of them further inside, Galio, sensing the atmosphere, quietly withdrew. Before they had taken more than a few steps, horrifying screams and groans echoed from within, sending chills down Galio's spine. Even for someone like him, known as a notorious rake in the city of Wutan, the perverse pleasure emanating from within was unsettling, a manifestation of depravity that seemed incurable. 2 hours later, as Galio waited at the door, he finally saw Lu Shi emerge from the courtyard. "You rascal, that was quite a delightful experience. It's been ages since I've felt this good," Lu Shi exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he clapped Galio on the shoulder. "Tell me, what does your father wish to discuss with me?" Seeing that Lu Shi bore no grudge for his unauthorized entry into the courtyard, Galio breathed a sigh of relief and replied with obsequiousness. "My father wishes to inquire when the healing potions you last promised us will be ready. He also hopes you can visit Wutan City for a discussion. That my father instructed me to inform you that if you are able to assist us, all conditions are negotiable, and there will be even more exquisite gifts for you, ensuring you won't be disappointed." Noticing Lu Shi's expression of disdain, Galio quickly added, "There will be even more exquisite gifts." Lu Shi's face softened slightly upon hearing this, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, "That batch of potions is halfway complete. Since your father has invited me to Wutan City, I suppose I can go there and concoct them as well." Who would pass up a good deal? Gifts that come knocking at your door are too tempting to resist. Lu Shi's mind was already consumed with lewd thoughts, eagerly accepting the invitation. Half an hour later, the carriage departed from the courtyard, making its way toward Wutan City. Meanwhile, Chengxing was tirelessly refining the foundational spirit liquid. The boy, with his eyes shut tight, emanated an aura that grew stronger by the day, fervently absorbing the fighting energy with the aid of the spirit liquid. When the carriage finally re-entered Wutan City, 6 days had passed. During this time, Chengxing had been so engrossed in his training that he had not stepped outside his door, enduring over 10 consecutive days of intensive practice. Even the foundational spirit liquid, which could support at least 2 months of normal training, had nearly been depleted, its originally vibrant green color now resembling plain water, only shimmering with a hint of green under the sunlight. Damn it, it's been 6 days of this. Am I made of iron? Who knows? Perhaps I concocted some formidable aphrodisiacs. Listening to the chatter of the guards in front of his carriage, Galio had no desire to intervene, nor did he have the mood to do so. Throughout the 6-day journey, the most luxurious compartment of the carriage intermittently resonated with the sounds of amorous exploits, giving him a headache. However, given Lu Shi's status as a potion master, he felt powerless to restrain him and could only remind the accompanying guards to remain vigilant and not disturb the potion master's enjoyment. Inside, the swirling energy around the boy began to dissipate, revealing Chengxing, whose face appeared somewhat gaunt. That it was evident that such prolonged training was excessively aggressive for someone who had yet to reach the level of a fighter. Yet, the exhilaration of increasing strength compelled Chengxing to continue his training. He absolutely could not allow himself to fall into a situation where his life was at stake again. Coughing violently, he felt his body sway, nearly collapsing into the basin of water. His stomach protested loudly, having gone nearly half a month without food. This was the limit of his endurance. Clearly, maintaining a long-term training state without sustenance would require him to become a fighter. Otherwise, the discomfort was unbearable. Rubbing his aching stomach, Chengxing realized that despite the nurturing effects of the foundational spirit liquid, which provided fighting energy, his body still required nourishment from grains, expelling a cloud of dark, foul air from his mouth. The stench made him gag, gradually dispersing with the breeze. Although Chengxing felt invigorated mentally, his body remained weak and feeble, forcing him to summon fighting energy merely to sustain himself. Ding! 10 portions of foundational spirit liquid have been successfully refined and automatically added to your backpack. The system's notification chimed to AT that moment. Chengxing was too weak to care about such matters. With the last of his strength, he sought food, fearing that if he delayed any longer, he might starve to death in this world of fighting energy, that he certainly did not wish to become the first person to perish from hunger in this realm. After satisfying his hunger, Chengxing leisurely made his way back. Since only he could see the system panel, he felt free to bring it up without restraint, checking on his family's status. 10 portions of foundational spirit liquid. This is it. Oh, what's this red dot notification? Spotting the prominent red dot, Chengxing could hardly contain himself and immediately clicked on it. Ding, congratulations, host. Successfully refined 10 batches of medicinal pills. Rewards. Fighting Energy Acceleration Training Card, 7 days 5. Reward. 1 level increase in strength. Reward. All-purpose duplication card 1. Instantly, the fighting energy within Chengxing surged, expanding several times in mere moments, then coalescing once more, directly elevating his strength to the 8th stage of fighting energy. Wow, this system offers incredible benefits. A direct boost in cultivation is more powerful than anything else. Chengxing marveled at the rapid increase in strength, exclaiming, and this fighting energy is just as solid as my own cultivation. Seeing the substantial rewards compared to the previous meager offerings, Chengxing couldn't help but smile, especially at the all-purpose duplication card, which would allow him to seize the opportunity to replicate the expertise of the esteemed Yao Lao. With Yao Lao's experience, the system would undoubtedly become even more refined. With this thought, Chengxing couldn't help but chuckle. Now, Chengxing's strength had reached the 8th stage of fighting energy, and after half a month of arduous cultivation, he had reached the midpoint of the 7th stage. The system's level increase was a direct boost, meaning he was now at the middle of the 8th stage, not far from the 9th. After the 9th stage, he would condense the fighting energy vortex and become a fighter. However, acquiring a Qi gathering pill was essential. Amidst his joy, Chengxing began to worry, although he was close to becoming a fighter. Condensing the fighting energy vortex at the 9th stage posed the risk of failure, and a slip could result in a regression to the 8th stage. Even if he didn't regress, recovering from a failed attempt would take at least a month. He didn't have the luxury of time to take such risks. The safest bet was to acquire a Qi gathering pill, a duplication card. Self-refinement? Chengxing pondered, the low-level duplication card can't replicate 4th-grade pills. And currently, the system can only refine 1st to 3rd-grade pills. Alas, I'll just have to take it one step at a time. There are simply too many things I desire. It's quite troublesome. Feeling helpless, Chengxing shrugged. Without selling the Qi gathering pill, he had no means to gather enough funds to purchase the required ingredients in the short term, which was indeed distressing. Recalling that the foundational spirit liquid had already been successfully refined, he promptly retrieved the 10 portions of undiluted liquid, poured 1 portion into the nearly clear basin, reserved 1 bottle, and then proceeded to dilute the remaining 8 bottles with a substantial amount of water. In a mere half hour, the 8 bottles of foundational spirit liquid transformed into 50 bottles. Chengxing revealed a cunning smile, muttering to himself, "There's no business without a little deceit. I'm not a charity potion master." Besides, the efficacy won't be significantly compromised that if it's undiluted, and some young master indulges too much, it could lead to trouble with a rival. Though he knew such a scenario was unlikely, he still comforted himself with the thought. After storing the diluted foundational spirit liquid in his backpack, he now had a total of 80 bottles, a considerable quantity, as this nourishing liquid was unique. Seizing the opportunity, Chengxing wasted no time, and with the sun high in the sky, he quickly tidied up and set off towards the middle auction house, hastily traversing the family's grand halls. He passed the martial arts hall and competition arena, where many peers were still training and sparring without fear of the sweltering sun. For a brief moment, Chengxing caught a glimpse of his former self. But he quickly shook it off. His opportunity had arrived, and he was determined to seize it. As the saying goes, once you catch the wind, even a pig can soar. Exiting the family grounds and navigating several twists and turns in the city to ensure he wasn't being followed, he pulled out a brand new black robe and hastily donned it to conceal his identity. Afterward, he blended into the crowd, slowly making his way towards the middle auction house. Chapter 11, The Auction. Beneath the voluminous black robe, not only was Chengxing's visage concealed, but even his previously somewhat slender physique appeared to be enveloped in a cumbersome guise, leading one to mistakenly perceive him as a robust figure of muscularity. The Foundation Establishment Elixir, a substance capable of swiftly enhancing the prowess of the younger generation and facilitating their ascendance to the ranks of combatants, would incite a frenzy of acquisition by family factions in any city across the continent. The alchemist proficient in the concoction of such a precious remedy would be a highly sought-after ally, while failure to secure their allegiance could often result in lethal silencing. after meticulously ensuring he was not being followed. Cheng Xing proceeded toward the grand auction house at the end of the street. Having visited once before, he now entered the venue with a clarity that dispelled any lingering confusion from his previous visit. Making a beeline for the small room he had occupied previously, upon pushing the door open, he was greeted once again by the same group of maidens, their curiosity piqued by the appearance of the mysterious figure in black. The maidens, having learned from past encounters, maintained their composure. "Good day, sir. How may we assist you?" The maidens in unison inquired with gentle tones. Cheng Xing offered a resigned smile, recognizing the effectiveness of Yafei's training methods. "Please notify Yafei that the item we agreed upon half a month ago has arrived. Ask her to come quickly. I shall be waiting here." He strode into the room unceremoniously, taking a seat on the sofa as he adopted a slightly mature tone, deliberately masking his true age. After exchanging glances, the maidens obediently exited to inform Yafei. Before long, Yafei arrived, accompanied by an elderly gentleman clad in a somewhat worn green robe, his hair showing signs of graying. The old man's face radiated vitality, and though his attire appeared unremarkable, it subtly shimmered with a hint of luminescence, capable of obstructing certain soul detections. The pride evident on his countenance was undeniable. After all, alchemists of his caliber were coveted by every faction. "System, scan the elderly gentleman," Cheng Xing instructed, observing the approaching duo. "Ding, scan complete that elder's name. Guanai. Strength, 3-star great fighter and second-rank alchemist, affiliated with the Middle Auction House in Wutan City. Serving as the resident alchemist for the Middle family." Recognizing the figure in black robe and the information provided by the maidens, Yafei began, "Sir, you are indeed punctual, that if you had arrived a few days later, I might have faced the ire of our customers for prematurely promoting this event." That in response to Yafei's teasing remark, Cheng Xing remained unfazed, directly stating, "You brought Master Gu here, I presume, out of concern that my elixir may be counterfeit." As soon as the words left his lips, the coffee table before them was adorned with an array of small jade vials, each meticulously sealed with fighting energy. Yet the fragrance of the elixirs wafted through the air. Cheng Xing, with a gentle flourish of his robe hand, invited, "Then please, Master Gu, indulge in a taste." The earlier arrogance on Gu Ni's face evaporated instantly. In the presence of a peer, such pride was ill-advised. Moreover, the sheer quantity of elixirs before him strongly suggested that the individual before him was likely an alchemist of superior rank. Quickly suppressing his scrutiny of Cheng Xing, Guanai picked up one of the vials. Inhaling the delightful aroma of the elixir, he then squinted, tilting the vial to observe its contents, and cautiously extracted a drop of the liquid, utilizing a silver needle to examine it further as the needle stirred within the liquid. A grave expression overtook Gu Ni's features. He had come to a conclusion. Carefully returning the vial to its place, he looked at Cheng Xing with newfound respect and remarked, "This elixir has indeed reached the quality of a second-rank pill. Has it not, my lord? I trust my judgment has not led me astray." The revelation of the elixir's being of second-rank quality left Yafei in disbelief. Upon receiving Cheng Xing's confirmation, she could not help but draw a sharp breath. "Yafei, I have brought the goods as promised. The rest is up to you," Cheng Xing said lazily. Yafei, regaining her composure, quickly replied, "Sir, with such a substantial quantity of elixirs, I will ensure the auction is arranged accordingly. Though it may take a few days to execute flawlessly, no matter. I shall return in a couple of days." Cheng Xing responded before departing, leaving Guanai and the visibly excited Yafei to exchange glances. Contemplating the extravagant display of the enigmatic figure, Guanai pondered deeply. Once Yafei had organized the Foundation Establishment elixirs, he finally inquired, "Miss Yafei, do you know this gentleman?" recalling Cheng Xing's admonition to keep his identity confidential. Yafei opted for a vague explanation. "This gentleman visited the auction house previously, and I happened to cross paths with him. He inquired about a potential collaboration, which he graciously accepted, but who would have anticipated such a grand partnership?" With that, she led several maidens into the auction hall. In the ensuing days, Wutan City buzzed with discussions surrounding the newly emerged miraculous elixirs. The auction spanned several days, drawing throngs of eager patrons to the already bustling Middle Auction House, each hoping to secure a vial of the coveted Foundation Establishment elixir. Amidst the countless gazes, Yafei, adorned in a red qipao, gracefully ascended the auction stage, her face betraying a hint of fatigue from the consecutive days of auctioning. Yet, the allure of her smile intensified, merging weariness and charm into a captivating spectacle. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is the last remaining set of Foundation Establishment Elixirs. Should you miss this opportunity, the next auction's timing remains uncertain, she announced, igniting a palpable surge of excitement in the atmosphere. That a set of 3 vials. Starting bid. 50,000 gold coins. That I bid 55,000. 60,000. 80,000. Thanks to the prior promotional efforts and the consecutive auctions, the price of this set soared to astonishing heights that Yafei observed with satisfaction as the bids escalated, particularly noting the Gailier family, who, after several previous auctions, had been charged exorbitant fees, now transformed into aggressive bidders, fervently inflating the prices. Meanwhile, after handing over the Foundation Establishment Elixirs to Yafei, Chengxing dedicated several days to intensive training within his abode. He understood that to accomplish his objectives in this auction, it would require more than what he had provided, hence there was no urgency to return to the auction house. Ding, system alerts. The Do-Chi Acceleration Training Card 7 days you are using is about to expire. Would you like to renew it automatically? Do not renew. After dismissing the system interface, Chengxing slightly opened his eyes, murmuring, "This acceleration card is quite remarkable. Its effects rival those of the Foundation Establishment Elixir. With the synergy of both, I feel that with just 2 or 3 more cards, I could reach the 9th stage." Throughout these 7 days, Chengxing, relying on the Do-Chi Acceleration Training Card, immersed himself in the Foundation Establishment Elixir, training fervently. The results of this dual approach were far superior to what could have been achieved in 1 or 2 months. After 7 days, it was time to make another visit to the auction house. Upon returning, he should prepare to concoct several more batches of Foundation Establishment Elixirs. With that thought, he set off once more towards the middle auction house. Following the recent auctions, the middle auction house in Wutan City had experienced a noticeable uptick in popularity. Families from various other cities, hearing of the miraculous elixirs, sent representatives to gather information, albeit most missed the initial excitement. However, it did not deter them from returning to their respective cities with news. And even nearby middle auction houses dispatched individuals to assess the situation. This influx of visitors left Yafei thoroughly exhausted, as she was the direct point of contact with the mysterious individual, bombarded with an array of inquiries. Yet the increased foot traffic allowed Chengxing to blend seamlessly into the crowd, making his way toward the middle auction house, that is Yafei, currently surrounded by individuals from other auction houses. Received whispers from her maidens, she hurriedly excused herself, leaving them to their discussions. Now, Yafei had truly become a sensation. When Chengxing finally laid eyes on her, slightly fatigued, yet still impeccably adorned, he noted the newfound determination and strength in her gaze, even more formidable than their previous encounter. They could not help but jest. "You appear rather worn out, Yafei. Have the recent auctions taken a toll on you?" Blushing at Chengxing's playful remark, Yafei shot him a mock reproachful glance. "These past few days of auctioning elixirs have nearly rendered my voice hoarse. Thankfully, it seems I have not disappointed you." Listening to Yafei lament about her exhaustion, Chengxing thoughtfully poured her a cup of tea, contemplating, "Helping me is essentially helping herself. Once this endeavor concludes, she will need to solidify her standing in the imperial capital." Yafei reached out delicately for the teacup offered by Chengxing, only for him to withdraw his hand without hesitation, a stark contrast to the opportunistic sycophant she was accustomed to, which heightened her anticipation for this young man. "So, how did the auction fare?" Chengxing inquired without hesitation as he withdrew his hand, feeling the fleeting warmth of her touch dissipate. Upon hearing the inquiry regarding business, Yafei promptly straightened, responding earnestly. "This auction spanned 4 days, during which a total of 83 vials of Foundation Establishment Elixirs were sold, with an average transaction price of 24,000 gold coins per vial. The total revenue amounted to 1,999,200 gold coins. Upon hearing the foundational spirit liquid being auctioned off and the subsequent monetary gain, Chengxing interrupted Yafei's report, inquiring with urgency, "Doesn't that mean you still have a considerable distance to cover before reaching the status of a gold medal auctioneer?" Chengxing's every action was driven by the desire to accomplish a particular task. Hence his primary concern lay with the progress of that endeavor. Yafei, her face radiant with a smile akin to the warm sun, let out a melodious laugh and replied gently, "With the items auctioned during this period, Within the span of a year, I only need to auction goods worth an additional 4 million to ascend to the rank of a gold medal auctioneer. Upon receiving this news, Cheng Xing breathed a sigh of relief. It would indeed be challenging to rely solely on his provision of foundational spirit liquid to surpass the threshold of 15 million. Fortunately, Yafei had previously auctioned off numerous items, including high-level profound techniques. That's a relief. The gap isn't too wide. Cheng Xing reassured her that Yafei slid a purple gold card across the table to Cheng Xing, stating, after taxes, the total proceeds from the auction are contained within this card, amounting to 1,950,000. That Cheng Xing did not immediately pocket it, but instead gazed intently into Yafei's eyes, his expression cold, and inquired, what progress has been made regarding that matter? Faced with Cheng Xing's sudden seriousness, Yafei ceased her playful demeanor, becoming earnest as she retrieved several sheets of stationery from a nearby cabinet and gently placed them before him, sitting beside him. She explained, it has been uncovered that this batch of goods was authorized for direct collection from the production workshop by the patriarch of the Xiao family, under the pretense of quality verification before returning them. Thus the workshop consented without hesitation. Cheng Xing examined the signatures on the documents, noting they matched perfectly with the handwriting on the previous delivery note provided by Xiao Ku. That he then asked, was the old patriarch himself who took the goods? Not exactly, Yafei replied. The workshop personnel mentioned it was a young man, not very tall, rather slender, likely around your age. A.S. Yafei recalled the information gathered during the interrogation of the workshop staff. She mentally cross-checked, realizing that Xiao Ning did not fit the description of being slender and was taller, while Xiao Ke perfectly matched both criteria. That explains it. No wonder he appeared so flustered upon encountering me last time. It was because he thought I was dead, wasn't it, Xiao Ke? Cheng Xing's mind began to formulate answers, and his gaze grew fiercer. Fortunately, Yafei was not seated across from him. Otherwise, she might have been frightened by his demeanor. Yet, why would Xiao Ke conspire with Galio? Xiao Ke is the grandson of the second elder, while Xiao Ning belongs to the elder's lineage. How could Xiao Ke procure a letter signed by the elder? It seemed evident that the two were inextricably linked. Cheng Xing pondered swiftly, outwardly calming his emotions, aware that it was not yet the time to act. Without absolute evidence, substantiating the matter would prove difficult. However, it was now clear that it was Xiao Ke who had taken the 10 sets of garments. By the way, the batch of garments will soon be completed. Should you inform Patriarch Xiao, or shall we notify him directly? Yafei inquired. Cheng Xing contemplated for a moment before waving his hand. You can notify him and mention that it was the elder who took the 10 sets, then AS for the rest. If the clan inquires later, I shall clarify. Otherwise, revealing too much could cast doubt on the credibility of the information. With Cheng Xing's meticulous consideration, Yafei responded with a smile. Very well, I shall visit the Xiao family in a couple of days to discuss this matter with the patriarch. Cheng Xing affirmed with a nod, then pointed to the purple gold card and handed her a list, stating, please procure 2 portions of the herbs listed here for me. Yafei took the paper, which detailed a variety of herbs. 8 50-year-old inkleaf lotuses, 4 mature serpent saliva fruits, 2 spirit-gathering grasses aged over 20 years, and 2 level 2 water attribute magic cores. Observing the rarity of these herbs, Yafei expressed her concern. Most of these herbs are rather uncommon. It may take some time to gather them all. Cheng Xing nodded nonchalantly. No matter. I shall return for them later, and I will also bring additional foundational spirit liquid for auction. Upon hearing that more foundational spirit liquid would be auctioned, Yafei could hardly believe her ears. The previous 80 bottles had already stirred excitement in several surrounding cities, and this continued auction would ensure that no one could overshadow her in this assessment. Regardless of the gold medal status, Cheng Xing's intention behind purchasing the 2 sets of gathering herbs was to take a gamble, hoping to succeed in refining them forcefully, which would hasten his path to becoming a fighter and allow him to venture into the world. Having gathered sufficient intelligence, Cheng Xing no longer lingered, exchanging a few pleasantries with Yafei before donning his black cloak and departing towards his family. Chapter 12. Task completion. Upon learning that the 80 bottles of foundational spirit liquid had fetched nearly 2 million in total upon auction, Cheng Xing returned to his residence and immediately resumed the refinement of foundational spirit liquid, simultaneously activating the enhancement card to further accelerate his cultivation in the hall of the Galio family. Elder Lu was confronted by Galio Bai, who held a small jade vial, the foundational spirit liquid he had previously acquired at a high price from the Mitre auction house. Galio Bai, bending slightly in respect. Pose the question, Elder Lu. Might you be able to concoct a similar potion? Reluctantly, Lu Shi withdrew his hand from the attire of a maidservant and took the vial, disdainfully sniffing it. Upon discerning that this liquid did not belong to the first-grade potion category, a displeased expression crossed his face, and his gaze sharpened as he glared at Galio Bai, retorting, "Even if you could, do you think you could afford the price for such a potion? The cost alone exceeds 2,000 gold coins. And do you truly believe that concocting potions is a mere matter of summoning any individual?" Galio Bai, observing Lu Shi's discontent, internally grumbled. The batch of healing potions they had previously discussed had yet to be completed after such a long delay, as Lu Shi seemed preoccupied with other pleasures. However, given his current need for assistance, he could only relent, stating, "I merely wish to inquire, Master Lu. Though the cost of this potion is high, the selling price is equally substantial, and thus you would also benefit from increased profits." Seeing the old man wearing a forced smile, Lu Shi smirked and replied, "If he can produce it for sale, it indicates he possesses the formula. For potions of this caliber, as long as you can procure the formula, I shall certainly concoct it for you." Galio Bai's mouth twitched involuntarily at Lu Shi's response, inwardly cursing, "The formula is the lifeblood of your alchemists. If you lack the formula, simply admit it instead of hiding behind such excuses. What a wretched creature you are, given that the Mitre auction house has been bustling with business in recent days. How about we take advantage of the increased foot traffic to begin selling some healing and hemostatic potions in our weaving market? What do you think?" Galio Bai cautiously shifted the topic. Upon hearing this, Lu Shi's eyes lazily drifted towards the maidservant beside him, who was struggling to suppress her tears as he attempted to reach into her clothing once more. Galio Bai's mind was racing with frustration, but he could only helplessly say, "Recently, I acquired a stunning beauty at the Mitre auction house. She will be delivered to your chambers tonight, that I wonder when these healing potions will be ready for sale." Upon hearing of the exquisite beauty, a smile quickly spread across Lu Shi's face that he stood up, stretching lazily, and declared, "Very well. Seeing your eagerness, I shall sell a portion first, and the rest I will refine at a leisurely pace." Lu Shi gently stroked the storage ring on his hand, and the long table in the hall soon filled with hundreds of small vials, each labeled meticulously, totaling nearly 500 vials. Galio Bai's face lit up with joy at the sight of the potions, and he gestured for several capable attendants to carefully collect them. "Remember our agreement. You provide the herbs, and I shall retain 90% of the profits. Do not attempt to change the terms." Lu Shi warned. Galio Bai readily agreed, of course, that I will procure another batch of herbs shortly, and I will need your assistance, Elder Lu." Lu Shi paid no further heed to Galio Bai, leaving the hall without another word. Seeing Lu Shi's disregard, Galio Bai felt no anger. Now that they could begin selling potions, he only needed to present something compelling to Lu Shi to ensure continued cooperation. As Chengxing reveled in the accelerated cultivation experience afforded by the dual enhancement of the Fighting Energy Cultivation card and the Foundational Spirit Liquid. The business within the Shao family's market had already been significantly usurped by the Galio family. "Captain Payne, these merchants are packing up, preparing to leave tomorrow. What should we do now?" A breathless Shao family guard rushed to Payne, reporting anxiously. Payne, observing the merchants hastily exiting the market, felt helpless. They lacked the authority to restrict tenants from leaving, so he could only instruct, "Go and report to the Patriarch that the situation has escalated today. Hurry." After implementing a series of measures to stabilize order, Payne hurried towards the family estate, determined to locate Chengxing, who had not shown himself for over half a month. Chengxing stored away the 50-plus bottles of Foundational Spirit Liquid. He heard hurried footsteps approaching from outside. "Young Master Cheng, significant events are unfolding in the market." Payne attempted to control his volume, striving not to alarm Chengxing within the room. Recognizing the familiar voice from outside, Chengxing swiftly organized his belongings before opening the door and stepping out. "What has happened in the market?" The Gale family remains oblivious to the source of their abundant supply of healing and hemostatic potions, which has attracted all the mercenaries in the city clamoring to purchase them. Many merchants in the market rely on these mercenaries for their livelihood, and now numerous vendors have flocked to the Gale family's market to conduct business. Consequently, the revenue of the market has plummeted dramatically during this period. Payne patiently elucidates the situation, and Cheng Xing, upon hearing this, recalls the storyline wherein a pharmacist named Lu Shi assists, causing the Xiao family considerable distress. I see. Cheng Xing responds, let us go and hear what the clan elders have to say to the Xiao family's council hall. Xiao Zhan, with a face full of fury, pounds the table, splattering tea everywhere. Damn it, that old rascal Gale is brazenly stealing our business. Cheng Xing merely observes, his mind already formulating new plans. After a discussion among several high-ranking members yields no results, he decides to quietly depart. Cheng Xing, wait a moment, Xiao Zhan suddenly calls out. Acknowledging his uncle's call, Cheng Xing replies, clan leader, do you have any arrangements? Once everyone has left, Xiao Zhan speaks in hushed tones. Yafei has informed me about the new uniforms, and I am now aware of the situation. That brat Xiao Ku has been confined for 3 months, and both the first and second elders are pleading for him. This is as far as I can go. But I must say, the handling of this matter was quite commendable. Unbeknownst to Xiao Zhan, Xiao Ku is colluding with Gale AO. Nevertheless, Cheng Xing feels a sense of relief upon hearing Xiao Zhan's approach to the matter. After all, they share no blood relation, and it must have taken considerable effort to manage the second elder's grandson in such a manner. Cheng Xing feigns shock, then smiles broadly. Really? That's splendid. This fellow overstepped his bounds. And such a response is warranted. Both share a hearty laugh, yet Cheng Xing has no intention of letting the matter rest. After bidding farewell to Xiao Zhan, he stealthily exits the clan, heading toward the middle auction house. As the familiar figure in a black robe appears in the room, the maidens discreetly withdraw. Shortly thereafter, Yafei hurriedly opens the door. Here is the current stock of Foundation Establishment elixirs, with a wave of his hand. Over 50 vials of the elixir are neatly arranged on the tea table that Yafei beams with delight, her eyes crescent-shaped, and exclaims, Master, your generosity is remarkable. In just a few days, you have produced such a large quantity of Foundation Establishment elixirs. Cheng Xing's gaze sharpens as he locks eyes with Yafei, affirming, these elixirs must all be sold in the Xiao family market to counter the Gale family's onslaught. Upon hearing this, Yafei's expression shifts to one of astonishment and conflict. The middle family has always refrained from participating in clan disputes, and such actions would be deemed a breach of protocol. Cheng Xing, I cannot make that decision, she says, biting her lip in distress. Very well. I also have several sets of mid-level mystic techniques and combat skills to accompany these Foundation Establishment elixirs. Cheng Xing offers, producing a large bundle of scrolls, all copied from Master Yao. He deems them unworthy of his attention and decides to sell them rather than spend time refining more elixirs. That Yafei's expression turns blank, clearly taken aback. That it is well known that elixirs are relatively easy to procure, but techniques are scarce. While a single elixir offers limited enhancement, a suitable technique can significantly bolster overall strength, particularly when they are mid-level mystic techniques, which could fetch at least 500,000 gold coins collectively. All right, I will arrange it immediately, she responds. As Cheng Xing watches Yafei leave, he suddenly recalls something and calls out, Sister Yafei, wait a moment. Yafei, who is about to step out, returns to Cheng Xing and leans in to ask, what is it? Is there something else you need? Could you persuade Master Gunny to refine some elixirs for sale in the Xiao family market? Cheng Xing suggests, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. Since you have agreed to take action, why not produce a bit more? After all, my master holds the Xiao family in high regard, and I can speak highly of him when I meet him later. Initially, Yafei intended to argue that Master Gunny seldom refines elixirs, especially for the Xiao family. However, Cheng Xing's reasoning is sound. If they plan to ally, they might as well increase their stakes. Moreover, Cheng Xing's master possesses the capability to produce qi gathering powder and mid-level mystic techniques, indicating formidable strength. Considering this, Yafei no longer hesitates and nods in agreement. Very well, I will find a way to convince Master Gunny. Fearing Yafei might struggle to secure Gunny's assistance, Cheng Xing retrieves 3 light green scrolls from his bag and hands them to her, saying, of course, my master has instructed that we cannot let the master work for free. These 3 scrolls contain the formulas for 3 types of first-grade elixirs. While they are not particularly rare, their efficacy is notable. Regularly refining and auctioning these could significantly boost the middle auction house's profits. Cheng Xing, observing Yafei's jaw drop in astonishment, secretly delights in his cleverness that Yafei will know how to proceed. He thinks that Yafei regains her composure, swiftly stowing the items away, anxious that this wealthy patron might suddenly change his mind. All right, I shall return to my clan now and prepare for the spectacle. Cheng Xing murmurs to himself, donning his black robe once more and striding out of the room. The next morning, as Cheng Xing diligently practices, he is startled by a commotion outside. Have you heard? The Middle Auction House is borrowing our venue to auction items. Isn't that surprising? The Middle Auction House is borrowing our venue. Don't they have enough space in their own auction house? Oh, you don't understand. No matter how large, it can't compare to the market. The open-air market is far larger than the individual auction halls that a group hurriedly walks by, chattering animatedly. Clearly, Yafei has begun her operations. I expect the task will be completed in a couple of days. Cheng Xing muses, though he lacks the interest to witness it himself, that he is on the verge of breaking through to the 8th stage and cannot afford any delays, with several cards enhancing his combat energy training. Absorbing combat energy feels as effortless as drawing water from a pond. In just 3 uses of the acceleration cards, he successfully breaks through to the 9th stage of combat energy. Calculating, it has taken Cheng Xing just over 5 months to progress from the 4th to the 9th stage of combat energy. If others were to discover this, they would likely be left in shock. However, Cheng Xing is aware that his speed is merely average. The system's tasks are quite random, and it has only assigned him this one task regarding Yafei over such a lengthy period, which is indeed frustrating. Reflecting on Yafei, he assumes she has likely auctioned off the Foundation establishment elixirs and techniques by now. It is time to check whether the task has been accomplished. With a sense of urgency, Cheng Xing hastens to find Yafei. In the Xiao family market, the once beleaguered marketplace has now regained its former vibrancy, and one could scarcely describe it as merely bustling. The market is so crowded that even walking normally poses a challenge, with throngs of people jostling for space, all eager to purchase products that don't push. The auction is over here, and the healing potions are over there. Pain strives to maintain order. However, these bloodthirsty mercenaries, unaccustomed to encountering such a charming and mature woman, cause a stir every time Yafei appears in the Xiao family market. They are not merely after the potions. They are simply eager to catch a glimpse of the beauty who has captivated wealthy patrons willing to spend lavishly for her smile. Cheng Xing observes the throngs creating a human wall in the market. He cannot help but marvel. Indeed, it is true that money is easiest to earn from lustful men. When desire clouds their judgment, they become oblivious to their own worth. Yet, with so many people, he finds himself unable to squeeze through. Ding! Would you like the system to automatically clear a path for you? At that moment, the system, having been silent for some time, finally sends a notification. Cheng Xing internally curses the system, exclaiming, "You wretched system! Do I look like I need assistance? Select need if you require help, or do not need if you do not." The system does not perform reading comprehension. Cheng Xing, taken aback by the system's unexpected commentary, quickly clicks need. As a peculiar force envelopes him, Cheng Xing feels remarkably lighter. The system has activated the automatic obstacle avoidance feature. Anyone who might come into contact with you will be automatically isolated. The mechanical voice of the system concludes. And Cheng Xing begins to navigate through the marketplace. Wow, this feature is truly effective. Cheng Xing glides through the crowd like a slippery eel, effortlessly maneuvering as if everyone is parting for him. Before long, he reaches Yafei's location. Looking back, he sees a sea of heads, causing a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. Yafei, look at me, Cheng Xing shouts without a second thought, aware that he is surrounded by the Middle Auction House's guards, forcing him to raise his voice. Who is this little brat? Barely out of his childhood and already chasing after women, amidst the raucous laughter of the mercenaries. Upon hearing Cheng Xing's exasperated cries, one could not help but mock him. Cheng Xing, unfazed, continued to shout, "If I could muster the strength to shout, we might as well return home to feast on our own waste." "Save your breath, lad. Merely observe," remarked another. Standing behind, Yafei, upon recognizing the familiar voice calling her name, scanned the surroundings and upon spotting Cheng Xing, instructed her attendant to bring him forth. The mercenaries exchanged bewildered glances upon Cheng Xing's entrance. They erupted into frenzied shouts, leading onlookers to believe they were mere fools. "Cheng Xing, why didn't you take the VIP entrance?" Yafei inquired with a heart full of concern, gazing at him as he squeezed through the crowd, her delicate hand brushing over him to check for injuries. "Sister Yafei, I didn't realize your charm was so potent." Do you know that the mercenaries outside would do anything just to catch a glimpse of you? Cheng Xing teased with a wide grin. Haha, it's not just you, lad. It's your insistence on coming to this marketplace for the auction. Now, sister, your mere appearance incites chaos, making it impossible to conduct a normal auction. Yafei replied, slightly bashful, yet radiating a brilliant smile. Sister Yafei, has the auction for the Foundation Establishment Elixir and the cultivation techniques concluded? Cheng Xing inquired directly. Instead of answering, Yafei pointed to a golden insignia on her chest. The gleaming emblem of the Maitel family, signifying her status as a gold medal auctioneer. Cheng Xing's eyes lit up upon seeing the badge, a flood of information rushing to his mind. The Maitel family's golden emblem. The badge of a gold medal auctioneer indicated that a lengthy explanation unfolded, affirming that Yafei had indeed become a gold medal auctioneer. Congratulations, Sister Yafei, on achieving your dream of becoming a gold medal auctioneer. Cheng Xing exclaimed joyfully that if it weren't for your assistance, I wouldn't have achieved this status either. Yafei responded gratefully. Ding, congratulations, host, on assisting Yafei in becoming a gold medal auctioneer at the Maitel auction house. Rewards will be distributed shortly. All attributes will be increased by 10 points. Current strength will be elevated by 1 level, and you will receive a mysterious token from the Maitel family, increasing your backpack space by 10 cubic units, and granting 1 opportunity to compress fighting chi. That a series of notifications echoed in Cheng Xing's mind. Had I known that completing tasks would elevate my status as a fighter, I wouldn't have to toil so hard in my training. Cheng Xing silently lamented, managing to suppress his expressions. You seem to be much stronger than before, Yafei noted, sensing the sudden change in his prowess. Indeed, my teacher has been helping me improve my health, and I've made progress in my training recently, Cheng Xing replied, using a system teacher as an excuse. That Yafei smiled gently, caressing Cheng Xing's cheek, and said, in a while, I will be leaving Wutan City, that if you have the chance to visit the capital, I shall treat you to a meal. Cheng Xing nodded in response. After all, no feast lasts forever. As his journey of experience comes to an end, Yafei must return to the capital to engage with the old-timers of the Maitel family, aiming to become a future business queen. After bidding farewell to Yafei, Cheng Xing discreetly exited the marketplace through the back VIP passage. He wished to remain uninvolved in the conflict between the Xiao family and the Jieli family. Yet he was eager to resolve the matter concerning Jieli Ao. Chapter 13. Calculations before departure. Cheng Xing hurried back to his residence, having advanced to the status of a fighter, and it was time for him to learn a technique to officially commence his cultivation journey. Previously, he had accidentally merged his previous technique, the Burning Formula, and now he possessed the 3 Chi Mixed Origin Technique, an ultimate technique capable of altering fighting Chi attributes at will. Cheng Xing could hardly contain his excitement to explore the prowess of this technique. System. Learn the 3 Chi Mixed Origin Technique. Cheng Xing pressed the learning button on the screen. As the system initiated its operations, he felt as though countless centipedes were crawling within him, a sensation both itchy and painful, which lasted for quite some time before subsiding. I can feel something gnawing at the marrow of my bones, Cheng Xing mused, reflecting on the earlier sensation. Little did he realize, this was merely the beginning. Soon after, a wave of scorching pain accompanied by an intense heat surged throughout his body. His previously calm expression was now flushed, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. System. What is happening? Cheng Xing's keen sense of perception alerted him to the signs of his veins shrinking under such extreme temperatures. If even one were to burst, the repercussions would be exceedingly troublesome. The learning of the 3 Chi Mixed Origin Technique requires one to endure tests of bone refining, fire tempering, electric shocks, and water immersion to ensure that the learner can withstand the respective attribute's intensity. The system explained. Resolute, Cheng Xing gritted his teeth and declared, bring it on. He persevered through the electric shocks and water immersion tests, enduring the arcs that left scars on his body, thankful they did not mar his forehead. Otherwise, he would be the Harry Potter of the fighting Chi realm. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have mastered the 3 Chi Mixed Origin Technique. Please prioritize using fire, wood, and other attributes, and seek corresponding enhancement items to strengthen your attributes. Cheng Xing, listening to the system's announcement, managed a strained smile. His entire being felt out of sorts, his clothes reduced to tattered rags from the earlier electric flames, without a thought for changing clothes. He decided to run through the technique to observe its effects. Cheng Xing formed seals and entered a meditative state, The fighting chi whirlpool within him began to operate at high speed, accompanied by the sounds of thunder and a burning sensation, followed by a chilling feeling. Various attributes roared within the whirlpool, yet did not conflict. A remarkable phenomenon. Chengxing's mind sparked with an idea. He would randomly manipulate one attribute, lightning. His tightly shut eyes suddenly widened, a flash of electricity flickering within his pupils, illuminating the space before him. Is this the rare lightning attribute? No wonder it is said to be particularly domineering, with fierce offensive capabilities in battle. Even in a state of stillness, I can feel the velocity and power of this force. It is indeed extraordinary. Chengxing felt the subtle flickers of lightning dancing at his fingertips. A manifestation of the lightning attribute fighting chi. Now let's see how to transform it into fire attribute, he mused, eager to experiment. As he focused his mind, the lightning fighting chi flowed back through his meridians into the fighting chi whirlpool. When it emerged again, the sensation of lightning had vanished, and his entire aura began to radiate warmth. Chengxing, within a mere quarter of an hour, experienced the marvels of two attribute fighting chis. Astonished, however, this multi-attribute fighting chi posed a dilemma. Where could he find matching techniques? Though there was the Wind and Thunder Pavilion for lightning techniques, he currently had no access to its members. And the rarity of lightning attribute fighting chi made corresponding techniques equally elusive. I wonder if the techniques I copied from Medicinal Elder include any for lightning attributes. Chengxing opened the system backpack panel, searching for lightning-related keywords. Soon, a fighting technique appeared before his eyes. The yellowed pages shimmered with hints of silver light, accompanied by mottled black clouds, vividly alive. Upon opening the pages, he found an introduction, Lightning Arrow, a mid-level Xian tier fighting technique, renowned for its fierce attack and speed. Known for being as swift as the wind and as forceful as lightning, once mastered, one can conjure lightning and hurl it like an arrow, striking the opponent in the blink of an eye. Either death or serious injury awaits. After reading this, Chengxing could not help but feel a thrill of excitement. Who wouldn't he want to embody the thunder god or the northern deity Thor? Wielding lightning to purify the world. System, learn the lightning arrow technique. Ding, you have successfully learned the lightning arrow technique. This technique requires proficiency. Please master it yourself or complete tasks to gain skill proficiency points. Listening to the system's prompt, Chengxing glanced at his status panel. Chengxing, 1-star fighter, learned fighting techniques. 8 extremes collapse, low proficiency. Lightning arrow, low proficiency. This meant that both techniques he had learned were merely superficial, entry-level skills. However, being able to acquire them effortlessly was relatively convenient, akin to how Li Xiaoyao swiftly learned the Flying Star skill. Since I've learned it, let us give it a try. Chengxing was utterly impatient to test the might of this new combat technique. He swiftly altered the attribute of his fighting energy and, following the operational circuit of the technique, summoned his fighting energy. Before long, he observed the vibrant energy in his arm coalescing towards his forearm and palm. And within mere moments, a luminous orb, no larger than a pinky finger, manifested in his palm. Chengxing scrutinized this radiant object, which appeared white, and upon probing with his soul, he could almost hear the crackling sound of electricity. In the blink of an eye, this orb absorbed a significant amount of fighting energy, expanding from the size of a pinky to that of a thumb, sending a tingling sensation through his palm. With a swift motion, he waved his palm towards the wooden door, and a flash of light streaked past, leaving a gaping hole in the door, from which smoke billowed, emanating a charred odor. Witnessing such destructive power, Chengxing's initial excitement waned. This technique not only wasted fighting energy, but also yielded disappointingly low potency. Shaking his head, he sighed in resignation, contemplating the pursuit of other attribute techniques for training. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted from outside. Chengxing hurriedly opened the wooden door to find a stout tree, previously standing upright, now cleaved in two. The trunk had fallen to the ground, its leaves rustling as they brushed against each other. Upon closer inspection, he noted the severed trunk was charred black and still emitting wisps of smoke, while behind it loomed a massive tree, its bark marred by fist-sized, dark pits. Could it be that the lightning arrow pierced the wooden door and caused this devastation? Chengxing was astonished. The lightning arrow could inflict such severe damage with a single shot that if it struck a person, it would undoubtedly result in a blinding flash of silver lightning followed by a crimson mist. What a remarkable technique. It seems that with sufficient practice, I could become invincible in the early stages, he mused, laughter bubbling forth. After extinguishing the potential fire on the severed trunk, Cheng Xing returned indoors. Reassured, having now acquired both techniques and skills, he resolved to devote a few days to mastering the associated techniques before venturing out for practical experience. In the ensuing days, each morning, the sound of crackling energy resonated from the back mountain, occasionally accompanied by deep thuds as trees succumbed to the onslaught. Although the system could learn techniques, true mastery required diligent practice. Otherwise, one might falter in a real battle and be eliminated by a quicker adversary. 8 extremes collapse. Cheng Xing struck the massive tree before him with a palm, the tremendous force causing a shower of leaves to cascade down, a gentle breeze sweeping them toward the precipice. As he watched the departing leaves, he focused his soul energy, marking the most withered leaf as his target, and swiftly summoned his fighting energy, gesturing with his palm. Lightning arrow. A streak of light shot forth from his palm, striking the fallen leaf and incinerating it to ashes. Pleased with his precision, Cheng Xing was satisfied. The lightning arrow's remarkable speed required no lead time. As long as his own strike was swift enough, he could hit his mark effortlessly. The sound of crushed leaves echoed from the path ahead, and Cheng Xing reacted swiftly, propelling himself up the tree trunk and scaling it with agility, concealed amidst the dense canopy. He carefully observed that a youthful figure soon emerged. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it to be Xiao Yin. Cheng Xing suppressed his presence, opting not to descend. How strange. I just heard commotion here, Xiao Yin remarked, searching in vain before deciding to leave. Noticing the ring on Xiao Yan's hand, Cheng Xing wasted no time, aiming directly to use his all-purpose copy card. Ding, copy successful. The system's prompt resonated in his mind, and Cheng Xing smiled as he watched Xiao Yin retreat further away. Ah, now that has settled, Cheng Xing thought, glancing at the multitude of items in his backpack, various formulas, techniques, and skills, all acquired through the copy card. Regretfully, he lamented the scarcity of the all-purpose copy cards, although the items at hand were substantial. The absence of more cards was a disappointment. Once assured that no one was around, he leaped lightly, landing firmly on the ground. Present, I can easily take on a 4-star fighter, Cheng Xing murmured to himself. He speculated that Galio had likely upgraded his techniques during this time, thereby enhancing his strength. If it came to a one-on-one confrontation, Cheng Xing felt confident in his ability to defeat him. Recalling the last ambush he had endured, which nearly cost him his life, a fire ignited within Cheng Xing. I must settle the score with him. Resolute, he gathered his belongings, leaving little behind in his room, just a note and a few items. A farewell to the Xiao family, the first stop on his journey through the fighting energy continent. That on a tranquil morning, with the clan still relatively quiet, Cheng Xing exited his home with ease. Previously, he had obtained intelligence from Yufei, revealing that Galio had been dispatched by his father to oversee matters, routinely visiting the marketplace each morning. After having ambushed him before, it was now time for Galio to face and ambush himself. Given the Galio clan's pressing need for manpower, Galio's retinue was notably sparse. Additionally, following the recent losses of many fighter guards, Galio had been advised to avoid drawing attention and to take less traveled paths. Upon learning of this information, Cheng Xing seized the opportunity, setting up an ambush at Galio's predictable morning route, donning a black cloak as he patiently awaited his quarry. This Lu Shi is utterly detestable. If not for his status as an alchemist, damn it, I wouldn't have let that little girl go so easily. That he truly deserves a fate worse than death. Galio grumbled as he kicked the debris along the roadside. Expressing his frustration with Lu Shi, Cheng Xing smirked, focusing his energy into a lightning arrow, his gaze fixed intently on Galio. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, lifting Cheng Xing's cloak dramatically. Galio, being attuned to the winds due to his wind attribute fighting energy, sensed the disturbance and shouted, "Who's there? Step forward." Cheng Xing found himself speechless, having been betrayed by the very wind. Lightning arrow. A swift bolt of light surged towards Galio's forehead. However, Galio was no slouch. Now a 3-star fighter, he had sensed the impending danger and swiftly dodged to the right, narrowly avoiding the arrow as it singed his left hair. That a burnt odor wafted through the air. "Who dares to ambush me? Do they seek death?" Galio exclaimed, feeling the scorching pain on his scalp as he touched the singed hair, his body brimming with anger. His wind-based technique surged within him, preparing his energy for a counterattack. Seeing his sneak attack fail, Chengxing emerged from his hiding spot atop the roof, observing Galio, who appeared startled and on edge. "Who are you? Do you know who you've offended today?" Galio shouted, his bravado faltering as he demanded, "Come down now, or I'll ensure you regret it." "You speak too much," Chengxing retorted. As soon as his words fell, he stomped fiercely on the roof, causing several bricks to shatter underfoot, using the recoil to propel himself towards Galio with a powerful kick. Galio, sensing the mysterious assailant's lack of intent to reveal his identity, felt a surge of panic and hastily gathered his fighting energy, forming a swirling vortex of energy around his fist. "You brought this upon yourself, Green Wind Spiral Fist." As the vortex of energy coalesced around Galio's fist, Chengxing quickly infused his foot with energy, the sound of crackling electricity resonating as he charged forward. With a thunderous crash, their fists collided, producing a sound akin to distant thunder that reverberated in the air. Both combatants were sent sprawling backwards for several meters, Chengxing performing a graceful flip in midair before landing on his feet, leaving 2 long marks on the ground. In contrast, Galio crashed to the ground, enveloped in a cloud of dust, before the dust settled. Anguished cries echoed from within. Chengxing approached Galio, who was now a pitiful sight, his palm crackling with electricity. "Please, spare me. I mean no offense that I'm a member of the Galio family. If you let me go, I can offer you anything." Galio pleaded, terror etched across his face as he crawled backward, bloodied and exposed. "And when you plotted against me, did you ever consider this day would come?" Chengxing's eyes glinted with malice as he coldly questioned. "You? How is that possible?" Galio's mind raced through memories, finally connecting the dots and gasping. "It can't be. You were supposed to be dead. Yet here I stand," Chengxing replied with chilling calmness. "And what of your schemes?" Chengxing offered a faint smile, his lightning arrow aimed squarely at Galio's head. "You scoundrel, do you dare?" A voice, infused with rage, thundered in Chengxing's ears like a clap of thunder. "This is bad. Why is Galio following so closely behind?" Chengxing thought to himself, realizing that he had no time to release the lightning arrow he had conjured. Instead, he extended his left hand to grasp Galio's shoulder while channeling his fighting spirit to execute a technique known as 8 Extremities Burst. With a resounding thud, Galio's entire right arm, along with his body, was propelled backward towards Galabai, the lightning arrow in his palm, striking the ground with force. With a dull thud, Galio's arm was shattered by the sheer power, contorting grotesquely like twisted dough. "Father, save me!" Galio cried out in desperation. Galabai, who had been in pursuit, witnessed Galio's trajectory as he flew back, leaving a trail of blood. After a moment of hesitation, he adjusted his angle to catch Galio. At that very moment, the lightning arrow in Chengxing's grasp struck the ground, creating a small crater and kicking up a cloud of dust that conveniently obscured visibility. "Damn it, what a waste. If only I had acted sooner," Chengxing lamented, his eyes narrowing in regret over his earlier hesitation. That he swiftly fled, his figure vanishing into the alley. After circling the city several times to ensure he was not being followed, he finally donned a black cloak and found a tavern to lay low. Chapter 14. The Monster Mountain Range. Finding a secluded tavern, Chengxing stayed there for several days, diligently avoiding crowded areas while procuring essential supplies for his journey. The Galio family certainly had some influence in Wutan City, and seeking revenge at this time seemed rather unrealistic. However, as the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is never too late, and Chengxing understood the virtue of patience. He would bide his time, temporarily setting this matter aside to venture out and seek opportunities. Although he had already reached the rank of a 1-star fighter, possessing the capability to contend with 3-star and 4-star fighters, he knew that this level of combat prowess would likely be insufficient in the wild or against the beasts that roamed the Monster Mountain Range. Clearly, the first step to embarking on his journey was to acquire a good map. Chengxing unfurled a map worth 500 gold coins, which detailed every town in the Kamada Empire and the trading routes through the Monster Mountain Range. Just then, a notification from the system chimed in. System task. Please check. Upon opening the system, he saw a task marked with a red pentagram, indicating its urgency. Urgent task. Please locate the poisonous maiden within 2 months and collect the ebon poison body. As he read the task, a memory flashed in Cheng Xing's mind. Qingshan Town, Little Physician. The ebon poison body is a rare constitution characterized by a body permeated with potent toxins that require no training. Simply ingesting poisonous substances would enhance one's realm, with no limits to such improvement. However, the ebon poison body would erupt periodically, causing devastation and chaos. Moreover, its bearer typically had a short lifespan, as the more toxins they consumed to elevate their strength, the quicker and more tragically they would perish. Cheng Xing searched for Qingshan Town on the map, and indeed, found it, departing from Wutan City to the east and heading towards the Monster Mountain Range. He estimated it would take about a week to reach Qingshan Town. This town was the closest to the Monster Mountain Range, also known as the Monster Town. The crux of this task was to find the physician known as Little Physician at the Wan Yao Pharmacy. With the task clarified, Cheng Xing packed his belongings and set off towards the eastern side of Wutan City. After a full 6 days of travel, he finally arrived in Qingshan Town. Under the scorching sun, numerous mercenaries lounged along the streets, seemingly unfazed by the heat, reveling in their merriment. For these men, who danced on the edge of danger, it was a case of living for the moment. Who could say if they would return from their next mission to share another drink together? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Cheng Xing spotted the only vacant corridor on the street, unoccupied by mercenaries, with the words Wan Yao Pharmacy prominently displayed. This must be the place, he muttered, though he wondered if the little physician was inside. Make way, make way. Help. Help. I beg you, little physician, save my brother. Just as Cheng Xing hesitated, a scarred, burly man knelt at the entrance of the Wan Yao Pharmacy. Beside him lay a pale, and it was evident that the latter had been attacked by a beast. Reduced to this pitiful state, the man's cries and pleas did not invite mockery from the nearby mercenaries. They understood that such misfortune could easily befall any of them. The mercenaries who had been drinking moments ago rushed forward to assist the two. At that moment, a woman clad in a light blue gown appeared before them. Though not stunningly beautiful, her refined demeanor and ethereal aura made her captivating, her face adorned with a smile that could enchant anyone. Little physician, please save him, several mercenaries implored as they saw the physician emerge. The little physician smiled, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, before she gestured towards the interior, saying, "Quickly, someone help me carry him inside and bring out the medicinal herbs I prepared earlier." Cheng Xing couldn't help but admire the delicate waist of the little physician, finding her even more appealing than the mature Yu Fei. Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in with the little physician. Rewards: high-level flying fighting technique, purple cloud wings. 1 vial of green bamboo snake venom. 10 usage cards for high-level fighting techniques. Cheng Xing felt a surge of excitement as he observed the newly added items in his inventory, especially the flying technique, as flying abilities were typically reserved for fighters of the king rank and above. The manifestation of wings crafted from fighting spirits signified profound strength. However, upon seeing the venom reward, he was somewhat perplexed. Could it be intended to poison the little physician? After a moment of contemplation, he recalled that the ebon poison body was impervious to toxins. Whatever poison entered its mouth would merely act as a tonic, perhaps causing temporary unconsciousness due to overwhelming toxicity. With this realization, Cheng Xing devised a corresponding scheme. Currently, the little physician was merely a 1-star fighter, her strength comparable to his own, making it manageable to control her. System: what constitutes the collection of the ebon poison body? Cheng Xing inquired. After all, checking in was simple. Just being in the same vicinity sufficed. However, he needed clarity on the conditions for collection, given that the little physician had saved numerous mercenaries in Qingshan Town. He was cautious not to offend her and become a target of their wrath. Collect fresh blood from the ebon poison body to complete the task. Cheng Xing's head spun upon receiving the system's response. The little physician was adored by all in Qingshan Town. How could he possibly obtain her blood? The mercenaries would gladly shed their own blood rather than let harm come to her. It appeared that he would need to find a way to be alone with the little physician to succeed. Cheng Xing pondered this, realizing that such matters required cunning rather than brute force. Since he could not rush it, Cheng Xing chose to stay at an inn where he could keep an eye on the Wan Yao Pharmacy, ensuring he would be the first to know of any developments. With idle time on his hands, he rested by the window, peering at the Wan Yao Pharmacy. From the open window of the second floor, he could see the little physician tirelessly treating mercenaries. From noon until nightfall, hardly pausing for a moment, It seemed that making a move in Qingshan Town would indeed be a formidable challenge. Cheng Xing sighed, grateful he had taken the time to observe. Otherwise, attempting to draw blood could have resulted in him being torn apart by the enraged mercenaries that as the evening lights flickered on, Cheng Xing retreated into his room to continue his training. The 3-Chi mixed origin technique was a high-level yellow-tier skill, and its unique meridian pathways allowed Cheng Xing to absorb fighting spirit at a rate surpassing that of an ordinary person, effectively accumulating 3 days' worth of training in just one night. For several consecutive days, the little physician remained within the Wan Yao pharmacy, never stepping outside, which left Cheng Xing feeling somewhat vexed. Did she never leave the premises? Cheng Xing pondered while eating. Hey, when will the Wan Yao pharmacy go back into the mountains to gather herbs? Calculating, it should be in about half a month that we gathered plenty of herbs last time. Enough to last for a while. 2 men at a nearby table discussed, and upon hearing the mention of another half-month delay, Cheng Xing's hand holding the wine cup trembled slightly. Young captain, can you take me along on the next herb-gathering trip? I want to go into the mountains with you. One man, with an ingratiating demeanor, pulled out a large bag of gold coins and discreetly offered it to the one he referred to as young captain. Haha, no problem. Mu Li appreciates straightforwardness like yours. Come, let's drink. Cheng Xing turned his head slightly, catching a glimpse of the man named Mu Li, whose badge bore the emblem of a one-eyed wolf's head. This was Mu Li of the Wolf Head Mercenary Group. Cheng Xing reminisced, swiftly raising the wine glass to his lips and draining it in one gulp, before retreating to his room. Contemplating the impending journey into the mountains, he deemed it prudent to concoct some elixirs for unforeseen circumstances. The recovery pill, a second-tier remedy, could significantly accelerate the user's energy regeneration and restore a certain amount of energy shortly after consumption. Fortunately, he had previously procured a substantial quantity of medicinal herbs in Wutan City, which now sufficed to assemble the materials necessary for crafting the recovery pill. After selecting the required ingredients, he initiated the refining process, setting the desired quantity before entering a state of cultivation. For the next half-month, Cheng Xing diligently practiced within the inn, successfully advancing from a 1-star fighter to a 2-star fighter. Utilizing an opportunity to compress his energy, he enhanced the quality of his internal energy by a level. He also managed to refine 3 or 4 vials of recovery pills, ample for emergencies upon entering the Beast Mountain range. Regrettably, his mastery of the 8 extremes collapse technique had only reached the 4th level, leaving a considerable gap to the true 8th level. Observing the broken trunks of several trees outside the town, Cheng Xing recognized them as tangible evidence of his recent training accomplishments. Now, armed with the strength of a 2-star fighter and a high-level yellow-grade technique comparable to a low-level mysterious grade 1. Combined with 2 mysterious grade combat skills, his combat prowess was sufficient to repel a 7-star fighter. He had heard that the selection day for the mountain escort team from Wanyaozhai was set for early the next morning. So he resolved to rest early that night. As the night deepened, Cheng Xing re-entered the town and returned to the inn, where he noticed Wanyaozhai had closed its doors early. Those familiar with Wanyaozhai understood this to be an omen of the upcoming expedition. Cheng Xing was aware of this due to his formidable spiritual strength, which allowed him to eavesdrop while seated in the inn's tavern. His enhanced spiritual power, bolstered by numerous attribute points, was now nearing the mid-stage of the mortal realm. Tomorrow, we set out for the mountains, Cheng Xing murmured to himself. Feeling a flutter of excitement within, he decided against further training that night, opting instead for a good night's sleep to rejuvenate his state. Before dawn the following day, Cheng Xing awoke and, noticing that Wanyaozhai had yet to open, descended to sit downstairs. Within the Beast Mountain range, the beasts reigned supreme, while humans were uninvited intruders to survive amidst the throngs of beasts. Traveling in groups was the mercenary's best option. Hence, Wanyaozhai's escort team comprised fewer than 10 members from Wanyaozhai itself, with the remainder recruited from various mercenaries. As the sun rose, the recruitment of mercenaries by Wanyaozhai commenced at the town's entrance. For this expedition into the mountains, we are also accompanied by the little physician that we seek to recruit 60 individuals, all of whom must possess at least the strength of a 2-star fighter. Spots are limited. First come, first served. The loud proclamation shattered the morning's tranquility, prompting a throng of mercenaries to crowd around Cheng Xing, following a man clad in Wanyaozhai's uniform. Fortunately, Cheng Xing had risen early. Within half an hour, the 60 spots had been claimed that he managed to secure a place in the team heading into the mountains. The morning dew had yet to dissipate, and the once silent forest welcomed its first wave of travelers. Chengxing positioned himself in the center of the group, silently marching alongside the seasoned mercenaries, who remained vigilant, scanning the low shrubs for potential beast ambushes. Not far behind, the Wanyaozhai herbal gathering team was encircled by onlookers. Chengxing's gaze swept across the group, eventually settling on a delicate figure in a white dress, surrounded as if by a constellation of stars. This young woman, known as the Little Physician, straightened slightly. Using the back of her hand to wipe the sweat from her brow, her breath a tad labored. With her gentle yet vibrant visage, she evoked a sense of deep compassion that moment. A strikingly handsome youth beside her called out, "Everyone from the Wolf Head group, stay alert. We are merely at the periphery of the Beast Mountain Range. We have yet to reach the core area of this expedition. Do not let your guard down." "Yes, young team leader." The mercenaries responded in unison, their voices reverberating through the trees, causing the surrounding wildlife to scatter in alarm. Such reckless behavior was frowned upon by the seasoned mercenaries. Yet Mu Li appeared quite pleased with himself. As the group continued onward, Chengxing could hear the murmurs of mercenaries cursing Mu Li under their breath. However, given their numbers and the fact that Wanyaozhai had hired him as a personal escort, they had no choice but to suppress their emotions and press on. Shortly after Mu Li's ostentatious display of leadership, the team fell under attack. To be cautious, right side of the team, it's a first-tier beast. The golden leopard. There's more. Form up and avoid getting separated. A handful of first-tier beasts, leveraging their agility and the cover of low shrubs, launched repeated assaults from either side of the group, eliciting cries of distress. Positioned toward the center, Chengxing could only see the commotion and hear the anguished sounds from the crowd. Consequently, he summoned his spiritual power to enhance his perception. Before his formidable spiritual presence, the movements of the golden leopard seemed to slow to a crawl. He discerned that one of the leopards appeared to be communicating with the others. The lead golden leopard prepared to pounce into the crowd. Chengxing seized the opportunity, launching a bolt of lightning with his right hand, forcing the beast to alter its trajectory and land directly into an awaiting giant beast net. Once the others secured the first golden leopard, the remaining three, deprived of their leader's guidance, were swiftly dispatched, culminating in the complete resolution of the golden leopard threat. After tending to the wounded, the group resumed their journey. Following a brief respite, the team set forth again. As night descended, they had encountered 6 or 7 attacks, fortunately all from lower-tier beasts, and had suffered no casualties. Thank you all for your hard work today, though we still have quite a distance to the herbal gathering area. Let us set up camp for the night and continue our journey at dawn. The soft voice of the young woman resonated through the ranks, prompting the mercenary troop to halt. With Wanyaozhai and the Wolf Head group present, a small mercenary camp was swiftly established. Chengxing selected a comparatively quiet corner to rest, opting not to congregate with the other mercenaries. The campfire flickered, casting light upon each face. Today's journey had been relatively smooth. The few beast encounters had not taxed them greatly. Yet, Chengxing pondered why, despite traveling such a distance, the frequency of attacks felt unusually low. In the dead of night, the forest was shrouded in eerie darkness. Leaning against a large tree, Chengxing observed the flickering flames of the campfire. He noticed Mu Li, stealthily retrieving an object resembling a morning glory from the gap between the tents, handing it to a fellow mercenary. Peering closer in the firelight, Chengxing recognized it as a wild beast flower, a type of flora capable of inciting a frenzy among beasts. The aroma it emitted was potent enough to attract second-tier beasts to compete for it. What does he intend to do? Chengxing wondered, expanding his spiritual perception. Rest assured, just place this flower at the entrance of that cave up ahead and return quickly. Then we can. The final words were whispered so low that even with all his might, Chengxing could not discern them clearly. He watched as the mercenary, clutching the wild beast flower, stealthily exited the camp and vanished into the night. That a sense of unease washed over Chengxing. They were already deep within the periphery of the Beast Mountain Range, where second-tier beasts could easily appear. With no one in the team yet having attained the fighter rank, the peril posed by second-tier beasts under the cover of night was exponentially greater than during the day. After a moment, the mercenaries stumbled back into the camp, and not long after, guttural roars echoed from nearby. That a tremor shook the earth, accompanied by loud, crashing sounds, prompting the frontline mercenaries to scream. It's a second-tier beast. The bone ape, Night raid beasts are attacking. Stay alert. Sensing the immense energy fluctuations ahead, Chengxing quickly climbed the tree at his back, utilizing his spiritual perception to survey the situation that he spotted two enormous shadows charging toward the camp. Despite the cover of night, their massive forms were unmistakable. Good heavens. Two second-tier beasts, adult bone apes known for their formidable defense and attack. It seems we won't be leaving tonight. The bone apes were entirely black. But upon reaching adulthood, their black fur would transform into a patterned white, revealing their bones beneath. The origin of their name. The cacophony roused all the mercenaries from their slumber. These second-tier beasts were not something an ordinary fighter could confront. Though it was their first collaboration, each mercenary understood the terror posed by these creatures. With their seasoned combat skills, they managed to momentarily hold off the two beasts. What is happening? Such a commotion. Mu Li emerged from the side tent, casting a glance at the little physician before inquiring loudly. Young team leader, two second-tier beasts are assaulting the camp. Mu Li's lips curled into a slight smile as he approached the little physician, saying, "Fear not, little physician. Our Wolfhead mercenary group possesses ample capability to handle such emergencies. You should return to your tent and leave this to us." The visage of the little healer was etched with concern. She had heard of the fearsome reputation of this magical beast. Even fighters of the same rank found it exceedingly difficult to emerge victorious against such a foe, particularly under the cover of night. However, before the little healer could articulate her thoughts, Mu Li reached out, supporting her waist as he ushered her towards the tent. Observing Mu Li's inappropriate touch, the little healer wriggled free from his grasp and proceeded into the tent on her own. The moment she stepped inside, the smile that Mu Li had feigned vanished in an instant. He exchanged a knowing glance with a nearby mercenary, who understood the unspoken cue and made his way towards the battlefield ahead. Did he intend to stage a heroic rescue? Chengxing saw through his ruse at a glance. Through the perception granted by his soul power, Chengxing discerned that the members of the Wolfhead mercenary group were subtly retreating, leaving those mercenaries who had joined the fray alone to contend with the two second-tier magical beasts, agitated by the frenzy of the beast flower. Within the span of mere moments, over 20 fighters had succumbed to incapacitation. The two skeletal apes, now unrestrained, turned their gaze towards the massive bonfire at the heart of the camp. This was dire. If those beasts extinguished the fire, repelling them would become an impossibility. Chengxing recognized their intent. Though magical beasts were inherently averse to fire, some with nascent intelligence had begun to overcome the primal fear ingrained in their bloodlines, allowing them to adapt and survive. That it was evident that these two skeletal apes were among those capable of such feats. After shaking off the mercenaries at the front line, the two skeletal apes leaped with tremendous force, creating a massive crater near the bonfire. The shockwave from their landing nearly extinguished the flames. Protect the little healer. Safeguard the young captain. The turbulent air from their landing had turned the entire camp upside down, scattering several tents adjacent to the fire. The members of Wanyazhai looked upon the monstrous beasts, which seemed to have descended like gods of terror, trembling in fright and contemplating a hasty retreat. The little healer clutched a pouch of pale, purple powder tightly in her hand, cautiously observing the dynamics of the battle as she beheld the two massive heads. Stained with the blood of mercenaries, Wolfhead, advance. These two are but remnants of their former strength, Mu Li commanded, eyeing the mercenaries surrounding him. Faced with such formidable magical beasts, the group dared not underestimate the situation. They maintained a cautious distance during their collective assault, knowing that a moment's carelessness could result in grievous injury. "You see, we must rely on the Wolfhead mercenary group," Mu Li boasted, reveling in the moment as the beasts were momentarily contained. Yet, despite their efforts, they were still unable to subdue the two fearsome creatures. The little healer merely offered Mu Li a faint smile, choosing instead to turn her attention to the injured mercenaries in need of care. Seeing her disregard, Mu Li's expression darkened once more, and he muttered under his breath, "I don't know what you're pretending for. Soon enough, you will realize that you cannot escape from here without me." After gesturing to the nearby mercenaries, the magical beasts, previously subdued, began to show signs of counterattack. From his perch in the tree, Chengxing observed the unfolding chaos. Good heavens! Mu Li was resorting to such despicable tactics to garner the little healer's attention. If news of this spread, the reputation of the Wolfhead mercenary group would be irreparably tarnished. With the magical beasts now afforded a moment of respite, they unleashed a staggering display of strength, incapacitating 4 fighters in mere moments with their raw power. "Young captain, we can barely hold on," one of the mercenaries exclaimed, panic evident in his voice, "that if we delay any longer, these 2 beasts will soon be out of strength." Muli produced a small pouch from his possession and tossed it to a mercenary, instructing, "Find an opportunity to scatter this upon its head." System, scan the contents of that pouch. The pouch contained an extract of the beast flower. Should the magical beasts inhale a substantial amount, their blood would surge too rapidly, causing them to faint. The mercenary received the pouch, gauged its weight, and swiftly hurled it towards the head of the magical beast. Just as the pouch was about to reach its target, one of the beasts, noticing the human's actions, let out a furious roar, the resulting shockwave dispersing the powder into the air. Witnessing the fine powder raining down, Mu Li's pupils constricted, and he bellowed in frustration, "Useless fools, what are you waiting for? Focus your fire." The little healer, examining the pale powder in her hand, pinched a small amount and brought it to her nose. Her expression darkening as she declared, "This is beast flower. Be cautious. This magical beast is about to go berserk." Before the mercenaries could react, the skeletal ape launched another assault, its massive hands slamming against the ground in a frenzied attack. Bang, bang. Chengxing observed as the 2 battle-worn beasts, after inhaling a modest amount of powder, erupted with terrifying force that he was taken aback. This powder acted as a sort of stimulant for magical beasts, enabling them to unleash horrifying power in a short burst. With fewer than 30 fighters still capable of combat, the prospect of subduing 2 rampaging second-tier magical beasts was daunting. Chapter 15. The terror of second-tier magical beasts. These beasts possessed immense strength. Even a single blow could leave ordinary fighters gravely injured. Many had already sustained wounds from the skeletal ape's assaults amidst the chaos, leading to a rapid decline in their numbers. Yet the mercenaries maintained a numerical advantage. Following their comrades' injuries, many mercenaries, witnessing their allies struck down and bleeding, succumbed to rage, pouring their energy into frenzied attacks against the magical beasts. This collective onslaught left the 2 skeletal apes battered, their once white fur now stained crimson, illuminated menacingly by the flickering flames. Despite their grievous wounds, the beasts had not sustained any critical damage. Moreover, the frenzied effects of the beast flower coursing through their veins dulled their sensitivity to pain, transforming them into relentless instruments of destruction. Mu Li, now somewhat flustered, had not anticipated this turn of events, that if these 2 skeletal apes were not dealt with, and if they harmed the members of Wanya's High, it could jeopardize their future escort missions. That he had hoped to impress the little healer by showcasing his prowess in this situation. After a brief standoff, the 2 magical beasts seemed to realize that the humans before them were ineffectual. They began pounding their chests in triumph, emitting thunderous roars, strutting about like victors surveying their subordinates. Surely, with so many attacks, these beasts cannot still move freely. Is there truly no weakness? Chengxing pondered as he observed the 2 skeletal apes not far from the base of the tree. If they were unable to defeat these creatures, he could not possibly face 2 second-tier magical beasts alone. That if all the fighters lost their combat capability, he would have no means of escape in this perilous darkness. With a thought, he activated the system scanning function to gather information on the skeletal apes. Skeletal ape, second-tier magical beast, prefers cool environments, characterized by white fur and bone-like markings. Possesses immense strength, adept at running. Defense is second only to that of the rock serpent among the same tier. Prior to advancement to 4th tier, the abdomen is its primary weakness. After reaching 4th tier, star-like points will appear on the back of its head, making it susceptible to attack. Armed with this knowledge, Chengxing remained unhurried, choosing to stay nestled in the tree. After all, there were still over 20 members of the Wolfhead mercenary group below, safeguarding their young captain. Descending now would not significantly alter the situation. That Mu Li, watching the magical beasts he had summoned now spiraling out of control, cast a glance back at the members of Wanya's High, spotting the little healer diligently tending to the injured. He steeled himself and shouted, "Wolfhead, follow me!" As soon as someone initiated an attack, the remaining mercenaries rallied, united in their effort. Although they were skeptical of the powder strewn across the ground, now was not the time for discussion. Using the light of the fire, they launched their assaults upon the 2 skeletal apes. Having learned from their previous defeat, the mercenaries relied on ranged attacks. hurling spears in an effort to harass the beasts. The skeletal apes, however, were not dim-witted. They stomped their feet upon the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust that obscured the vision of their assailants. To be cautious, these creatures possess a considerable degree of intelligence. As the thick dust enveloped the area, Cheng Xing lamented, "If only I had mastered the techniques of the wind blast and fire palm, I could have made the most of this situation." In the meantime, the mercenaries struggled to maintain their sight, trying to distance themselves from the dust while keeping their eyes peeled and channeling their energy to guard against a sudden charge from the beasts. Stay calm, everyone. These creatures are undoubtedly heavily injured and are likely attempting to flee. Keep a close watch. 2 second-tier magical cores would make for splendid spoils, Mu Li proclaimed loudly, a smug expression gracing his face. The little healer, sensing the lingering dust cloud, felt a gnawing anxiety and cautiously stepped back a few paces, whispering to her companions from Wanya's high. Bang, bang. With 2 thunderous crashes, 2 dark figures burst forth from the dust, hurtling straight into the center of the campfire and extinguishing it in an instant. With the light of the fire extinguished, the mercenaries were forced to huddle together, unable to discern the situation around them. While the ominous sounds of the beasts echoed in the camp, accompanied by the collapse of tents. "Quick, we need to reignite the fire." Mu Li's hands trembled as he heard the footsteps drawing ever closer. Yet before him lay an impenetrable darkness, obscuring the whereabouts of the beast. The mercenary with the wolf's head, momentarily taken aback, quickly ignited a fire and extended the torch toward him. Holding the torch aloft, Mu Li cast it forward, and in the faint glow, he beheld 2 skeletal apes, their blood long dried, resembling garments of crimson. Stimulated by the light, the skeletal ape, with its massive foot, exerted force, leaving an enormous footprint on the ground, launching itself like a projectile toward the gathered crowd. Cheng Xing surveyed the positions of his companions. Mu Li and the other members of the Wolfhead mercenary group had not confronted the skeletal ape directly. Instead, it was the Wan Yao Zhai and the injured mercenaries who became the targets of this onslaught, but a sense of dread surged within him as he recognized the dire situation. Under the guidance of his fighting spirit, he swiftly adapted. The little physician, witnessing the blood-red figure rapidly enlarging in her vision, realized that evasion was no longer an option. The other mercenaries, seeing the Wolfhead mercenaries fail to intervene, erupted in curses. "Damn it, Wolfhead mercenaries, move!" Yet, who dared to intercept a colossal beast barreling toward them at such speed? The sheer force of the creature could potentially overwhelm even a Dome Master-S full defense, let alone those present, who were merely fighters. With a thunderous crash, accompanied by the splatter of blood and mud, more than half of Wan Yao Zhai's herbal gatherers vanished. The remaining individuals, paralyzed by fear at the beast's terrifying speed, only regained their senses to find numerous bodies crushed into grotesque forms, blood gushing forth, filling the air with a nauseating stench. Overcome with horror, they collapsed to the ground. The mercenaries, witnessing the chaos, were filled with regret and soon erupted into cries of despair. "Ah, little physician, hurry, brothers, save the people." They implored. "The little physician has saved us countless times. What are we waiting for? Let us go." Meanwhile, on the tree trunk where Cheng Xing had stood, only 2 shallow footprints remained. Noticing the gaps in the positioning of his comrades, especially with the little physician in the path of the beast, Cheng Xing prepared to act. Among all attributes, the wind attribute offered the greatest speed enhancement, making it ideal for Cheng Xing, who lacked any mobility techniques, to rush in and save her as one of the skeletal apes propelled itself forward. Cheng Xing sprang into action, channeling his fighting spirit into his legs, bursting forth from the sturdy tree trunk, leaving 2 impressions in its wake, and hurtling toward the little physician, who stood frozen in place. Chapter 16. Gathering the wretched poisonous body with the wind attribute enhancing his speed. Cheng Xing raced through the low air like a gust, blending into the darkness of the night, unnoticed by the crowd, until he lunged at the little physician. Using the momentum, he enveloped her delicate form in his embrace, skidding across the grass for more than 10 paces. After rolling aside with the little physician, the beast's body continued to sweep over the ground, crushing all in its path. Observing the dazed expression on the little physician's face, it was clear she had yet to recover from the earlier fright. Her pallid visage was etched with terror, evoking a pang of sympathy within Cheng Xing. Gazing upon her untouched beauty His heart fluttered with a hint of restlessness. But the sudden sound that broke the silence redirected his thoughts. "Are you all right?" he inquired urgently. The little physician nodded mechanically, her eyes gradually regaining their luster. With Cheng Xing's support, she slowly stood. "What is your name?" "Thank you for saving me just now. Without you, You're injured. Why is there so much blood?" she asked, trembling as she noticed the crimson smeared across her hands, then saw the deep gash on Cheng Xing's arm. Having skidded upon landing, Cheng Xing had turned to the side to minimize injury, but the sharp debris had still drawn blood. He waved dismissively. "It's nothing. My name is Cheng Xing," during his rescue of the little physician. He had fired a lightning arrow at an approaching skeletal ape. Due to the high speed, he could only aim roughly, but he clearly remembered that the last sight was the beast's abdomen. "Cheng Xing, don't move. Let me bandage you," she urged, tugging at his sleeve as she retrieved a small vial from her possession, tearing a strip from her white dress to use as a bandage. Seeing the usually stoic beauty now filled with fear made it hard for Cheng Xing to remain unaffected, but he simply glanced at her and gently squeezed her arm. "You should stay still. Look at the large gash on your arm." It turned out that while he had shielded her, he had still been cut by the flying debris, a vivid scarlet streak marring her otherwise fair skin. Blood oozing forth. The little physician followed his gaze and saw her own arm drenched in blood, warmth blossoming in her heart. Despite being cherished by many in Qingshan town, it was this stranger who had come to her aid in her hour of need. Stirring her emotions, Cheng Xing, too, found it difficult to remain calm amidst the sight of so much blood and dismembered bodies, his fingers fidgeting restlessly as they grazed the little physician's arm. "First, clean the wound. Then apply some hemostatic powder," she suggested with a chuckle, noticing the handsome young man's earlier composure now replaced with a flustered demeanor, which made her find him endearing. The terror she had felt began to dissipate, and color returned to her cheeks. Cheng Xing summoned his fighting spirit to gently blow away the dirt from her wound. Blood flowed freely, dripping on her white dress, forming crimson blossoms. During this process, he inevitably came into contact with her blood. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully collected the wretched poisonous body. The absorption feature has been unlocked for you, and a poison attribute option has been added to your techniques, granting you 50% resistance to toxins. Reward: Advanced Xin Level Do Technique, Xian Yun Lu Guang Shield. Reward: a message about a rare treasure. Cheng Xing absorbed the notification in his mind. He felt an unexpected joy. He had not anticipated collecting the little physician's blood so swiftly, and the rewards were indeed commendable. After cleansing the impurities from her arm, he glanced at the vial she had offered him. The vessel was a simple earthenware, with a label inscribed in elegant handwriting, clearly penned by the little physician herself. "Did you concoct this medicine yourself?" he inquired, holding up the small vial. The little physician forced a faint smile, her pale face barely masking her fear. "Yes, I can simply purify the herbs and mix them into powder. It's effective for stopping bleeding and reducing inflammation. Many mercenaries have praised it." Cheng Xing smiled in return, then flipped his hand to reveal several exquisitely crafted jade vials. Shaking them lightly before her, he said, "Let us use this for now. The situation is urgent." Curiously, she asked, "Is that a potion?" In the small town of Qingshan, not only had she never seen a proper alchemist, but she had also never encountered genuine potions. The sight of Cheng Xing's elegant jade vials piqued her interest. Cheng Xing did not meet her hopeful gaze, but instead sprinkled the hemostatic powder from the vials onto his wound. Within moments, the gaping wound began to slowly mend. Though accompanied by pain, the effects were undeniable. "It hurts," the little physician winced, unable to suppress a few words through gritted teeth, noticing beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Cheng Xing could only offer a helpless reassurance. "There is no other way. Bear with it a bit longer till I'll patch up your wound, and then we'll return to the group. Those mercenaries are still in battle." Upon hearing that the mercenaries were still fighting, the little physician's expression grew resolute. She clenched her teeth, retorting, "That Mu Li has ill intentions. The powder from the frenzied beast flower was likely his doing, causing such heavy casualties." Cheng Xing remained silent, helping her to her feet. "All right, let us go. It's too dangerous for us to linger in this dark forest. There could be beasts lurking in every patch of grass." Having learned from the earlier assault, the little physician quickly grasped Cheng Xing's arm, nodding vigorously, "Yes, let us hurry." Thus, Cheng Xing guided the little physician through the dark forest, retracing the path they had forged in their earlier tumble. "Thank you for saving me just now. Otherwise, I surely would have perished," the little physician reflected on the harrowing experience, still trembling at the thought of the beast's terrifying speed. Cheng Xing did not look back, merely responding with a calm, "It was nothing, just a trivial act." The young healer felt a tinge of frustration. In the past, whenever she expressed her gratitude to someone, they would respond with enthusiasm. Yet, the youth before her remained remarkably composed, leaving her feeling quite unsatisfied. However, it was not that Cheng Xing lacked warmth. At that moment, he was engrossed in a system panel that others could not perceive, which displayed the effects and usage methods of the newly acquired combat technique. The Xinyan Liuguang Shield, an advanced combat technique of the Xian rank, was a rarity in a world where most combat techniques prioritized offense over defense. This technique aimed to utilize those who had successfully cultivated it could even leverage their own strength to defend against opponents of higher ranks. Those who mastered it at the Doling level could withstand attacks from those below the Dohuang level, while those at the Dozong level had yet to face defeat at their own rank. Cheng Xing's eyes widened in astonishment upon reading the final lines. A Dozong practitioner wielding this technique would be virtually invincible against opponents below the Dozuan level. How terrifying! Just when he needed a means to combat foes of higher ranks. This technique arrived at an opportune moment. System: learn the combat technique. Cheng Xing promptly placed the scroll of the combat technique from his backpack into the learning section. As a torrent of information flooded his mind. His pace slowed, and he was astonished to see a faint glow emanating from his hands. The announcement of successful learning echoed in his mind, causing the corners of his mouth to rise uncontrollably. "Ah, hurry! That beast is about to perish. Everyone, put in some extra effort." The shouts of the mercenaries grew increasingly closer until Cheng Xing and the healer emerged from a dense thicket, witnessing a skeletal ape surrounded by a throng of mercenaries. Blood still steamed on the ground, and the beast was pierced by no fewer than 20 spears. The most grievous wound lay in its lower abdomen, where the fur was not a dark crimson, but a charred black. The tough hide had been blown apart, leaving a gaping hole the size of a human head, with large intestines dangling grotesquely and still writhing. It seemed that previous strikes had indeed taken effect. After observing the horrific injuries, Cheng Xing nodded in satisfaction. "This one is finished. Let us go see how the other one is faring," he said to the young healer, and the two made their way to another side. The primary individuals here were members of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps. The skeletal ape had not sustained fatal injuries earlier, and despite the remaining 10 or so members of the Corps coordinating closely, they still failed to bring it down. "Captain, this creature's hide is incredibly tough. So many attacks, and it still stands." Mu Li, his face smeared with blood, trembled as he gripped his weapon. His eyes reflected his unwillingness to accept defeat as he declared, "Hold it down. Once that side is resolved, this beast must die here today." This mission was orchestrated entirely by him, and with so many casualties, how could he face his father? A resounding roar erupted from the skeletal ape, the colossal sound wave sending shockwaves through the surrounding mercenaries, leaving their legs weak. Another beast echoed the cry, as if it were a lament for doomed lovers. The young healer. "She is still alive." A mercenary shouted as he spotted the young healer in her white dress reappearing before them. His call drew everyone's attention, their gazes fixed on the blood-stained white gown. The girl stood gracefully amidst the carnage. Reminiscent of a rose blooming amid slaughter, in that moment when the crowd's attention shifted, the skeletal ape surveyed its surroundings, realizing that no one was focusing on it. Instead, it locked its gaze on the figure in white, and, with newfound resolve, launched its body like a cannonball toward her. Cheng Xing had let his guard down. Upon hearing the rush of wind, he realized the beast's attack was already too close. There was no escaping now. "Damn it, I was distracted. Here goes. Xinyan Liuguang Shield activate." Facing the beast charging toward him, Cheng Xing braced himself and unleashed the technique he had just learned, channeling all the Duki he could muster. The light around his hands intensified as he positioned one arm to resist. With the other hand forming a cross over it, a glowing shield materialized, enveloping both him and the healer. The tremendous impact struck Cheng Xing with such force that it sent his blood surging. His feet embedding into the ground, he let out a muffled grunt, feeling warmth flood his mouth, blood trickling from the corner. Chapter 17. Vanquishing the second-rank beast, the luminous shield in Cheng Xing's hands appeared minuscule against the massive beast. Yet the energy radiating from it was formidable enough to halt the nearly 1,000-pound creature in its tracks that as the shockwave subsided. Chengxing recognized that he could not engage in close combat with such a powerful beast and promptly retreated with the young healer. The beast's roar seemed to convey its astonishment, and its massive arms flailed aimlessly before crashing down. "Stay here. I'll handle the rest," Chengxing instructed as he set the young healer aside, his eyes fixed on the last skeletal ape. The young healer grasped Chengxing's arm, pressing a pouch of green powder into his hand. "This is a paralysis powder I concocted to IT can incapacitate a second-rank beast and slow its movements. Take it. It should be useful." After witnessing the recent dangers, her gaze was imbued with genuine concern as she entrusted him with her life-saving powder. Her soft, warm hand held the fragrant powder, and although Chengxing did not linger on the warmth, he accepted it with a nod and a smile, saying, "Thank you, don't worry." Did he then turn to face the second-rank beast? Chengxing glanced at the sky, which was beginning to lighten. Dawn was approaching. Once the cover of night faded, the chances of a successful ambush would plummet. A boon for the numerous mercenaries that he retrieved 2 recovery pills from his backpack and silently consumed them to replenish the duki expended during the earlier battle. Fortunately, his cultivation method was of the advanced yellow rank, and he still had about 40% of his duki remaining, with ample pills at his disposal. The lowly members of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps, witnessing the beast charge toward the young healer, were largely paralyzed with shock. At that moment, fate seemed to dictate their survival or demise. They felt powerless to assist, seizing the opportunity while their vision was obscured. Chengxing resolved to eliminate the beast swiftly. He expanded his soul-scanning range, locking onto the massive creature, and with a forceful motion, hurled the pouch of green powder toward the beast's head. Following that, he concentrated his duki, launching a lightning arrow immediately after it. As a second-rank beast, the skeletal ape possessed its own skills. Upon sensing an object hurtling toward it, it seized a boulder with its arm and hurled it at the incoming projectile. Chengxing did not anticipate that this attack would succeed. Taking advantage of the beast's distraction, he swiftly sidestepped, allowing the collision between the boulder and the lightning arrow to erupt in a cloud of debris, which surged toward the beast. "Now is my chance." Using the experience card, Intermediate Xian rank combat technique, Lightning Arrow. To maximize the power, he refrained from using his own duki and instead activated the experience card. A pure white lightning bolt coalesced in his hand and shot toward the side of the beast's body. Bang roar! The lightning arrow struck the skeletal ape's right arm, shattering its massive limb into 2 pieces. The searing pain caused the beast to unleash another earth-shattering roar. Realizing it had encountered a far more formidable opponent than the previous mercenaries, and with its strength waning due to fatigue and blood loss, the beast began to seek an escape route. "Think you can flee? Not so easily." With an immense surge of soul power, every minuscule movement of the beast could not escape Chengxing's vigilant gaze. This skeletal ape, typically bold and unyielding due to its tough hide and robust flesh, often dominated the area, causing nearby mercenary teams to avoid provoking it. Now, faced with a formidable adversary, it yearned to flee, knowing that if it could reach the forest, it could once again roam freely. Chengxing had no intention of granting it such an opportunity. With a slight smile, he lifted his foot slowly and then brought it down heavily upon the ground, sending forth a flicker of white light that arced through the air. With a piercing howl, Chengxing transformed into a flash of white light, instantly appearing at the beast's right side. His palms straightened, and his fighting spirit rapidly coalesced, delivering a crushing blow to the charred stump of the beast's arm. .8 Extremes burst. In an instant, the tremendous force propelled the 1,000-pound beast through the air, shattering several large trees in its path before finally smashing into a boulder, where it came to a halt. Gasping for breath, Chengxing felt his palms swell and throb, a numbing sensation coursing through it. This strike, infused with the power of lightning attribute fighting spirit, was sure to incapacitate the beast. Even if it did not succumb to the initial blow, as the thick smoke began to dissipate, Chengxing cautiously approached the location where the beast had fallen, once more gathering a bolt of lightning in his hand, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. The once mighty skeletal ape was now a mere shadow of its former self. Its right arm had been obliterated, and the surrounding muscle tissue was similarly devastated, revealing a few of its prominent ribs. Blood poured from its shattered body, quickly forming a thick, viscous pool on the ground. Yet, astonishingly, the beast continued to gasp for breath, a testament to its tenacious vitality. When it caught sight of Cheng Xing standing nearby, it attempted to rise once more, but its roars were now feeble and diminished. "Ah, let me accompany you on your journey," Cheng Xing sighed softly. With that, he unleashed a lightning arrow that struck directly at the center of the skeletal ape's head. With a resounding explosion, the second-tier beast was finally terminated. After dispatching the creature, Cheng Xing produced a dagger and began searching for the magic core amid the mangled remains. Before long, he unearthed a fist-sized magic core from the bloodied wreckage of the beast's skull. "Hey kid, this beast was not slain by a single person. Do you intend to hoard it all for yourself?" As Cheng Xing wiped the blood from the magic core in preparation to stow it away, a voice interrupted him, and the gazes of those present turned toward him. The speaker was none other than Mu Li, accompanied by several members of the Wolfhead mercenary group. Cheng Xing chuckled, gesturing toward the fallen skeletal ape. "What's the matter? Wasn't he being chased by this brute enough for you? If I hadn't intervened and slain it, many of you wouldn't even be standing here to speak. Now you come forth demanding the magic core. What's your angle?" As Cheng Xing secured the second-tier magic core, Mu Li smiled faintly and remarked, "It seems the green powder was indeed your doing. No wonder you're so eager for the magic core." Detecting the ulterior motive in Mu Li's words, Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes and retorted, "What do you mean?" Mu Li, now pacing, raised his voice several notches. "What do I mean? You used the wild beast magic flower to lure in the second-tier beast, causing significant casualties among us. And now you play the innocent. That green powder you scattered, was it not your handiwork?" His loud proclamation drew the attention of the crowd once more, their focus now squarely fixed on Cheng Xing. Xiao Yixian, witnessing Cheng Xing's unjust accusation, attempted to speak out, but was silenced by Mu Li's companions, who forcibly restrained her. Meanwhile, Mu Li's followers brandished their weapons, standing ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Cheng Xing surveyed the scene, spotting Xiao Yixian being dragged away by the Wolfhead members. The remaining mercenaries closed in, their intentions unclear, whether to spectate or to side with Mu Li. But the atmosphere had grown increasingly tense that Mu Li casually picked up a handful of dirt tainted with the powder. Casting a glance at his loyal guards, with arms crossed, he spoke haughtily, "Surrender the magic core, and in light of your slaying of the beast, we may allow you to depart unharmed. Otherwise, you shall pay the price for your actions." As mercenaries continued to gather, the original 60-member team had dwindled to around 40 who could still fight. Many, having received Mu Li's signals and swayed by the Wolfhead's deliberate misdirection, now regarded Cheng Xing as their primary target. "Is this your strategy? To deflect your own misdeeds onto others? Quite the cunning ploy, Mu Li," Cheng Xing scoffed, slipping 2 energy-replenishing pills into his mouth while feigning to wipe his face. "Everyone, tell me, is it not he who attracted the 2 second-tier beasts using the wild beast magic flower powder, depriving us of a night's rest while he orchestrated this chaos?" Mu Li rallied his comrades, and they echoed his accusations, resembling a jury in a courtroom. The previously uninformed onlookers began to draw their weapons, glaring menacingly at Cheng Xing, who stood apart from the throng. "Huh. It is clear you orchestrated the summoning of the beasts, intending to play the hero, yet you underestimated their might and overestimated your own capabilities. And that green powder. If you truly wish to clear your name, summon Xiao Yixian from Wanyaozhai, and the truth will be revealed," Cheng Xing retorted, his frustration evident. "That I suspect you were too afraid to bring her forth. Hence why you had her taken away." His words resonated with many mercenaries, who suddenly noticed that Xiao Yixian was indeed no longer among them, having been forcibly removed by the Wolfhead members. This revelation caused the independent mercenaries, initially eager for a fight, to pause and reassess the situation. Mu Li's gaze toward Cheng Xing was laden with malice and intent to kill. "You continue to argue even as your demise approaches. Kill him. I shall reward the one who does with a set of advanced yellow-level martial arts." At the mention of the reward, the eyes of many mercenaries gleamed with greed. Most were from humble backgrounds, with many relying on intermediate yellow-level techniques, and even the allure of merely advanced yellow-level techniques was significant that as the promise of reward clouded their judgment. Several mercenaries began to advance toward Cheng Xing, weapons drawn, while the Wolfhead members remained poised, awaiting Mu Li's command. Observing the approaching throng, Cheng Xing made no move, Instead, he held the magic core aloft and declared loudly, "Do you truly believe yourselves stronger than this second-tier beast? If so, take Mu Li's words to heart and march forth to meet your demise." As the magic core glimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, many mercenaries found themselves swallowing hard, hesitating to advance. The realization that life was precious, and that a fool's errand was not worth the risk, began to dawn upon them. Ding! A notification resonated in Chengxing's mind, detected a viable source of power. Second-tier magic core. Absorbing will enhance host strength. Estimated absorption of 5 cores to elevate to 3 starfighter. The blinding light streaming from the magic core momentarily captivated Chengxing, as the system S prompt overshadowed the fleeting dazzle. This system can absorb magic cores to bolster my strength. Chengxing was taken aback, realizing that if he continued to hunt beasts within these mountain ranges, he could swiftly augment his capabilities. Stowing the magic core, Chengxing activated the system, absorbing the core he had just acquired from the skeletal ape. As the magic core vanished from his grasp, a surge of pure energy flooded into his body, replenishing his previously depleted fighting spirit and noticeably enhancing his overall strength. Turning his gaze back to Mu Li, Chengxing now wore an air of calm confidence, a smile gracing his features. "What's this, Mu Li? You excel at casting aspersions but lack the courage to act. Perhaps it would be wise for you to return home and serve tea to your father instead of attempting to exploit your position as a vice-captain over the Wolfhead mercenaries." "You kill him!" Mu Li seethed, his teeth grinding in frustration as he cut off further dialogue and issued a direct command. With Mu Li's order, the members of the Wolfhead mercenary group encircled Chengxing. Yet none dared to strike. "Damn it, have I raised you all for nothing?" Mu Li cursed vehemently before drawing his long sword. With a slight bend of his knees, he unleashed a powerful force from his feet, sending dirt and grass flying as he propelled himself forward, sword aimed directly at Chengxing's face. That Mu Li, a 7-star fighter, practicing the advanced yellow-level technique Wind Strike Kill. 7 stars? Not insurmountable, Chengxing mused quietly. Glancing at the system S pop-up in an instant, Mu Li lunged, his long sword imbued with a fierce fighting spirit, aiming with a cunning and lethal intent at Chengxing's eyes. Yet, Chengxing remained unfazed. A faint glow enveloped his hands as he summoned energy, clasping his palms together at the very moment the sword struck, successfully immobilizing the blade. With a surge of fighting spirit, he exerted all his strength in a forceful motion. Ding! A crisp sound resonated as Chengxing caught the sword with his bare hands, effortlessly snapping its tip as he did so. The sudden backlash of energy surged back toward Mu Li, sending him reeling. "You think such an attack can take my life?" Mu Li gazed in terror at the broken sword in his hand, then glanced at the unscathed Chengxing, his eyes filled with a measure of wariness. Chengxing cast a cold glance at Mu Li, the tip of the broken sword pinched between his fingers. With a swift motion of his hands towards Mu Li, the jagged sword tip shot directly towards his face. Mu Li's face turned pale. He never anticipated that this seemingly effortless act, which could easily sever the sword of a first-tier magical beast, would allow Chengxing to break it so effortlessly and launch a counterattack. The broken sword tip transformed into a point of white light in his vision, hurtling rapidly towards him. Desperately, Mu Li hurled the long sword he held at the oncoming tip upon their collision. A ringing sound echoed, and both weapons fell to the ground. Wind Blade Technique. The young squad leader actually employed this skill. Even if this person were to perish, it would be worth it. This technique was personally taught by the squad leader, who had claimed numerous second-tier magical beasts with it. The members of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps began to cheer upon witnessing Mu Li's display of skill that Mu Li strained to channel his fighting spirit. From their earlier confrontation, he had discerned that this 2-star fighter possessed combat prowess comparable to an ordinary 5-star fighter. The ability to easily snap the long sword indicated formidable strength. Thus, he summoned his strongest killing move, the advanced yellow-tier Wind Blade Technique. As Chengxing observed, several spirals of fighting spirit coalesced beside Mu Li, rapidly spinning with wind attributes. Their lethality was sufficient to slay a first-tier magical beast. However, Chengxing remained unfazed, allowing Mu Li to complete the technique. "Kid, remember this in your next life. When you encounter me, you ought to take a detour." Seeing that Chengxing had no intention of evading, Mu Li's face lit up with pride, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The lightning arrow in Cheng Xing's hand required but a moment to coalesce, while the high-speed spiraling wind blades of the wind blade technique surged forward. With a slight elevation of his palm, a brilliant flash erupted forth, swiftly followed by another. White lightning streaked through the air, colliding with the spirals, that in an instant, the intensity of the spirals diminished rapidly. And as the second beam of white light struck, the spirals teetered on the brink of collapse before vanishing completely under the dual assault of the white light. Chapter 19. Encirclement accompanied by several urgent gusts of wind. The spirals disintegrated under the impact of the white light, and the residual force of the lightning arrow continued its trajectory toward Mu Li. Witnessing his proud fighting technique so effortlessly neutralized by this young man, Mu Li's eyes flashed with disbelief. The ability to easily dispel an advanced yellow-tier technique suggested either superior strength or a technique of even higher rank. Yet, this boy appeared to be no more than a 3-star fighter, which could only mean he was employing a mysterious tier technique. Quickly forming seals, Mu Li executed the wind blade technique once more, conjuring several less potent spirals to intercept the white light, which ultimately neutralized Cheng Xing's technique. The sheer power of this technique only reinforced Mu Li's suspicions, and his greed was unabated as he licked his lips and remarked, "What a clever lad, using a mysterious tier technique. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant." Upon hearing Mu Li mention the mysterious tier technique, the mercenaries present collectively inhaled sharply. Once a technique ascended to the mysterious tier, its power increased exponentially, and its value surpassed that of the yellow tier by a considerable margin. Should one acquire a mysterious tier technique, hunting magical beasts would become significantly easier, and failing that, selling it at an auction could ensure a life of comfort. This fellow possesses a mysterious tier technique. Observing his attire, which was hardly luxurious, the value of such a technique was undeniable, that Mu Li, noticing the murmurs among the crowd, revealed a cold smirk. Under the allure of the mysterious tier technique, there would inevitably be someone willing to seize it. Ladies and gentlemen, today, whoever assists Mu Li in dealing with this young man shall share in the mysterious tier technique. I am even willing to sponsor your inclusion in the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps. Standing atop a stone, Mu Li raised his right hand, gesturing towards Cheng Xing, who was encircled by the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps. Beneath the sunlight, the smile on his face sent chills down one's spine. This promise drew several capable mercenaries closer. Although they desired the mysterious tier technique, they remained wary of Mu Li's character, fearing that they might end up worse off than before. Cheng Xing observed the increasing number of mercenaries, among whom were several 8-star fighters. Such formidable combatants posed a significant threat to him. If anyone here assists Mu Li, as long as I, Cheng Xing, draw breath, I shall ensure retribution, Cheng Xing declared, quickly coalescing a lightning arrow in his hand. With a powerful motion, he hurled it into the unoccupied thickets beyond the encirclement, cleaving a large tree in two. To everyone, when venturing out, be exceedingly cautious of empty promises. One may find themselves with nothing in the end. As the tree crashed to the ground, Cheng Xing's calm words echoed like thunder in the ears of those present, intimidating those who sought to obtain the mysterious tier technique. Seeing many retreat, Cheng Xing exhaled in relief. Should Mu Li succeed in inciting these unruly mercenaries to act, no matter how powerful his techniques were, he remained merely a 2-star fighter, with limited fighting spirit that could eventually be worn down. Xiao Yixian, held captive by the Wolf Head mercenaries, could only watch helplessly as Cheng Xing was surrounded. Her delicate brow furrowed, and she murmured, "Cheng Xing, you must not let them capture you. This is all my fault. I have implicated you. What are you saying? Hurry and flee." The 2 Wolf Head mercenaries beside her continued to shove her forward. Having stabilized the scattered mercenaries, Cheng Xing grinned, revealing a mouthful of pearly white teeth as he taunted Mu Li. "What is this? Is the young squad leader of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps lacking in strength? I suggest you refrain from embarrassing yourself further. Your pathetic prowess is akin to rubbish. When you cannot win, you resort to calling for help." That Mu Li, incensed by Cheng Xing's mockery, felt his face flush crimson as he bellowed, "You wretched boy, you shall die here today. Afraid you lack the capability," Cheng Xing retorted defiantly. With the situation now irretrievable, many mercenaries harbored animosity towards Cheng Xing due to Mu Li's slander. The only viable course of action was to break through the encirclement and escape into the depths of the mountains. Once there, Xiao Yixin would surely find a way to clear his name. Otherwise, he would take matters into his own hands against the Wolf-Head mercenary corps. Cheng Xing pondered incessantly, casting a cold gaze at Mu Li and his band of mercenaries. The utmost priority was to extricate himself from the encirclement. His fighting spirit remained relatively abundant, while the adversaries before him numbered over 10 considering the battle from the previous night. Each of them was at most half of their usual strength. However, dealing with them would consume considerable time and energy. Should those several 8-star fighters decide to intervene, it would indeed spell trouble. These thoughts crossed his mind. Cheng Xing's brow furrowed. The risks of forcing a breakout were substantial. Alternative solutions needed to be considered. If only I could fly. The reward of the Ziyun wings had yet to be utilized. Earlier, due to the lack of suitable terrain, Cheng Xing had not immediately refined this flight technique. In this critical moment, he recalled the existence of the flying technique. System: refine the advanced mysterious tier technique, Ziyun wings. Cheng Xing accessed the system panel, placing the Ziyun wings technique card into the refining slot while issuing the command. Received. The system will refine the technique for the host. Wonderful. With the aid of the flying technique, I can effortlessly breach the encirclement. As the technique card emitted a brilliant purple light and vanished. Cheng Xing couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the system's notification sound filled him with frustration once more. Due to the need to expand the meridians for this technique. Please be patient and ensure your safety. Are you kidding me? At such a time, you want me to wait? Cheng Xing seethed internally, his emotions boiling over in his mind. Regardless of Cheng Xing's complaints, the system interface displayed only the refining progress of the technique, devoid of any further updates. Fine. Find out. So this is how you want to play with me, is it? Very well. With no response from the system, Cheng Xing had no choice but to redirect his attention towards Mu Li and his entourage. Charge! Bring him down. Mu Li, increasingly infuriated by Cheng Xing's lack of fear, waved his hand, commanding his mercenaries to attack. Since it has come to this, do not blame me for being merciless. Cheng Xing's expression turned fiercely determined as he gritted his teeth and declared, activate the battle system, that he manipulated the system interface in his mind. Opening the combat screen, and coldly regarded the mercenaries rushing towards him. 4-star fighter, firewood attributes, medium threat level. 3-star fighter, earth attributes, low threat level. Chapter 20, Flight. Escape. Cheng Xing employed scanning techniques, and soon the information of several individuals materialized before him, with certain parts of their bodies marked by red flashing dots, signifying their weaknesses. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Xing swiftly channeled his internal energy, concentrating it in his palm, and within mere moments, 2 lightning arrows coalesced in his hands. Witnessing the emergence of the lightning arrows, the mercenaries dared not be careless. They had experienced the formidable power of this white flash, capable of severing a giant tree with a single strike. To be struck by such a projectile could easily lead to death or debilitating injury. With Earth-based fighters at the forefront and fire-based fighters behind, they approached him cautiously for close combat, determined to prevent him from unleashing his techniques, believing they could vanquish him that way. Mu Li, observing the radiant energy in Cheng Xing's hands, felt an increasing sense of dread and immediately shouted to the advancing group, Earth Shield, Fire Lance. Upon hearing Mu Li's commands, the group swiftly reformed their ranks, with the Earth-based fighters shielding the fire-based fighters as they cautiously moved closer to Cheng Xing, noticing their skittish demeanor. Cheng Xing chuckled, gripping the lightning arrow and mimicking a throwing motion. This gesture caused the mercenaries to halt in their tracks, their legs trembling uncontrollably. After a period of tense standoff, they had only managed to advance a short distance. The brilliance emanating from Cheng Xing's palm was undeniably intimidating. Hurry up, Mu Li urged, observing the hesitant group. Although many mercenaries around them had no intention of intervening, they were keen to witness the spectacle. And the thought of such disgraceful news spreading only fueled Mu Li's ire. But he barked, you, and you, the lot of you, go help them. Bring that brat down. Cheng Xing smiled at the indecisive figures in the distance. Uttering no words, for him, the most crucial task was to buy time. As long as the white light in his palm remained undiminished, these mercenaries would not dare approach too closely, that he only needed to hold out until his purple cloud wings could be successfully refined. At which point he could simply take flight. Damn it, I've been nurturing you lot for nothing. Get moving. Mu Li, unable to contain his frustration, cursed loudly and dangled the allure of rewards to motivate the others. Finally, under the pressure and temptation, the group of mercenaries cautiously advanced towards Chengxing once more. Ding! The technique pathways have been successfully arranged and are about to be unlocked. The system's notification chimed. Delivering a glimmer of good news to Chengxing, however, he was soon overwhelmed by a wave of excruciating pain radiating from his back, causing the light in his palm to begin to dim. Damn it! I forgot that the purple cloud wings require the opening of meridians. This pain is unbearable. Chengxing's face turned pale as the intense agony surged through him, assaulting his senses and causing beads of sweat to flow freely. Yet he dared not let his adversaries perceive his distress. He merely hunched slightly, gritting his teeth in silence. Despite his efforts to conceal his suffering, the dimming light in his palm did not go unnoticed by the mercenaries. Quickly, his technique's time is running out. Someone shouted, prompting the group to hasten their approach, weapons drawn and ready. Chengxing's lips turned white as the figures before him began to blur, the pain clouding his vision. He cast the lightning arrow before him. With a resounding boom, a thick cloud of dust erupted around Chengxing, enveloping the mercenaries. Enduring the pain in his back, he quickly produced 2 energy recovery pills and swallowed them, followed by several pain relief pills as the effects of the painkillers took hold, alleviating his distress. Chengxing focused his spiritual perception to ascertain the positions of the mercenaries, confirming that they remained within the dust cloud. And still a safe distance away, he promptly sat down to restore his internal state. While the system could directly refine and expand his meridians, the pain had caused significant depletion of his internal energy, exacerbated by the emergence of new channels that had inadvertently siphoned off energy, further amplifying the losses. Chengxing concentrated his mind, guiding the energy provided by the recovery pills into the newly opened meridians. As the effects of the pain relief medication intensified, he managed to suppress the discomfort entirely. Ding! The meridians have been successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have refined the advanced Earth-level technique, Purple Cloud Wings, after a period of recuperation. The system's notification resonated in his mind, as if the 2 voices had completely subdued the sensation of pain, invigorating him anew. That in truth, it was not mere illusion, as the sound of rushing wind filled his ears. Chengxing opened his eyes to find the dust being blown away, and to his astonishment, he had lifted off the ground, gazing in wonder at the deep purple wings adorned with mysterious patterns that had sprouted from his back. He finally grasped the reality of the purple cloud wings. The earlier pain had now receded to a mere faint itch, allowing him to stabilize his focus. With the flapping of the purple cloud wings, Chengxing's form ascended, the rushing air dispersing the surrounding dust. As the gusts intensified, the cloud of dust was entirely swept away. The circle of mercenaries that had previously surrounded him now found themselves bewildered. For Chengxing had vanished without a trace. Where did he go? Yes, where is he? He was just here. Mu Li, witnessing the dissipating dust without any sign of Chengxing, was infuriated, his lips trembling in fury. How could a single individual evade capture amidst such a multitude? He can't have escaped. He must be hiding somewhere. Search for him. Mu Li fixated on the spot where Chengxing had stood, shouting frantically. The onlookers felt the chilling wind and, in their shock, failed to notice that, at that very moment, Chengxing was soaring above them. Mu Li, captain of the Wolf Head, I'm right here, Chengxing called out with a hearty laugh. The crowd looked skyward, spotting a handsome young man with wings spanning over a meter, gracefully fanning the air, soaring high above them. Do Wang expert, as they recognized the figure in the sky. A panic scream erupted from one of the onlookers. Upon realizing that it was indeed a human, the mercenaries' pupils constricted in horror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. In their understanding, only a Do Wang expert possessed the ability to fly. Mu Li was so startled that he collapsed to the ground, while the mercenaries who had previously rallied to attack Chengxing now knelt in fear, pleading for mercy from a Do Wang expert. Ha, Mu Li, today's events will be repaid 100-fold in the future. For now, I shall take my leave. Chengxing laughed heartily. Sensing the rapid depletion of his internal energy, he no longer lingered, directing his flight deeper into the Beast Mountain range, leaving behind the kneeling members of the Wolf Head mercenary group, wide-eyed and trembling in fright. How could he possibly be a Do Wang? Mu Li stammered, his face drained of color. The arrogance he once exuded replaced by sheer terror. Chapter 21. Into the mountains, Cheng Xing clumsily maneuvered the purple cloud wings, gliding above the treetops. To be precise, it could be described as a glide, for his internal energy was insufficient to sustain prolonged flight, and he could barely maintain altitude. Within a few breaths, the wings behind him began to shrink, the mysterious patterns upon them fading away. Sensing the diminishing lift, Cheng Xing thought to himself, "This is not good. I'm about to crash. I must land quickly." That he awkwardly lowered his altitude but miscalculated the distance, crashing directly into the dense canopy. With a thud, Cheng Xing landed firmly on the ground, bursting into laughter. "Ah, is this what it feels like to fly? Absolutely delightful." His smile remained undiminished, even as he found himself covered in dirt, appearing all the more radiant. This flight technique was akin to a bottomless pit. Even with the aid of recovery pills, Cheng Xing could only manage a flight of about 1,000 zhong before his internal energy was depleted, resulting in his descent. However, traversing that distance on the ground would have taken several hours, considering the scarcity of magical beasts in the sky. Looking at the small opening he had created in the treetops, through which the azure sky of the mountains appeared serene, he noted that the surroundings were still eerily quiet. The Beast Mountain range was not perpetually filled with the chaos of beastly combat. "Ah, that was close. For the time being, I can focus on cultivating within the Beast Mountain range. With the abundance of magical beasts here, as long as I proceed with caution, hunting them should not prove too challenging." Cheng Xing rose, gazing at the endless expanse of dense forest, and sighed. Obtaining second-tier magical cores is not feasible for now, but first-tier ones should still yield results, since he could absorb the energy within the magical cores to enhance his strength. It would save him from excessive training, that as long as he continued to slay magical beasts and absorb their cores, leveling up would become significantly easier. Having already absorbed one second-tier magical core, he only needed to consume 4 more to reach the status of a 3-star fighter. Within the Beast Mountain range, magical beasts were never in short supply, and even in the deepest parts of the mountains, there existed 6-tier magical beasts that could rival human Do Huang experts. On the outskirts of the Warcraft Mountains, mercenaries were scattered in disarray. After the earlier tumult, many members of the Wolf Head mercenary group appeared to have lost their very souls. Muttering strange phrases under their breath, Emu Li's complexion darkened, his lips twitching intermittently as he gazed at the group of mercenaries in an even worse state than himself, muttering to himself, "How could this lad possibly be a battle king? If he truly were, why not just eliminate us directly?" The cold moonlight gradually descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire forest like a delicate veil. Amidst the shadows cast by the trees, a young man held his breath, clutching a finely crafted steel dagger, his eyes fixed on the pitch-black earth below. With his keen sense of perception, nothing escaped Cheng Xing's notice. Every rustle of the wind and movement of the grass was registered in his awareness. Suddenly, a sound broke the silence. Cheng Xing immediately locked onto the source, witnessing a massive black rat, approximately 3 feet long, stealthily advancing in the darkness as a common low-tier magical beast of the night. This burrowing creature possessed heightened vigilance, ready to dig its escape at the slightest disturbance. That in an instant, Cheng Xing leaped down from the tree, propelled by immense kinetic energy, driving the dagger straight into the rat's skull. The enormous rodent did not emit a single cry before it succumbed to its fate. With practiced ease, Cheng Xing extracted the magical core, placing it into a pouch already containing over 40 cores gathered from half a month's worth of hunting. Although the energy from these cores was scant, their abundance made hunting several low-tier beasts preferable to the risks of seeking out stronger foes. After securing the pouch, Cheng Xing touched the scar on his left hand, which stretched from his upper arm to his forearm. Though it had healed, the severity of the wound was still apparent. Not long ago, after he had just advanced to a 3-star fighter, he had foolishly attempted to hunt a second-tier fire bear. The bear's thick hide and formidable strength proved a challenge, and it shattered his Xian Yun Liuguang's shield with a single swipe. Fortunately, Cheng Xing reacted swiftly, dodging just in time to avoid a fatal blow to his chest. Returning to the present, Cheng Xing wiped the blood from his dagger with a scrap of cloth before lightly stepping onto the ground, a flicker of light passing as he melded once more into the forest. Over the past fortnight, Cheng Xing had accumulated considerable combat experience from continuously slaying magical beasts, no longer making the rookie mistake of being detected and fleeing in haste. Coupled with the advantages of multi-attribute transformation, he moved like a bolt of lightning and struck with the precision of a sword, hunting beasts with newfound confidence. Ding, congratulations, host, for slaying a total of 50 magical beasts. Reward, Advanced Thunderbolt Technique of the Xian level. Reward, 1 third-tier magic core. As the morning sunlight streamed into the forest, Chengxing, panting heavily, sat on the ground searching for the magical core of a wind magic fox with his steel dagger. Damn it, how unfortunate that this second-tier magical beast lacks a core, he cursed, having scoured the area without success, then wiped his blood-stained hands with the cloth. Yet, he found consolation in the rewards from the system, a third-tier core. Alongside these first and second-tier cores should facilitate his advancement to a 5-star fighter. Observing the system's inventory brimming with cores, his spirits lifted, undeterred by the absence of a single core. Uncle Ka Gang. It's early. Aren't the magical beasts still asleep? What do you know? We must take advantage of their slumber. It's safer to travel this way. From a distance, the sounds of commotion reached Chengxing's ears, prompting him to fixate on the source before leaping silently towards it, deftly maneuvering along the tree branches. Lin Er, don't stray too far from the group. The captain will be displeased. Chengxing observed a middle-aged man admonishing a young girl. Is it the Blood Battle mercenary group? I thought it was just the rabble from the Wolf Head, Chengxing reflected, somewhat disappointed. Recently, many from the Wolf Head had ventured into the mountains, and he had been generous in escorting them back home, expecting another battle only to find himself mistaken. Uncle Ka Gang, I heard that many from the Wolf Head have fallen in the Warcraft Mountains recently. Is it true? Lin Er bounced over, her youthful face alight with surprise. Her sparkling eyes fixed on him. Upon hearing the girl's inquiry, a grave expression crossed Ka Gang's face as he replied in a hushed tone, I've heard they crossed paths with a formidable youth. Many fighters who entered the mountains to hunt magical beasts have been silently exterminated by him. As Chengxing overheard their discussion, he lost interest in further inquiries and quietly slipped away, hastening towards his concealed cave. Chapter 22. Thunderbolt Technique. Traversing through the lush thicket, a cave nestled beside a ravine revealed itself. Water cascaded down the mountain like an azure dragon, clinging to the steep, damp rock face. The splashes created a mist that cloaked the cave below, occasionally refracting rainbows in the sunlight. Chengxing had chosen this location as a hideout precisely for the waterfall's mist, which obscured the cave from the average observer. Only someone with a keen sense of perception, like Chengxing, could uncover its secret. Upon entering the cave, Chengxing set up several small traps to alert him should anything intrude, as his focus during training primarily resided within. Having completed this, he settled onto a clean stone platform, accessing the system panel to extract all the magical cores he had accumulated, preparing to absorb them in one go. Noticing a few red dots on the panel that were rather bothersome, he clicked on them to discover they were notifications regarding 2 previously unclaimed treasures. However, he had no time to deal with these now and swiftly closed the panel. Turning his attention to the magical cores, Chengxing, holding a handful of cores of varying sizes, wasted no time in selecting a batch, initiating the refining process on the system panel and casting them all in at once. The cores of various hues transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors on the ethereal interface before vanishing from sight. Within mere moments, the fighting aura within Chengxing began to surge wildly. A rich and pure fighting energy emerged from where the magical cores had dissolved, eagerly absorbed by the swirling vortex of fighting aura, which expanded in both speed and volume. Sensing the rapid growth of the vortex, every cell in Chengxing's body greedily absorbed the fighting energy. The pure energy from this batch of cores lasted for over 3 hours before it finally dissipated. It appeared that each level demanded different amounts of energy. Even after consuming so many cores, he still had some distance to cover before reaching 4-star fighter status. Chengxing slowly opened his eyes, glancing at the system panel, which showed the last remnants of energy in the magical core dwindling, and let out a sigh that he then grabbed another core and hurled it into the refining area. His goal for the day was to absorb all these magical cores. Once he reached 5-star fighter status, hunting second-tier magical beasts would no longer pose a challenge. Otherwise, relying solely on the power of first-tier cores would make advancement exceedingly difficult. He continuously fed more magical cores into the refining process, Pure fighting energy manifested once more before him. With the previous groundwork laid, this small batch allowed the fighting aura vortex to undergo a collapse and subsequent reconstruction, elevating his strength to that of a 4-star fighter. However, Chengxing's ambitions did not stop at merely achieving 4-star status. For the next period, he tirelessly absorbed the fighting energy refined from the magical cores that in just over 2 days. The 50 magical cores propelled Chengxing from 3-star fighter to 5-star fighter. Thanks to the purity of the energy and the intricacies of his techniques, now his unleashed strength could rival even 9-star fighters and formidable combat masters. Finally done after nearly 3 days, Chengxing exclaimed. Standing up and exhaling a plume of pure fighting energy, he stretched and moved his joints, relishing the satisfying cracks and pops. With a flip of his hand, a technique appeared in his palm. The Thunderbolt technique, an advanced technique of the Xian level, wielded the might of lightning from the heavens, containing a fragment of the primal Thunder-S power. Practitioners must choose wisely, should they be harmed by the primal thunder. It would be a heavy price to pay. Chengxing read the introduction to the technique with some confusion. Isn't the lightning of this world merely the result of atmospheric friction? How could it possess such power? It's not like it's a 7th-tier elixir accompanied by its thunder. With a desire to explore further, Chengxing placed the technique into the system's scanning interface, where a series of messages were immediately retrieved. The Thunderbolt technique utilizes the scattered lightning factors in the world, condensing them to harm foes. It is a simplified version of the Earth-level intermediate technique. Thunderstorm charge, requiring practitioners to possess a heightened sensitivity to their surroundings, gradually mastering the opportunities to generate lightning, absorb energy, and unleash lightning strikes. Although it appears to be an advanced technique of the Xian level, it is in fact a pseudo-Earth level technique. When mastered to perfection, its power approaches that of an Earth-level intermediate technique. Amused by the seemingly serious description of the technique, Chengxing smiled faintly and cast it directly into the refining area. System, refine the advanced Thunderbolt technique of the Xian level. As the command from Chengxing was issued, the martial arts technique transformed into a bolt of black lightning, striking directly towards Chengxing's standing figure. Causing him to collapse under its force, a tingling sensation surged from his chest, spreading throughout his body. Chengxing attempted to rise, but his muscles had already succumbed to the overwhelming power. System prompt, please. Host promptly refined the power of the Xian Lei. The voice of the system's prompt echoed in his mind, barely discernible, prompting Chengxing to muster his spirit and channel the fighting energy within him to seize this Xian Lei power. Fortunately, having just advanced to a 5-star fighter, he was brimming with vitality. After several hours of exertion, although he was drenched in sweat, with steam rising from his head and his hair standing on end, he managed to subdue the Xian Lei power without severe consequence. Delving into his inner self, he observed a strand of black lightning, as thin as a hair, meandering near the vortex of fighting energy. Despite the formidable aura radiating from the circular void, this lightning, devoid of consciousness, hesitated to enter, instead swirling around, brushing against the stray strands of fighting energy nearby. System prompt, a thunderstorm will occur tonight. The host may draw upon the heavens lightning to enhance his own electrical attributes and refine the Xian Lei power. Sitting upright, Chengxing immediately entered a meditative state to recover the fighting energy he had just expended. Before him, the luminous system panel displayed gathering dark clouds, intermittently accompanied by the sounds of thunder. Outside the cave, the formerly clear sky gradually darkened as storm clouds drifted from the northeast, obscuring the blazing sun. These thunderclouds stretched endlessly, enveloping the mountains from one end to the other. Before long, the continuous rumbling of thunder served as a reminder to Chengxing that the moment had arrived. Opening his eyes, a glimmer of black light flashed within, and he gathered his strength to dash towards the cave's entrance. With a powerful leap, he shattered the ground at the cave's mouth, using the recoil to propel himself skyward. Activating the purple cloud wings amidst the torrential rain, he soared towards the nearest mountain peak. The torrential rain mercilessly battered the forest, howling winds repeatedly altering Chengxing's flight path. Some flying magical beasts, caught unawares and unable to seek shelter, darted down into the lower forest rather than ascend the peaks, for lightning struck the heights, and flying upwards posed a perilous risk. Yet, Chengxing craved that very lightning. The more ferocious the storm, the more exhilarated he felt. System prompt. The danger level of this lightning strike is exceptionally high. The host must exercise extreme caution. Hearing the system's warning overshadowed by the sound of the rain, Chengxing felt a twinge of trepidation. The deluge pelting his face was indeed more torrential than the rain on the day Yiping sought money from his father. Chapter 23. The Power of Xian Lei Boom. The colossal lightning cleaved through the sky, illuminating the darkened heavens with blinding brilliance, causing a flicker of panic to cross Chengxing's face. Seizing the fleeting light, he hastily flew to the summit of the mountain. Stabilizing himself beneath a towering pine at the cliff's edge, the forces birthed by nature were not easily contended with by mere mortals. Chengxing gazed intently at the sky, the stark white light reflecting in the puddles below. Where his handsome visage now appeared shrouded in gloom, that if I cannot refine this Xian Lei power, what hope do I have of wielding? Damn it, I'll risk everything. Chengxing lifted his head, addressing the stormy heavens with fervor. If you have the power, strike me down. A bolt of lightning seemed to respond to Chengxing's call, brewing within the clouds before descending towards the earth. Crash! The silver lightning cascaded from the heavens, trampling the lush forests atop the mountains, carving out a clearing over 10 yards wide in its wake, the extent stretching infinitely into the mountains. Witnessing the might of this lightning, Chengxing felt parched, his lips trembling, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Even the previous lightning strike would have daunted a Do Wang-level fighter. To confront it head-on would spell certain doom, obliterated by the terrifying force it harbored. Listening to the thunder's rumble, Chengxing's gaze hardened with resolve. Clenching his teeth, he reassured himself. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Fortune favors the bold. Should I master this lightning power, I would likely find myself unmatched among my peers. Forcing down his trepidation, he settled into a meditative position, awaiting the next strike of lightning. That moment, the Xian Lei power within him surged with vigor, darting chaotically, driving away the errant fighting energy, even capable of shattering it, transforming it into a wisp of black light that melded into his being. Ding. System prompt. To refine the Xian Lei power, the host must correctly guide the heavenly lightning to merge with the Xian Lei power, utilizing martial arts to channel it into the fighting energy vortex for absorption. During this process, the energy released by the lightning will randomly overflow from the host's body. This energy release is uncontrollable, and failing to manage it may result in death. Observing the warmly glowing system panel, Chengxing exhaled deeply, concealing it, then closed his eyes, waiting for the lightning to strike. In the pitch-black rain-drenched night, the youth sat like a statue atop the mountain peak, unyielding to the relentless wind and rain that sought to shake his resolve to grow stronger. System prompt. A lightning strike is imminent. The host's current location is about to experience a lightning strike. Energy levels are exceedingly high. Please, host, take immediate cover from the lightning. Hearing the urgent prompts from the system, Chengxing remained composed, igniting his fighting energy to its utmost limit. His martial arts continuously in motion. Atop the mountain, seated beneath the sturdy pine, a robust silver beam descended from the sky, enveloping his entire form. This lightning seemed to siphon the energy from the entire cloud layer. Its girth formidable. Wherever it struck, it evaporated the raindrops in the air, crashing down beneath the pine with such force that it fractured the mountainside. Yet Chengxing's form remained largely unchanged, save for the flickering lightning dancing upon his skin. Externally, he appeared unaffected. Internally, however, robust silver lightning coursed through his veins, thick as a thumb and several inches long. This the essence of the lightning. The next step is to guide it to merge with the Xian Lei power. Chengxing gritted his teeth. His body had grown numb, devoid of any pain. The silver lightning rampaged through his meridians, wreaking havoc on the previously sturdy walls of his veins, regardless of how he channeled his fighting energy to steer the silver lightning. It proved futile. Gradually, his skin began to shimmer with a silver glow, as if he were a conduit, the silver light radiating from him in blinding brilliance. This transformation did not escape Chengxing's spiritual perception. If this continued, he would surely be overwhelmed by the domineering silver lightning. I must find a way to channel this power. Chengxing pondered, as the skin on his palms began to peel away. Arcs of electricity dancing in his palms, that a glimmer of light manifested in his hand. followed by a flash of white that shot forth, a lightning arrow plunging into the forest, erupting with a thunderous roar, rivaling the lightning that fell from the sky. This surge of energy caused the silver lightning to diminish slightly, though it remained excessively vast. Chengxing intended to conjure another lightning arrow, but discovered that the silver lightning began to respond to his lightning arrow technique. Stirring to life. What? Can I control this? Chengxing felt a chill run down his spine. This immense energy could obliterate him in an instant, but he dared not be reckless, cautiously manipulating the technique as another lightning arrow formed in his palm. This time, he acted decisively, activating the purple cloud wings to soar into the sky, directing the lightning arrow deep into the mountain's heart. Aiming for the forest below, that a colossal bolt of lightning erupted from his hand, striking the earth with unyielding force. This lightning forged an unbreakable connection between Chengxing and the ground, the overwhelming energy coursing through the colossal bolt, flattening thousands of yards of forest before finally subsiding. With the release of energy, Chengxing's form trembled violently, that a tingling sensation radiated from his palm, permeating his entire being, as if his bones had been rendered soft by the electric onslaught. Hastily, Chengxing examined his internal condition. The once formidable silver lightning had reduced to mere strands, as thin as hair, floating through his meridians. Nearby, a thread-like black Xian lei power drifted aimlessly, guiding the purple cloud wings back to the mountain peak. Chengxing immediately sat down, using his fighting energy to merge the two powers. Following the earlier exertions, the electrical attribute, fighting energy, within him was incredibly dense, compelling these two forces to willingly follow his energy and merge effortlessly. Upon contact with the black Xian lei, the silver lightning transformed into a grayish-white serpent, meandering through Chengxing's martial arts technique without resistance. Huff, success is nearly within my grasp. Chengxing summoned all of his fighting spirit, propelling the grayish-white serpent directly into the vortex of combat energy. To his astonishment, the serpent emerged from the vortex and began to rapidly traverse along the pathway of his technique, before vanishing from sight. What on earth happened? Where did it go? Chengxing, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, was instantly flustered. He was utterly exhausted and could not withstand any more turmoil, and the power contained within that serpent was sufficient to end his life. Now that it had disappeared, what was he to do? Just as Chengxing was in a state of panic, an exceptionally pure energy surged forth within the combat energy vortex, and the aura of a 5-star fighter began to rise swiftly. It turned out that the technique he was cultivating, the 3-Chi mixed origin art, prevented the vortex from absorbing natural attributes. It could only operate through the pathway of the technique. Once absorbed, it transformed into pure fighting energy within him, ready to be released when needed, with the necessary attributes preserved by the technique. The damaged meridians within Chengxing's body were being repaired by the pure fighting energy. And after this tumultuous experience, the strength of his meridians had increased significantly. Moreover, amidst the circulation of his fighting energy, he could even hear the rumbling of thunder. The dark, heavy clouds began to dissipate slowly as they lost much of their energy support. In the east, the sun rose gradually, piercing through the remnants of the clouds and illuminating the forest. Dewdrops from the sturdy pines glided down, tracing elegant arcs in the air before falling into the ravine. With a slight tremor, Chengxing's tightly closed eyes suddenly flew open, a glimmer of pure brilliance flashing across them, only to be deeply concealed thereafter. Congratulations, host. You have successfully refined the power of Xian lei and captured the heavenly lightning. Your lightning attribute has been significantly enhanced. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Chengxing could not help but chuckle. This time, I have directly ascended from a 5-star fighter to a 7-star fighter, and am even on the verge of stepping into the realm of an 8-star fighter. The wonders of the world are truly terrifying. Chapter 24. Narrow encounters with foes in less than a month. Chengxing had elevated his strength from a 3-star fighter to a 7-star fighter. Such a pace of advancement would be considered exceptionally outstanding anywhere on the continent, and if witnessed by ordinary people, they would struggle to believe it. Gazing at the azure sky, now clear and reflective after the thunderstorm, Chengxing felt an unparalleled sense of ease that he leaped from the mountaintop and glided through the air with his purple cloud wings before gently landing. His newfound strength as a 7-star fighter was now sufficient to support the daily flight of his purple cloud wings. Furthermore, After refining the lightning, his technique seemed to have improved, as he possessed noticeably more fighting energy than before. The seven-star fighter's vortex could no longer accommodate such a volume of fighting energy. Chengxing pondered this as he opened the system panel to take a look. As expected, the technique he was now cultivating had reached the pinnacle of the yellow tier, comparable to pseudo-Xian tier techniques. However, he was somewhat surprised that the overwhelming power of the lightning had not allowed the technique to evolve into a Xian tier technique. Nevertheless, Chengxing did not feel disheartened, as the system had rewarded him with a considerable number of attribute points. Distributing the attribute points, Chengxing aimed for balanced development, allocating additional points to his lacking physique and agility, while his soul power was already sufficient, and thus there was no need to focus on that aspect. Physique, 15 soul, 20 agility, 14 now. Relying solely on his physical strength, he could withstand a blow from a 5-star fighter, coupled with the speed enhancement brought about by the refined lightning. His agility now allowed him to traverse the fighter stage with ease. Having achieved what he desired, Chengxing did not forget the core of this endeavor, that he reopened the interface and dragged the Thunderbolt technique into the refining area. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully learned the advanced Xian tier fighting technique, Thunderbolt technique. The Thunderbolt technique can deliver a strong single-target attack or cause area damage. It moves like thunder, with astonishing speed, capable of turning opponents to dust in an instant. Images of the Thunderbolt technique's various demonstrations flashed through Chengxing's mind. An ethereal silver figure darting about rapidly, wielding a bolt of heavenly thunder, the shape of the lightning ever-changing, striking in a straight line, coiling like a serpent, or even taking the form of a sphere. Having absorbed all this information, Chengxing felt an overwhelming urge to test the might of the Thunderbolt technique. After all, he had invested considerable effort in refining the power of Xianlei, and he could hardly contain himself from trying it out. Chengxing smiled as he touched the scar on his left hand. Today, I'll use you to practice. With that, he unleashed a surge of energy from his feet, propelling himself swiftly toward the dwelling of the fiery bear, where he had previously been injured by a careless strike. The forest after the rain was still damp, with the earthy scent wafting through the air. Before Chengxing even entered the territory of the fiery bear, he caught a whiff of the strong scent of blood. Second-tier magical beasts were capable of establishing their territories. Previously, he had discovered the fiery bear's territory and intended to eliminate it for his own gain. But he had not anticipated suffering such a great loss. The once orderly thicket now lay in disarray, with many trees felled, yet there were no signs of a struggle, observing the clean-cut stumps. It was evident that human mercenaries had cleared the path with sharp blades, leaving traces behind to prevent their larger forces from losing their way. Could it be that someone has set their sights on the fiery bear? Chengxing's expression darkened. The fiery bear was a formidable second-tier magical beast, known for its strong combat prowess, which contributed to the high value of its magic core, and he decided to investigate further. Without a fighter-level expert, hunting the fiery bear would not be a simple task. Chengxing lightened his footsteps, converting the attributes of his fighting energy into a light, airy wind, and heightened his soul perception to its maximum as he made his way towards the valley where the magical beasts resided. Herman, are you all right? Did that woman drain you dry last night? How can you be struggling after just a short while? If you're unable to continue, hurry back home to recuperate. Don't die here, Mu Li. You're full of nonsense. I'm brimming with energy. If anyone needs to recuperate, it's you. Chengxing, concealed within a nearby thicket, observed a group of mercenaries wielding various weapons, surrounding the fiery bear's cave. Meanwhile, 3 figures were engaged in a fierce struggle with a towering magical beast. Seeing their familiar attire, Chengxing couldn't help but smirk internally. What a coincidence! I never imagined you would dare to target the fiery bear. But this works in my favor. I won't even have to seek you out later. The fiery bear, leveraging its immense strength and robust physique, still managed to maintain the upper hand despite the combined assaults of the 3 adversaries. Mu Li, watching from the sidelines, appeared utterly unfazed, chatting amiably with the mercenaries as if they were engaged in a routine hunt. Mu Li, stop spectating and come help. One of the fighters shouted, unable to contain his frustration at Mu Li's inaction. Chastised, Mu Li ended his conversation, issued a few instructions to his subordinates, and drew his weapon to join the fray. Wielding a long sword, Mu Li concentrated his fighting energy into his palm before hurling the sword towards the fiery bear. The blade transformed into a shimmering arc of cold light, slicing through the air with a piercing sound, only to be swatted away effortlessly by the beast. Why aren't you using that technique? None of our attacks seem to phase it. Mu Li complained to Mu Shi, clearly frustrated by the ineffectiveness of his strike. That a fighter, that complicates matters. Cheng Xing frowned upon hearing Mu Li address one of the middle-aged men. Though he was now a 7-star fighter and should be confident in a one-on-one confrontation, the presence of Mu Shi and 3 other fighters, each at 7 or 8 stars, made reckless engagement unwise and could plunge him in peril once more. Mu Shi, a 2-star fighter of wind attribute, was known for employing the advanced yellow tier technique, Wind Soaring Slash. Meanwhile, Herman, an 8-star fighter of earth attribute, utilized the intermediate yellow tier technique, Rock Explosion Slash. As various details appeared on the system panel. Cheng Xing made a decisive choice that it was time to settle these grudges once and for all. From now on, he would strive to maintain a low profile, avoiding unnecessary conflicts and focusing on his own development. Let them brawl it out. I'll make my move once they've exhausted themselves. Cheng Xing chuckled coldly, his figure slipping back into the foliage. He simply needed to bide his time, waiting for the fiery bear to tire so that he could reap the rewards. Even with a fighter overseeing things, dealing with a second-tier magical beast was no trivial task. With the assistance of Mu Li and the other fighters, Mu Shi expended every ounce of effort for over an hour before finally defeating the fiery bear. Listening to the cheers of the wolf-head mercenary group, Cheng Xing's lips curled into a peculiar smile that he leapt forward, his feet barely making a sound as they touched the damp grass. A testament to his rapid growth through recent hunting experiences, the thought of finally resolving this grudge filled him with uncontainable excitement. Mu Li, the deputy leader, is truly impressive. With so many people, it took them so long to bring down this magical beast. The wolf-head mercenary group is indeed formidable, always opting for a group fight rather than a one-on-one. Cheng Xing's face radiated with a confident smile as he stood tall, exuding an air of composure amidst the crowd. Unhurriedly, he spoke, his hands rhythmically clapping together, while the applause around him felt ambiguous. Was it a celebration or a farewell? Chapter 25. Fierce battle with Mu Shi confronted by the sudden appearance of the young man. Mu Shi, the leader of the wolf-head mercenary corps, merely fixed his gaze upon him, dismissing the intrusion. After all, his numbers were overwhelming, and it was not uncommon for stragglers to seek refuge within the group, hoping to traverse the perilous Monster Mountain range together. Thus, he exhibited no particular reaction to Cheng Xing's arrival. However, upon recognizing Cheng Xing, Mu Li's complexion shifted from a healthy hue to a deep crimson. His entire body trembled, and his pupils constricted as he stammered. Cheng Xing, a Do Wang strongman capable of transforming energy into wings. This declaration sent a shockwave through the assembly. Within the borders of the Jiamar Empire, a Do Wangs might could secure a place among the top 10 powerful figures, each a formidable force in their own right, backed by prestigious families. Yet, how could this seemingly ordinary youth, sullied with dirt and naivety, possibly be a figure of Do Wang caliber? Mu Shi, noticing the bizarre reaction of his dear son, recalled the report from over half a month ago when Mu Li had mentioned encountering a Do Wang strongman. Initially, he had dismissed it as a jest, not giving it much thought. Mu Li, what nonsense are you spouting? Mu Shi's voice was thick with Do Qi as he forcefully quelled Mu Li's agitation. With a pale, anxious expression, Mu Li replied, "Father, he is the one who killed over 10 of our men and seized the core of the withered bone ape. I thought you were speaking of a formidable opponent. But it turns out he is merely a wet-behind-the-ears brat." Mu Shi chuckled dismissively, failing to regard Cheng Xing as a threat. From the corpses of his fallen comrades, he deduced that the assailant could not possibly possess Do Wang's strength. He was simply a Do shirt. I presume that flying contraption of yours must be quite valuable. Mu Shi mused, showcasing his seasoned experience, that he recognized that if one were to achieve Do Wang's status at such a young age, it would be more prudent for them to simply seek out a tofu block to meet their demise. As Cheng Xing approached, seemingly unbothered and silent, Mu Shi merely waved a hand, and the members of the wolf-head mercenary corps skillfully formed a surrounding circle. Encasing Cheng Xing, observing the familiar formation, Cheng Xing smiled knowingly, halting his steps to address Mu Li. "You truly live up to the name of the wolf-head mercenary corps. Your wolf-pack tactics are executed to perfection. You brat, if you hand over your treasures today, I might consider sparing your life." Mushi declared, arms crossed, his tone dripping with disdain. You should blame your poor eyesight for entangling yourself with the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps. Have you not heard of my Mu Shi's reputation in Qingshan Town? Cheng Xing, amused by Mu Shi's self-aggrandizement, could not help but chuckle as he retorted, Oh, what level of strength can a mercenary group without even a great dosher possibly possess? You seek death. Enraged by Cheng Xing's mockery, a figure named Hemming charged forward, ready to attack. Faced with the assault of an 8-star dosher, Cheng Xing remained unfazed. He slightly bent his palm, gathering power beneath his feet, then unleashed a surge of force, propelling himself swiftly towards Hemming. This fool is so Navi. The strength of our 3rd Brigade leader is formidable, yet he dares to engage in a physical confrontation. What a ripe duck for slaughter. He's likely courting death. Let us simply watch the spectacle, the bystanders remarked, observing as Hemming initiated the attack. With a fist enveloped in pale Do Chi, Hemming aimed a brutal strike at Cheng Xing, his massive fist creating a terrifying gale as it approached in response to the 8-star dosher's strike. Cheng Xing rapidly concentrated his silver-white Do Chi, forming a slender beam of light which shot forth. Colliding with Hemming's fist, the luminous force was completed in an instant, moving with astonishing speed. Hemming barely had time to react before his body swayed violently, struggling to regain his balance. Why do you hesitate to accept my challenge? Hemming taunted, his gaze filled with contempt for Cheng Xing, yet the onlookers were utterly astonished, their pupils constricted to pinpricks. The once lush green grass was now stained with a pool of blood, and even the distant leaves displayed droplets of crimson. A robust, yellowed arm lay peacefully on the ground nearby. With a single blow, just one strike had severed Hemming charged at Cheng Xing, his fist enveloped in Do Chi. Cheng Xing, utilizing his keen perception, seized an opening that he lunged forward, his hand bending at an unusual angle, and released a lightning arrow that struck directly at Hemming's elbow joint. The severed muscle emitted a foul odor, and as adrenaline waned, pain surged forth. Hemming gazed in horror at his severed arm lying on the grass, his eyes wide with terror. After glancing at it several times, his screams echoed above the clearing. You little brat. I will flay you alive today. The excruciating pain caused beads of sweat to form on Hemming's forehead, his eyes bloodshot and filled with rage as he glared at Cheng Xing. That Mushi inhaled sharply. Fully aware of Hemming's physical prowess, previously, he had held an advantage against a 9-star dosher, yet after just one exchange with Cheng Xing, he found himself in a dire predicament. This youth possessed a terrifying strength, and it was imperative that he be eradicated today. Hemming, fall back, Mushi commanded gravely to Mu Li. Tai Shi, come with me to AT their leader's signal. The eager members of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps dragged Hemming away. Mu Li, Mu Shi, and Tai Shi formed a straight line, standing as a barrier before Cheng Xing. You brat. It seems you possess quite the treasures, Mushi observed greedily, his body enveloped in a gathering of Do Chi, soon manifesting into a gauzy garment. Cheng Xing watched him passively as the mercenaries dragged Hemming away, then turned his attention to Mu Shi, who had now coalesced his Do Chi into a protective garment. The Do Chi garment, a hallmark of dosher strength, not only enhanced the wearer's defense, attack, and speed, but also allowed for quicker absorption of Do Chi energy from the environment, replenishing the user's reserves. Thus, nearly every dosher would strive to conjure their Do Chi garment prior to battle. It was this very garment that set dosher apart from doja, noticing the significant enhancement in Mu Shi's attributes. A look of grave concern slowly crept onto Cheng Xing's face, and no matter how he analyzed it, he was still merely a 7-star doja, and to confront a genuine dosher required utmost caution. I know what you are thinking, that if you have the ability, then try to keep me here. If not, then prepare to meet your end today, Cheng Xing announced, his palms pressed together at his chest, silver arcs of electricity flickering around him as his Do Chi surged in anticipation of an offensive. With a low growl, Mushi propelled his spear forward, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, striking towards Cheng Xing with lightning speed. Wind soaring step, Mushi called out, his toes barely grazing the ground as he unleashed his Do Chi, his form darting like a leaf in a tempest. Moving with unpredictable agility, yet his trajectory was unwaveringly directed at Cheng Xing. As Cheng Xing noticed the impending assault, he exerted force in his legs, launching backward with explosive speed, creating a series of explosive sounds upon impact with the ground. In the midst of Cheng Xing's retreat, Mu Xi relentlessly pursued, his spear extending as if it sought to pierce Cheng Xing's throat. With immense dou qi propelling him forward, Mu Xi caught up to Cheng Xing, twisting his wrist as he danced the spear with a fierce momentum, aiming its tip at Cheng Xing's throat from a cunning angle. Confronted with the ferocity of Mu Xi's onslaught, Cheng Xing hastily redirected his silver dou qi to his palms, a beam of white light manifesting as his hands clashed against the spear's tip. Each collision left deep impressions on the ground, the force of their exchanges creating craters in the earth beneath them. Chapter 26. Slaying a 2-star Dou Shi Cheng Xing's palm, enveloped in the Xian Yun flowing light shield, possessed sufficient strength to withstand the spear's impact that as Mu Xi unleashed a torrential barrage of strikes. Cheng Xing found himself straining under the pressure. With each clash between his palms and the spear, faint marks were left behind, indicating the escalating intensity of their duel. To secure victory, he had to either create distance or engage in a decisive close-quarter strike. Observing Cheng Xing being thoroughly dominated, Mu Xi could not help but gloat. Cheng Xing, if you beg for mercy now, I may allow you to suffer less. Otherwise, you will be reduced to nothing but bones. Having spoken, the force wielded by Mu Xi's spear intensified, producing a deeper sonic boom in the air. The radiance emanating from his palm had nearly dissipated after several impacts, and his once fair hand was now reddened from the vibrations. Just before the light vanished, Cheng Xing hastily summoned the fighting spirit within him, enhancing it with the attribute of lightning through his technique that at the moment the spear's tip lunged towards him. He deftly evaded the sharp end, allowing the forward momentum to glide along the smooth spear shaft. The fighting spirit within him surged along the refined iron spear towards Mu Xi, despite the protective enhancement of his fighting spirit garment. The blinding speed of the lightning left Mu Xi no time to react, and Cheng Xing's lightning-infused fighting spirit penetrated his body. Startled by the jolt, Mu Xi instinctively released the spear, and Cheng Xing seized the opportunity to wrest it from him. Father, Mu Li's face flushed red upon witnessing the shift in the battle's tide. Desperate to save his father, but he hurriedly snatched a spear from a mercenary in the rear and charged forth. Whirlwind thrust. Mu Li's spear spun violently in his grasp, accompanied by a low, thunderous shout. The tip of the iron spear was instantly enveloped in a faint wind attribute fighting spirit, creating a path through the air as if it were being torn apart. During the thrust, the spear abruptly halted, unleashing a deafening sound as the gust rushed towards Cheng Xing. As the wind surged forth, Mu Li's breath rapidly waned. This was his most potent strike, aimed at suppressing Cheng Xing once more. With the advantage of numbers, they could easily wear him down. Cheng Xing, propelled backward after seizing the spear, swiftly turned the spearhead around, concentrating his fighting spirit, transforming the previously darkened iron spear into a silvery hue. Infusing the spear with abundant fighting spirit, he glanced at the approaching gust and swiftly hurled the spear, colliding with a massive wind. With a ferocious wave of fighting spirit, the silver spear crackled with arcs of electricity, producing a sound that threatened to rupture eardrums as it shattered the wind gust before the watchful eyes of the crowd. The ensuing pressure from the wind squinted the onlookers' eyes. After breaking the wind gust, the silver spear quickly reverted to its original dark hue, and without the support of fighting spirit, it continued to arc through the air toward Mu Li. Depleted of fighting spirit, Mu Li could no longer muster the strength to defend against the spear's onslaught. With a piercing sound, the spear struck Mu Li, sending him flying several meters backward until the crimson tip pinned him firmly against a large tree, causing leaves to rain down like confetti. Mu Li's terrified eyes fixated on the front, blood gushing from his mouth, his arm raised in a futile attempt to convey something. Yet his brilliance faded, his head drooping alongside it. Son. Mu Xi, consumed by a mix of pain and rage, disregarded the paralyzing lightning fighting spirit coursing through him and let out a desperate, furious roar. You wretched boy, today, I shall slay you. A fierce expression marred Mu Xi's face, having lost his weapon to a fighter who had now slain his only son. Driven by vengeance, he glared at Cheng Xing, gritting his teeth. With a slight smile, Cheng Xing ignored him, flipping his palm to toss a recuperation pill into his mouth, feeling his fighting spirit rapidly replenish. The mercenaries previously tasked with intercepting Cheng Xing's escape now brandished their gleaming blades, gradually tightening the encirclement. Listen well. Today, Whoever captures Cheng Xing will be promoted to the rank of 4th Commander and rewarded with a book of advanced techniques. Mu Shi commanded, his voice cutting through the air. With the allure of the commander's generous reward, the mercenaries' eyes lit up with greed. Faced with the overwhelming numbers, it seemed inevitable that Cheng Xing would be captured. Yet, Cheng Xing merely smiled, unleashing a surge of energy from his feet, propelling himself upward as a pair of purple wings unfurled behind him, producing a crackling sound with each flap. Ha ha, who shall fall today remains uncertain. Cheng Xing ascended several feet into the air, hovering with a smile, provocatively gazing down at the quickly converging crowd below. No wonder Lear told me that person flew away with wings. It turns out to be true. Mu Shi, witnessing Cheng Xing soaring above, was filled with regret for having reprimanded Mu Li over this matter. Gazing at the encroaching masses, Cheng Xing devised his plan, continuously shifting the seal in his hand as a grayish-white fighting spirit rapidly gathered. "Quick, fetch me a bow and arrows. Bring him down," Mu Shi commanded, his expression dark as he glared at Cheng Xing hovering above. "You brat, if you think you can stay up there forever, think again. Come down, and you'll face dire consequences." Mu Shi's vengeful gaze burned with a desire to see Cheng Xing suffer. Cheng Xing paid no heed to his venomous glare, focusing all his energy on the seal in his hand. As his hand movements concluded, a grayish-white light erupted from his palm, shooting skyward. With a thunderous roar, the light dissipated into the clouds, followed by a rumble of thunder as dark clouds rapidly gathered in the sky. This phenomenon was visible for miles around. Seeing such an ominous display, Mu Shi's malevolent hatred froze on his face, lamenting why he had chosen to confront this man, as the sensation of impending death loomed over him. It is time to put an end to this. Cheng Xing's face paled as he observed the mercenaries fleeing in all directions, murmuring to himself that a grayish-white glow flickered between his fingers, and where he pointed. Lightning followed, that a colossal bolt of lightning descended from the clouds, the deafening roar nearly uprooting the entire ravine, as the gray-white lightning surged across the ground, devouring all living beings in its path like the scythe of death, until it finally dissipated upon striking the mountainside. Cheng Xing's purple wings gradually shrank as he maneuvered his descent, covering his mouth and nose to avoid the stench of charred flesh. The once lively 40-strong members of the Wolfhead mercenary group had now been reduced to charred corpses. The power of this Thunderbolt technique seems to exceed that of high-level techniques, Cheng Xing reflected, astonished at the devastating range and potency of the attack. Chapter 27. The Treasures of Heaven and Earth. Cheng Xing's face was etched with shock. He had merely intended to test the power of the Thunderbolt technique and planned to flee with his purple wings afterward. However, as the grayish-white light appeared at his fingertips, an aura of death began to surge forth, followed by the torrential thunder that soon followed. Mu Shi, 2-star Do Master, deceased. Mu Li, 7-star Do Fighter, deceased. Scanning the vicinity, the floating text appeared before his eyes, indicating that all those who participated in the ambush had lost their breath, leaving only charred remains of varying degrees. That a typical high-level Do technique could not possess such power. Even a high-level technique would not achieve this effect, let alone when I am merely a fighter. Cheng Xing pondered. Indeed, normally, only Earth-level techniques can harness the energies of heaven and earth to amplify their power during release. That high-level and yellow-level techniques rely solely on one's fighting spirit for damage. Earth-level techniques are exceedingly rare and possess terrifying might due to their ability to summon the energies of heaven and earth. However, Cheng Xing, by merely successfully condensing the seal, had summoned the deluge of thunder. An extraordinary occurrence. Congratulations, host. You have eliminated 1 2-star Do Master and 43 Do Fighters using the high-level Do technique, Thunderbolt technique. Defeat XXX more to exchange for the intermediate Earth-level technique, Thunderstorm Charge. That a panel appeared before him. Displaying an energy bar, Cheng Xing felt a powerful attraction forming before him as silver-white particles emerged above the charred corpses. Under the pull of the potent force, a fist-sized silver orb quickly formed. The orb lingered for a moment before transforming into a stream of energy, flowing into the energy bar on the panel. The fist-sized orb filled only a small section of the energy bar, indicating that much remained to be filled. It seems that using this Thunderbolt technique to slay living beings allows for the collection of energy. Once enough is gathered, it can be exchanged for the complete version of this technique. No wonder this technique possesses power beyond the realm of high-level techniques. Cheng Xing realized, murmuring to himself, that as the battle concluded, Cheng Xing did not rush to depart, but instead extracted the fiery bear's magic core, stowing it away. After such a massive consumption, he had sensed the barrier to breaking through to 8-star Dou fighter was within reach. He only needed the cores of a dozen second-tier magical beasts to level up again. Alas, this recuperation pill will soon be consumed, and the medicinal materials I had prepared are already depleted, that I must find a way to procure more herbs. Cheng Xing gazed at the dwindling supply of recovery pills within his backpack, feeling an undeniable sense of worry that he pondered. Although the Wolfhead mercenary corps had been dealt with, returning to Qingshan town should pose no significant issues. However, he was on the verge of entering the depths of the Monster Beast Mountains, and a swift return was not particularly convenient at this juncture. While it was certain that the necessary materials for recovery pills could be gathered within the Monster Beast Mountains, the absence of clear guidance rendered the task akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. With this thought, Cheng Xing found himself increasingly troubled. With fewer than 10 recovery pills remaining in his backpack, he resolved to abandon the idea of delving deeper into the Monster Beast Mountains and instead return to Qingshan town for resupply before making further plans. I have yet to check 2 pieces of information regarding rare treasures. Cheng Xing fixated on the screen for a considerable time. The incessantly pulsing red dots finally triggered his memory. He gently tapped the pulsating red dot on the screen, and 2 encrypted messages promptly appeared before him. Greetings, host. You are welcome to access the information on the treasures of heaven and earth. This message will provide you with the location of the nearest treasure and the means to recover it. Should luck be on your side, there is a chance to trigger a recovery bonus. Complete the task to receive corresponding rewards or items directly. After reading the prompt, Cheng Xing hesitated for a moment before opening the first message. Ding! Announcing the treasure of heaven and earth. Ice Spirit Cold Spring. The Ice Spirit Cold Spring, originating from extremely cold or hot regions, can withstand searing temperatures or enhance the innate ice power of users wielding ice attribute combat energy, with preservation conditions being extraordinarily rigorous. Upon seeing the initial 4 characters of the message, Cheng Xing's spirits lifted. This was indeed one of the materials essential for subduing exotic fire. The other was Blood Bodhi Pill, a 5th-tier elixir which he was currently unprepared to refine. However, the Ice Spirit Cold Spring might be obtainable with some effort, but he released a long breath, forcibly suppressing the excitement swelling within him, and proceeded to complete the message reading. Travel 100 miles northeast from this point to reach a towering snow-capped mountain, perpetually cloaked in snow, accessible only to the extraordinary. At the summit lies a pool, eternally frozen, where the Ice Spirit Cold Spring will appear at the bottom of the pool in a month and a half. Please collect it promptly, host. Upon finishing the message, it transformed into a stream of light, merging into Cheng Xing's right arm, and a map materialized in his palm, with 2 glowing points marking the starting and ending locations. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a task bonus. Reward: Dou Huang, Strength Experience Card 7 days, X1 Reward. Exotic Fire, 9 Nether Wind Flame, Experience Card, 7 days, X1 Reward. 100 high-grade pure white jade bottles. The rewards issued by the system appeared directly in his backpack, yet Cheng Xing was unable to muster any joy upon witnessing the bountiful rewards, for he discovered on the map that this towering snow-capped mountain lay deep within the Monster Beast Mountains, and moreover, in the territory of the 4 formidable beasts of the East. Relying solely on the Dou Huang Strength Experience card, he feared he might not guarantee his safe return, recalling the excruciating pain he had endured while subduing the heavenly lightning without any items to aid him. He felt a shiver run down his spine that if the lightning was so formidable, how much more perilous would the exotic fire be? Without the protection of the Ice Spirit Cold Spring, with his meager strength, he would likely be incinerated before even nearing the exotic fire. Cheng Xing contemplated the items within his backpack for a long while, then closed the system panel. He observed a large monster soaring through the sky, pursuing lower-tier flying birds that in the Doqi continent. Life and death unfolded in a constant race against time that if he did not strengthen his abilities, it was only a matter of time before he became a target. An opportunity lay before him now. Would he dare to seize it? Damn it, if I die, then so be it. I want to see what a 6th-tier monster is capable of. Cheng Xing gritted his teeth. Cursing as he spoke, At the easternmost edge of the Monster Beast Mountains, several figures darted swiftly through the sky, their sonic booms instantly killing the low-tier monsters lurking beneath the sands. "Why have we been urgently summoned back?" a woman inquired, her brow furrowed. "That I've heard that our king has discovered a clue regarding that thing, and we are now one step closer to success," replied a rugged-voiced man accompanying her, his tone revealing a hint of tenderness. Upon hearing about that thing, the woman's flight noticeably slowed, and then her combat energy surged, propelling her speed to its utmost limit. "That item is not something we can touch. Should anything go awry, the consequences would be dire. Indeed, that is why we were hastily called back. That it is rumored that within a snow-capped mountain, a treasure has been found that can diminish its power. It is highly likely they want us to retrieve that item. For the king, I would do anything." The woman's resolute voice rang out as the two figures transformed once more into streaks of light, racing deeper into the desert. Cheng Xing withdrew a dagger from a monster's body and gazed at the charred creature. The light point in his hand remained bright, even under the bloodstains. Covering 100 kilometers, he could not rely solely on his purple cloud wings to traverse the distance, so he had to hunt monsters along the way. Hoping to advance to the Doshir level, especially since the Ice Spirit Cold Spring would only appear in over a month. Unbeknownst to him, he was not the only one set on acquiring the Ice Spirit Cold Spring. Chapter 28. Preparations before treasure hunting. As the saying goes, a mountain looks closer from afar. In the vast forest, Cheng Xing could only rely on the small map in his palm to confirm his direction, occasionally using his purple cloud wings to soar above the treetops before gliding at a lower altitude. The deeper he ventured into the mountains, the more ferocious the monsters he encountered became. The monsters residing within the Monster Beast Mountains were typically of 3rd tier or higher. Once a monster reached the 3rd tier, it began to develop intelligence, unlike the relentless howling of beasts from the outer mountains. The interior was eerily quiet, with scarcely any sound for a long time. Within the silent forest, a 1st-tier black-tailed snake cautiously slithered, its crimson tongue flicking in and out as it warily gathered information from the underbrush. Its robust and elongated body harbored immense power. After swiftly covering a short distance, the black-tailed snake spotted a shadowy rabbit munching on tender roots, just as the snake coiled its body, preparing to strike. 2 beams of light shot down from the treetops. The 2 first-tier monsters had not even a moment to scream before their bodies turned black, devoid of any signs of life. The source of this attack was none other than Cheng Xing, who was traversing the mountains. Leaping down, he expertly excavated the body to search for the monster core. Finding only one core, he muttered in frustration, "As I venture deeper, 1st-tier monsters are becoming increasingly scarce. If not for these stone eggs, 2nd-tier monsters are far more formidable than those on the outskirts. At this rate, when will I ever advance to Doshir?" Over the past week or two of travel and monster hunting, Cheng Xing's physique had grown considerably stronger, exuding a bloody aura. He had already slain over 100 monsters along his journey. After stowing the still bloody monster core into his bag, he glanced at the merely 60 cores inside. Sighing helplessly, the energy provided by these 1st-tier cores is dwindling. Absorbing some of them yields less benefit than a day of my own training. It seems I must persist in seeking out 2nd-tier monsters. Looking at the small map in his palm, he noted that the distance between the 2 glowing points had significantly decreased. Along the way, he had not encountered any mercenary groups or humans gathering herbs, indicating that he had entered the inner sanctum of the Monster Beast Mountains. He retrieved a small vial from his backpack and evenly sprinkled the powder inside onto his clothes, particularly on his shoes. This powder, though concocted by himself, proved remarkably effective at concealing one's aura, allowing him to evade many monsters' detection and sidestep numerous troubles. That as he walked slowly through the dense forest, Cheng Xing felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Presently, he was merely an 8-star Doshir, already deep within the Monster Beast Mountains. Further ahead lay a land teeming with 3rd-tier monsters. Crossing 2 tiers would render any escape exceedingly arduous. That he could no longer proceed in this manner. He must first reach Doshir before anything else. Raising his gaze to the dim sky, Cheng Xing furrowed his brow, halting his progress to seek a secure refuge for the night. With his exceptional soul perception, he discovered a small cave nestled in a nearby cliff. That he summoned the Ziyun wings to ascend and investigate, and upon confirming that the cave had long been abandoned with no signs of fresh magical beast activity, he felt assured enough to enter. Over the past fortnight, aside from traversing the roads, Cheng Xing had relied on the system and gathered numerous medicinal herbs, enabling him to concoct a modest number of pills. With the Qi recovery pill being the most abundant. Armed with these, his venture into the depths of the magical Beast Mountain range would be considerably safer. Moreover, he had also produced various other medicinal powders, akin to those used previously to mask human presence. After meticulously organizing the ingredients for the Qi recovery pill and setting the desired quantity on the interface, Cheng Xing commenced a multi-threaded operation, promptly retrieving a bag of magic cores to begin absorbing their energy. Just a week prior, he had ascended to the rank of an 8-star fighter. However, through relentless hunting of magical beasts each day, the fighting spirit within him remained stable and unyielding. The absorbed energy was exceptionally pure. Coupled with the formidable filtering effects of his cultivation technique, Cheng Xing need not forcibly suppress his advancement speed. As night fell, the dark cave was illuminated solely by the faint glow emanating from Cheng Xing. The processes of pill concoction and magic core absorption required considerable time. The energy from the magic cores began to be refined by the system. The surrounding natural energy surged rapidly. Cheng Xing operated his cultivation technique, allowing the influx of natural energy to traverse through his meridians, gradually refining it into pure fighting spirit energy. Once integrated into the energy tide provided by the system, he could voraciously devour this vast reservoir of pure energy. Outside the cave, as the cyclone of energy within Cheng Xing spun rapidly, the pulling force radiating from his body grew increasingly formidable. Eventually, the originally sparse and colorful natural energy in the vicinity coalesced into a lustrous circular energy ring surrounding him. Magical beasts, with their keen sensitivity to natural energy, could not remain oblivious to Cheng Xing's commotion. Many magical beasts ventured forth under the cover of night, but upon realizing the source of the disturbance was atop a cliff, they could only retreat in frustration, leaving behind their agitated howls. For several consecutive days, Cheng Xing reveled in the pleasure of absorbing pure energy. Under the continuous onslaught of this abundant pure energy, changes were manifesting within him. His meridians and bones were becoming increasingly resilient. Although his body had developed a certain resistance to the energy within the first-level magic core, the immense influx of energy still induced wondrous transformations within the cyclone inside him that the last magic core's energy flowed in. The cyclone began to expand relentlessly, reversing its rotation, and no matter how hard Cheng Xing attempted to suppress it, he could not quell this momentum. Damn it! What is happening? At this rate, the cyclone will collapse. He anxiously monitored the cyclone's fluctuations, relieved to find that its reverse spin did not cause any destruction. Instead, it scattered the previously absorbed pure energy throughout his body in a liquid form. These pure energies, having been compressed multiple times, were swiftly absorbed by various parts of his body after being flung around by the cyclone, integrating into and strengthening his meridians, bones, and flesh, even with his eyes closed. Cheng Xing could sense his body subtly expanding, his muscles silently growing larger and more robust. Savoring the burgeoning power coursing through him, Cheng Xing relinquished his anxious thoughts and allowed the cyclone to continue its tumultuous dance. After more than half an hour of nourishing energy, the pure energy within the cyclone gradually diminished, the rotational speed slowing until it finally came to a halt. The surrounding natural energy began to dissipate. Suddenly, Cheng Xing, seated cross-legged within the cave, opened his eyes wide that a formidable aura, several times stronger than days prior, emanated from him, and the speed of the fighting spirit within his bones and meridians accelerated multiple times. The previously gaseous energy had transformed into a gentle stream, flowing like silvery rivers after undergoing his cultivation technique, surging forth with the roar of thunder. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have advanced to the rank of fighter. The system has granted you the following rewards based on your promotion speed. Earth-level low-grade combat technique. Dragon soaring cloud avoiding art. Earth-level low-grade combat technique. Frost dispersing all arts. Listening to the system's announcement, Cheng Xing slowly rose, the surging fighting spirit within him providing a profound sense of security. To his astonishment, the combat techniques rewarded this time were all Earth-level low-grade. Cheng Xing pondered, previously, I couldn't even learn or refine Earth-level techniques. I wonder if I can use them now that I've become a fighter. Subsequently, he tentatively dragged one of the combat techniques into the refining area, Detected learnable combat technique. Would you like to learn and refine it? Indeed, upon reaching the fighter rank, he could learn Earth-level techniques. Upon learning this news, a smile spread across Cheng Xing's face, realizing he had gained several new Earth-level techniques, thereby enhancing his future security. Chapter 29, Earth-level combat techniques, Part 1. Now that he was able to learn Earth-level combat techniques, Cheng Xing no longer hesitated. Entering the depths of the magical Beast Mountain range, relying solely on Xian-level techniques would make it difficult to guarantee his safety. He needed to refine several Earth-level techniques as a precaution. He casually tossed the two newly acquired Earth-level techniques into the refining area to begin their learning process. The Earth-level low-grade combat technique, Dragon Soaring Cloud Avoiding Art. This technique is a body technique unique to dragons, capable of traversing both water and sky. The wind follows the tiger while the clouds accompany the dragon, as dragons often use clouds to obscure their forms. Once mastered, one would be like a loose dragon, unbound by the world's constraints. The description of the technique unfolded before him, revealing an ancient scroll adorned with intricate patterns resembling auspicious clouds enveloping a golden dragon. The dragon soared high in the heavens, and as the clouds darkened with thunder and lightning, the golden dragon remained unperturbed, skillfully evading the dense array of lightning strikes. Each time a bolt nearly struck, the dragon would deftly dodge with its enigmatic agility. Cheng Xing was captivated, marveling at the intricacies of this technique. As the golden dragon burst forth from the storm clouds, its magnificent form glimmered in the sunlight, raising its head to regard Cheng Xing outside the scroll. With a thunderous roar, it echoed across the skies, leaving Cheng Xing momentarily spellbound. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot forth from the scroll, penetrating Cheng Xing's brow. Upon receiving the golden light, Cheng Xing felt no discomfort. Rather, the earlier shock from the dragon's roar was alleviated. A warm sensation spread from his brow throughout his entire being, and soon, a torrent of information began flooding his mind. Quickly, Cheng Xing sat cross-legged, meticulously absorbing the knowledge within his mind. After a while, he abruptly opened his tightly shut eyes, which now sparkled with brilliance. That a golden hue began to emerge on the surface of his skin, and the previously parched ground beneath his feet began to exude a thin layer of mist. As the mist accumulated, a small cloud formed, lifting Cheng Xing's body off the ground, from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. An indescribable sensation of euphoria coursed through him, compelling Cheng Xing to suppress a delighted moan. This feeling was indescribably exhilarating. With the appearance of the golden light, Cheng Xing felt as if his body had become weightless. The sound of wind rushing through his bones echoing within him, while every cell in his muscles brimmed with power. The fighting spirit around him surged in tandem with his skin's movements. With a mere thought, Cheng Xing, who was originally seated cross-legged, suddenly found himself propelled by a violent gust of wind, accompanied by a sharp, piercing whistle, soaring out of the cave at an astonishing speed, even faster than the Ziyun wings. The sudden turn of events left Cheng Xing bewildered. He had only intended to test the technique, yet in the blink of an eye, he had traveled several dozen paces. As he gazed down at the forest below, the once towering trees appeared diminutive in comparison. In midair, he glanced back at the cave on the cliffside before plummeting rapidly downward. With his momentum lost, his body plummeted like a bird deprived of its wings, hurtling straight toward the forest below. Cheng Xing, drenched in cold sweat, quickly activated his fighting spirit, summoning the Ziyun wings to glide in a circle before stabilizing his form and maneuvering back to the cave. My heavens, this technique is terrifying. Standing at the cave's entrance, Cheng Xing gazed apprehensively at the vast emptiness of the sky. The speed of this body technique was astonishing, allowing one to hover briefly in midair. If mastered, one could achieve low-altitude flight without relying on the Ziyun wings, a feat usually necessitating fighter-level prowess to attain even a precarious hover. Moreover, after employing the Ziyun wings to fly, should he encounter a formidable foe, abruptly deactivating the Ziyun wings and then utilizing this body technique might yield unexpected results. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully learned the Dragon Soaring Cloud Avoiding Art. Please practice diligently. Not dwelling on the system's notification, Cheng Xing immediately placed the next combat technique into the refining area. Frost Dispersing All Arts. Why does it sound rather unimpressive? In his heart, he murmured without much thought. After all, There were numerous battle techniques acquired from the old medicine man within his backpack, most of which he had yet to peruse that if necessary, he could certainly seek them out and surely discover something satisfactory. As a flash of white light flickered across the panel, a bundle of pristine white scrolls bound with a deep blue string appeared. Upon unfurling the scroll, a chilling aura seeped forth, numbing Cheng Xing's visage. Could this scroll truly influence the outside world? Is this the terrifying nature of Earth-tier battle techniques, as the coldness enveloped him? Cheng Xing's words froze into icy silence, his eyes instantly becoming parched. Ling Shuang Wan Fa, a low-tier earth battle technique. This method would provide practitioners with the means to wield ice and water attributes, thereby enhancing their comprehension and mastery of these elements. The sage had inherited a legacy from his predecessors and improved upon it, filled with profound mysteries. Practitioners must not be overly eager for success, for mastering such skills requires time and patience. Frost flowers crystallized across the interface, and the cold compelled Cheng Xing to sneeze repeatedly, his body shivering uncontrollably. Within the scroll, an expanse of icy lake began to thaw amidst the sound of cracking, and the temperature plummeted further. Cheng Xing could no longer endure the frigid temperatures. He hastily summoned his battle energy, forming layers of energy garments to resist the onslaught of cold. That on the surface of the lake within the scroll stood a man clad in white, his attire undisturbed by the gentle breeze, a handsome and aloof visage adorned with a mysterious smile. "Fated one, observe carefully as I demonstrate," he proclaimed. With a wave of his hand, the battle energy surged violently around him, converging towards his form. That in an instant, the formerly icy lake transformed into a scene of warm spring breezes. The chill dissipated, yet Cheng Xing had no time to reflect. Within his perception, the cold aura from the scroll was absorbed into the white-clad figure's body in mere moments. Such voracious consumption, even with celestial-tier techniques, could not achieve such rapid and efficient results. This mastery over the coldness suggested a realm where the very essence of frost lay under his control. With another flick of his sleeve, the once mirror-like calmness of the lake became enveloped in mist, the ethereal vapors swiftly spreading across the surface. Then, with another gesture, the majestic fog coalesced into a sphere the size of a fist, its smooth surface radiating an ominous aura to go. The sphere shot into the sky at his command, accompanied by a muffled thud, and in an instant, raindrops akin to beans began to pour down, their density increasing exponentially. The once placid gaze of the white-clad sage turned fierce. The raindrops resembled deadly spikes, piercing the earth and transforming any object beneath them into a sieve. As Cheng Xing beheld the relentless onslaught, a wave of cold dread surged within him. Each droplet possessed an exceedingly terrifying lethality. More alarming was the fact that these raindrops, infused with the energies of heaven and earth, were manipulated at will by the white-clad sage, showcasing a level of proficiency that was truly fearsome. With the command echoing once more, the torrential rain transformed into towering ice columns, freezing the ground, the air, and the clouds in a grip of terror. This bone-chilling cold exuded a palpable aura of slaughter. Cheng Xing stood awestruck by such terrifying manipulation, while the white-clad sage merely chuckled, raising his hand to restore the world within the scroll to a state of tranquility. Is this truly Ling Shuang Wan Fa? Such terrifying control, freezing 1,000 miles beneath the frost-laden sky. Cheng Xing murmured as he gazed at the floating figure of the sage. Merely a trivial technique. The sage replied with a smile, before gradually dissipating, leaving behind a solitary, extremely cold droplet of water. Cheng Xing realized that this droplet contained the entirety of Ling Shuang Wan Fa's techniques and reached out to retrieve it. The moment his hand extended towards the droplet, it began to expand rapidly, transforming into a colossal bubble that engulfed Cheng Xing, subsequently morphing into a gigantic ice sphere, within which he commences learning of Ling Shuang Wan Fa. Chapter 30, Earth-tier battle techniques, continued. Unlike other battle techniques, the mastery of Ling Shuang Wan Fa relies solely on personal enlightenment. Enveloped by the ice sphere, Cheng Xing found his breath becoming exceedingly faint. Yet the energies of heaven and earth gradually permeated through his skin, muscles, and bones, facilitated by the mysterious patterns etched upon the surface of the sphere. As he perceived within the sphere, he found himself on the banks of a lake, strikingly similar to the earlier location of the enigmatic white-clad sage. What is this? Am I to experience this myself? Chengxing pondered, gazing at the vast expanse of white land, ice crystals hanging from the treetops. The chilling wind biting at his face. Where am I? I should be in the cave. He summoned his battle energy garments to shield himself from the skin-piercing cold. This is the training space for battle techniques. You must master the technique here before your consciousness can return to your body. A voice resonated from above. Chengxing looked up but could not discern the figure of the white-clad sage. He surveyed his surroundings, momentarily taken aback, then respectfully performed several bows, humbly stating, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your guidance. That I dare to ask you a question. What question may you pose? When you cultivated this technique, how long did it take you to achieve mastery?" Merely half a year. Though the tone was calm, it was evident that this formidable individual took pride in this accomplishment. Furthermore, he continued, "Young friend, the cultivation of this technique is not easy. Taking a year and a half is quite normal. Do not be impatient." Chengxing did not refute, but rather, his expression shifted slightly as he sighed and replied, "I have just received word that I must retrieve the Ice Spirit Cold Spring from the high mountains within a month. It seems I may miss this opportunity." Worry not. Time flows much faster here than in the outside world. When I began my cultivation, half a year here equated to merely a month outside. However, it ultimately depends on your own abilities. Moreover, within this space, your battle energy will always remain at the 3-star Do Huang level, and the energy is inexhaustible. Young friend, you may cultivate with confidence upon hearing this." Chengxing promptly replied, "I shall strive diligently to cultivate. I am grateful for your guidance, esteemed elder." After spending half a day acclimatizing to the cold environment, he began to convert his battle energy into ice attributes. Attempting to freeze the lake's surface. This lake spanned thousands of zhang in width and was unfathomably deep, revealing only a hint of deep blue at its center. Even with the strength of a Do Huang, it was no easy feat to freeze the entire surface in a thick ice. Once, twice, thrice, for times after repeated attempts and failures, a voice resonated in his ears, guiding him on certain details, allowing Chengxing to make rapid progress in the following days. What had once been a struggle to freeze the lake's surface became achievable. He could now raise his hand and freeze the water, maintaining the ice's thickness to support his weight. As Chengxing's ice manipulation technique advanced, the ice sphere became transparent and began to melt slowly. Freeze! Chengxing's battle energy surged wildly, his palm resting upon the gently rippling lake surface. With a powerful shout, ice attribute energy erupted from his hand. And within mere moments, the entire lake froze solid, the surface still revealing the remnants of the previously surging waves. Gazing at the fruits of his arduous practice, Chengxing felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He had finally grasped the essence of freezing with ice. Once the entire lake was encased in frost, a voice gradually emerged. Young friend, your talent is extraordinary. In just a few months, you have accomplished what took me half a year. With continued practice, your achievements will be immeasurable." The elder's voice faded. The scene before Chengxing began to blur, and in a moment of dizziness, he awoke from the cave. Chengxing expelled the cold, murky air from his mouth, revealing numerous black ice crystals enveloped within the mist, likely impurities that had accumulated within him during this time. Having not moved for a long while, as he began to stretch, his bones crackled with a series of popping sounds, resonating throughout the cave. He was unsure how much time had passed, but there remained a long journey ahead. He could not afford to be late. Chengxing muttered as he stretched. He then summoned the system panel, glancing at the earlier notification regarding rare materials, which read, 10 days until the Ice Spirit Cold Spring appears. Chengxing breathed a sigh of relief. This time of cultivating Ling Shuang 1FA had surprisingly spanned a full 20 days. While he had achieved commendable results, he still had over 100 li to traverse to reach the mountain peak where the Ice Spirit Cold Spring lay. And he would need to navigate through the interior of the Monster Beast mountain range. The use of his Ziyun wings would inevitably attract the attention of some beasts. However, he still possessed a Do Huang experience card. And with this thought, Chengxing's previously anxious mood began to calm. Regardless, I can always transform into a Do Huang in the remaining days and fly straight through, he mused, gazing at the sky outside the cave. I wonder if any beasts guard the Ice Spirit Cold Spring. If so, I may find myself embroiled in a fierce battle. With the enhancement of these two combat techniques, coupled with the experience of cultivating within. Having already encountered the formidable energy of a Do Huang level, and supplemented by several advanced Xin-level combat skills, Chengxing possesses ample confidence to seize the Ice Spirit Spring. Furthermore, it has become imperative for him to acquire the Ice Spirit Spring. On one hand, it serves as preparation for subduing and on the other, its allure for those who cultivate ice attribute Do Qi is akin to that of for alchemists. Moreover, he can seamlessly transform into an ice attribute using his cultivation methods, which also mention the Ice Spirit Spring within the Ling Shuang Wan Fa. After all, this is a manifestation of the terrifying powers naturally condensed by heaven and earth, until one possesses absolute strength. Human power is but minuscule in the face of celestial energy. Retrieving the Qi recovery pill refined by the system back into his backpack, Chengxing, after a brief period of recuperation, leapt downwards. With the Ziyun wings erupting from his back, he soared swiftly northeast under the luminous moonlight. From nightfall until the sun ascended, Chengxing had barely traversed a fraction of the journey, his Do Qi completely depleted. It seems that, with the strength of a Do Shi, reaching the destination directly is overly arduous. He must proceed gradually. As Chengxing walked through the forest, he took care to avoid areas frequented by magical beasts. Now deep within the Monster Beast Mountain range, one could easily encounter 4th-tier magical beasts, which correspond to formidable human Do Ling level warriors. Over the next few days, Chengxing traversed the dense woods with a heart full of trepidation. Despite having a map for guidance, the terrain's complexity inevitably led to some detours. However, as the journey progressed, the vegetation underwent a noticeable transformation, from lush, towering shrubs to sparse trees, eventually culminating in vast expanses of low-lying thickets. After parting the last thicket with his hands, a vibrant green meadow unfolded before him, with a tiny white dot at the far end, marking the location of the Ice Spirit Spring's appearance. After such a lengthy trek, Chengxing felt utterly fatigued, prompting him to retreat to the thicket for rest. After all, the vast meadow held uncertainties yet to be revealed. In 2 days, the Ice Spirit Spring would manifest. And traversing this meadow within that time frame should not pose a significant challenge that he contemplated employing the experience card when the time came. Chengxing gazed at the 2 small red dots on his palm, their distance nearly negligible. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountain, streaks of light raced across the skyline like shooting stars. The oppressive aura from one particular beam caused the surrounding magical beasts to fall silent, allowing the lights to cleave through the sky, stirring up shock waves as they surged toward the towering peaks. Chapter 31. Soul-Eating Griffin. As nightfall descended, thick clouds enveloped the sky, preparing to shroud the land in darkness once more. A cool evening breeze rustled through the underbrush as Chengxing leaned against a sturdy tree trunk, his legs crossed upon a solid branch, watching the snow-capped mountains gradually fade from view. His thoughts slowly returning, then on the verge of leaving the forest and entering the meadow. This was destined to be his last night spent in the trees. Yet an inexplicable sense of foreboding gripped his heart, as if ominous events awaited him. Despite the seemingly smooth path ahead, the vast meadow had previously shown no signs of magical beast activity, and the sounds of beasts within the forest had been remarkably scarce. Chengxing murmured softly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the abyss of night ahead. Amidst the pitch-black expanse of the meadow, flickering embers began to rise, illuminating the once desolate landscape. "What is this?" Will-o'-the-wisps, observing the numerous azure flames dancing in the wind. Chengxing recalled the system's explanation. Phosphorescent fire, formed after large-scale deaths of magical beasts, has a chance of manifesting that if numerous magical beasts had perished here, why were there no signs of their activities nearby? Typically, when magical beasts engage in battle, the fallen are consumed by the survivors, rendering such natural resources far too precious to waste. Chengxing pondered, and the more he contemplated, the more he found the meadow ahead to be unsettling. The phosphorescent glow cast an eerie light upon his face, producing an unsettling sensation that a chill-laden evening breeze swept from the woods toward the meadow, startling Chengxing as it caught him off guard. Raising goosebumps upon his skin, that in the face of such unknown threats. Panic is a natural response, and Chengxing felt it too. Although he possessed an unutilized Do Huang experience card, who could ascertain whether a 7th-tier unparalleled beast lurked within this expansive meadow. Yet, even if such a beast existed, It would require a place to hide, and the open terrain offered no concealment from magical beasts to nest at. As he glanced at the system panel, time was ticking away, and 2 days remained until the Ice Spirit Spring's emergence. That he needed to adapt to the Ice attribute quickly. With this thought, his internal Do Chi transformed into Ice attribute energy, adjusting his breath and closing his eyes to sense the thin attribute energy in the air. With his keen spiritual perception, Chengxing could detect tiny ice crystals forming in dark corners on the ground due to the sudden drop in temperature, connecting these areas to gather information. However, as he extended his perception into the meadow, he felt an overwhelming sense of weakness, as if his soul's strength was being entirely consumed by the grass beneath him. No matter how he sensed, he could not glean any information. After repeated attempts, his spiritual energy began to wane, forcing him to abandon the endeavor. How could this be? Could the meadow truly block spiritual energy? Chengxing opened his eyes, a complex expression crossing his face as he sighed, realizing that this meadow was far from simple. That a sudden gust of wind tore through the dark night sky, causing the small trees to rustle violently. Chengxing clung to the trunk, barely managing to stabilize himself. Yet the unmoving clouds above signaled that it was indeed a windless night. This wind was peculiar, carrying a foul odor. As Chengxing wrinkled his nose, enduring the stench that wafted in from an unknown source, he felt a surge of questions arise within him. However, with the dawn yet to break, it was unwise to act, and he resolved to remain in the tree until morning. As he waited, the wind intensified, dispersing the earlier foul scent, replaced by an icy chill that brushed against Chengxing's face, invigorating his internal Do Chi. The cold and the wind was the optimal nourishment for ice attributes. The dense cloud cover rendered sunlight impotent, casting the sky into a gray haze, while the meadow resembled a turbulent lake, with the wind carving shapes atop its surface. This wind seemed to be blowing from the mountains, its chill palpable. Chengxing squinted, gazing at a distant white speck the size of a broad bean, contemplating. The sunless meadow had grown increasingly eerie. A thin veil of Do Chi formed around Chengxing's body to counter the encroaching cold. Although it was somewhat chilly, the ice attribute Do Chi was exceptionally rich, and the closer he drew to the mountains, the more vibrant the ice attribute became, indicating that the Ice Spirit Spring was imminent. He swallowed a few Chi recovery pills, showing no inclination to utilize the experience card. After all, depleting his internal Do Chi and subsequently experiencing rapid growth constituted another form of cultivation. As Chengxing ventured further into the meadow, the grass that had merely reached his ankles now brushed against his knees. The ground, once firm, had become surprisingly soft underfoot. Sensing the subtle changes beneath him, Chengxing felt a surge of alertness. This meadow was alarmingly soft that he attempted to channel his spiritual energy to investigate, but was taken aback as the surrounding grass began to ensnare him. That in Chengxing's perception, as his spiritual energy radiated outward. It was swiftly absorbed by the grass, which then surged towards him like sharks sensing blood. His internal Do Chi was always on guard for such sudden occurrences. He swiftly propelled himself upward, using the force to burst through the soft earth, launching himself into the air. The Ziyun wings activated rapidly, stabilizing him in the sky. Even with his quick reflexes, the once soft grass had transformed into razor-sharp blades, shearing through the air as he narrowly avoided them. The severed grass fell, but vanished mysteriously before touching the ground. Witnessing this bizarre scene sent chills down Chengxing's spine, as he had caught a glimpse of a pile of white bones amidst the grass's movement. What on earth is this? Could these bones belong to the magical beasts that once roamed this meadow? Chengxing murmured, hastily activating the system for a scan. Soul-eating grass is a peculiar plant formed within the body of a soul-eating griffin after it consumes blue magic grass, possessing the ability to devour souls. Only soul-eating griffins of 5th tier and above can produce and cultivate the seeds of soul-eating grass. That high-tier, soul-eating griffins utilize this grass to assist in hunting other magical beasts. And upon the griffin's demise, the cultivated soul-eating grass perishes simultaneously. As Chengxing listened to the system's report, his face paled instantaneously. This vast meadow was, in fact, a farm cultivated by magical beasts. If such an expansive area were under the dominion of a single magical beast, its strength would undoubtedly exceed 5th tier, potentially reaching 6th or even 7th tier. As Chengxing was momentarily stunned, a piercing cry of an eagle shattered the wind's howling. echoing in his ears and exploding in his mind. Gazing at the swiftly darting black speck weaving through the clouds above, a singular thought consumed Chengxing. Run. The soul-devouring griffin, a pinnacle fifth-tier beast poised to ascend to the sixth tier, possesses an acute sensitivity to soul fluctuations, rendering it an exceedingly rare and peculiar magical creature. Unlike other beasts, the soul-devouring griffin tends to dwell in groups, often acting in packs of 3 to 5. Thus, encountering one is tantamount to spotting an entire congregation that in an instant. The system captured this information, providing Chengxing with an informative vocal introduction. However, Chengxing had no time to ponder such details. He swiftly produced his experience card, ready for immediate use. After all, this was a creature on the brink of becoming a sixth-tier entity, akin to a formidable human emperor of combat, and he could only hope that the beast had yet to notice his presence. Otherwise, this disturbance would undoubtedly delay his journey significantly. Chengxing shut off his soul perception, quickly retracting his purple cloud wings, and plunged towards the ground. Although this meadow was cultivated by magical beasts, even if it could sense his presence, locating him amidst the vast sea of grass would not be a simple task. Such actions, without a doubt, constituted a gamble. Yet, what alternative did he have? This was merely a fifth-tier beast. It couldn't have cultivated such an expansive grassland. From the final thicket to the foot of the snow-capped mountains, there lay several dozen miles of terrain, undoubtedly home to more soul-devouring griffins. Should a confrontation arise, assistance from its kin could spell dire consequences. Chengxing's figure soared like a mighty dragon, swiftly navigating the verdant waves, deftly dodging the sporadic gusts that stirred the soul-devouring grass. His feet barely touched the ground, as if he were treading upon the very waves of grass. Meanwhile, the soul-devouring griffin, concealed by the clouds, swiftly vanished from sight. Chengxing continuously turned to observe the movements above, wary of the creature's possible descent. While he kept vigilant, his pace did not falter. Instead, he pressed onward towards the snow-capped mountains, undeterred by the increasingly fierce winds. Utilizing the dragon-soaring cloud evasion technique, Chengxing skimmed the low altitude with remarkable speed. Not much slower than the purple cloud wings, though this technique taxed his fighting spirit significantly, that if this continued, his energy would soon be depleted. The fighting spirit within him dwindled rapidly, and he swallowed the last remaining energy recovery pill. Feeling a surge of speed once more, the biting cold winds reddened his face, and his hands, having long maintained a position against the wind, were now numb from the chill. Yet, the ice attribute fighting spirit within him quietly healed these injuries. Absorbing the frigid air that invaded his body, as time passed, the once level ground before him began to undulate, and the distant horizon transformed from an endless expanse into several grand, sloping hills in the dim light. These slopes loomed like formidable mountains, instilling a sense of dread that a high-pitched cry pierced through the howling winds, carrying with it an overwhelming presence that sent shivers down Chengxing's spine. He halted, neglecting to hide, and crouched down, his eyes vigilantly fixed on the sky, his hand gripping the experience card tightly, prepared to activate it at a moment's notice. A whoosh echoed through the air, sharp and then gradually fading away. Chengxing caught a glimpse of a small black line streaking across the clouds, rushing towards the ground with incredible speed, seemingly in pursuit of prey in another location. How perilous! The oppressive aura emanating from this soon-to-be sixth-tier beast was terrifying. Chengxing gasped for breath, his earlier tension causing beads of sweat to soak his palms, but he hastily wiped the experience card before carefully placing it in the most accessible spot within his system backpack. Seizing the moment while the winds momentarily abated, Chengxing leaned against the vast, elongated slope and sat upon the ground, taking in the sight of the grasslands swaying in the wind, leading to a dense forest that appeared as a dark green line in the distance. The mountain range behind him seemed to waver in the gusts. How long would this strange wind continue to blow? Though the clouds above remained still, the relentless wind blew on, chilling him to the bone. Rubbing his reddened hands, he silently transformed his fighting spirit from the icy attribute to the fiery one, bringing a modicum of warmth, though shifting to fire attribute felt discordant amidst the surrounding cold. In such dire circumstances, what use was it to focus solely on cultivation? What was the point of relentless training if it cost him his life? Just as Chengxing managed to catch his breath, a harrowing scream shattered the tranquility. Upon hearing the anguished cry, Cheng Xing felt his mind momentarily blank, numerous possibilities swirling in his thoughts, all failing to explain why a human scream, seemingly that of a woman, would reverberate in this desolate place. The eerie sound ignited a sense of unease within him, compelling him to stand and scan his surroundings. All remained unchanged. The previously silent grassland was now punctuated only by the faint whispers of the wind. Could it be that I imagined it? Cheng Xing scratched his head, brow furrowed, beginning to doubt his own judgment that Tio ascertained the truth. He unfurled his purple cloud wings and soared up the slope, standing atop the towering hill to survey the endless sea of grass. Only the gentle breeze brushed by, and no other sounds could be heard. Phew, it seems I truly misheard. Cheng Xing chuckled awkwardly, his shoulders relaxing slightly. Encountering another soul in such a desolate region would indeed be a terrifying prospect. After all, who in their right mind would venture here? With that thought, he resolutely dismissed the earlier illusion from his mind. Boom! Just as Cheng Xing breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to rest, a violent surge of energy, accompanied by a deafening explosion, erupted in the distance, rumbling like thunder, followed by a series of urgent, piercing eagle cries. Hearing this powerful surge of fighting spirit, Cheng Xing's pupils contracted. It dawned on him. It was not a figment of his imagination. Were they targeting the soul-devouring griffin, with the sharp cries still echoing in his ears? Cheng Xing felt parched, recalling the terrifying pressure he had previously sensed from the beast. Attempting to hunt a flying magical creature on this vast grassland would be an arduous task indeed. Suddenly, a brilliant white light pierced the darkened sky, followed by a fierce wave of energy that swept through the air. Cheng Xing stood atop the slope, witnessing how this force flattened the soul-devouring grass beneath it. The sheer aftershock of the battle could be felt from such a distance, revealing just how intense the conflict was. After a moment's hesitation, the purple cloud wings on his back fluttered gently, and he began to ascend against the oncoming shockwave, squinting his eyes to observe the distant skirmish, striving to capture the unfolding scene. That as he rose higher, subtle changes appeared on the horizon. There it was. With a powerful flap of his wings, he darted towards the site of the battle. If he could obtain the magical core from this fifth-tier beast, a mysterious smile crept upon Cheng Xing's lips. As the saying goes, no gain without effort. He would not engage in any losing ventures. The previous battle's aftermath indicated that the soul-devouring griffin held the upper hand, should the combatant fail to slay the beast. He could reap the benefits. After soaring low for 5 or 6 minutes, Cheng Xing approached the area where the conflict raged. Given the grassland's vastness, he dared not draw too close, instead halting at a distance where he could clearly observe both combatants. His gaze first swept over the soul-devouring griffin, flapping its enormous wings that spanned over 10 yards, each stroke summoning a tempestuous wind. This magical beast was clad in dark gray, yet its bald head bore several strands of white feathers. The head alone measured over a yard, its obsidian eyes imposing enough to dwarf an adult human. The curved, powerful beak loomed ominously in the dim sky, exuding an aura of death while its heavy, scaled claws appeared clumsy, yet each swing produced a mournful wail, as if the very air was being torn asunder. Its lustrous gray-black fur was now speckled with flecks of white, radiating a chilling aura. The grass beneath had transformed from vibrant green to a stark white, standing out conspicuously against the verdant backdrop, but on the ground stood a woman clad in a flowing white gown, her ethereal form defiantly anchored amidst the tempest. She wielded a fan adorned with vivid illustrations of a snow-covered kingdom, and despite the intensity of the battle, her hair remained elegantly styled, not a strand out of place, were it not for her frost-kissed beauty. Now tinged with a hint of red, coupled with the alarming wound on her arm, one might scarcely associate her with a warrior of the emperor rank. That a flicker of concern crossed Cheng Xing's eyes as he focused his mind. Extracting information, the pinnacle 5th-tier soul-devouring beast was on the brink of ascending to the 6th tier, its temperament volatile and cruel. During its advancement, it required an abundant intake of flesh, ideally from high-tier magical beasts or humans of equivalent strength. The mysterious woman, a 2-star emperor of combat, possessed dual attributes of wind and snow. The battle has now developed a decidedly lopsided tendency, as a magical beast of formidable prowess, equivalent to the pinnacle strength of a human Dowan. finds itself pitted against a mere two-star Do Wong who has only recently ascended to this level. It is indeed a matter of effortless dominance. Gazing upon the breathtaking beauty stained with blood, a surge of protective instinct welled up within Chengxing. After all, they are both humans, and in this critical moment of life and death, it is only natural to feel a pang of compassion. Chapter 33. The extreme cold frozen heaven. Lotus. The woman's aura is unstable and erratic, indicating she has sustained severe injuries that if the battle continues, she may very well perish. Chengxing looked at the distant figure of the woman in her pristine white gown and sighed, his tone laden with sorrow. Despite being at a disadvantage, the woman remains remarkably composed. Many others, when faced with formidable magical beasts, often lose their composure in the absence of advantage, only to be defeated by the beast's overwhelming physical power and become mere fodder. The mysterious woman clutched her left hand, which bore a horrific wound, through which one could faintly glimpse her exposed white bones. That in contrast, the soul-devouring griffin, with its glossy gray-black feathers, remained pristine, save for the patches of white that dotted its long neck, which upon closer inspection turned out to be flakes of snow. The woman condensed her Do Qi into white snowflakes, covering her wound to temporarily stem the flow of blood. The brilliance in her eyes, dulled by prior blood loss, now flickered uncertainly, yet her expression remained taut, betraying no hint of weakness. It seems this woman possesses a fierce temperament. She is indeed a willful and extraordinary individual. Observing her demeanor from afar, Chengxing felt a surge of admiration and thought to himself, she appears to be just over 20, yet has already reached the Do Wong tier. If given more time, attaining the status of Dozong is certainly within reach. Beast, even if I perish today, I shall ensure you cannot advance, the woman declared, her voice ringing with resolve. With a swift change of her hand seal, her previously half-crouched form suddenly exploded backward, evading the reach of the soul-devouring griffin's wings. The flush on her face quickly faded, replaced by the pallor of a dead fish's eye. The Do Qi within her surged outward at an astonishing speed, and through her peculiar hand seal, she summoned the chilling winds of the world, which swirled tightly around her, synchronizing with her rapidly fluctuating Do Qi. The ability to harness the energies of nature to amplify one's techniques must be a technique of at least Earth tier. It appears the forces behind this woman are no trifling matter. She must be here for training. Chengxing's pupils constricted as he watched her skillfully unleash her Do technique, his mouth agape in astonishment. The previously stagnant cold winds began to converge from all directions, their ferocity causing Chengxing to sway as tufts of grass were uprooted, and the howling winds stirred up dust and debris, deepening the already murky sky. In mere moments, a colossal tornado began to form, centered around the woman, with a radius of dozens of feet consumed by the formidable wind pressure, gradually taking shape into a towering vortex over 100 feet high. The magical beast, having reached the peak of the 5th tier and possessing nascent intelligence, perceived the terrifying transformation wrought by the woman's Do technique and sought to end the confrontation post-haste. With its massive claws propelled by its powerful wings, the soul-devouring griffin forcefully breached the colossal wall of wind, its razor-sharp talons slicing through the air, leaving behind only an afterimage, the sound of shattering wind failing to keep pace with its swift approach. Though the soul-devouring griffin is immense, it is, after all, a flying magical beast with unique maneuvering habits, bolstered by the wind element, allowing it to effortlessly break through the fierce tornado. The woman, observing the flickering form of the griffin, darkened in expression, and in the next instant, she deftly evaded to the right. With a missed strike, the soul-devouring griffin refused to relent. Its elongated neck swiveled with agility as its enormous, piercing eyes scanned the vicinity. Quickly locking onto the woman who had now appeared several feet away, It emitted a long cry, launching itself at her location with brutal force. However, if the previous surprise attack had failed, how much more futile would this overt assault be? The duel between the human and the griffin unfolded in the tempest, reminiscent of a hawk swooping down on its prey. Yet should the hawk succeed in its grip, the outcome would be nothing short of dismemberment. The intensity of the tornado continued to escalate, and as the woman dodged, she poured her remaining Do Qi fervently into her hands, her once lustrous dark hair gradually losing its sheen until it turned completely white. Even her elegantly arched brows losing their original HUE.IT was evident that this was a result of consuming her life essence, and as the final vestige of darkness faded, her alabaster figure ceased its flight. The once violent vortex dissipating in an instant, replaced by an aura of pressure emanating from the woman, which gradually matched that of the soul-devouring griffin that as the storm abated. Cheng Xing's vision cleared considerably. He saw the woman suspended in midair, devoid of the ethereal wings of Do Qi, holding a vivid white lotus bud in her hands, poised to bloom. The pressure emanated from this very snow lotus. Faced with such a turn of events, the soul-devouring griffin flapped its massive wings, stirring up vigorous gales to maintain its own aura, its keen eyes fixated on the lotus, its body coiling slightly as it prepared to unleash its most powerful strike. Everything hinges on this moment. The woman spoke serenely, her hands cradling the snow lotus as it began to unfurl. The instant the snow lotus opened its petals, snowflakes began to drift from the heavens. Cheng Xing stared entranced at the rapidly descending snowflakes, reaching out to catch one, only to find it did not melt. Rather, it released a chilling aura that invaded his very Do Qi, causing him to recoil in shock. Hastily discarding the snowflake, he activated his purple cloud wings, retreating a dozen paces to escape the falling snow. Bloom and freeze all things in this world, a gentle, delicate voice resonated, carrying with it an icy chill. The enormous form of the soul-devouring griffin was now covered in snowflakes that would not melt. Realizing the arcane nature of these snowflakes, it vigorously flapped its wings, attempting to shake off the snow clinging to its feathers. But to no avail. Instead, more snowflakes adhered to its wings with each flap that in a matter of moments, a blizzard ensued. The woman descended slowly, her exposed skin taking on a translucent quality, her face pale, and her breaths becoming shallow and intermittent. Upon contact with the snow-laden ground, she lacked the strength to stand, collapsing to her knees as she gazed wearily at the soul-devouring griffin, now encased in a massive ice sculpture. It seems the extreme cold frozen heaven lotus has indeed proven effective. The woman gasped for breath, utterly weakened, as the pristine snow lotus in her grasp began to wilt, observing the fallen lotus, which gradually withered without the support of her immense Do Qi. She sighed. Had it not been effective, I would have been the one to wither away. Meanwhile, Cheng Xing, despite having distanced himself from the area where the snowflakes fell, found that the terrifying cold had not spared his surroundings. Those areas untouched by the snowflakes were met with an intensely frigid assault. The previously swaying soul-devouring grass was frozen solid, maintaining its posture as if still caught in the wind, that a mere touch reduced it to dust, a testament to the extreme temperatures. Even with all his Do Qi reinforcing his protective garment, the bitter cold enveloped him, as if countless sharp needles were piercing his body, freezing even the flow of Do Qi within his meridians. This is untenable. At this rate, I shall freeze to death here. As the snow lotus continued to blossom, the speed of Do Qi flow within Cheng Xing diminished further. Before the onslaught of cold intensified, he had to utilize his experience card to bolster his strength. Cheng Xing, trembling, retrieved the prepared Do Huang experience card. Since the ice spirit cold spring would appear tomorrow, using it today would yield the same effect, that he activated the experience card, and in an instant, an ocean of Do Qi surged within him. The previously frozen streams of Do Qi now churning like tumultuous waves, impervious to the cold's influence that as he reveled in the abundant Do Qi coursing through him. An overwhelming sense of relief washed over him, prompting him to let out a triumphant roar. With the power of a Do Huang supporting him, he could withstand the residual effects of techniques capable of injuring Do Ling experts with minimal effort. Chapter 34. Save her. Cheng Xing, still haunted by the image of the wilting snow lotus, mused that had he not distanced himself from the snowflake-laden area, the mere chill emanating from it would have rendered him unconscious, likely preventing him from even activating the experience card. The soul-devouring griffin had surely met its demise in the icy grip of death. A pity indeed, as he had hoped to salvage something from this encounter. Cheng Xing cast a fleeting glance at the colossal ice sculpture, the soul-eating griffin, standing majestically upon the snowy expanse. His voice was laced with complexity as he muttered, "The soul-eating griffin, still alive, albeit injured." Suddenly, the system interface sprang forth. displaying several lines of bold text before Chengxing upon seeing the words "still alive." His lips twitched involuntarily, and his expression grew increasingly unnatural, disbelief flickering in his eyes. How? How is it possible that it still lives after such a terrifying onslaught of ice and snow? Chengxing was profoundly shaken. After all, not only a pinnacle fifth-tier magical beast, but even a formidable opponent of the Dou Emperor rank would find it challenging to endure within such a dreadful combat scenario. Let alone this creature that had yet to reach sixth tier. Just as Chengxing stood in shock, cracks began to appear on the surface of the massive ice sculpture. Crack, 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 crack. The woman, upon hearing the sound of the ice fracturing, turned even paler, despair etched across her features. Yet her expression shifted from tautness to resignation as she sighed softly. Indeed, this strike ultimately cannot vanquish it. If only I had brought that item with me before departing. Perhaps there would still be a glimmer of hope. With that, she attempted to rise, but despite several struggles, she could not stand upright. Instead, she collapsed onto the snow with a few faint coughs, with a thunderous explosion. The enormous soul-eating griffin broke free from its icy confines, letting out a furious screech that echoed across the sky. For the woman, this was the very harbinger of death. Chengxing observed the revived soul-eating griffin, and though it had fortuitously survived, its formerly composed demeanor had transformed into one of disarray. The once glossy gray-black feathers were now marred by large patches of grayish-white, revealing crimson veins visibly writhing beneath its skin. The soul-eating griffin, having lost a significant portion of its plumage to the extreme cold, now resembled a nearly featherless vulture, intensifying its fury as it trembled with rage. "Human, I shall tear you apart," the creature stammered, its words punctuated by palpable hatred. Chengxing was taken aback. Typically, only magical beasts on the verge of ascending to the sixth tier could articulate human speech. It seemed this soul-eating griffin was not only powerful, but also possessed remarkable innate talent for cultivation. The exposed areas of its body began to rupture, the frigid temperatures having dealt considerable damage. For a flying magical beast, the impairment of its wings was particularly fatal. Desperately flapping its wings, the soul-eating griffin found that the diminished feathers could not provide sufficient lift for its massive form. Reluctantly, it resorted to harnessing the energy within, transforming it into a pair of colossal wings to aid in flight. Chengxing could not suppress a laugh at the sight of the griffin's half-bald wings, resembling those of a fledgling chick, contrasting starkly with its once magnificent form, especially as it struggled to ascend into the sky. Nevertheless, the soul-eating griffin managed to take flight with its transformed wings, circling in the air as it celebrated its escape from such a terrifying combat technique. Chengxing, observing the airborne beast, swiftly concealed his presence, crouching low in the half-meter-high grass in an attempt to remain hidden. However, the griffin's keen eyes quickly spotted the previously lurking figure. Assuming it was still the earlier Dou master-level human, it dismissed the threat, continuing to circle above while occasionally emitting sharp, brief cries. What is the soul-eating griffin doing? Could it be calling for its kin? Chengxing pondered anxiously as he watched the creature's erratic movements. If it were indeed summoning companions once a group formed, even if the other griffins were merely Dou Wang level, their inherent speed advantage as flying magical beasts would make it exceedingly difficult to contend with. Even for a Dou Emperor, the griffin's piercing cries reverberated through the sky, and suddenly, its tone shifted from high-pitched to shrill, oscillating at an excruciating frequency as it transformed into a streak of gray-black lightning. Diving downwards, the jarring sound struck Chengxing's ears like a chainsaw revving up beside him, accompanied by the sensation of sharp needles jabbing into his eardrums, causing him to shudder involuntarily in an attempt to escape the tormenting noise. What in the world is this? Thankfully, the dissonant sound was brief, lasting less than a breath, and soon faded from his hearing. Chengxing stared in terror at his trembling hands, feeling unsteady as he glanced down to find his legs seemingly electrified. Unable to exert any strength against the ground. System. What is happening? The unique soundwave technique possessed by the soul-eating griffin, known as the soul-eating sound, could only be mastered by a select FEW. It had the ability to confuse minds, disrupt judgment, terrify souls, and even shatter bodies. Under optimal conditions, it could even manifest as a soul attack, directly targeting the essence. After contemplating the system's explanation, Cheng Xing's eyes gleamed with a peculiar light as he inquired, "Is there any way to learn this technique?" The system remained silent for a moment. Eliminating the soul-eating griffin has a chance of yielding this skill. What are the odds? The probability is 3%. Cheng Xing felt a twinge of disappointment at the 3% drop rate. However, recalling the moment when the discordant sound had momentarily paralyzed his mind and rendered his body uncontrollable, he resolved that even a mere 3 in 1,000 chance was worth pursuing. With determination, he turned his gaze to the diving, soul-eating griffin, its sharp beak now opening and closing as it concentrated its sound waves for an attack directed at the helpless woman lying in the snow. The already weakened woman could scarcely withstand such an assault. After just a few seconds beneath the magical sound, she succumbed completely to unconsciousness. Since I must act, I might as well save her life. Cheng Xing felt a pang of anxiety as he looked at the defenseless woman, swiftly channeling his inner energy, transforming into a streak of silver lightning and reappearing several dozen meters away. The sudden shift startled the descending soul-eating griffin, which abruptly halted its furious dive. It flapped its wings with renewed vigor, accelerating towards the woman lying on the ground, its powerful claws poised to strike. Chapter 35. Fierce battle with a fifth-tier magical beast as the soul-eating griffin continued its relentless assault. Cheng Xing swiftly gathered his energy, activating the dragon-soaring cloud-drifting technique. In an instant, he transformed into a mere illusion, reappearing before the unconscious woman, gazing down at her pale face. Though disheveled, her unparalleled beauty shone through, resembling a sleeping beauty at peace amidst the snow. How breathtaking! Cheng Xing couldn't help but exclaim at the sight of the unconscious beauty. Yet before he could savor her ethereal presence, the piercing sound waves of the griffin struck his mind once more, leaving him with a splitting headache. Damn beast, today I shall send you to your demise. Cheng Xing's irritation flared as the griffin's sound waves continued to assail him. He gently lifted the woman from the ground, a small cloud forming beneath his feet, and as he reappeared, they had already distanced themselves from the snowy terrain, leaving only faint remnants of their movement behind. Just as Cheng Xing vanished, a colossal shadow plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater over 10 meters wide. Observing the serene countenance of the woman in his arms, a sense of unease crept into Cheng Xing's heart. After a moment's hesitation, he extended a finger to check her pulse, feeling a faint breath. He then traced his finger along her porcelain wrist, channeling his spiritual energy to assess her injuries. After a brief moment, he sighed in relief. Fortunately, her internal injuries are not severe. It seems she merely exhausted her vitality, compounded by the effects of the sound waves, which led to her unconsciousness. After retrieving 2 pristine robes from his backpack to cushion her, he turned his attention back to the soul-eating griffin, which was now struggling to emerge from the crater. Its once majestic form now caked in dirt, resembling a hapless earthbound fowl. Cheng Xing's gaze remained calm as he observed the griffin emerging from the dust, and with a flicker of thought, he initiated a scan. Soul-eating griffin remaining internal energy, 30 remaining stamina, 40 weakness, a red spot beneath the right wing, where its defenses are weakest. Observing the intricate details presented by the system, Cheng Xing allowed a faint smile to grace his lips as he stood firm. His gaze fixed upon the fierce, soul-eating griffin not far away. Its eagle-like eyes were locked onto him with an intensity that suggested it wished to devour him whole. "Human, should you dare to take my life, you shall find no escape from this grassland," the soul-eating griffin declared. "Oh, is that so?" With your mere peak 5th-tier strength, Cheng Xing did not hasten to engage, for the fact that this beast could articulate speech hinted at a potential for gathering intelligence, especially given the considerable distance to the snow-capped mountains. Such information could prove invaluable. In response to his nonchalant remarks, the proud beast could only express its profound dissatisfaction through a series of low, rumbling growls. "Perhaps my strength is insufficient. Yet the leader of my clan possesses peak 6th-tier power. Do not presume that your emperor-level prowess grants you the freedom to act with impunity upon this plain." The mention of its clan leader caused the griffin to lift its previously lowered head, now gazing down upon Cheng Xing, who had his arms crossed. "Human, I warn you, before my clan's elite arrive, you still have the chance to retreat. Otherwise, you shall meet a fate worse than death." With that, the soul-eating griffin raised its head once more, unleashing a piercing cry that echoed into the sky. Peak 6-tier power? You say. If that is indeed the case, things could become quite troublesome. Chengxing pondered, recognizing that if the griffin spoke the truth, the clan leader would pose a significant threat, even without considering the involvement of other beasts of similar 5th-tier caliber. A conflict here would complicate his efforts to gather the ice spirit spring. Human, do not hesitate any longer. Seeing that Chengxing stood unmoved, the griffin grew impatient, opening its beak to emit a sharp sound wave directed at him. With a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, Chengxing felt the surging energy within him that he casually unleashed a wave of fighting spirit, shattering the sound wave with ease. Next time you attempt to deceive, do try to maintain your composure, lest you suffer greatly, he remarked playfully, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Initially, Chengxing had been inclined to believe the griffin's words, weighing the possibility of eliminating it. However, the creature's anxious roars to drive him away had unveiled its hidden intentions. Realizing that Chengxing had seen through its ruse, the soul-eating griffin fell silent, then abruptly flapped its wings, its claws digging into the earth, creating large craters as it hurriedly retreated from the scene. Seeking to flee? You may stay, Chengxing said with a slight smile, his fighting spirit erupting forth in a powerful surge. He stepped forward, and the energy radiated from his foot, unleashing an imposing pressure that swiftly caught up with the retreating griffin, weighing down its massive form and rendering its already sluggish speed even slower. Under Chengxing's pressure, the soul-eating griffin had long since lost its earlier peak prowess. The scant fighting spirit it possessed was reserved for escape, yet with its diminished speed, evading a foe of emperor-level strength was akin to climbing a mountain. Dragging its body along, the griffin stubbornly held its proud head high, slowly proclaiming, "Cunning human, if you wish for my demise, you shall pay a price." With that, it lifted its wings, unleashing a tremendous suction force. In that instant, all surrounding soul-eating grass began to wither and decay rapidly, each dying blade transforming into wisps of fighting spirit, which were drawn into the griffin's wings. Chengxing watched as the grassland around him withered, its energy being absorbed, a glimmer of realization sparking in his eyes. This beast possesses such a method to amplify its strength. With a thought, the system commenced its scanning. The soul-eating griffin, in dire circumstances, was capable of absorbing the soul-eating grass it cultivated, extracting the energy contained within to enhance its power. However, the energy was excessively volatile, and once utilized, the grass would remain non-regenerative for a considerable period. Note: this method of strength enhancement is time-limited, generally lasting only half an hour. I shall see if it can truly contend with me after absorbing that energy. Chengxing made no move to hinder this action. Instead, continuing to observe, as the suction intensified, the previously damaged feathers and skin began to rapidly mend, even forming a new layer of wings that, unlike the previous dark hue, now shimmered with a sinister green, creating an eerie appearance. Continuously drawing on the power of the soul-eating grass, the griffin's condition improved significantly, its aura steadily rising, hinting at an impending breakthrough to the 6th tier. The restored soul-eating griffin flapped its newly repaired wings, its eagle eyes glinting with menace as it glared at Chengxing, then emitted a shrill, piercing cry. The terrifying sound waves compressed the air around them, creating tangible ripples that uprooted the bare earth beneath, sending soil flying several feet into the air. Both elements rushing towards Chengxing. Faced with this repetitive assault, Chengxing merely smiled, unfurling a pair of silver-purple wings that extended over 10 feet behind him. Crackling with thunderous energy, that a silvery light coalesced in his palm, rapidly forming into a robust lightning arrow the size of a forearm, an embodiment of his emperor-level fighting spirit. Lightning arrow, go, with a commanding thought. The silver lightning arrow surged forth, aimed directly at the soul-eating griffin, which was following in the wake of the sound waves. In an instant, the arrow transformed into a streak of silver light, radiating terrifying arcs of electricity, the crackling sounds reverberating as it effortlessly shattered the waves of sound. Once the sound waves were obliterated, only a trail of silver light remained, accompanied by a deep, resonant thunder. Chapter 36. Killing Blow. The soul-eating griffin's keen eyes registered this sudden shift. As the silver lightning expanded within its immense gaze, it furiously flapped its colossal wings, even augmenting them with illusory fighting spirit. Skillfully evading the rapidly approaching lightning. Boom! The silver lightning struck the ground, cleaving open a chasm several dozen yards long, with scorched earth belching forth plumes of smoke, upon witnessing this terrifying destructive force. The griffin's enormous eyes widened in disbelief, and the once defiant creature now felt the weight of true despair. Shameless human, prepare to face the wrath of my clan. The soul-eating griffin understood that it was no match for Chengxing at this moment. Its only hope for survival lay in a single word: escape. With that, it flapped its two mighty wings and surged directly into the sky. One could see its enormous wings in motion, conjuring countless feather blades out of thin air, each spinning at high velocity while emitting a low, ominous hum. Harnessing the ferocious winds, these blades shot towards Chengxing with unrelenting force. Realizing that the duck he thought he had caught was attempting to flee, Chengxing ceased holding back. That a radiant orb of light materialized in his right hand, swirling with clouds, as a thin layer of protective shield swiftly adhered to his arm, rapidly expanding to form a disk that enveloped the space before him. The feather blades, imbued with a terrifying energy, left behind white streaks in the air. This was the trace left by objects slicing through the atmosphere at such high speeds that the moisture in the air evaporated, revealing the sheer horror of their velocity. That in an instant, a multitude of feather blades struck against the Xian Yun Lu Guang shield, creating a symphony of clashing sounds that intensified the brilliance of the shield until it transformed into a radiant sphere. Faced with such a relentless barrage, Chengxing catalyzed the fighting spirit within him, expanding the entire disk to envelop his body in a protective sphere. Having accomplished this, he fixed his gaze upon the feather blades and pursued the ever-diminishing black of the soul-devouring griffin. Although flying magical beasts possess unique aerial maneuvers and superior feathers that minimize flight resistance while manipulating wind attributes, this does not guarantee an absolute advantage in speed while airborne. Under the pressure of absolute levels, all attribute enhancements become ineffective. Moreover, Chengxing could effortlessly alter the attributes of his fighting spirit. After all, it's merely the wind attribute, which he could convert as he activated his internal technique. The previously stormy energy of his fighting spirit silently morphed into a howling wind attribute, and the purple cloud wings behind him suddenly unfurled, revealing thick, swirling purple patterns that bore no comparison to the previously activated wings. Accompanied by a terrifying sonic boom, Chengxing propelled himself forward like a cannonball. The soul-devouring griffin, which had initially assumed Chengxing would lag behind, was taken aback by the violent wind pressure approaching from behind. After a brief pause, the azure fighting spirit enveloping its four wings thickened again, and its speed began to gradually increase. Observing the distance he had just closed in upon now widening, Chengxing felt no urgency, for he understood that the griffin's secret technique would soon reach its limit, at which point it would become vulnerable. Striking at that moment would be the most prudent course of action. After all, this was a magical beast at the pinnacle of the 5th tier, and any miscalculation could result in a deadly counterattack. Ahead, the soul-devouring griffin was desperately flapping its wings, darting towards the snowy mountains. "Human, if you have the skill, follow me to the snow-capped peaks," it thought disdainfully. Faced with Chengxing's relentless pursuit, the beast dared not underestimate him, as its last hope for survival lay in reaching the snow-capped mountains before its internal energy was fully expended. Nestled halfway up the mountain was its lair. Across the vast prairie, the sharp sound of sonic booms reverberated in the air, and just as the sound erupted, a massive shadow flickered across the grasslands, reappearing moments later, now 100 yards away. Following closely behind, an even more terrifying shadow, accompanied by piercing shrieks, made it difficult to discern its size, as it relentlessly pursued the first shadow. Chengxing noticed the grassland beneath him becoming increasingly sparse. Yet the soul-devouring griffin showed no signs of halting, continuing its flight towards the snowy mountain. The remnants of the rocky terrain they had just traversed were scattered with black and white droppings. And the answer dawned upon him. The snowy mountain was indeed the griffin's nest. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he thought, "I cannot allow it to escape further. If it truly attracts its kind, it could spell trouble." Retrieving several replication cards from his backpack, Chengxing recognized that preserving his state was paramount to avoid the worst-case scenario. Thus, utilizing a low-level replication card to cast his fighting technique seemed the most prudent approach. With a sudden powerful flap of his wings, he retracted the purple cloud wings, and a solidified cloud materialized beneath his feet, propelling his form directly in front of the soul-devouring griffin. As he gazed at the frantically fleeing griffin, a glimmer of gray-white light flickered in Chengxing's eyes that a replication card vanished in a flash of brilliance on his panel, and he casually gestured before him. Thunderous charge, he intoned calmly, unleashing a gray-white beam from his fingertips, aimed squarely at the rapidly advancing soul-devouring griffin. Caught off guard by Chengxing's sudden appearance, the griffin was momentarily stunned, especially since he stood confidently before it without apparent intent. Yet, the beast's instincts warned it of the imminent danger emanating from the energy at Chengxing's fingertips. A mere touch could spell its doom. With no time to break, it twisted its wings, forcibly altering its body's angle, that in the blink of an eye, the gray-white beam reached the griffin. Zit! Fresh crimson blood rained down from the sky, as if a torrential downpour of blood had commenced. In the mere moment of contact, the griffin's feathers, as hard as iron, were pierced by the gray-white beam, penetrating its skin and severing half of its enormous wing that spanned over 10 feet. Thud! Suddenly bereft of balance, the soul-devouring griffin crashed onto the rocky ground at the foot of the snow-capped mountain out on the dark stones. Numerous feathers lay scattered, and the griffin, now sprawled on the ground, revealed a stark white bone beneath its neatly severed wing, with thick blood vessels relentlessly gushing forth warm blood. After suffering such a horrifying blow that rendered half of its wings severed, the soul-devouring griffin's eyes were filled solely with the terror of impending death and endless resentment. Gazing up at Chengxing, who stood triumphantly in mid-air, the former ruler of the prairies found himself utterly powerless. Feeling the intense pain radiating from its wing, the griffin struggled to rise, using its remaining wing to shield its body while casting a venomous glare at Chengxing. Releasing a mournful wail, still seeking help. "Allow me to send you on your way." In an instant, Chengxing vanished, reappearing beside the griffin's shrieking beak, stepping on the white clouds. ".8 extreme collapse," he proclaimed, emerging from the side of the griffin's head. Chengxing's figure materialized, his youthful fist clenched tightly, infused with a fierce energy akin to thunder, crashing down with tremendous force. That moment, his delicate fist became as hard as steel, pulverizing the griffin's once refined feathers into dust. The overwhelming power cleaved the unsuspecting griffin's beak in twain. The anguished cries in the air abruptly ceased, leaving only the faintest whimper. Chengxing shook his somewhat numbed right hand, while his left hand coalesced a silver-white light and delivered a finishing blow to the creature's head. Accompanied by a dull explosion, amidst a cloud of dark red mist, the soul-devouring griffin fell effortlessly to his might. Finally slain, let's see if there's a magical core. Chengxing sighed in relief as he gazed at the now motionless griffin, remaining vigilant of his surroundings as he enveloped the area with his soul power, quietly erasing the traces of the battle that had just transpired. Chapter 37. Beast Spirit Orb. Although the magical core of a 5th-tier beast is not particularly rare, it is not something just anyone can acquire. Moreover, this core was from a beast on the verge of breaking into the 6th tier, containing energy of the highest quality. Chengxing retrieved a finely crafted steel knife from his backpack, wrapping it with fighting spirit as he delved into the gaping wound of the beast's skull. After a thorough search, he ultimately uncovered a small, fist-sized orb, entirely black. Could this be the soul-devouring griffin's magical core? It certainly looks peculiar. Observing the odd orb, a flicker of unease arose within Chengxing, prompting him not to seize it immediately. Instead, he carefully prodded it with the gleaming tip of his knife. Under Chengxing's meticulous manipulation, the knife tip extracted the small orb from the mass of flesh, allowing him to finally discern its entirety. The orb was not large, only the size of a fist. Entirely black, yet adorned with mysterious patterns that seemed to pulsate with life, distinguishing it from other magical cores and prompting Chengxing to proceed with caution. System, scan. Beast Spirit Orb. Extremely rare, exclusively produced within the bodies of magical beasts on the brink of evolution. It is a treasure capable of nourishing the soul and enhancing soul power. However, it harbors an exceedingly violent magical beast aura. Improper use may lead to mental deterioration due to the beast's malevolence. Nourishing the soul? Chengxing was momentarily taken aback, his eyes gleaming as he regarded the orb. For ordinary individuals, enhancing soul power is incredibly challenging. It typically only increases incrementally with each promotion in strength. A significant boost is nearly impossible. Even for alchemists who excel in soul power, enhancing it independently proves difficult. Thus, whenever something capable of directly augmenting soul power surfaces on a continent, it invariably attracts the covetous eyes of powerful factions. Never did he expect that the soul-devouring griffin not only wielded sound-based fighting techniques, but also housed such a treasure within. Well then, I shall not hesitate to claim it. Cheng Xing licked his lips. Although he had relied on attribute points to elevate his soul power to the mid-stage of the mortal realm, the sheer joy of acquiring this treasure without effort far surpassed the satisfaction of earning attribute points through hard work. With that thought, he reached out to grasp the black orb as the orb first made contact. A wave of coolness enveloped him. But just as Cheng Xing intended to inspect it closely, a powerful soul shockwave surged forth. Centered around the orb, the surrounding space quivered violently, and a formidable wave of soul energy rippled towards him. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Cheng Xing's expression shifted. Such a level of soul fluctuation could easily attract the attention of other formidable beings. Recalling the earlier actions of the soul-eating griffin, he realized that this disturbance might very well summon a sixth-tier magical beast. After all, anything capable of enhancing soul power would be immensely tempting to magical beasts, who generally possessed weak soul energies. The wave struck with surprising swiftness, and before Cheng Xing could react, it collided with his chest. He let out a muffled groan, his throat tinged with sweetness as his body was propelled backward. Dizziness overwhelming his senses and nearly causing him to lose his footing. Damn it, how could such a powerful soul fluctuation arise? Cheng Xing thought, one hand clutching his chest as he coughed violently. The shockwave had struck him squarely in the chest, unsettling his organs, and he spat out blood, while his other hand hastily attempted to suppress the wave, with a forceful infusion of both combat aura and soul power. He enveloped the black orb, severing its connection to the outside world. Gradually, the intense wave subsided. However, as he gazed at the distant snow-covered mountains, where layers of snow cascaded down due to the shockwave, an ominous premonition began to stir within him. Indeed, just as Cheng Xing managed to suppress the disturbance emanating from the beast's spirit orb, a terrifying aura erupted from the mountain summit, shooting skyward, accompanied by a furious roar that reverberated throughout the universe, triggering a massive avalanche. Sensing this overwhelming presence, which rivaled his own strength, Cheng Xing felt a surge of dread. This is bad. The beast's spirit orb must contain remnants of the soul-eating griffin soul. That earlier soul fluctuation was likely a signal. Damn it. Sixth-tier magical beasts were not to be trifled with. I need to hide, he muttered, quickly applying several layers of soul-sealing combat aura shackles to the beast's spirit orb before placing it into his backpack. Who dares to harm my royal confidant? I will ensure you have no place to rest in death. The murderous roar resonated once more, shattering the tranquility of the snow-covered mountains. Cheng Xing cast a complex glance at the nearby peaks, gritted his teeth, and summoned his purple cloud wings. Overlaying them with combat aura, as clouds formed beneath his feet, he vanished in an instant, disappearing into the horizon. Though the ice spirit spring was soon to appear, facing an enraged sixth-tier magical beast made obtaining it exceptionally challenging. After all, he had no clone and could not simultaneously battle and retrieve the spring. However, an idea sparked in Cheng Xing's mind. Atop the snow-capped mountains lay a vast lake, its surface reflecting the overcast sky like a mirror. That a gray-white figure burst forth from a snow-covered cave, its back adorned with a pair of several-meter-long wings, thickly feathered in black. Clearly not mere combat aura wings or flight techniques, but the genuine wings of a magical beast. As the figure stabilized, it revealed a form clad in burlap, its body covered in numerous black feathers, save for a cleanly defined male human face. Even the hands and feet bore fine tufts of down, rendering it rather peculiar. One could hardly call it human. It was better described as a birdman. Damn, why did this aura dissipate so quickly? The birdman furrowed his brow. Humph. Even if you can run, I have my ways of drawing you out. With that, his hand, covered in down, coalesced a powerful combat aura that surged skyward with a sweeping gesture. Noting the ascending beam of light as he fled, Cheng Xing's heart sank. Such a level of magical beast was essentially the overlord of this region, and it seemed this creature was rallying its subordinates for a meeting. I can't afford to linger. I must secure the ice spirit spring. Cheng Xing's gaze hardened as he thought, it's not like I'm the only one who can seek assistance that on the opposite side of the snow-capped mountains. Several figures paused mid-flight upon witnessing the towering beam of combat aura erupting from the summit point. One of them, draped in an opulent purple robe that accentuated her voluptuous figure, exuded an alluring charm. Her elongated lavender eyes fixated on the beam. Her cherry-red lips parted slightly. We must go. That treasure is mine. With that, she transformed into a streak of purple light, hurtling toward the mountain, followed closely by her companions. After half an hour of flight, Cheng Xing once more beheld the barren ground where he had previously battled, now adorned with lush green grass that he landed steadily and approached the enigmatic woman from before. Gazing upon her stunningly beautiful visage, various thoughts flitted through Cheng Xing's mind. Well, since I've already lent a hand, I might as well see it through. That he sighed softly, summoned the system panel, and commanded, System, scan this woman and assess her injuries. Determine if there are any remedies available for her treatment. Scanning. Upon completion, the system reported that the woman was not in any mortal danger. The wound on her arm had not damaged any tendons or bones and could be treated with ointment. However, her combat aura was depleted, necessitating replenishment, and her soul had been impacted, requiring either rest or tranquilizing pills for recovery. Cheng Xing exhaled in relief upon hearing this, as long as she could recover. He would gain an additional Combat King-level ally. However, persuading her to assist him would undoubtedly pose a challenge. System alert. New rewards available for collection. Just as Cheng Xing contemplated how to convince the woman to aid him, the mechanical notification interrupted his thoughts. Oh, right. I wonder if I received any sound wave combat techniques after defeating the soul-eating griffin. Skillfully navigating the system, he opened the flashing red, Congratulations, host, for your first successful kill of a 5th-tier magical beast. Rewards. 1 5th-grade combat spirit pill, 10 5th-grade recovery pills, and 10 5th-grade aura recovery pills. Cheng Xing gazed at the 21 pills displayed on the interface and clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. Why is it all pills? These can be crafted later. I'd much prefer combat techniques or medicinal materials. Despite his complaints, he swiftly claimed the rewards. The combat spirit pill seemed to directly enhance Combat King-level strength. But with the experience card in hand, it appeared prudent to save it for later use. Cheng Xing inspected each pill carefully. The combat spirit pill, a pinnacle 5th-grade pill, was entirely emerald green, effective solely for combat kings. Upon consumption, it could elevate one's strength by 1 star, though it carried a certain failure rate. The lower the quality of the combat spirit pill, the higher the failure rate. A combat king could only consume 1 combat spirit pill in their lifetime. Any subsequent attempts would be rendered futile due to drug resistance. Nevertheless, it remained highly sought after by countless strong individuals across the continent. The recovery pill, on the other hand, was an internal-use healing remedy. Also emerald green, capable of treating severe injuries with gentle properties that would not inflict further harm on already injured individuals. An excellent choice for healing wounds. As for the aura recovery pill. As a 5th-grade item, it was classified as a consumable capable of quickly replenishing combat aura and accelerating aura recovery. It could be considered an advanced version of the aura recovery pill, although the latter had minimal effect for combat kings and above. In contrast, the aura recovery pill still provided commendable recovery for combat emperors and even combat lords. Cheng Xing glanced at the serene woman lying on the ground and unhesitatingly retrieved a recovery pill, propping her up and placing the emerald green pill between her pale lips. Having completed these actions, Cheng Xing remained uneasy. He transformed his combat aura attributes into gentlewood properties and sat behind the woman, channeling soft combat aura into her body to expedite the effects of the pill. Cheng Xing infused his aura. The originally gentle pill rapidly disseminated its healing properties within her body, nourishing her meridians and mending the previously injured areas. Her wounded arm began to recover swiftly. Cough, cough. Accompanied by a faint cough, the woman's tightly shut eyes slowly opened, a hint of color returning to her pale cheeks. I'm still alive, she gasped, her voice laced with surprise and disbelief. Sensing the unusual energy within her and the continuous flow of gentle combat aura from behind, she instinctively turned to look. Stay still. Focus on absorbing the medicinal power within you. Cheng Xing spoke directly, his tone imbued with a hint of authority. Though somewhat brusque, it did not lack warmth. Upon hearing Cheng Xing's bright and cheerful voice resonate behind her, the woman, filled with doubts, felt compelled to struggle and turn around. Cheng Xing did not impede her, allowing her to act on her whims. That as she turned, he beheld her frost-like, stunning visage, where a pair of crescent-shaped eyes sparkled with an unusual radiance. Her cheeks, slightly flushed, appeared particularly alluring against the desolate backdrop, while her delicate pink lips, when pressed together, conveyed a sense of modesty and shyness. Did I at you? You saved me, she inquired, gazing at Cheng Xing's handsome face. Giving a slight nod, Cheng Xing withdrew his hands, adopting an indifferent demeanor, and casually replied, "What else could it be? There are no others here. Surely it wasn't that beast suddenly developing a conscience and showing mercy?" Listening to Cheng Xing's somewhat whimsical remarks, the woman managed a faint smile before asking, "And what of that beast? What else could have happened?" "It fled, of course. That I alone could not possibly defeat a creature of that caliber," Cheng Xing said after a brief pause, not wishing to reveal too much so soon. Hearing that the beast had escaped, a clear sense of disappointment flickered in the woman's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Her sparkling gaze fixed on Cheng Xing as she cheerfully said, "Then I truly thank you. What is your name?" "I am Xue Ling Cheng Xing," he replied. "When venturing out, as a woman, why would you choose to confront a beast of the king level?" "That creature seemed extraordinarily formidable," Cheng Xing continued, hoping to glean some information. Xue Ling merely smiled weakly, seemingly reluctant to discuss the topic. However, Cheng Xing was not inclined to relent, but he patted his chest and then placed a hand on Xue Ling's shoulder, adding, "When one is out and about, isn't it all about relying on friends? Are you afraid that the elixirs I offer might be poisoned, intending to harm you?" At Cheng Xing's insinuation, the frown on Xue Ling's face momentarily faded, and she pursed her lips, somewhat unwillingly stating, "That beast is one I have been searching for a long time. This time, I failed that I cannot say when I might succeed in hunting one that meets the requirements next." "What requirements?" Cheng Xing inquired, his curiosity piqued. Perhaps it was the sincerity evident on Cheng Xing's face that touched Xue Ling, or perhaps she had simply not spoken to anyone for too long. The seemingly aloof woman began to speak at length. "The requirements are complex in discussion, but quite simple in essence. That IT must be a flying beast of the 5th or 6th rank, or a regular beast of the same rank. That is at a bounty task, or something else." "No, it is an assessment task within my sect. If it is not completed within the stipulated time, one cannot pass the assessment. And the final task I must complete is to obtain the beast's core." Upon hearing this, Cheng Xing's expression subtly shifted, his thoughts racing. Fortunately, she did not know that I had slain the beast. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain how I managed to take advantage of someone else's hard work, only to be unable to produce the core when questioned. "Couldn't you obtain the core through auction?" Cheng Xing pondered. After a brief moment of recuperation, Xue Ling appeared much better, her beauty even more captivating, as she smiled and replied, "That won't work. Our sect requires that the final blow to the beast be delivered using specific techniques. Only through using that technique can a unique energy mark be left on the core, making it impossible to replicate an already obtained core." "That indeed poses a dilemma," Cheng Xing acknowledged, nodding in understanding. "Your sect must be quite powerful. A single assessment requires the killing of beasts of the 5th and even 6th rank, a considerable undertaking." When the topic of the sect arose, a pallor returned to Xue Ling's previously softened features. "What is it? Is the punishment for failing your sect's assessment particularly harsh?" Cheng Xing inquired cautiously, surmising that a large sect would likely impose severe consequences on disciples who failed to meet their evaluations. Xue Ling remained silent, simply nodding, her eyes dimming in response. "Well then, did you not come perilously close to defeating that beast? Once you recover from your injuries, why not attempt it again?" Cheng Xing suggested, attempting to comfort the visibly downcast Xue Ling. Chapter 39. Jade Shaman, let us hope so. Xue Ling managed a strained smile, yet the warmth faded from her features, her cold elegance once again taking precedence as her delicate hands pressed against the ground in an attempt to rise. "Hey, your injuries have yet to heal. Why the rush to get up?" Cheng Xing instinctively reached out to assist her. Her hands, as smooth as jade, radiated a chilling aura that pierced through to the bone. They did not harm the skin, but rather numbed the fingers with their frostiness, Startled by this terrifying sensation, Chengxing instinctively pulled his hand back immediately upon contact. What a frightening temperature! How could I not have sensed it when I held her earlier? If I had continued to touch her, would my fingers have frozen solid? Chengxing mused, his pupils constricting as his body instinctively recoiled slightly. Observing Chengxing's reaction, Xueling appeared unfazed, hastily apologizing. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Seeing Xueling's sensitive demeanor, Chengxing chuckled, scratching his head as he said cheerfully, "What? I just suddenly recalled my mother saying not to casually hold hands with other girls. To show more respect, really?" Xueling's eyes shimmered with moisture. Her large, glistening eyes blinking at Chengxing, her striking beauty was beyond description, and the delicate mannerism she displayed tugged at Chengxing's heartstrings. Chengxing gazed at Xueling, nodding, his tone as steady as possible. Indeed. Suppressing his own emotional fluctuations, he discreetly activated a scan to gather information about Xueling's extreme cold physique. An innate extreme cold body, characterized by a chilling essence, is the best vessel for cultivating ice attributes, possessing the finest sensitivity to cold. However, due to this peculiar constitution, her extremities are perpetually icy, and her body only reaches normal temperature in an unconscious state. As her strength increases, the coldness accumulates within her meridians. If no remedy is found, her body will ultimately be consumed by frost, resulting in a natural ice sculpture. Chengxing felt a profound suffocation merely by reading this text. While a toxic physique could be enhanced through the continual consumption of poisons, this extreme cold physique seemed to leave her with no alternative but to await her fate. Listening to Chengxing's warm words, their eyes locked. Chengxing's sincere gaze seemed to warm Xueling's frozen heart. Xueling was just over 20, having yet to experience much of the complexities of human interactions. Faced with Chengxing's genuine conversation, her guard began to lower. "Chengxing, thank you for the elixirs. I feel much better now," she said with a smile, then inquired, "By the way, what brought you here? There are many beasts around." Chengxing had already devised a narrative and promptly replied, "Oh, I came to the snow-capped mountains to gather medicinal herbs that I heard that ice spirit flame grass grows there. While on my way, I heard sounds of a struggle, and upon investigating, I saw that beast attacking fiercely. When venturing out, having an extra friend is always beneficial." Xueling listened intently, then her slender fingers glided over the pink ring she wore, summoning a small pot in her palm. "Look, is this the herb you were searching for?" Xueling said. Beaming at Chengxing, within the exquisite pot lay a plant of alternating white and red, its leaves split into two colors, with crystalline formations adorning the white branches, and the fiery red flower crown resembled a blaze burning brightly. These two distinctly different attributes and colors have been ingeniously fused into a single plant by nature. Faced with Xueling's sudden presentation of ice spirit flame grass, Chengxing found himself momentarily at a loss for words, which Xueling misinterpreted as overwhelming delight. "Hey Chengxing, is this not the ice spirit flame grass you need? I harvested it from the medicinal garden in my sect, since you saved my life. Please take it if you need it," Xueling offered, holding the small pot out to him. Chengxing gazed at the ice spirit flame grass before him and, with a heavy heart, accepted it. He then tentatively asked, "I have searched long and hard for this ice spirit flame grass, finding none. Your offering has resolved my quest. It seems your sect is quite formidable. We may not have many herbs of other attributes, but any herb related to ice and snow can generally be found in our medicinal garden," Xueling replied, her face alight with happiness and pride. When Chengxing inquired further about her sect, he asked, "Since you deal primarily with ice and snow, is your sect situated within an icy realm? That must be dreadfully cold." The environment outside the sect is indeed frigid, but within the sect, there are special formations that create a barrier to maintain a livable temperature, so it is not excessively cold. Otherwise, one could not endure for long. Xueling earnestly introduced, "Our sect is called Yusha sect, located in a land of extreme northern desolation, where the vast expanse is shrouded in white and the frigid winds howl year-round. The sky seldom clears, and heavy snow perpetually blankets the earth. The inhabitants of our region predominantly cultivate ice attributes, benefiting from the sparsely populated land and the abundance of sect resources, which allows our training to progress at a pace far surpassing that of individuals from more densely populated areas." Cheng Xing, having no prior knowledge of this extreme northern realm, was only aware that the Jama Empire lay in the northwest of the continent. Given the vastness of the Duki continent, the exact location of the extreme north was not something he could easily ascertain. Is it not the case that everyone from your region possesses such strength? Cheng Xing inquired with an air of feigned astonishment. Testing Xue Ling over the course of their conversations, a certain closeness had begun to blossom between them. Alleviating the earlier tension, Xue Ling stifled a light laugh, then continued, "Not quite. Due to the harsh environment, we can only concentrate our resources on nurturing those with sufficient potential and talent that if one's aptitude falls short." At this juncture, Xue Ling's voice noticeably softened, her head bowing slightly, revealing the weight of poignant memories embedded within her brief words that in the Duki continent, the law of the jungle prevails. Only those who are sufficiently strong can safeguard their cherished loved ones. The harshness of reality often leads to countless regrets. Cheng Xing extended his hand, intending to offer a comforting pat on her shoulder, yet found himself at a loss for words. "And what about you? Where do you hail from?" Xue Ling, regaining her composure, lifted her head, her face now illuminated with a warm smile, shedding the earlier aloofness. Cheng Xing grinned, gesturing toward the direction from which he had come. "I am from the forest over there, a place called the Jama Empire. While the environment is quite accommodating, it is heavily populated and resources are perpetually limited. The intrigues between people can be quite taxing." Thus, the two continued their conversation, weaving through topics with an ease that belied the growing darkness above, where a streak of crimson clouds began to unfurl like a painter's brushstroke across the sky. Observing the sun's gradual descent, Cheng Xing pondered, "What are your plans moving forward? What plans could there be? If I fail to complete the assessment task, returning would be futile, that I must find that magical beast." Xue Ling's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she turned to Cheng Xing, suggesting, "What if we join forces? Wouldn't that make it a breeze to resolve?" Chapter 40. The phenomenon of the snowy mountain. Cheng Xing offered a sheepish smile, currently suppressing his strength to that of a third-star Do Wang, ensuring Xue Ling felt a sense of security, rather than amplifying her suspicions with a vast disparity in power. Noticing Cheng Xing's silence, Xue Ling's gaze shifted toward the distant, indistinct snowy mountains. The dimming sky rendered the east and west indistinguishable, and she pointed decisively in that direction, stating, "The lair of that magical beast must be near those snowy peaks." "Oh, how can you be so sure?" Cheng Xing, intrigued by her assertion, followed her lead. Xue Ling pouted, a hint of pride in her demeanor. "I shan't divulge my secrets, but I can assure you that the beast has fled toward the snowy mountains. Moreover, I sense that there may be some rare treasures hidden beyond them." As she spoke, a serious expression crossed her face, her tone taking on a weighty gravity as she earnestly proposed to Cheng Xing. "Truly, if we cooperate, I will take the magical core, and in return, I can offer you several exquisite medicinal herbs. Should we encounter other rare treasures, we shall split them evenly. What do you think?" Cheng Xing had been awaiting this very proposition. Yet he concealed his joy, wary of raising Xue Ling's suspicions, that he feigned reluctance, replying, "Who knows if there are higher-tier magical beasts lurking there? The last one was already a peak 5th-tier beast. Advancing further, we might well encounter a 6th-tier beast." Seeing Cheng Xing's timid demeanor, Xue Ling felt emboldened to entice him to join her in completing the task. She boldly thumped her not-so-sturdy chest and declared, "What is there to fear? As long as you team up with me, I assure you will remain safe. Even if we encounter a 6th-tier beast, I have ways to ensure your escape." Cheng Xing dismissed her bravado, knowing full well he was merely concealing his true strength. With only 6 days remaining, time was of the essence. "All right then, but we must agree on one thing. We both must return safely. We cannot afford to lose our lives in this endeavor." Cheng Xing's feigned concern elicited Xue Ling's teasing remarks. Yet this mattered little. After their brief exchange, they had forged a bond of friendship rooted in mutual interests, embarking together on the journey to the snowy mountains. However, night had fallen, and the dark sky was the domain of flying magical beasts. Coupled with the exhaustion from the day's battles and the lingering effects of the medicinal energy within Xue Ling, Cheng Xing suggested they rest for the night on the vast prairie. The flickering firelight cast a warm glow, and without the biting winds, the prairie took on a unique charm. Cheng Xing, however, did not rest. He gazed toward the snowy mountains, the flickering firelight illuminating Xue Ling's delicate features as she sat in meditation, refining the residual energy of her recovery elixir. The time until the ice spirit cold spring would appear dwindled. Cheng Xing's excitement was palpable as he observed the countdown on the system panel. Yet, recalling the formidable aura of the magical beast from earlier, he glanced at the beautiful silhouette of Xue Ling illuminated by the firelight. Uncertain whether his decision was right or wrong for her dada, may we successfully obtain the ice spirit cold spring, and perhaps I can assist her in completing her task. After all, we are both wayfarers in this cruel world. Why should we need prior acquaintance to help one another? The countdown reached its climax. The ice spirit cold spring is about to appear. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. As the mechanical countdown concluded, a powerful surge of energy erupted from the summit of the snowy mountains. Boom! The thunderous explosion shattered the night's silence. Xue Ling, roused by the commotion, opened her eyes wide, fixating on the direction of the mountains, her pupils quivering with uncontainable excitement that a dazzling white light shot into the sky, parting the thick clouds that shrouded the mountaintop, revealing a radiant crescent moon. Accompanying this spectacle was an extremely frigid wave, rapidly expanding from the snowy mountain center in all directions, freezing everything in its path into solid ground. The once delicate soul-biting grass lay frozen, succumbing to temperatures far colder than those produced by Xue Ling's previous dough technique, swiftly engulfing the area surrounding the snowy mountains, within a radius of nearly 100 miles. This terrifying cold swept across the land, transforming many unsuspecting magical beasts into lifelike ice sculptures, each detail preserved with remarkable clarity that it appears I was indeed correct, Xue Ling remarked to Cheng Xing as she gazed at the chilling energy swirling above. Concealing her anticipation, a mischievous smile graced her lips as Cheng Xing replied, "Indeed, it seems there are indeed treasures atop that snowy mountain." Facing the impending cold, the two understood the need for vigilance. Together, they braced against the formidable onslaught, intertwining their duki to withstand the chilling impact, gradually dissipating the energy contained within the shockwave. Cheng Xing observed as the beam of light from the mountain's peak began to wane. The system panel now displaying the remaining duration of the ice spirit cold spring's existence. This extreme cold is no less potent than the blizzard of the extreme north, Xue Ling remarked gravely, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on the snowy mountains. The once verdant grassland had now transformed into a crystalline expanse of ice. It was still early in the night, with some time remaining until dawn. Let us wait until morning to proceed. Night movements are rather inconvenient, Cheng Xing suggested, turning to the fervent Xue Ling. The distance to the snowy mountains is not great. We can set out as soon as the sun rises. Xue Ling bit her lip, reluctant to agree. Very well, we shall depart at dawn, but such a celestial phenomenon is likely to attract many formidable contenders. Cheng Xing, however, dismissed her concerns with a wave of his hand, stating there is no need for such worry. This location is deep within the heart of the mountains, and few dare to tread within a 100-mile radius. Even if it draws strong individuals, their journey will require significant time and effort. Listening to Cheng Xing's reasoning, Xue Ling found it quite reasonable. As the shockwave spread, on the opposite side of the snowy mountain, a group of individuals soaring through the sky bore expressions of unrestrained excitement. Your Majesty, the release of this extreme cold energy can only be attributed to the ice spirit cold spring. My blood is rejoicing. Indeed, we belong to this frigid realm. The one referred to as Her Majesty the Queen is none other than Medusa, the chieftain of the Serpent Folk tribe residing within the vast Tagore Desert. This desert lies beyond the eastern borders of the Gamma Empire and is not part of its territory, due to the unbearable heat of the desert. It is unsuitable for habitation, leading the Serpent Folk to seek alternative living spaces, resulting in continuous conflicts with neighboring regions, the closest being the Gamma Empire. The persistent skirmishes have made the name of Queen Medusa well known among many within the Empire, a name that evokes fear far surpassing any allure. To mention her at any time is enough to make even the top 10 powerhouses within the Empire tremble in trepidation. Surrounding Queen Medusa are formidable individuals, the strongest from the 8 clans of the Serpent Folk: Inshur, Nanshi, Yuemei, and Yanli, all esteemed combat kings, representing the pinnacle of the tribe's combat prowess. Particularly, Inshur, the eldest among them, has attained the strength of an 8-star combat king. underscoring the significance of this mission for Queen Medusa. After all, it requires traversing a portion of the Gamma Empire's territory and delving deep into the Beast Mountain range, necessitating the presence of more high-level combatants to adequately respond should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Chapter 41. Clouds of Suspicion Do Not Rejoice Too Soon. The 6th-tier magical beasts atop the mountain are still present. Point one wonders if there are other magical creatures guarding them. The Medusa's faintly purple diamond-shaped pupils gaze toward the snow-capped mountains, her serpent tail lazily swaying, the whispering sound echoing her confidence among the 4 powerful serpent folk warriors. Your Majesty, even if there are 2 6th-tier magical beasts at the summit, with our serpent folk's unique combined combat technique, the 5 serpent venom seal, I trust we will not face much difficulty in dealing with them, that if there is only 1 6th-tier beast, my comrades and I can easily restrain it, allowing your Majesty to seize the Ice Spirit Spring. Ainshur bowed slightly, admiration gleaming in his eyes, his tone respectful that a rare softness flickered across Medusa's enchanting visage as she replied gently, "Let us proceed. The sooner we depart, the sooner we shall return with that." Her violet figure vanished into the horizon after a few flickers, and the others exchanged glances before hastily following. 5 streaks of different colors, trailing long tails, surged toward the snow-capped mountains. At dawn, Chengxing stealthily approached Shuling, gently tapping her shoulder and softly saying, "Shuling, it is time for us to depart. It seems dawn is nearly upon us." Her captivating beauty was accentuated by a pair of crescent-shaped eyes that slowly opened, the cold glint in her gaze dissipating as she looked toward the faintly visible mountains in the distance. Her voice was gentle as she replied, "Yes, let us go. I hope we can find something valuable." Chengxing opened the system panel, which no longer displayed the countdown for the disappearance of the Ice Spirit Spring, but instead revealed a detailed image of a vast lake, its surface crystal clear, revealing a deep basin nearly 100 fathoms down, where a small body of unfrozen water was slowly moving. Is this the Ice Spirit Spring? Chengxing gasped at the sight of the vibrant water at the lake's bottom. A lake hundreds of fathoms wide and nearly 100 fathoms deep had transformed overnight from a pool of flowing water into a frozen lake, with many air bubbles trapped within the ice. These bubbles were remnants of air expelled from the soft mud at the lake's bottom, frozen solid before reaching the surface. Realizing this, a grave expression settled on Chengxing's face. Acquiring the Ice Spirit Spring would likely not be an easy feat. As the sky grew slightly brighter, Chengxing and Shuling took to the skies. Observing the drastically altered scenery from the day before, Chengxing's pupils narrowed, murmuring, "Such a terrifying cold wave is unlike anything I have encountered before." Shuling, however, was accustomed to it, having dealt with ice and snow since childhood. She casually remarked, "At this level, it is merely considered strong in our far northern lands. Previously, during a blizzard, our sect dispatched 3 or 4 combat emperors. Yet they could not withstand the ferocity of the cold wave. Ultimately, only by the combined strength of combat sovereigns were we able to endure. The terrifying forces birthed by nature, once unleashed, are exceedingly difficult for humans to resist unless they attain a certain level of power. This applies to different phenomena such as blizzards and thunderstorms. However, enjoys a special status among alchemists, thus perceived as more destructive in the hearts of the people. Yet, only represents the fire attribute. In nature, all attributes coexist harmoniously, and everything is born from and counteracts each other. Every entity possesses its corresponding attribute, and other attributes indeed have their own forms of destruction. However, unlike, which has an extensive ranking of various fire attributes, it does not imply that the destructive power of other attributes can be easily dismissed. Chengxing, this chilling aura seems rather peculiar. Shuling suddenly furrowed her brow mid-flight, as if sensing something unusual. Having faced countless terrifying cold waves throughout her life, even being cautious around combat emperors, she could endure extreme cold. Yet this time, an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped her. Upon hearing her words, Chengxing turned to look at Shuling. Her previously relaxed brow was now tightly knit, and the smile that occasionally graced her face had vanished, replaced by solemnity and concern. "What is it? Have you discovered something?" Chengxing asked, not daring to be negligent. "This cold is exceedingly terrifying, even affecting the range of my soul perception. In all my years, I have never encountered such a situation," Shuling replied gravely. Earlier, she had attempted to sense the situation ahead with her spiritual power, only to find that her range of perception had diminished to less than half of what it was before. Seeing Xu Ling's serious expression, Chengxing quickly employed his own spiritual power, confirming that something was indeed amiss. Despite his spiritual realm being in the mid-stage of the mortal realm, he found his sensing ability inferior to that of the early stage, which was exceedingly strange. The layers of clouds in the sky began to writhe slowly. The clouds that had previously floated thousands of fathoms high now seemed as if they might descend to the ground. The overwhelming sense of pressure left Chengxing feeling agitated. Let us not dwell on it. We shall understand the reason upon arrival. Chengxing could only reassure both himself and Xu Ling that in his mind, he inquired about the system, but it remained unresponsive. With matters as they were, they could only adapt to the situation. The two continued their journey toward the snow-capped mountains, but with Xu Ling by his side, Chengxing could not afford to accelerate, trailing her pace that took them a full hour before they finally reached the foot of the mountain. Upon their arrival, the highly attentive Xu Ling spotted the remains of the soul-eating griffin that Chengxing had slain the previous day, now covered by a thick layer of ice. Additionally, massive footprints were scattered across the ground, leaving impressions in the ice. Chengxing, come look. The fifth-tier magical beast that escaped yesterday has been slain. Xu Ling expressed a hint of disappointment. This was a fifth-tier flying magical beast she had painstakingly sought. High-tier flying magical beasts were already rare, and it now seemed impossible to complete their mission. Chengxing, who had killed the beast, felt a twinge of guilt, fearing to raise Xu Ling's suspicions. Seeing the large footprints scattered across the icy surface, he hastily remarked, "It appears there are quite a few high-tier magical beasts in this area." With a flick of his hand, he unleashed a wave upon the ice, leaving merely a bowl-sized dent rather than shattering it entirely, revealing the peculiar nature of the ice. This ice is no ordinary substance. Those who left footprints upon it are likely fifth-tier magical beasts, Chengxing analyzed calmly. The earlier column of likely served to summon these fifth-tier magical beasts. Given the footprints, there are likely more than two, Xu Ling added after examining the tracks that its strange. High-tier magical beasts possess a sense of territoriality. The deceased fifth-tier beast, along with the signs of prior combat, implies that the subsequent two beasts did not engage in conflict and may have been traveling together. Yet, how could these inherently savage creatures coexist so harmoniously? A myriad of uncertainties clouded their minds, prompting both to channel their ever ready for action. Chapter 42, atop the snowy summit in the world of magical beasts, territory is fiercely defended, while the hierarchy allows high-tier beasts to command lower-tier ones. Thus, the only plausible explanation for two fifth-tier magical beasts coexisting peacefully is that they are under the dominion of a stronger creature. Both Chengxing and Xu Ling understood this implicitly, yet neither wished to voice it aloud. A sly glint passed through Chengxing's eyes. Having been aware that the magical beast was summoning help, he had sought to bring Xu Ling along. Judging by the signs, it appeared that these were two newly ascended fifth-tier beasts, and it should not pose a problem for Xu Ling to stall them momentarily. We are almost at the summit. Shall we proceed? Chengxing observed her apprehension and deliberately inquired, though he had already anticipated that Xu Ling would not easily retreat, especially since she had previously made a promise. Seeing Chengxing's mischievous grin, Xu Ling's heart raced. She continuously reassured herself that since they had come this far, it would be worth checking out, and if necessary, they could always flee. Let us go. We have come this far, and I am curious to see what object could create such an extensive icebound area. Xu Ling wore an indifferent expression, exuding confidence as she spoke. Having concluded her words, the two of them flapped their wings and soared towards the snow-capped mountains ahead. At this moment, the snow-capped peaks were no longer mere specks of white sesame seeds on the horizon. Gazing upward from the base of the mountain, one could see the towering mass reaching for the clouds, with only a white ribbon visible at mid-mountain. The exposed gray-brown rock formations below glimmered faintly with a silvery light. While the rugged path was strewn with stones, as they ascended without obstruction, an eerie silence enveloped them, as if the terrifying fluctuations they had previously sensed had never occurred, and there was not a trace of any beast to be found. Strange, why do we not see any signs of beast activity? Chengxing mused, puzzled that if the soul-eating griffin's lair was indeed within these snow-capped mountains, then surely some signs of its presence should have been detected. Could it be that our judgment was flawed? Chengxing, come here quickly. Do not ascend further. Shuling's voice was tinged with urgency as she called out to him. What is it? Is it a beast? It seems that the clouds at this mid-mountain elevation impose some sort of special restriction. If we ascend any further, we will be unable to utilize our fighting spirit to take flight. Shuling pointed towards the misty aura less than 100 meters ahead. The previously observed white ribbon now lay just before them, shrouded by dense clouds that appeared as a tangible white wall, obstructing their path to the summit. Rather than a road, it resembled a relatively gentle ridge, barely a few feet wide, flanked by steeper mountainsides that stretched endlessly. Then let us proceed. There is no cause for concern. Chengxing chuckled, grasping Shuling's wrist and striding forward. As Shuling felt the warmth radiating from his grip, a dreamy expression washed over her, akin to a young deer whose heart had been shattered into 1,000 pieces. She stumbled forward, allowing Chengxing to guide her onward. Although the clouds appeared to be a wall from a distance, as they drew nearer, the once dense clouds revealed themselves to be thick mist, gathering at the mountain's waist. Yet this proximity imbued a peculiar sensation. Throughout their journey, Chengxing's fighting spirit had continuously circulated to fend off the cold, but as they approached the clouds, it ceased to function within mere breaths. The terrifying chill of the outside world rushed in, allowing Chengxing to experience the true depths of the low temperature. This temperature is too frigid. Our fighting spirit is on the verge of freezing. We must move swiftly. Chengxing declared, his steps becoming lighter as he tightened his grip on Shuling's hand, propelling them forward across the cloud layer, employing the dragon dance to evade the cloud's technique. Chengxing swiftly traversed the mist, revealing a breathtaking scene adorned with glistening ice crystals that decorated the entire mountainside. Gazing at the translucent crystals, Shuling slowly released Chengxing's hand, crouching down to examine the ice scattered around them. Chengxing followed suit, marveling at this phenomenon, which was new to him. Perhaps Shuling had encountered it before. He inquired, "What do you think? Are you familiar with these?" As Shuling's slender fingers attempted to pick up an ice crystal, it crumbled into a cloud of fine dust upon contact, revealing its fragility. Staring at the peculiar ice crystal she had never seen before, Shuling wore a perplexed expression and shook her head helplessly. "I have not encountered these either." Chengxing, fixated on the transformed dust of the ice crystals, felt a stirring in his mind as the system initiated a scan. Ice crystals, formed from the purest water attribute, fighting spirit in the air, instantly frozen in extreme cold. This is fighting spirit in a frozen state. My heavens, upon learning the origin of these crystals, Chengxing turned to observe the mountainside adorned with them, his pupils widening in shock that words could hardly convey. The fighting spirit had been frozen, which was not inherently terrifying. However, the fact that the mountainside above was covered in ice crystals was alarming. This meant that, in a mere moment, the terrifyingly low temperature had frozen the water attribute fighting spirit across half the mountain range. Chengxing felt a chill run through his body, instinctively inhaling sharply as the cold air filled his lungs. In an instant, the coldness enveloped him, causing all warmth to drain from his blood. Under this terrifyingly low temperature, Chengxing could not help but shiver uncontrollably. "Chengxing, are you all right?" Shuling rushed forward, concern etched on her face. "I'm fine." Just as he spoke, a violent gust of wind swept down from the mountaintop, rushing towards them in an instant. "To be careful." Chengxing, standing in front, was the first to notice the rapidly approaching icy wind. He immediately turned, enveloping Shuling in his embrace as his fighting spirit surged wildly. Behind him, the violet cloud wings expanded several feet, forming a formidable barrier to withstand the chilling onslaught. Being suddenly drawn into Chengxing's warm embrace, Shuling felt her previously frosty complexion warm to a rosy hue, akin to candied hawthorn, though not quite that red. Listening to the piercing howl of the wind outside his arms, Shuling felt no coldness, for she could distinctly hear Chengxing's steady breaths. His exhaled warmth hovering overhead like steam from a locomotive, intoxicating her senses. After what felt like an eternity, the wind finally began to subside. With the terrifying chill abated, Chengxing felt the softness of Shuling in his arms, but hesitated to release her. This fleeting thought was quickly suppressed, and he stepped back, clearing his throat to alleviate the awkwardness. "Are you all right?" Shuling, covering her flushed cheeks, slightly turned away as she spoke. Chengxing, too, wore an unnatural expression, repeatedly assuring, "I'm fine. I am fine," as the two exchanged awkward glances. A sudden, intense wave of energy surged forth, accompanied by a deafening, thunderous sound that captured their attention instantly. Feeling the oppressive force of the energy wave, Chengxing, with his current strength, found it difficult to breathe, even experiencing a slight palpitation. That as coming from the mountaintop. Shuling, startled by the sudden surge of energy, felt her face drain of color, transforming into a pallid hue. Chengxing was equally astonished. In this desolate wilderness, where human presence was scarce, there were others competing with him for the ice spirit spring. "Let us go. If we delay, we may not even get a taste of it." Overcome by anxiety, Chengxing urged, hastening their ascent towards the peak. However, scaling this mountain of over 1,000 feet would still require considerable time. The residual energy from the fierce battle continued to ripple outward. As Chengxing and Shuling drew closer to the summit, the intensity of the violent energy waves grew, intermingled with the anguished cries of beasts, compelling them to exercise greater caution. "Wait, we are nearing the summit. Let us adjust our states and prepare for any unforeseen circumstances." Chengxing's voice was solemn as he sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the previously observed energy beam. Chapter 43. The Fleeing Beasts as they approached the pinnacle. Visibility improved, devoid of the previous cloud cover, yet their spiritual senses still encountered a formidable resistance, leaving Shuling and Chengxing unable to anticipate the situation at the summit. Only the intense waves of battle continued to warn them. This wave must belong to a sixth-tier beast, Shuling thought, her heart racing with trepidation, her voice faltering. Chengxing remained silent, nearing the summit, struggling to discern the strength within the emanating wave. Based on the outward energy, the sixth-tier beast had likely reached mid-stage. If its physical strength was formidable, it would equate to that of a 6- or 7-star Do Huang. Although Chengxing had utilized the Do Huang experience card, his own strength could only be deemed as that of a 5-star Do Huang. Coupled with the limitations imposed by his seemingly yellow-tier cultivation, which was actually equivalent to a low-level Shan-tier technique. He possessed several Earth-tier fighting techniques, yet his overall combat power could only contend with a 6-star Do Huang. To easily suppress an adversary of 5-star Do Huang implies a strength nearing the pinnacle of Do Huang. Chengxing's fists clenched tightly, his teeth grinding in anticipation. With a resounding cry that echoed through the heavens, the fierce battle abruptly ceased. Only a few hundred meters from the summit, the two paused, eager to observe. As it ended, Shuling asked, her face a mask of confusion as she glanced at Chengxing, unease flickering in her eyes. Chengxing, uncertain, his focus laser-sharp, simply shook his head and pressed on. After the wave had subsided, a shadow skimmed the ground, darting from the central lake at the mountain's peak towards the periphery, leaving a distinct trail of blood across the snow below. Covering the few hundred meters took Chengxing and Shuling merely a few minutes. A sharp whistle echoed from the mountaintop, mingled with the pained whimpers of beasts, followed by another surge of the terrifying energy wave. "Be cautious. Something is coming our way." Chengxing was the first to detect the anomaly, swiftly alerting Shuling. Within moments, a small black that descended from the summit, accelerating rapidly towards them, seemingly oblivious to its surroundings, as if fleeing for its life. As the black that drew nearer, Chengxing discerned its true form. It was a small beast cloaked in black feathers, not particularly large, resembling an oversized crow. Its wings beat frantically, each flap dripping with blood, a gaping, grotesque wound on its back emanating a foul odor. It's a 5th-tier flying beast. Upon recognizing that the approaching creature was a 5th-tier flying beast, Xueling could not restrain herself from exclaiming, "I shall strike it down." As soon as her words fell, she dashed towards the beast. Chengxing, unable to intervene in time, found himself on the brink of collision with the creature. The beast, already in a state of panic, had no inkling that a human was lying in wait. Upon catching sight of the sudden figure, it was startled and altering its course, attempting to flee down the mountain path. "The do not run," Xueling called out. Ice prison. Thick ice pillars materialized from thin air, surrounding the beast in an instant. The creature, desperate for escape, paid no heed to its surroundings and charged headlong into the ice pillar, producing a chilling sound that sent shivers down Chengxing's spine. Still wishing to struggle, "Allow me to assist you further." With that, Xueling began to levitate, her hands weaving intricate seals, her gown rising as if caught in an invisible wind, the chilling aura in the air being fervently absorbed by her. Her gaze fixed on the beast, which was now trapped within the icy confines and thrashing violently. She softly uttered, "Ice Needle Strike." As her voice resonated, the gathered coldness in the air transformed into countless slender ice needles that sliced through the atmosphere with a piercing sound. Assailing the beast within the prison, the already injured beast, realizing escape was momentarily impossible, wrapped its wings around its body, channeling its inner energy to resist the oncoming ice needles. The energy clung to its dark feathers. The creature emitted a faint glow, appearing rather enigmatic. The crisp sound of ice needles striking feathers echoed continuously. The once supple black plumage, now enveloped in light, had become remarkably hard, rendering the ice needles ineffective in inflicting substantial harm. Xue Ling, taken aback by this development, quickly regained her composure, and her inner energy surged, coalescing into a more robust ice pillar before her. Gently biting her fingertip, she let a drop of blood fall upon the tip of the forming ice pillar. The ice spike, infused with her blood, radiated a perilous aura, its glacial light seeming capable of tearing through space itself. Cheng Xing, witnessing this ice spike, was greatly astonished, deducing that the technique's level was undoubtedly high, at least of Earth rank, as he gazed at Xue Ling with a complex expression. Go. With a mere gesture of her finger, the newly formed ice spike launched towards the beast, which had formed a defensive barrier within the prison. Compared to the previous ice needles, this spike tore through the air with a formidable force, producing a sharp wail before piercing the glowing wings of the creature. The two different hues of light clashed momentarily before the cold white light of the ice spike shattered the black feathers, obliterating the dark luminescence that clung to them. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, the beast within the prison was left thoroughly chilled by the ice spike. Seizing the opportunity, Xue Ling did not relent. She continued to unleash ice needles, bombarding the creature relentlessly until its cries gradually subsided. Only then did she descend to the ground, her face pale. Cheng Xing, observing the now mangled and bloodied beast, could not help but remark, "This beast is undoubtedly dead." Xue Ling, hearing this, merely smiled faintly, her hand curving as a powerful force drew forth the glowing magic core from the remains. The dark-feathered crow had sustained severe injuries, making it particularly easy to subdue. Yet, even without such wounds, its early fifth-tier strength could not escape our grasp. Xue Ling proudly displayed the captured magic core to Cheng Xing, her smile radiant. Cheng Xing, observing Xue Ling's swift actions, also smiled and remarked, "Does this mean your assessment task has been successfully completed? Congratulations." Now our next goal is the rare treasures at the mountain's peak," Xue Ling replied, stowing the magic core away, her smile slowly fading as she approached Cheng Xing with a teasing tone. Cheng Xing, somewhat taken aback, had expected Xue Ling to depart after slaying the beast, and he was prepared to bid her farewell. However, her current words took him by surprise. Realizing the mountain's summit harbored too many uncertainties, he cautioned, "Perhaps you should not go to the peak. I can manage alone, especially since your mission has already been accomplished." "Hey, are you trying to send me away?" Xue Ling's expression darkened, her brows furrowing as she fixed Cheng Xing with a piercing gaze. "The peak is far too perilous. We hardly share a connection, so there is no reason for you to accompany me into danger." Cheng Xing spoke calmly, aiming to persuade her, while also wishing to keep his information discreet in front of others. The seriousness etched on Cheng Xing's face conveyed an unmistakable warning. Yet despite this, Xue Ling did not retreat. She stepped closer, her small feet moving towards him, gazing into his youthful, handsome face with a mischievous smile. "You seem younger than me," Xue Ling observed, leaning closer to Cheng Xing, who was taken aback by her sudden proximity, stumbling backward in flustered confusion, unable to evade her sparkling gaze. "What does it matter if you're a few years older than me?" Cheng Xing turned his head away, speaking softly, his tone losing its earlier firmness. Upon hearing his admission of being younger, a tender smile graced Xue Ling's face, her expression warm. Yet, her tone turned unexpectedly resolute as she declared, "Then the younger brother must heed his elder sister's words. I would never harm you." Cheng Xing, feeling the pressure of Xue Ling's insistence, could only swallow hard, muttering, Fine, we'll go together, but it's agreed that if anything seems amiss, we must flee at once. No one is to abandon the other." Despite their brief acquaintance of merely 2 or 3 days, they found a mutual understanding, and Xue Ling's innocent naivete made it hard for Qingxing to refuse her collaboration, fostering a sense of trust between them in such an environment. Agreed, it's settled then, Xue Ling exclaimed cheerfully. Regardless of the circumstances, I will ensure your safe return down the mountain. To this, Qingxing merely smiled wryly, seemingly dismissive of her words, before teasingly adding, all right, Sister Xue Ling, if I truly cannot escape, you must come to my rescue, all right? Ha ha. With that, he strode ahead, unconcerned. Seeing Qingxing take her words lightly, Xue Ling could only stamp her foot in frustration, casting him a resentful glance before hastily catching up. With only a little over 100 meters remaining to the peak, the two proceeded cautiously, their movements synchronized and deliberate, each step taken with utmost care to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Before long, they reached their destination. Before them lay a disheveled circular stone circle, littered with the bones of various beasts, which appeared to be aged. Advancing further, they encountered a vast basin at the center of the mountain's peak, more accurately described as a significant depression, that an amphitheater. The term flashed through Qingxing's mind as he quickly discerned the cause of this formation. Suppressing his complicated emotions, he pressed forward, moving towards the source of the disturbance. The basin was immense, stretching at least 1,000 feet across, its depth not particularly profound, but far from shallow, at least several dozen feet deep, that at its center lay a lake encased in solid ice, above which several dark figures were engaged in fierce combat, the tumultuous waves of battle emanating from them. Qingxing's eyes sharpened as he scrutinized the distant silhouettes. The foremost figure, a woman, bore a languid expression, her diamond-shaped pupils reflecting a disdainful attitude, as if she were not embroiled in a life-and-death struggle. Clad in an exquisite purple qipao that clung perfectly to her form, her breathtaking beauty exuded an icy allure, making it hard to associate her with violence. Behind her stood 4 formidable individuals, each radiating an overwhelming presence. Before the 5, a humanoid figure cloaked in black feathers, the 6th-tier beast Qingxing had sensed earlier, appeared drastically diminished, having lost its previous composure. Behind it lay the lifeless bodies of 2 soul-eating harpies, their remains oozing an unidentified liquid that corroded their bones with a hissing sound, a foul odor wafting through the air. Why do those people have tails? Are they transformed 7th-tier beasts? Xue Ling inquired curiously, gazing at the figures in the center. Qingxing, initially captivated by the woman's beauty, had failed to notice the serpentine tail concealed beneath the fitted qipao. Upon Xue Ling's reminder, Qingxing's pupils constricted to the size of pinholes, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. Medusa Queen. Are you referring to the woman at the forefront? Xue Ling queried, puzzled. Yes, all 5 of them are serpent folk, and the one leading them must be the supreme leader of the serpent clan, Medusa, Qingxing replied, panting slightly. Is this race particularly powerful? Snow Ling, who grew up in the far northern lands, had never heard of this individual. However, witnessing Qingxing's reaction only piqued her curiosity further. At this moment, there was no clarity to be had. One must simply understand that this woman was devoid of compassion, mercilessly taking lives with abandon. Her temperament was unpredictable, her methods exceedingly cruel, and her strength truly terrifying. The 6th-tier magical beast appeared poised to be vanquished swiftly. Qingxing quietly explained that her current power was likely nearing the pinnacle of a Do Huang. And with the 4 Do Huang strongmen at her back, if they unleashed the Serpent Clan's combined combat skill, the 5 Serpents' Poison Seal, this 6th-tier beast would likely fall in a single encounter. Indeed, the aura emanating from it was 6th-tier, but why did it possess a humanoid form? Perhaps it had consumed a 6th-grade demon transformation pill, allowing it to retain its beastly characteristics even after transforming, as evidenced by the fur that had yet to shed from its body. Qingxing added, Medusa, you have traveled thousands of miles to my territory to slay my subjects and massacre my kin. What is your intent? We are both magical beasts, without grievance or enmity. Why do you inflict such harm upon me? A resonant voice from a birdman echoed, accusing Medusa of her actions. Impudent! How dare you utter the queen's name so casually? A figure engulfed in flames immediately retorted. Yanli, do not waste words with him. Let us strike together and ascertain his capabilities, lest our queen take action once more. That a serpent man clad in green robes respectfully lowered his head to Medusa before addressing the fiery figure beside him. Without hesitation, he launched himself forward, wielding his energy like a whip aimed at the adversary. Following their earlier battle, the Birdman bore no unscathed parts. His feathers were drenched in blood, and 2 puncture wounds on his neck were swelling, continuously releasing purple poisonous gas, evidently the result of a snake's bite. Even the wings behind him were nearly barren, presenting a pitiful sight. Medusa, you are heartless. Even in death, I shall not allow you to claim it. The feathered avian burst into laughter, suddenly vanishing, leaving the 2 serpent men to strike at nothing. Yin Li, Nanshi returned. In the face of a suddenly absent foe, Medusa merely smiled faintly, summoning the 2 back. Upon hearing the Birdman's bold declaration, Chengxing surmised that the next phase would be one of mutual destruction, leading him to urge Snow Ling to seek refuge. "Haha, I wondered why the reinforcements were delayed. It turns out you too killed my messenger. You shall accompany him to the grave." The sudden laughter that erupted overhead caused Chengxing's heart to sink, his expression shifting dramatically as he muttered to himself. "Not good. We've been discovered." He immediately grasped Snow Ling's hand, but before they could move, a terrifying gale erupted from behind, thrusting them into the mountaintop basin. Their arrival drew the attention of all present. 2 damned humans, the serpent men cursed in unison, their words extinguishing any hope of escape for Chengxing. "It's over. We've been found out," he lamented, turning to Snow Ling, expressing his helplessness. Chapter 45, Desperate struggle faced with the sudden appearance of the 2. Medusa did not even bother to lift her eyelids. To her, they were merely 2 Do Wong, easily dealt with. The greatest threat remained the elusive 6th-tier magical beast. "Let us not rush. Observe what other abilities this Kunping possesses." Medusa coldly cast a glance at Chengxing and Snow Ling before gesturing slightly, instructing the 4 serpent men. With the queen's command, the 4 glared fiercely at Chengxing, their energies surging within, prepared to eliminate the 2 at a moment's notice. System, investigate the origins of that beast. Chengxing felt a chill run down his spine. While it was one thing for the 6th-tier beast to retaliate, it was another to drag 2 more into the fray. Yet despite his grievances, the prospect of a safe escape had become increasingly unlikely. Ding, gray-feathered Kunping, a flying magical beast belonging to the Kunping lineage. It is born as a 4th-tier beast, and from the 5th tier onward, its feathers undergo remarkable transformations. At the 6th tier, the feathers are gray. At the 7th tier, they are purple. At the 8th tier, red, and it can ascend to the 9th tier, becoming the golden-feathered Kunping, second only to the ancient Tianwang. This beast is no ordinary creature, Chengxing reflected, marveling at the introduction displayed on the screen. One is a serpent man with a trace of the 7-colored devouring python bloodline, and the other can evolve into a creature second only to the ancient Tianwang. Bloodlines truly are a wondrous thing. Chengxing, look. That beast has soared into the clouds. Snow Ling pointed at a small black dot amidst the thick dark clouds. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the gray-feathered Kunping that had previously battled Medusa and her company. Chengxing narrowed his eyes, striving to track the Kunping's movements through the cloud cover, but he needed to ascertain what the Kunping was currently up to. The Kunping possesses a talent skill known as Storm Surge, allowing it to harness the energy accumulated within the clouds to unleash devastating strikes. These clouds had remained undisturbed for several days and covered an extensive area of dozens of kilometers. The energy contained within was something even a Do Huang would find overwhelming. Chengxing gazed at the dense clouds overhead, a sense of dread enveloping him. Having previously encountered the forces of nature while refining the power of the mysterious thunder, he had not anticipated that the gray-feathered Kunping would possess such an extraordinary ability. "Ah, Medusa, await your demise. To perish beneath my storm surge is indeed an honor." A hearty laugh resonated from above. Medusa's diamond-shaped pupils fixed on the swirling clouds, and a hint of color drained from her enchanting visage as she rapidly condensed her energy, sending a bolt of purple energy hurtling toward the clouds. However, within the swirling clouds, her energy produced no discernible effect, failing even to pierce the thick shroud above. The surrounding clouds, expertly manipulated by the gray-feathered Kunping, began to rotate, transforming the once heavy clouds into a light and swift formation in a matter of moments. "Is this the soul's power unbound?" Cheng Xing suddenly sensed the energy gathering within the clouds and realized that the soul's power was no longer restricted, allowing him to easily probe for information. Snow Ling's complexion turned ashen as she observed the storm clouds taking shape in the sky, uttering in despair, "Perhaps we truly should not have ventured into this murky water." The swirling storm clouds filled half the sky, forming a robust wind wall with a distinctly visible eye of the storm. As the characteristics of the tempest became apparent, the previously serene sky was abruptly swept by fierce winds, roaring down to the earth and awakening the cold wave once more. In mere moments, stones of all sizes on the ground were tossed by the raging winds, creating a sandstorm that obscured the sun, plunging the already dim sky into deeper darkness. Medusa, it is still not too late for you to depart with your men. I can let bygones be bygones, Kunpeng. Do not harbor such dreams. Even as death approaches, you still think to intimidate me. Medusa replied coldly with a smile. Even if you withstand this strike, the four Do Wong behind you will not. A black figure stood proudly at the eye of the storm. The gray-feathered Kunpeng, despite its wounds oozing blood, strived to maintain its composure. The colossal storm brewing in the sky intermittently released gusts of energy that struck the ground with incredible speed. After effortlessly dispelling several energy gusts, Medusa gazed at the still-forming storm overhead, her delicate red lips moving as she commanded, "Form the 5 serpents' poison seal." The four who had been resisting the gusts immediately unleashed their potent energies to neutralize the immediate threat before swiftly returning to Medusa's side. They intertwined their hands in a dazzling display of seals, and as their seals came together, 5 beams of different colored light rapidly coalesced in their palms. Simultaneously, a faint purple light shield appeared, effectively blocking the raging winds aimed at the group. "What are they doing?" Snow Ling wondered aloud, having conjured several ice pillars to form a sturdy ice wall, observing the peculiar formation the 5 were creating at the center of the icy lake. This is the Serpent Clan's fusion combat skill, quite enigmatic. It can generate a sentient and controllable giant serpent, with power equivalent to the combined strength of those performing the technique, even enabling them to challenge opponents of higher tiers. Cheng Xing explained with familiarity that a series of massive energy pillars shot skyward, momentarily dispersing the wind wall before converging upon the central purple beam. Suddenly, the purple beam began to churn, and in an instant, the energy column transformed into a giant serpent over 20 feet long, radiating a purple glow and emanating energy fluctuations that hinted at a breakthrough beyond the pinnacle of Do Huang. Who would have thought the power of this fusion combat skill to be so formidable? Cheng Xing mused as he witnessed the energy serpent soaring toward the small black dot in the sky, intercepting the rampant winds escaping the storm, its size remaining unchanged while an oppressive aura permeated the surroundings. In the sky, the Kunpeng gazed at the rising giant serpent, its eyes filled with reluctance and madness, before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha, I will not let you have it." With that, its gray feathers began to shed, merging into the tempest above. With bloodied hands, it skillfully formed the seals etched into its bloodline, completing them rapidly. As the seals finished, the gray-feathered Kunpeng spat forth a mouthful of essence blood, condensing it before it, and with a ferocious roar, it declared, "Storm surge," the storm, having coalesced into a formidable force, transformed under the guidance of the Kunpeng into colossal pillars of wind, surging towards the individuals atop the mountain peak. At this moment, the energies of heaven and earth became exceedingly tempestuous, with dozens of wind columns, each over 10 zhang in diameter, obliterating massive boulders on the ground, wreaking havoc in their wake. This left Cheng Xing and Xue Ling with no choice but to lean against each other, their combined fighting spirit coalescing into a semicircle, barely allowing them to maintain their footing amidst the tempest. Meanwhile, on Medusa's side, a 20-zhang energy serpent coiled protectively around the 5 individuals, enduring the relentless onslaught of the wind columns. Observing that the energy wind columns could not harm the serpent, the gray-feathered Kunpeng coughed violently, expelling a pool of pus and blood, mixed with fragments of shattered organs. That a complex expression flickered in his eyes, for he was acutely aware that his time was drawing near. With a melancholic glance at the frozen lake, he murmured, "Such a pity. This treasure will ultimately not see her return." As his words faded, the gray-feathered Kunpeng, with his already withered hand, struggled to form a seal before being swept away by the eye of the storm. That a muffled sound echoed as the originally gray-white clouds were suddenly tinged with red, swiftly transforming into a blood-red hue. After several rotations, the rampaging energy wind columns dissipated, giving rise to a blood-colored energy beam, merely a zhang wide, which surged towards the energy serpent coiled above the lake. Chapter 46. Terrifying impact at last. The storm subsided. Had it continued, all fighting spirit would have been exhausted. Xue Ling gasped for breath, her body leaning against Cheng Xing's back. The previous energy wind columns had drained considerable strength, and this lull was undoubtedly a moment of reprieve. However, Cheng Xing did not readily retract his fighting spirit. His keen senses alerted him to the abruptness of this cessation. Gazing up at the storm clouds, now discolored, and that swiftly formed blood-colored beam, Cheng Xing sensed an immensely perilous aura, a force of annihilation. Perhaps, akin to this, a piercing shriek rang in everyone's ears simultaneously as the energy beam, a zhang wide, plunged from the heavens to the mountain peak, its length reaching thousands of zhang. From a distance, it appeared like a fragile thread linking heaven and earth. The blood-colored beam locked onto Medusa, unleashing a tide of murderous intent. This intense fluctuation could not escape Medusa's perception. She opened her mouth wide, a deep purple beam of fighting spirit rapidly coalescing within, charging towards the blood-colored beam. Sensing the overwhelming power, the others dared not slacken their efforts, intensifying their output of fighting spirit, beads of sweat rolling down their cheeks, the color of their fighting spirit deepening. Yet, Medusa's condition was not much better. A trace of caution adorned her alluring visage, as fragrant sweat had thoroughly soaked her veil. The serpent, gathering the fighting spirit of several, managed to withstand the assault of the blood-colored beam for merely 20 seconds before showing signs of disintegration. As the serpent began to falter against the onslaught, Cheng Xing and Xue Ling felt a palpable aura of death enveloping the mountain peak, that if the beam were to erupt completely, it would undoubtedly annihilate everyone present. Cracks began to appear on the massive form of the purple serpent, yet the intensity of the blood-colored beam showed little sign of waning. Observing the widening fissures, the expressions of Yin Shi and the others morphed into terror. Having expended nearly all of their fighting spirit after prolonged output, "Your Majesty, we cannot hold on much longer. You may spoke first," and under Medusa's icy gaze, the others could only nod in reluctant agreement. Seeing her four accompanying Do Wang experts nearing their limits, Medusa's expression darkened. Her body swelled, transforming into a true purple serpent in mere breaths, providing protection for the four beneath her. "Leave at once," Medusa commanded resolutely. This was the last resort of the Serpent Clan. As long as the four succeeded in their escape, she could unleash her full power without fear of collateral damage. Upon hearing their queen's command, Yu Mei and the others hesitated, but only Yin Shi, having known Medusa since childhood, grasped her intentions. "Our presence will only hinder your Majesty's performance. We must leave at once," he urged, with Yin Shi's insistence. The four swiftly fled from beneath the two giant serpents, landing near the periphery of the icy lake, conjuring a small protective shield with their fighting spirit to support one another. Cheng Xing. "We must go." Xue Ling tugged at Cheng Xing's sleeve, whispering, "If those serpent folk recover, it will be troublesome. Let us wait a moment longer. There remains considerable energy yet to be unleashed from this storm. If Queen Medusa cannot hold on, I doubt those four will simply stand by." Cheng Xing replied. He had come to the snowy mountain for the ice spirit cold spring. How could he so easily abandon it, especially when he had yet to lay eyes upon it? Worry filled Xue Ling's gaze as she observed the storm's blood-red hue gradually fading, the once thick crimson receding from the edges towards the center. Surely, once the blood-red energy was exhausted, the storm would gradually dissipate. After watching the four depart, Medusa's transformed serpent swallowed the energy serpent whole, immediately radiating a rich purple glow, with her pale purple pupils fixed upon the unimpeded blood-colored beam. She opened her massive jaws, exhaling a dense purple mist as the purple smoke corroded the blood-colored beam. It climbed rapidly, reaching mid-air in the blink of an eye. What does she intend? Is she trying to sever the energy supply of the blood-colored beam? Cheng Xing marveled at the swiftly advancing purple mist, which seemed to possess a potent corrosive property, reminiscent of the purple smoke that had emanated from the wound inflicted on the gray-feathered Kuanping. Under the relentless corrosion of the purple mist, the blood-colored beam suddenly snapped in two. Chengxing watched as the severed portion of the beam released its remaining energy, cascading onto the icy lake, causing fragments to splash up and leaving a deep pit several zhang wide, without a single drop of water surfacing to AT that moment. However, the storm in the sky showed no signs of dissipating due to the interruption of the blood-colored beam. Rather, it accelerated in its rotation, seemingly brewing an even more ferocious impact. Your Majesty has succeeded. Next, we shall deal with these two humans, the serpent folk, observing Medusa's success in severing the beam, were now eager to attack Chengxing and Xueling. Having long been driven into the deserts by human forces, they harbored a deep-seated hatred for humanity. Xueling, undeterred by the fierce expressions of the four serpent folk, swiftly drew a short sword from her storage ring, standing alongside Chengxing in defense against their impending assault. "Why are these serpent folk so vile, always seeking trouble with us?" she complained. Chengxing raised his gaze to the rapidly rotating storm above, gripping Xueling's wrist firmly. "Stay close to me and do not stray," he urged, rummaging through his backpack with his other hand. Xueling, bewildered, could not fathom why Chengxing was suddenly so insistent. At that moment, Medusa spotted a glimmer of light plummeting rapidly from the blood-red clouds. Due to its extreme speed, a black line appeared in the sky where it passed, and the immense energy brewing within the storm was drawn downward along this line. The object, radiating a brilliant white light, stood out vividly against the dim sky. Before Medusa's transformed purple serpent could mount a defense, the radiant light approached with alarming swiftness. "Damn it, too fast," both Medusa and Chengxing cursed in unison. In an instant, the light flashed, illuminating Xueling's pale face as if it were transparent. Chengxing could only see her lips moving, but no sound reached his ears. Time seemed to slow dramatically in that moment. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion erupted from the center of the icy lake, accompanied by a tremendous roar that rang in their ears. Chengxing pulled Xueling behind him, and with his other hand, he finally grasped what he had been searching for. "Damn it. Found it, system. Activate the 9 Underworld Wind Flame Experience card." Chengxing shouted inwardly. "Beep, the 9 Underworld Wind Flame Experience card has been activated for the host." As the was unleashed, Chengxing no longer concealed his power. His Do Huang aura surged rapidly, and the fighting spirit within him circulated swiftly to in less than a breath. The ignited in his palm, emitting an unsettling sound akin to the whispering winds that the manifested. The surrounding air began to warm, dispelling the cold, and the wind carried with it an ominous heat, reminiscent of the scorching summer sun. Faced with the impending white wall of energy, Chengxing dared not be careless. His expression grave, he fixed his gaze ahead and instructed, "Stay behind me and do not stray even a step." With both hands, Chengxing manipulated tracing elegant arcs in the air, attempting to control the swirling flames as much as possible in front of him. In the next moment, the roaring sound of it was drowned out by the thunderous impact, and the surroundings became a haze of gray and white. The previously elevated temperature plummeted once more, even colder than before. Is it possible? With the S enhancement, how can the temperature still drop? Chengxing felt the biting cold enveloping him. After all, the 9 Nether Wind Flame was among the most formidable of. How could it possibly falter against such a minor chill? Chapter 47. The Emergence of the Ice Spirit Cold Spring. The temperature plummeted suddenly, and Chengxing sensed an unsettling shift. He retrieved several qi restoration pills from his backpack, popped one into his mouth, and handed another to Xueling, exclaiming, "This elixir can replenish our. You must consume it. This frigid air is far too peculiar, and I cannot ascertain how long it will persist." Xueling gazed at the round pill, exuding a refreshing aroma, and without a moment's hesitation, swallowed it whole. The pill took effect. Their previously depleted was immediately replenished, restoring their energy at an astonishing rate. With the renewed bolstering him, Chengxing surged more fiercely, emanating a striking black hue amidst the dense white, creating a stark contrast that was almost blinding. The terrifying grayish-white shockwave had filled the mountaintop entirely, even beginning to spill over the protruding rock faces, cascading downwards. Within the grayish-white expanse, 3 distinct hues could be discerned: a pale lavender, sustained solely by the Queen Medusa, a feeble light green, bolstered by the four of the Snake People, and Chengxing's rich black. Evidently, they held a substantial advantage against such an onslaught. All Chengxing needed to do was activate the and continuously supply. Its inherent strength guaranteed their safety, for the nine nether wind flame originated from the most extreme and where the wind was at its fiercest. If it could not withstand such a minor shock, it would hardly deserve its esteemed rank. The dense cloud cover in the sky began to dissipate slowly once it lost its anchor, returning to a semblance of its former self above them. Only a layer of clouds shimmering with a cold light remained. Appearing somewhat translucent from below point 1, could almost glimpse the ice crystals contained within the clouds, sparkling under the sun's rays with an enchanting allure. As the storm clouds finally began to disperse, beams of sunlight cascaded unrestrained upon the earth, illuminating the glistening ice crystals that entombed the once vibrant life below. The sun, suspended above the mountaintop, endeavored to radiate warmth. Yet the chaotic white below remained unmoved, seemingly frozen in time. The formerly smooth ice surface had transformed. At the center of the lake, a vast chasm cleaved through the ice, revealing a deep cavity that resembled a gaping wound rather than a mere hole. The ice-bound ravine extended from this fissure, appearing as if it led straight to the lake's depths. Consequently, upon the arrival of the radiant light, countless ice blocks were propelled into the air, only to be refrozen before they could touch the ground. Surrounding the fissure, peculiar ice sculptures of various shapes emerged, some towering several meters high, a testament to the terrifying force that had transpired. However, what was even more fearsome was the extreme cold that could instantaneously refreeze the shattered ice blocks. As the white shockwave gradually subsided, Chengxing discerned the nature of the impact. It was comprised of the minuscule ice layers shattered by the radiant force. The sheer destructive power was staggering. Should this force collide with a person, even it would be unable to withstand it. Chengxing stared at the altered lake surface, his mouth agape, his astonishment unmasked. Behind him, Xue Ling marveled at the bizarre ice sculptures, exclaiming, "Such terrifyingly low temperatures are not easily formed without level power. I never imagined encountering them atop this mountain." However, for the Snake People, such extreme cold was quite suitable, given their bloodline. Adapting to such frigid conditions was likely not a challenge. Chengxing scanned the vicinity, searching for Medusa, realizing it would not be difficult for her to survive such an onslaught. Indeed, within the ice sculptures not far from the chasm, he spotted a massive purple serpent, frozen yet retaining its battle stance. However, the four of the Snake People were nowhere to be found. After a thorough search yielded no signs of them, Chengxing chose not to dwell on their absence. The pressing matter remained the mysterious treasure. Xue Ling pointed at the encased giant serpent, exclaiming, "Chengxing, look! The giant serpent is encased in ice. Let us hasten to explore the chasm for treasures." As she spoke, a pair of snow-white wings unfurled behind her, propelling her swiftly toward the lake's center. "Wait!" Chengxing called out urgently, but Xue Ling had already taken flight, leaving him no choice but to follow closely. "Medusa is formidable. She cannot be so easily encased in ice that we must proceed with caution." Chengxing regarded the frozen serpent. Though cracks had yet to appear, his expression remained grave. After all, a peak would not be so easily subdued. "Indeed, you possess the strength of a, yet you still pretend to be in my company. Did I ask this your caution, or a lack of trust in me?" Xue Ling turned to Chengxing, a playful smirk gracing her features. Chengxing, momentarily at a loss for words due to Xue Ling's teasing, followed her swiftly as they approached the chasm. Standing upon the ice, he felt the intense chill seep through the protective barrier of his. A cold sensation surged from his feet to the crown of his head, that as he stomped upon the solid ice. Feeling its resounding firmness, he began to survey his surroundings. This lake is astonishingly deep. It appears to be over 100 meters deep, completely frozen. Chengxing observed the sunlight refracting through the ice layers, transforming into a haunting darkness, obscuring the lake's depths. "Heh, this is merely a fraction of the depth. You have yet to witness the 1,000-meter deep glaciers of our extreme north, where miraculous eternal ice resides for centuries," Xue Ling enthused, recounting the breathtaking sights she had encountered. Suddenly, the sound of cracking ice pierced the air. Though it was not loud, it resonated painfully in their ears. Both turned their attention to the purple giant serpent encased in ice, yet it remained still. Did we miss here? Chengxing looked to Xueling, whose own nerves were taut, hoping for her confirmation. Xueling furrowed her brow, straining to listen to the ambient sounds. After a moment, she remarked, "It seems the noise did not come from above. It originates from beneath the ice." Beneath the icy lake, as she spoke, she pointed, and Chengxing noticed a stream of water shimmering with a cold light emerging from the depths of the icy lake, effortlessly breaking through the ice layer. Flowing into the previously appeared chasm, the moment the spring emerged, an intense chill surged forth, rising from the chasm to the lake's surface. Sensing the extreme cold, Xueling's previously calm demeanor transformed, her face lighting up with joy as she exclaimed, "It is the Ice Spirit Cold Spring. Such a rare treasure, exceedingly difficult to find even in our extreme north." Chengxing noted the urgency in Xueling's eyes and inquired, "Is it not possible to find the Ice Spirit Cold Spring in the vast frigid regions of the extreme north?" While the extreme north is indeed frigid, the Ice Spirit Cold Spring is a treasure of nature. Akin to, not every volcano or magma source yields, Xueling elucidated. Listening to her explanation, Chengxing acknowledged the reasonableness of her words. After all, the Ice Spirit Cold Spring could temporarily suppress, and its rarity made perfect sense. Underscoring the value of their endeavor, it appeared that the Ice Spirit Cold Springs were plentiful here. The lake surface was likely frozen due to these springs. Otherwise, such a body of water in this region could not be so thoroughly encased in ice. Xueling's white hand struck the lake surface, but the formidable force only left a palm-sized indentation. It seemed that to obtain the Ice Spirit Cold Spring, they would need to venture into the chasm. Chapter 48. The Dispute. Chengxing gazed at the seemingly indestructible ice surface, his mind swirling with questions about that previous radiant light, which had managed to instantaneously penetrate such profound ice and wreak such terrifying destruction. "It's here! The Ice Spirit Cold Spring has emerged." Xueling's urgent call snapped Chengxing from his reverie. The glimmering spring water flowed continuously into the chasm, revealing part of its shape beneath the cold light, which further astonished Chengxing. The Ice Spirit Cold Spring is so abundant. Chengxing's eyes widened in disbelief. He could discern the size of the chasm above, and even if it narrowed below, it still remained several meters wide, with depth that was beyond measure. The cold light surged upward, quickly filling the chasm's bottom, showing signs of further ascent. Seeing this, Xueling could hardly contain her excitement. She retrieved several high-quality jade bottles from her storage ring and handed them to Chengxing, earnestly instructing, "The preservation of the Ice Spirit Cold Spring is quite delicate. If mishandled, the cold aura may dissipate, rendering it ordinary spring water. However, with so much Ice Spirit Cold Spring at hand, let us each fill our bottles first. Clustering them will aid in preservation." Chengxing held the jade bottles Xueling had given him, feeling a wave of incredulity wash over him. He mused, "I prepared over 100 jade bottles myself. How much can these few small ones hold?" Though he harbored such thoughts, Chengxing still grasped the jade vial in his hand, intending to seize the opportunity to fill it with the 100 small vials nestled within his backpack. While 100 tiny jade vials might seem like a substantial quantity, he was well aware that they scarcely amounted to a cubic volume. However, at this moment, there were no other containers available, so he resolved to fill the 100 vials first. Just as the two were preparing to divide the fruits of their victory, a fiery red serpent's tail quietly emerged at the edge of the icy lake, accompanied by a thick plume of white smoke. The flame serpent's crimson pupils fixated on the two individuals moving about on the ice, flicking its tongue before it transformed, revealing a figure, none other than the serpent man, Yanli from earlier. Damn humans, attempting to seize Her Majesty's Ice Spirit Cold Spring. Yanli shall never allow it. His gaze brimmed with malice, especially upon witnessing the purple giant serpent still ensnared in the ice beside him. Green and dark gray serpents appeared in succession, swiftly morphing into several figures. The four formidable warriors of the Serpent Clan, who had evidently employed their unique separation combat technique to survive the impact. Although their strength had diminished, they would soon recover. "Yanli, we must first rescue Her Majesty. Otherwise, with our current strength, it will be exceedingly difficult to obtain the Ice Spirit Cold Spring from this Do Huang and Do Wang." The eldest among them, Yin Shi, said with a gaze full of compassion as he looked at the frozen giant serpent, that he then addressed Yin Li and the others. Typically hot-tempered, Yin Li nodded in agreement under Yin Shi's guidance. And the four cautiously approached the giant serpent. "Hey, since you possess, could you grant me the ice spirit cold spring?" Xueling said, her eyes twinkling as she turned to Chengxing with a pitiful demeanor. Were it anyone else, they might have acquiesced to such a request, but Chengxing was different. He wanted it all. Chengxing shot her a sidelong glance and firmly replied, "We agreed to share. So why are you trying to claim it all before we've even acquired it?" His tone conveyed not a question, but an undeniable sense of finality. Seeing no advantage gained, Xueling pouted in complaint. "Fine, when you go down, I'll keep watch from above. How about that? What kind of teammate have I found? I'm doing all the dirty work, and she still wants a share," Chengxing lamented inwardly, yet bound by his earlier promise. He couldn't afford to turn back, having committed to this course of action. However, after casting a glance at the still frozen giant serpent, a wicked smile crept onto Chengxing's face as he pointed and said, "All right, but if the Medusa Queen breaks free, you must help me fend her off, okay? You." Her tone was laced with sarcasm, inciting Xueling to grind her teeth in frustration, unable to find a retort. "All right, we shall descend together. That way, we can share both trials and triumphs, right?" Xueling reluctantly proposed, her lips pursed. Seeing her expression, Chengxing found it amusing, realizing this woman was likely accustomed to special treatment, which had fostered such a habit. Yet now that she was faced with him, she would have to obey. Chengxing stepped cautiously to the edge of the chasm, tentatively extending his hand to gauge the temperature. Despite the protection of a thin layer of frost quickly formed on his palm, and he gestured to Xueling, signaling her to observe, and then taunted, "Can you withstand this temperature? If not, you should stay above while I handle it myself." Upon hearing this, Xueling's face broke into a radiant smile, ready to respond, but the next moment, Chengxing's words made her grit her teeth. "But if I go down and acquire the ice spirit cold spring, I won't be sharing it with you. Chengxing, you won't get away with this." Xueling erupted in frustration, cursing him as they continued to jest and bicker, completely oblivious to the giant serpent behind them, whose eyes suddenly snapped open, its massive pupils fixated on the surging ice spirit cold spring below. Meanwhile, the four Do Wong stood at the serpent's side, devising a plan to thaw the peculiar ice layer. "All right, I won't tease you any longer, but if you can't handle it, I'll split the ice spirit cold spring with you once I finish," Chengxing said, observing the complex mix of emotions on Xueling's face, which was tinged with both red and green. "Who asked for your charity? I'm of the ice attribute. How could I possibly be affected by this little temperature?" Xueling retorted, frowning as she entered the chasm first. Yet, despite her bravado, the terrifying cold gripped her heart as she descended. The chilling wind rushed behind her, leaving her no choice but to steel herself, using most of her to protect her meridians, allowing her to approach the ice spirit cold spring closely. In contrast, Chengxing found the descent relatively easy, as the black flames tinged with purple from the 9 Netherwind flame formed a fiery circle around him, the blazing flames causing the icy walls on either side to emit white mist as he traversed the chasm. "Come on, the ice spirit cold spring lies just below," Chengxing urged when he noticed Xueling hesitating in midair. As they ventured deeper, Xueling's lips began to lose color, a thin layer of frost forming upon them, clearly indicating she had reached her limit. Noticing her silence, Chengxing quickly approached, and with the illumination from he saw the pallor on her face in the dim, narrow space. He sighed, "I told you so. You insisted on coming down." "Mind your own business," Xueling replied weakly, her eyelids drooping as her once pristine white wings began to flicker and fade. Seeing this, Chengxing swiftly embraced her, saying, "Stop being stubborn. Let me take you back up." As he looked at the beauty so close, her face nestled against his chest, relishing the warmth, a smile involuntarily spread across Chengxing's face. Although Xueling wanted to resist, Chengxing paid her no heed. After a few powerful flaps of his wings, a wisp of black light shot forth from the chasm. But just as Chengxing emerged from the chasm, the sight before him caused his smile to freeze in place. Where did the snake go? Chapter 49. Confrontation before him, where the purple giant serpent had once been encased in ice, now lay only a pile of ice sculptures, revealing a massive serpent-shaped cavity that indicated its occupant had escaped. Gazing at the vanishing serpent, Cheng Xing dared not be careless, unleashing his full soul power while maintaining a small flame in his palm. His eyes vigilantly scanning the remnants of the ice sculpture. This moment. Within the circular mountaintop, only the soft wind howled across the snowy expanse and icy lake. No other sounds could be heard. Yet, the more silent it became, the more Cheng Xing's unease intensified. The eerie quiet was terrifying. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, his arms around Xue Ling began to ache, but the slight improvement in her complexion calmed his mood considerably. Medusa, come forth that I know you won't leave before obtaining the ice spirit cold spring. Suddenly, Cheng Xing called out toward a pile of ice sculptures at the chasm's edge. The vast, empty snowy expanse echoed his words, the reverberations repeating his statement multiple times. After a prolonged wait without a response, despite sensing no other living beings in the vicinity, Cheng Xing's instincts told him Medusa was still lurking nearby, biding her time for the perfect moment to strike, that if he attempted to retrieve the ice spirit cold spring without unearthing this hidden viper, he would only place himself in peril. The thought made Cheng Xing shudder. Had Xue Ling stubbornly resisted the cold, the two of them would likely be caught off guard by the serpent when they emerged. Since you refused to show yourself, do not blame me. Cheng Xing's gaze sharpened as he surveyed the surroundings, then retrieved a copy card from his backpack. Given the uncertainty of the situation, he needed to preserve his strength. Cheng Xing opened his system panel, noticing several new messages in the notification bar, but he had no time to peruse them, that he began operating within the system that only he could see, and as the copy card emitted a faint glow, the sky began to shift ominously. The previously clear sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds, flickering with distant lightning. Thunderbolt technique, Cheng Xing murmured, his eyes flashing with a shade of gray and white. The thunderclouds in the sky trembled violently as numerous bolts of lightning struck down, crashing upon the ice sculptures and transforming into countless tiny arcs of electricity that darted in every direction. Leaving no corner untouched, that in an instant, the entire circular mountain was illuminated in a dazzling silver light, dispelling the encroaching darkness. You possess quite the skill, a voice remarked just as the final silver lightning bolt was about to strike a hidden corner, only to be shattered by a surge of purple. From behind the scattering arcs of electricity, a figure clad in a purple qipao gradually emerged, flanked by the four who had just escaped. Compared to your Serpent Clan's peculiar combat techniques, this hardly counts as a feat. Cheng Xing gazed upon the resplendent Queen Medusa, her former frostbound state seemingly having left no significant impact on her. Yet, her once opulent qipao now bore signs of damage, subtly revealing her graceful form. The faint flush on her face likely stemmed from the tumult of blood and energy during their earlier confrontation. As he beheld the alluring Medusa, a surge of wicked desire ignited within Cheng Xing's lower abdomen. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp, and he swiftly channeled his battle chi to suppress this unwelcome flame. Standing behind Medusa were four formidable Do Kings. A mere glance was sufficient for Cheng Xing to discern that their injuries were severe, rendering a swift recovery impossible. Nonetheless, he opted for caution and initiated a scan. Queen Medusa, leader of the Serpent Clan at the border of the Gamma Empire, possesses peak Do Emperor strength, accompanied by the soul of the purple ghost flame serpent, enabling her to evolve through the use of foreign flames. Within her, battle chi was diminished to a mere 40%, with multiple internal injuries requiring rest. Additionally, the unrefined chill within her body had caused damage to her meridians, resulting in a temporary instability of her battle chi. Cheng Xing contemplated the information displayed above Medusa's head, feeling a newfound confidence swell within him. It was indeed unexpected that the Serpent Clan, renowned for its cold-blooded lineage, could be harmed by external frigid energies. Truly, the world is full of wonders. That a sigh escaped him as he squinted, his gaze towards Medusa laced with wariness. Despite her injuries, she remained a viper at heart. He had no illusions that the venomous Medusa would suddenly adopt a gentle demeanor. Human, you still have a chance to leave before I make my move. Medusa's cold and striking gaze met Cheng Xing's for a few tense seconds, her soul scorched by an unusual, searing aura. In response to her glare, Cheng Xing retaliated with his own foreign flames, the Nine Netherwind flame, capable of inducing fluctuations in one's mental state, particularly affecting those already prone to emotional extremes. What can you do if I refuse to leave? Cheng Xing dismissed Medusa's blatant threat, turning his attention to the condition of Xue Ling, hardly sparing her a glance. This infuriated Medusa, from the vicinity of the Taggart Desert, who had not trembled before her. Even the once-renowned Ice Emperor had been reduced to a pitiful state by her. Yet here she stood, provoked by a mere youth. The foreign flames in Cheng Xing's grasp flickered and roared, their chaotic energy coupled with his taunts igniting a fury within Medusa. Her enchanting visage transformed into one of ferocity, embodying the very essence of a deadly femme fatale. "You seek death," Medusa seethed. Her frustration mounting, gathering her battle chi, she launched a massive, unrefined attack towards Cheng Xing. Observing her reckless assault, a smirk tugged at Cheng Xing's lips. It seemed the Nine-Nether Wind Flame was indeed effective in disrupting her mental composure. However, he remained prudent, swiftly channeling his own battle chi and unleashing a wave of foreign flames to shatter her colossal attack. The remnants of the flames, accompanied by a terrifying explosion, hurtled toward Medusa. How interesting, he mused, watching as the dark purple fire serpent surged forth, a manifestation of Medusa's power. Despite its formidable appearance, it paled in comparison to his own flames, which diminished its size significantly, though they dissipated as his battle chi waned. As the dark purple fire serpent approached, Cheng Xing sensed an unusual vibration within it, a mingling of scorching flames and a chilling essence that he was not surprised by the foreign flames' disappearance. While they were revered, they were ultimately insufficient against overwhelming numbers and strength. Chapter 50. Suppression and Negotiation. Yet this flame intrigued him, prompting a desire to engage further, that a mischievous smile graced his lips as he contemplated the unique properties of the purple ghost flame. A sixth-tier beast fire born from the purple ghost flame serpent's bloodline, imbued with a chilling poison capable of corroding flesh and bone. That a flurry of information flashed before him, and he noted that as long as this flame was not a foreign flame, resolution would be straightforward. It was merely a matter of comparison. With a decisive gesture, Cheng Xing opened his palm, clenching it tightly before releasing it once more, causing the foreign flames to swell dramatically, expanding nearly tenfold in an instant, forming a fireball of considerable size that he hurled it towards Medusa. The fireball soared through the air, crashing into the head of the dark purple fire serpent. Medusa hesitated, wrestling with her emotions, before commanding the serpent to unleash a torrent of rich purple flames, creating a sea of fire that illuminated the dimming sky as the serpent reveled in its apparent supremacy. Cheng Xing, observing this extravagant display of battle chi, shook his head in disapproval. Although he had only recently begun to wield fire, his prior experiences with ice manipulation had imparted a certain understanding of the elemental forces. He clenched his hand, channeling his powerful soul energy to mold the massive fireball into a beautifully ornate trident, its tip cutting through the air towards the fire serpent. The overwhelming sea of flames momentarily stymied the trident, but it soon shattered the fiery serpent, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that erupted into a shower of sparks, which eventually faded into the ether. The trident, having vanquished the serpent, returned to Cheng Xing's side. Gazing at the slightly dimmed trident, a smile of satisfaction crossed Cheng Xing's face, his expression laced with mockery as he regarded Medusa as the fire serpent disintegrated. Medusa's fury intensified, her eyes burning with a desire to rend Cheng Xing asunder. "My queen," Einshur observed Medusa's dreadful demeanor and quickly approached, his voice rasping and grating. "Your Majesty, let us form the five-serpent poison sealing imprint. This human possesses an extraordinary origin. If we do not resolve this swiftly, the ice spirit cold spring may slip from our grasp. Indeed, Your Majesty, let us join forces against him." The four Do Kings flanking Medusa stepped forward, their eyes glinting with malevolence as they focused intently on Cheng Xing, ready to devour him whole. Yet, in the face of a Do Emperor and four Do Kings, Cheng Xing remained unfazed. His battle chi surged within him, bolstered by the foreign flames. In this 1-against-5, the advantage lay with him. "Very well. Do try and see if you can shake my hold over these foreign flames," he challenged, as the black trident in his grasp dissipated into an enigmatic flame, a black entity radiating intense heat floating before him. "Though you possess foreign flames that naturally counter our serpent clan's chill, should we five converge upon you, you may have the strength to defend yourself. But the ice spirit cold spring shall remain out of reach. Inshur's shadowy face was etched with deep lines, his voice a tormenting rasp in Chengxing's ears. Heh, if I cannot obtain it, then neither shall you. Chengxing scoffed at Inshur's threat. The state of the serpents was precarious. They could not afford to expend resources, unless Medusa was willing to sacrifice a few of her doe kings. They would not succeed through brute force in claiming the ice spirit cold spring. After a brief respite, Xue Ling's condition had improved markedly. Her previously frostbitten lips regained their rosy hue. Yet upon opening her eyes, she found herself once again enveloped in Chengxing's embrace, which ignited a flicker of irritation within her. "That you're awake," Chengxing remarked, sensing her movement. His face flushed slightly as he released her, awkwardly scratching his head. Xue Ling had intended to chastise Chengxing for his earlier behavior, but upon noticing the cluster of foreign flames before them, she sensed something amiss. Following the light, she spotted 5 distinct figures in the distance, causing her expression to darken. "These serpents truly are relentless," she pouted, her demeanor rather petulant. However, after her momentary outburst, she quickly shifted gears, inquiring, "Are they also after the ice spirit cold spring?" Chengxing did not speak directly. Instead, he gave a slight nod, indicating to Medusa that the two were engaged in an animated discussion. Medusa, observing their incessant chatter, gestured for the group to take a brief respite, assuring them she would keep watch. Upon witnessing the others rest, Xue Ling realized the precarious situation of the snake people. Her expression shifted, and she leaned closer to Chengxing, whispering softly, "The ice spirit cold spring here is a product of extreme cold. Even I might struggle to retrieve treasures from it. These snake people possess a lineage of coldness, yet none of them have ice attributes that we might allow them to test the waters first. As there is an abundance of the ice spirit cold spring." Listening to Xue Ling's whisper, Chengxing pondered. While it was true that Queen Medusa currently posed no threat, her quest revolved around the ice spirit cold spring, seemingly for the purpose of future evolution. "Indeed, you make a compelling point. You are quite the clever one." He praised Xue Ling without revealing his deeper thoughts. "Heh, then you should speak to them," Xue Ling said, a mischievous smile gracing her face as she nudged Chengxing, casting her a sidelong glance. Chengxing took a deep breath and cloaked his words in fighting spirit, addressing Medusa. "Medusa, perhaps we could discuss matters. After all, this stalemate benefits neither of us. Human, do not delude yourself into thinking you can negotiate with this queen that I, Medusa, never compromise with humans," she replied, momentarily taken aback, though she responded to Chengxing's proposal with her characteristic arrogance. "Others may not know your intentions regarding the ice spirit cold spring, but I do I not, your majesty?" Chengxing remarked with a smile, noting her momentary bewilderment, revealing her desire not to waste time in this place. "What I intend to do with it is none of your concern, that if you are wise, you will depart quickly. Do not presume that your makes you my equal," Medusa retorted, maintaining her haughty demeanor, her words laced with indifference and distrust towards humanity. Yet the more she resisted, the more Chengxing pressed on. "Since you are aware that the flame in my possession is, you must also understand that the ice spirit cold spring can temporarily suppress it, thereby alleviating the pain during evolution. Correct?" His words struck Medusa like a thunderclap, causing her initially languid and fierce gaze to shift to clarity, then disbelief, before ultimately returning to her icy indifference. The visible fluctuation of her expression was nothing short of astonishing for someone renowned for her cold beauty. Recognizing the impact of his words, Chengxing continued, "There is an ample supply of the ice spirit cold spring. Surely we can share it. Your Majesty, are you truly willing to escalate matters?" Upon hearing the phrase "Your Majesty," Medusa understood this was the final compromise, that if she refused and conflict ensued, the outcome remained uncertain. "Then, what do you propose?" Medusa raised her head, locking eyes with Chengxing, her enchanting visage radiating an endless allure as she sought to regain the upper hand in the conversation. Chapter 51. Cooperation. The inherently captivating Medusa was now fully unleashing her unique charm. Yet Chengxing seemed entirely unfazed, merely covering his eyes with, making the darkness of his pupils even more pronounced. "We should descend together. The chill below is not something it can easily confront. Only by joining forces can we prevail," Chengxing stated calmly. Medusa, upon hearing this, smiled slightly, a mix of threat and teasing evident in her response. "Boy, you leave just one level female companion above. Are you not concerned for her safety?" This statement, whether intentional or not, was delivered without the veil of its sultry tone resonating in the ears of everyone present. Shui Ling, who had been quietly waiting, shot Qingxing a fierce glance upon hearing Medusa's words. Yet to an observer, it appeared more like playful reproach than genuine anger. To say, how can a queen of the snake people speak so indiscriminately? Qingxing chided, who said it was that kind of relationship. You're just spreading rumors. While emphasizing that Medusa was speaking out of turn, Qingxing felt a pang of anxiety, being young himself. He too yearned for companionship, reveling in life's pleasures, but the current circumstances were far from conducive to such thoughts. Moreover, if you dare to command your subordinates to act, I possess the capability to fight you 5-1. Qingxing declared, deliberately slowing his speech towards the end, a glimmer of grayish-white light flashing in his gaze, imbuing him with a fierce aura. Upon hearing a human dare to threaten her, Queen Medusa was taken aback, her eyes locking onto Qingxing with a mix of shock and intrigue. Feeling the chilling intensity of his gaze, Qingxing displayed no sign of fear. Rather, he grew more resolute. This exchange of glances was a contest of wills. Whoever flinched first would be deemed the loser. Against someone as formidable as Medusa, conceding even momentarily could lead to a permanent defeat. Amused by the audacity of this human who dared to meet her gaze, Medusa found her rebellious spirit ignited, and they continued to glare at each other, neither willing to yield. Faced with Medusa's formidable presence, Qingxing summoned his once more, using its irritating noise and searing heat to compel her to relent. A human who relies solely on, Medusa scoffed. Qingxing did not bother to refute her accusation. After all, it was true that he could wield at present. Hey, what did you tell her? You two have been staring at each other for ages. Are we going to retrieve the Ice Spirit Cold Spring or not? Shui Ling interjected, observing the charged atmosphere between them. The mention of the Ice Spirit Cold Spring. Qingxing snapped back to reality and quickly replied. Of course we will. I'll go down with her, and you can wait up here at the bottom of the chasm. The Ice Spirit Cold Spring had filled the crevice entirely, the extreme cold causing the previously solid ice layer to appear even more translucent. With impurities frozen to dust, leaving only pure ice, and the deeper one ventured, the higher the purity of the ice became that as Medusa grew increasingly impatient. She urged, are we going or not? Don't make me out to be someone who goes back on her word. With that, she transformed into a streak of purple light, appearing at the edge of the vast chasm, feeling the biting cold wind. Rest assured, you will receive your share, Qingxing reassured her, swiftly retrieving a recovery pill from his backpack and handing it to Shui Ling, signaling discreetly at the four snake people recuperating nearby before vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he stood merely a few paces away from Medusa at the chasm's edge. Qingxing exhaled deeply. Feeling an even more terrifying chill than before, he estimated that if this frigid wind swept through, even those at the peak would risk freezing, and the deeper they ventured into the chasm, the more oppressive the cold became. One would need the strength of to even think about retrieving the Ice Spirit Cold Spring. Let us go. Otherwise, once the Ice Spirit Cold Spring fully spreads, the temperature will drop even further. Qingxing gazed at the slowly shifting Ice Spirit Cold Spring below, his fighting spirit coursing rapidly through his meridians, channeling it throughout his body, accompanied by the sound of flames rising, enveloping him in a faint black hue, giving him an aura of dark brilliance. This display elicited a mixture of envy and wariness from Medusa, as the terrifying temperature felt even more palpable at such close proximity. Even her attire began to subtly distort. You fool, she cursed, sensing her body heat rising. Qingxing merely glanced at Medusa, whose expression had shifted slightly, then leaped forward, his purple wings unfurling as he vanished above the chasm. Seeing Qingxing take action, Medusa cast a glance back at the four snake people who were still recuperating, gritting her teeth as she quickly enveloped herself in surging, forming a purple halo before pursuing him. Observing the two figures disappearing into the chasm, Shui Ling sat down on the ground, popping the pill into her mouth, her gaze lifted to the star-studded sky, where only a few clouds obscured a massive crescent moon hanging at the horizon, casting a chilling light over the lake, rendering the scene particularly desolate. This celestial phenomenon is rather peculiar, Shui Ling mused to herself, her brows furrowing as if recalling something, yet unable to clarify her thoughts. She resolved to adjust her state of mind first. Down below, the ice spirit cold spring reflected the serene moonlight, and as they descended deeper, Chengxing could still feel a surge of cold even with the acting as a barrier. The crevice, mere feet wide, felt stifling, especially when gusts of cold wind surged upward. "There is not even a foothold down here," Medusa complained, trailing closely behind. "Shall you go first or shall I?" Chengxing glanced back at Medusa, who had her arms crossed. He shifted slightly to the side, conceding the first position, a smirk playing on his lips as he said, "Of course, your majesty shall go first." Medusa cast a fleeting glance at Chengxing, initially expecting this human lad to take the initiative. To her surprise, he did not. She had only heard tales from the elders of her clan regarding the collection of the ice spirit spring, lacking any practical experience herself. Now, faced with the task, she steeled herself to give it a try. Medusa extended her delicate hand, slightly curling her fingers, as a formidable aura of fighting spirits swiftly enveloped her, manifesting as a colossal purple hand that reached down towards the ice spirit spring below. Chengxing observed Medusa's attempt with a cold gaze, his mind unclouded, that he directly inquired about the method for collecting the ice spirit spring. System: how can one gather the ice spirit spring, and how should it be preserved? After inputting this voice command into the interface, the system's response soon materialized. To collect the ice spirit spring, one may utilize fighting spirit to envelop it for extraction, though this is the most crude method and can easily damage the spring. Alternatively, one can employ a pure, unblemished jade vial, cooling it first before submerging it in the ice spirit spring, then sealing the vial with fighting spirit and storing it in an extremely cold environment. With this guidance, Chengxing retracted his thoughts, preparing to witness Medusa's performance. Chapter 52. Collecting the ice spirit spring. The fighting spirit hand conjured by Medusa grasped at the ice spirit spring. Yet before it could make contact, it was frozen in place by the frigid air emanating from it, immobilized just under 10 meters above. And no matter how Medusa attempted to control it, it was futile. Ultimately, it erupted violently, transforming into countless purple motes of light that cascaded into the ice spirit spring, becoming myriad purple crystals that sank to the bottom. As she watched her fighting spirit succumb to the freezing grasp, Medusa's pupils constricted sharply, her face paling as she gazed at the ice spirit spring. She had not anticipated the difficulty of acquiring it. Undeterred, the resolute queen of serpents plunged downward, aiming to lower her altitude for another attempt. Once the purple crystals settled at the bottom, the surface of the ice spirit spring began to roil violently, unleashing a wave of terrifying cold that surged forth. This overwhelming chill seemed capable of freezing all living beings in its wake. Racing towards the chasm above, Chengxing, who had been observing from a distance, could no longer remain a mere spectator. Upon witnessing the ferocity of the cold, he unleashed his fighting spirit, igniting his protective flame to swell several times in size, pressing against the icy walls on either side. With a sudden, forceful descent, he seized Medusa, urgently commanding, "Retreat!" Medusa, poised to release her fighting spirit to counter the oncoming chill, was abruptly yanked back by Chengxing's grip on her arm. Her instinctive reaction was one of fury. No human man had ever dared to touch her noble form. This persistent intrusion on her boundaries ignited her wrath. "Release this queen, you wretched!" Medusa struggled and cursed vehemently. However, Chengxing paid her no heed, pulling her forcefully behind him. That he then crossed his arms before his chest, summoning a torrent of fighting spirit that surged within him. The black nine nether flames coalesced into a fiery dragon, exhaling a plume of black flames that spread throughout the chasm, effectively staving off the encroaching cold. But as the chilling air collided with the black flames, it transformed into a cloud of white mist that swiftly dissipated in the atmosphere, rendering the previously frigid air far less biting. Sensing the alteration in temperature, Medusa's once furious countenance softened considerably. She regarded the youthful human boy with a complex gaze. His slightly juvenile features, tempered by hardship, now exuded an unwavering determination that seemed at odds with his appearance, yet did not detract from his appeal. One must concede, "You are somewhat distinct from those other dull-witted human men," Medusa remarked softly, her words indicating that, in her view, Chengxing was not entirely lacking in merit. Yet Chengxing had little interest in her appraisal of him. As the mist first began to appear, the purple crystals that had sunk to the depths suddenly began to move rapidly, ultimately finding their way into the chasms opening at the bottom of the icy lake. Upon closer inspection, Chengxing discerned that the ice spirit spring within the chasm was merely a small portion of what lay beneath the lake's surface. The majority of the ice spirit spring still slumbered at the lake's depths, and though faint light allowed for glimpses of the cold glimmering below, vast expanses of darkness obscured the full extent. It seems the true treasures may lie beneath this ice layer, at the lake's bottom, Chengxing mused, his brow furrowing with uncertainty. He could only speculate, lacking concrete evidence to support his thoughts. Human, do you possess any means to collect this ice spirit spring? Medusa inquired, her patience waning as she used her fighting spirit to fashion a stick, prodding Chengxing's back. Must you always refer to me as human? It seems you believe you shall never become one yourself. Chengxing retorted, his irritation rising at her incessant jabbing, that he despised being poked with objects, regardless of her strength, and thus boldly declared, "My name is Chengxing. If you have business with me, address me by my name." Understood, Medusa? The words elicited a darkening of Medusa's expression, and she conjured a red longsword, appearing poised to rend Chengxing to pieces on the spot. Chengxing, undeterred, summoned a blazing fire in his hand that emitted an unsettling sound. As a serpent, you ought to practice empathy. How would you feel if I prodded you from behind in such a manner? You mustn't be so quick to resort to violence that if it weren't for the ice spirit spring, I could easily engage you in combat right now. The atmosphere hung heavy with tension. The air, once heated, now colder than before, that a smile suddenly crept across Medusa's stunning visage, though it appeared more sinister than inviting. Very well. Once we have secured the ice spirit spring, I hope we shall not cross paths again. Chengxing exhaled a sigh of relief. He harbored no desire to cultivate enmity with this venomous serpent. He promptly reined in his flames, adding, I loathe when others prod me in the back with objects, regardless of who they may be, that I trust you adhere to your own principles. With that, he retrieved a small jade vial from his bag. Lifting it toward Medusa, observe closely, and watch how I do this. He then unleashed a surge of fighting spirit, creating a fist-sized hole in the ice wall, into which he placed the jade vial. Though Medusa was brimming with ire, she begrudgingly watched as Chengxing demonstrated, her mind focused solely on acquiring the ice spirit spring and departing this wretched place. That be, by the way, did that six-tier magical beast perish? Chengxing inquired as he awaited the vial to cool. Indeed, it has perished, Medusa replied tersely. Then why is there no sign of its corpse? It self-destructed along with its spirit. Otherwise, how could the final clouds be tinged with blood? And what of the magic core? Chengxing continued, undeterred by Medusa's evident impatience. Are you quite finished? What does this have to do with collecting the ice spirit spring? Medusa snapped, her last vestige of patience evaporating as her fierce demeanor resurfaced. You are hardly fit to lead the Serpent Clan in search of a suitable dwelling with such a fearsome disposition, Chengxing muttered, curling his palm to draw the jade vial into his grasp. A wave of refreshing coolness enveloped him, bringing a measure of calm to his spirits. Once I break through to the Dozong rank, all surrounding human empires shall pay for their past transgressions against me, Medusa declared with a tranquil demeanor, though Chengxing's words had struck a deep chord within her sense of responsibility. Yet relying on the flames to break through is fraught with peril. Chengxing lamented, his movements swift as he enveloped the jade vial in fighting spirit, casting it directly into the ice spirit spring. This high-grade jade vial, capable of withstanding extreme temperatures and frigid conditions, was perfectly suited for containing such a rare natural treasure. Before long, the once empty vial began to fill with the icy essence, and as it submerged, Chengxing deftly maneuvered the vial back out, swiftly sealing the opening with a flicker of fighting spirit to prevent the white mist from escaping. With additional layers of fighting spirit enveloping it, he ensured that the temperature remained insulated from the external environment. Holding the vial in his hand, he felt only a gentle coolness, devoid of any other sensation, that a triumphant smile graced his face as he tossed the vial to Medusa, stating, Did you see? That is how it's done. Medusa's slender fingers toyed with the warm vial, a glimmer of avarice flickering in her diamond-shaped pupils as she praised, Chengxing, you have done well. Now, gather the rest for this queen to be all that is sacred. Does this woman truly see herself as a queen? Unbelievable. Can she not manage even this task herself? Chengxing thought to himself, exasperated. You do it yourself, lest you accuse me of tampering, he said, stepping several paces away from Medusa. Chapter 53. The greedy Medusa clearly. Chengxing was unperturbed by Medusa's lofty commands, choosing to ignore her haughty orders and waiting for her to act independently. Medusa, observing Chengxing's distance, merely smirked disdainfully and replied, "Do not presume that your lack of assistance will hinder this queen from collecting the ice spirit spring." Driven by a fierce competitive spirit, Medusa retrieved over 100 jade vials from her spatial ring. Although the quantity was substantial, Chengxing swiftly observed that the quality of these vials varied greatly. Only a select few met the standards required for containment. Unbeknownst to Medusa, she proceeded to mimic the method of creating small openings in the icy wall, elegantly waving her jade hand to manipulate the vials for cooling. However, shortly after inserting the vials, a cacophony of cracking echoed as they began to shatter. What on earth is happening? Medusa's expression darkened as she beheld the relentless destruction of the jade vials. Her frustration palpable. Chengxing, secretly amused, watched as Medusa crushed the exploded vials into powder. "Stubborn woman, let you poke at my back, and now I won't divulge the requirements for the vials, leaving you in vain distress." Medusa, visibly perturbed, continued to extract the shattered vials and replace them without daring to inquire further, her pride preventing her from seeking assistance after catching a glimpse of Chengxing's indifferent demeanor. Nonetheless, as the leader of her clan, she adeptly managed to replenish the shattered vials, filtering out a select few that could withstand the intense cold. After witnessing the nearly 100 shattered jade vials, she began to discern the underlying intricacies of the process. She tirelessly inserted vials into the icy wall. Chengxing merely smirked, maintaining his watchful gaze. With every passing moment of this endeavor, Medusa's resolve wavered, for despite the vials being mere material possessions, such extravagance weighed heavily on her conscience. The serpent people rarely engaged in trade with humans, yet for the future of her clan, this sacrifice seemed trivial. Encasing the vials with her fighting spirit, Medusa plunged multiple vials into the ice spirit spring that a solemn expression graced her features as she observed the vials gradually filling with liquid. Upon confirming that no further mishaps occurred, she exhaled in relief, cautiously extracting the vials. "Merely a handful of vials. This is nothing in the face of the," Chengxing remarked with a hint of mockery. Observing Medusa's cautious demeanor, once she sealed the vials, she tossed back the one she had previously received from Chengxing, pondering the veracity of his words as she rummaged through her spatial ring. She soon realized that the high-quality vials were dwindling, her expression shifting with evident conflict, as she hadn't anticipated the need for vials prior to her departure. How much ice spirit spring would suffice? A glint of menace flashed in her eyes as she concentrated, her fingertips gathering formidable fighting spirit that coalesced into several swirling purple vortexes, exuding an air of danger. Chengxing paid little heed to the ferocity emanating from her fingertips, instead tossing a jade vial into the air. With a flicker of, it struck the vial, resulting in a resounding explosion that engulfed the vial in a cloud of cold mist. The undisturbed continued to hover, radiating an aura of terror. "Medusa, we harbor no enmity. I must inform you that this, birth from the essence of the world, possesses unparalleled lethality. To suppress it with ice spirit spring, you would need a comparable magnitude." Chengxing retrieved the, playfully toying with it at his fingertips, as Medusa witnessed the minuscule reduction in this intensity from a vial filled with ice spirit spring. A flicker of astonishment crossed her mind. She had anticipated this outcome, yet she had grossly underestimated this might. However, such ignorance was excusable, for it was indeed a rare phenomenon, elusive to countless seekers throughout the continent. Many, even if fortunate enough to encounter it, often fell victim to its wrath during attempts at subjugation. Medusa remained silent, gazing at the jade vials before her, contemplating her next move. With renewed determination, she directed her swirling purple vortexes to slice through the icy walls, the solid ice crumbling under her relentless assault. Yet she pressed on, amplifying her fighting spirit to conjure even more rapid vortexes. Chengxing narrowed his eyes, surmising the reasoning behind her actions, silently commending her cleverness. Through her sustained exertion, she successfully isolated several massive ice blocks, and with further effort, she hollowed out the center, crafting a square container. This woman, though barbaric and unruly, possesses a keen intellect. Her calculations yield a nearly perfect cubic ice container. Chengxing marveled at the series of complete ice blocks before him. Medusa, noticing the subtle shift in Chengxing's expression, smiled alluringly and waved her hand. What do you think? This method is quite admirable. Is it not? Those small jade vials were merely for personal use. It was evident that Medusa reveled in the astonishment her actions elicited in Chengxing, her pride swelling as she hastened her movements. Enveloping 10 ice blocks in fighting spirit before submerging them into the ice spirit spring, in mere moments. She had amassed over 10 cubic units of ice spirit spring, enough to ignite a frenzy in the market if auctioned. As the chilling essence permeated the ice blocks, they thickened, visibly crystallizing moisture from the surrounding air. Medusa, witnessing this transformation, exclaimed triumphantly as her fighting spirit enveloped the ice blocks, swiftly securing them within her spatial ring. Chengxing, observing her brutish methods, felt a twinge of disappointment. Are you not concerned that the cold will freeze all the items within your spatial ring into dust? Medusa laughed heartily. This is the nether ring from my clan's sacred grounds. Specifically designed for storing frigid items, it knows no fear of the cold. Chengxing merely scoffed, indifferent to Medusa's antics. Yet, as the saying goes, human greed knows no bounds. After amassing over 10 cubic units of ice spirit spring, Medusa remained unsatisfied, descending further to construct additional ice block containers. Hey Medusa, do you intend to continue collecting? Is this not sufficient for your needs? Chengxing queried, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction, despite the ravine's vastness. The level of ice spirit spring had already noticeably decreased due to her earlier collection efforts. She could not afford to repeat this. Ignoring Chengxing's grievances, Medusa continued her relentless pursuit that if you persist, I shall withdraw he warned, unwilling to permit her to continue unchecked. Upon losing the suppression, the temperature within the ravine plummeted, the icy essence of the ice spirit spring swiftly assimilating Medusa's ice blocks. As she could only extract 10 from the 20 she had prepared, her frustration boiled over. How audacious! I shall pursue my desires without your interference, human. Chengxing, his expression darkening, summoned beside Medusa as a warning. Once you finish collecting these, you are not to gather any more. You have more than enough, and I require the remainder. Constrained by the fear of this wrath, Medusa reluctantly smiled, securing the 10 colossal ice cubes brimming with ice spirit spring within her spatial ring. Gazing at the dwindling reservoir of ice spirit spring, she shrugged nonchalantly. Very well, the remainder shall be yours. Chengxing retracted yet when he turned his gaze to the ice spirit spring, he was taken aback. To his astonishment, the previously secured ice blocks had begun to drain, the ice spirit spring flowing back into the depths through the original openings. My heavens, so much ice spirit spring has vanished. He lamented, a sense of despair washing over him as he realized the remaining amount would scarcely fill the small jade vials. Taking a deep breath, Chengxing recognized the scarcity of ice spirit spring. He utilized it to level a section of the floor devoid of the spring, then retracted his wings and descended to the ravine's bottom. Meanwhile, Medusa, perched above the icy wall, watched with glee, her previous languor returning. Medusa, look what you have wrought, Chengxing exclaimed, his gaze fixed upon the meager remnants of ice spirit spring as he directed his ire towards the smirking Medusa, casually admiring her delicate jade hands. She replied indifferently, you yourself declared that the remaining ice spirit spring belongs to you. I have not employed any trickery. Recalling his earlier words, Chengxing clenched his teeth, gradually tempering his anger, observing the dwindling supply of ice spirit spring. He refrained from further comment, retrieving all 99 high-tier pure white jade vials from his pack, that he ignited the ice surface with, creating a row for the vials and commenced gathering the ice spirit spring. Before he could fill even half of the vials, the ice spirit spring above had completely receded. Watching the last remnants retreat through a fist-sized hole back into the lake, Chengxing's frustration reached a breaking point. This is infuriating. The duck that was almost in my grasp has flown away. Ha! Dawn is approaching. I shall no longer indulge you in this game. The melodious laughter of Medusa echoed within the chasm. As a faint glimmer emanated from her hand toward Chengxing, accompanying this light was a gentle radiance illuminating the sky above the ravine, gradually brightening. This magical core is a gift for you, a token of gratitude for our collaboration. However, I, Medusa, owe you a favor. Should we not become adversaries in the future, I shall repay this debt, she proclaimed, Stretching languidly, she indulged in her own allure, her voluptuous curves outshining the dawn itself. With that, her form transformed into a wisp of purple light, darting out of the chasm with a flicker. I must admit, you are indeed a most extraordinary human. Her final words floated lightly into Chengxing's ears. Clutching the fragrant magical core, Chengxing found himself devoid of the inclination to discern its rank, carelessly tossing it into his backpack, his gaze fixated on a fist-sized hole at the chasm's bottom. With the aid of the light, he could see that numerous icy spiritual springs remained within the hole, albeit at a considerable depth. "That I shall see how deep you truly are," he muttered, glaring at the tiny opening before seating himself on the ground. His soul energy surged wildly, eventually coalescing into a slender black line that shot toward the hole. Descending through the fist-sized aperture, he found that it extended roughly 10 zhang deep before revealing a sliver of icy spiritual spring. Although this spring was also gradually descending, "that I shall ascertain how much lies below," Chengxing declared, determined. With his mystical fire safeguarding his soul essence, he ventured deeper into the abyss. As he descended, the chill intensified. And despite the presence of the icy springs, he felt an extreme cold that compelled him to grit his teeth and delve further. Suddenly, the previously confined area expanded, revealing a pitch-black lake bed devoid of any life, save for a faint light illuminating the space. This glow, however, when cast upon Chengxing's soul energy, inflicted an excruciating pain upon him, as if his head were on the verge of fracturing from the cold. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a second flicker of light emerged, instantly shattering the black line of his soul energy into powder, which sank slowly to the lake's bottom. Chengxing wailed in agony. The abrupt loss of this fragment of his soul causing a severe throbbing in his mind, accompanied by a long-lasting dizziness that left him on the brink of collapse, struggling to suppress the intense pain and discomfort. Chengxing gradually regained his composure, panting heavily. It was evident that the shattering of his soul energy had inflicted tremendous harm, draining the color from his face. Leaving it ashen, he retrieved a healing pill from his backpack, swallowing it as he settled into a meditative posture, urging the potion's effects to take hold swiftly. Meanwhile, Xue Ling, who had been recuperating above, awoke abruptly upon hearing Chengxing's cry, noticing that the 4 serpent-folk battle kings had vanished. She thought to herself, "This is bad. It must be that woman." Xue Ling hastily rose, her fingers brushing against her storage ring, summoning a snowflake-shaped jade piece in her palm. Clenching it tightly, a glint of resolve shone in her eyes. And with a gust of wind, her wings unfurled, propelling her swiftly toward the chasm. She felt the gentle potency of the healing potion working to mend her injuries. Suppressing the pain within, she noted that although her soul remained unharmed, the loss of that fragment had left an eerie chill coursing through her body, which was the root of Chengxing's earlier intense discomfort. What could possibly emit such a light, capable of freezing soul energy in a powder? "It is utterly terrifying," Chengxing mused, recalling that harrowing moment, a sense of trepidation creeping into his heart. Yet, the more formidable the treasure, the more he yearned to possess it. Just as Chengxing was tending to his wounds, a familiar voice broke through his thoughts. "Chengxing, how are you? Are you all right?" A slightly anxious Xue Ling knelt beside him, checking for his breath, her tense expression only easing once she confirmed he was still alive. Slowly opening his eyes, Chengxing met her concerned gaze, warmth blossoming in his heart. "What are you doing?" "I'm fine. No need to check my breathing so closely," he replied, a hint of reproach in his voice. Xue Ling's cheeks flushed slightly upon being caught, feeling as though her intentions had been laid bare. She quickly explained, "I was worried my icy spiritual spring would be in jeopardy. Who would concern themselves with you? You are a battle emperor. After all, that if anyone were to perish, it would be me, a mere newly minted battle king." Listening to Xue Ling's teasing, Chengxing shook his head, retrieving 20 vials of icy spiritual spring from his backpack, enveloping them in battle energy and presenting them with a smirk. "Here, isn't this what you're looking for?" Gazing at the vials adorned with delicate frost crystals, Xue Ling's eyes widened in astonishment, cautiously accepting one. She peered through the opening, her battle energy allowing her to inspect its contents. "Wow, this is truly icy spiritual spring, and remarkably well preserved. Its quality is nothing short of superb," she exclaimed. "Superb? Does that mean there are tiers to icy spiritual springs?" Cheng Xing inquired, perplexed. He had only heard of medicinal pills being categorized, never realizing that such extraordinary items could also be classified based on quality. Sensing Cheng Xing's surprise, Xue Ling beamed with pride. Elaborating, indeed. Not all icy spiritual springs possess such high quality. Only those that have preserved their cold essence intact are considered superior, while those free from impurities are classified as extraordinary. Conversely, the inferior ones lose their efficacy, often transforming into mere white liquid or mist, dissipating into the cosmos. Reflecting on the small vial in his hand, Cheng Xing contemplated the stringent preservation conditions required for the icy spiritual spring, marveling at the intricate classifications he had not anticipated. Few can discern these differences, even among highly skilled alchemists. We possess greater understanding, Xue Ling asserted, her confidence evident as a member of a sect long accustomed to dealings with ice and snow. Cheng Xing nodded with a smile, admiration evident on his face. What a pity. It seems that obtaining the icy spiritual springs below will be quite the challenge, he remarked, glancing at the daunting hole that had once caused him such terror, his gaze wavering. Xue Ling, noticing the peculiar opening, approached it and peered into the profound darkness below. Due to its small size, the chill emanating from within was not overwhelming, and her strength allowed her to withstand it. With so many icy spiritual springs below, it's a shame we've only acquired this meager amount. That it would be a tremendous waste, she lamented, observing the faintly glowing layers of flowing water beneath the ice. You do possess mystical fire, don't you? Let us combine our efforts to extend this icy chasm downward and see if we can access more, Xue Ling suggested. She had previously attempted this alone, realizing that the ice's hardness far exceeded the capabilities of a single person. Otherwise, the earlier terrifying impact would not have resulted in such a mere chasm. Contemplating Xue Ling's proposal, Cheng Xing hesitated, feeling the need to share his concerns that he believed it was crucial to disclose the potential dangers below. There is something peculiar down there. I worry that forcing an expansion may invite unnecessary trouble. He confessed, his expression troubled. Uncertain of what lay beneath, he felt that having an additional perspective could be beneficial. Seeing Cheng Xing's genuine apprehension, Xue Ling's curiosity piqued. What could possibly instill such fear in a battle emperor wielding mystical fire? Could it be that the earlier cry was a result of this? She inquired tentatively, her eyes brimming with a thirst for exploration as she gazed toward the lake's depths. Cheng Xing nodded in affirmation. I intended to use my soul energy to gauge the quantity of icy spiritual springs at the bottom, but upon reaching the lake bed, a terrifying cold light instantly shattered my divided soul energy, causing harm to my essence and drawing your attention, he explained. Xue Ling fell into contemplation, rifling through her memories for any item she had encountered previously that might match this description but found none. It is indeed bizarre, capable of directly freezing soul energy. This is troubling, she remarked, her face displaying signs of distress. However, you are right. With so many icy spiritual springs lying below, it would be a waste to ignore them. We might as well give it a try, Cheng Xing said, forcing a smile. He was acutely aware that to harness the mystical fire, he would need a substantial quantity of icy spiritual springs, making it challenging to approach the fire without them. Xue Ling, too, had her own designs, and the two shared an unspoken understanding. Since your soul energy can be frozen, perhaps together we stand a greater chance of success. Xue Ling returned to Cheng Xing's side, half squatting as she extended her immaculate, icy white hand. Cheng Xing, sensing her approach, warmly clasped her hand, and the two sat facing each other, their fingers entwined. As they entered a synchronized state, a surge of black soul energy rapidly coalesced into a robust line above Cheng Xing's head. Meanwhile, Xue Ling's ethereal white soul energy transformed into a slender thread. Under their deft manipulation, the two contrasting energies intertwined, ultimately merging into a swirling blend of black and white that seamlessly penetrated the fist-sized aperture. Having learned from the previous instance of instantaneous defeat, Cheng Xing concentrated his soul energy with formidable strength, drawing nearly half of his essence from his mid-stage mortal realm spirit. But on the other hand, Xue Ling, feeling the warmth emanating from Cheng Xing's soul energy, did not experience the anticipated frigid terror as they entered the opening. Her demeanor remained composed as the intertwining black and white energies delved deeper. A scene gradually came into focus. The icy spirit spring within the cavity had shrunk to less than 10 zhang and continued to recede, while the chilling light below began to stabilize. No longer flickering, but instead radiating a steady, ghostly glow. Upon reaching the lake's depths, the expansive icy spirit spring imparted a slight chill to their souls, causing Shuling to shiver involuntarily. Fortunately, the warmth from Qingxing's unique flame provided considerable comfort. Otherwise, Shuling's current soul power would render her incapable of enduring such a frigid, icy spirit spring. Reflecting on the earlier mysterious mist that had appeared halfway up the mountain, it seemed to possess an uncanny ability to restrict soul perception, suggesting a potential connection between the two phenomena. The lake's bottom, adorned with a soft, cold light, revealed only vague outlines, compelling them to navigate through the murkiness. Let us investigate that luminous spot. It was that very light that shattered our souls before. With their soul energies now intertwined, communication flowed effortlessly between them, devoid of any hindrance. Indeed, there are no signs of life at the lake's bottom, yet the presence of cold light suggests it is a natural phenomenon. Shuling concurred, recognizing the necessity of their unity to maximize their gains. That as the black and white soul energies advanced slowly through the icy spirit spring, each movement consumed a significant portion of their soul power. As they contended with both the biting cold and the perilous cold light, by the time they ventured onward, both were feeling somewhat exhausted. Let us persevere a little longer. We shall soon arrive. Chengxing gritted his teeth, sensing the weakening of Shuling's soul power. He abruptly intensified his own, preventing their combined force from crumbling. Fortunately, the source of the cold light was not far from the aperture. And after much struggle, they finally reached its location. That it's right beneath us, but it seems to be at the lake's bottom, Shuling observed, her voice tinged with fatigue as she gazed at the faint cold light below. Clearly nearing her limits. Let us reveal its true form. Chengxing furrowed his brow. Clenching his teeth to muster strength, he directed the soul energy to emit a powerful tremor, causing the black silt cloaking the cold light at the lake's bottom to shift. It works. The cold light is becoming more pronounced, Shuling exclaimed, her spirits lifting as she observed the cold light emerging more vividly from the disturbance. Chengxing, equally exhilarated, increased the intensity of the vibrations after several arduous efforts. The cold light erupted forth, shining brilliantly before them. Before their eyes lay a small, 2-inch orb, radiating a soft white glow, nestled quietly within the lakebed sediment. Despite being ensconced in mud, the orb's surface remained unblemished. Seemingly unaffected by its surroundings, as the silt receded, its luminosity intensified even further. That moment, the white light illuminated their souls, sending a chilling wave through them, compelling both to shiver. Nevertheless, Shuling's astonishment could not be concealed. The ice spirit pearl, she cried out in excitement, her soul energy surging forth as the white thread thickened, propelling her and Chengxing towards the small orb with fervor. Sensing Shuling's overwhelming enthusiasm, Chengxing felt a surge of exhilaration himself. While the icy spirit spring had merely elicited a modicum of joy, this so-called ice spirit pearl had completely disoriented Shuling, undoubtedly signifying its immense value. Chapter 56, Spirit Conquering Pill.